Yeah, I could remember the days going to college down here at Grossmont College, and then how close we were in proximity to going across the border and go surfing Rosarita, Baja Malibu, and those places. And do we got a seal in the lineup already? Seal popping up, saying hi. It looks like Barbara should get this. Gets to her knees here.
Nice. That's going to be a score.
I mean, anything is a score at this point because there has not been a lot of waves. So you just got to, even though sitting out back and waiting for the set's probably not the best idea.
Look at how smart Victoria is. She knew that there's not as much time as she wants still left on the clock, and she's trying to stay as active as possible. She knows that Barbara's on the inside. Paloma's probably a little bit further to the right. So she has an opportunity here to capitalize on a wave that'll just back up that 5.0.
Yeah, exactly. And, anything with that 5, since that's the biggest score of this heat, is going to kind of extend her lead over Paloma and Barbara if she's able to put one in.
Best thing about this low tide right now in the morning is that if you do need to actually get your instructions from your coaches on the beach, it's so close that they can just yell it out. So you're going to hear beach announcers, but you're also going to hear your coaching staff on the beach.
Be nice. Now, when you competed, did you always have somebody telling you, like, hey, to the right, go over to the right. Wait, go over to the left.
It would depend on the location.
Yeah.
If you're at a point break and it's a pretty long wave, you don't really want somebody telling you what to do, especially if you're not going to understand what they're saying.
Exactly.
If it's close like this, you definitely do.
Oh, look at this little section here. Yes! Victoria striking again. That's going to be a good scoring wave because she already got a 5, and I feel like that wave was better than the 5.
Yeah, it's going to be similar to it. On the 5, she bottom turned, went up into the lip, but here she actually got a really good line on the face of the wave.
Got in that pocket.
Yep, and almost got a little cover up too. So I personally like it too. If it's not going to match the 5, it'll probably be higher though.
So the 2 scores coming in. So Paloma gets a 2.0 on hers, and then you look at Barbara gets a 1.0 on hers. Ooh, don't get hit by that board. They both go down on that, but will they score that as a scored wave?
If they didn't score Paloma's opener, which I thought would have been at least an attempt, then I don't think they'll score either of these. So that's going to be crucial for their totals, if they're actually going to score it or not. And this is Barbara's opener, the 1.0. Just as you can see in comparison to what Victoria's doing right here, she's actually getting on the face of the wave and attempting to do a maneuver, uses both of her rails super well. So I actually concur with you right now. I think that actually might be the best way of the heat. And you know what? This is a kneeling division. If it were prone, I would see that as an attempt.
Because when your hands release the rail?
Yeah. But they actually need to get to one of their knees. So I don't see that being a score for either of them.
Because in the kneeboard division, obviously you're holding your rails, so it's not a release the rail that counts. There it is. Score comes in 6.0, so judges definitely like that second wave better. Victoria now a 6 and a 5. So she just extends the lead, and she's got another heat coming up in a little bit.
And she's basically qualified for the final already. Yeah. She ended up first in her opening round heat. Now in this second qualifying round, she's a shoe, and she's actually going to be the top seed so far.
What do you think if you're in that position, I'd almost think you would take a break at this point. Look, let your 6 and your 5 stand. Trust that those are going to hold up, and then get out there and get ready for your next heat.
Yeah, there's one. That's one option. The other one would be maybe be a little bit more methodical on the waves you're actually going to select in these last 3 minutes because you are coming up in a different division.
Yeah.
So how are you going to feel on the wave ski in comparison to your actual board? Buoyancy is completely different on a wave ski than your actual surfboard, so she might just be trying to test out which waves to catch and not on the wave ski too. But as she doesn't really need to bet or anything at this point.
I feel like the wave ski, it's going to give you more buoyancy, so I think you're going to be able to get in a little farther out maybe, get a little head start on the wave.
And especially considering that you're so far on top of the water too that you can actually see instructions from your coach too. So you're not only going to be able to listen to them, but you're also going to be able to see them much easier.
How far is the coach allowed to go out there? Is he allowed to go out there to up to your knees?
I would say knee deep, as long as they're not assisting anybody. If somebody were to break a board or were to break their equipment, coach can't go out there and give it to them. They have to come to the shoreline and give it to them in their hands. So that's actually one thing that we've seen, quite a concerted amount of when it comes to ISA events. I've competed against a couple people that have broken boards in the first 2-3 minutes of the heat, and they've had to come in all the way to exchange their equipment. So I hope that doesn't happen today.
Victoria's going to get into this one, it looks like. Look, a little shoulder. She's going to try and pump it down the line, get that hop going. Nice. Another decent wave for Victoria.
Yeah, and she's just understanding her flow out here. She could actually come in.
That's what I was thinking.
Get the feedback from her coaches and then go back out for the wave ski heat. So it's so close to shore right now, too. But see where that coach is?
Yeah.
He's almost in knee-deep water, and he's barking orders at her athlete, which is something super crucial if you're needing that 1.0, that 1.5 just to make it to the final, Brad, which it could happen.
Yeah.
It could happen in this last minute.
Seems like she's going to come in here. Yeah, she knows. Because, look, so she's not in the next heat. And the next heat's going to be 15 minutes, so she'll have a little bit of time. As we check the replay, look how she drives it down the line. See her kind of get that board pumping.
Yeah, I love how she actually uses her whole leg to pump and use that rail to push off a little bit more. And look at Barbara. That's going to be a scoring ride, too.
Yeah.
So even though it's not going to be a high-scoring one, it could be enough to put her up in second position in comparison to Paloma.
And rain starting to come down again out here. Victoria in the top spot, a 6 and a 5. She still has another wave that hasn't scored.
Look at that, though. The battle for second is so close.
Oh, my gosh.
Barbara needs a 1.38.
And we've seen that doesn't take much, but 14 seconds, I just don't see it.
She has to go. She has to go. This is now or never. Oh, she needs to get her knees, though. Oh, I don't think that's going to count.
No, and I think the frustration is going to kick in on that for her. Challenging conditions, you got to give it up for the athletes out here trying to make it happen, but you just don't have a lot of surf to work with, and Victoria seemed to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
3 different occasions.
Yeah, and it's her first time competing at this event. She should be super proud of herself and, competing against high-level competition such as Victoria Fage. This is a big event for her.
Well, stay with us because that's only one heat. We got about 35 more heats to go. Coming up, your women's kneel heat number 2, round number 2 on the way to 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More right after this.
AMP Surf.
My name is Dana Cummings. I'm the founder and president of AMP Surf. So today we got about 13 participants out here. So these are all people living with various disabilities, anything from quadriplegia to traumatic brain injuries, vets with PTSD and stuff like that. So the main objective of AMP Surf and doing these clinics is to let people know that they can do anything they set their minds to, is adapt and overcome, and give them the focus on their abilities. That healing power of the ocean, when you get out there and just feel that rush of riding that wave, you can't help but feel good. Just feel great. And so someone that's living with different types of disabilities, PTSD or a physical disability, something like that, feeling that rush and that power of the wave just really picks them up, makes them feel good about life, and it just makes them want to live and live strong. So the rest of this week is just going to be epic. We've got about 140 athletes from around the world. It's just going to be an epic session to see these guys all compete and see who gets crowned world champion.
And what's going on, people? It's your 2020 App Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Day number 3 here going on. 3rd day of action. Look at the rain. Mitchell Salazar and Brad J here with the call, and the rain's coming down, Mitchell.
Yes, sir, Brad. But you know what? Competition spirits are high, and we have a full new heat in the water.
Naomi Alvarez, Audrey Pasqua, Eva Lishka, and Christy Gardner for the USA. So Chile, Spain, Germany, and the USA in your women's kneel division. Round 2, heat number 2 in the water. Looks like a little something there for blue. Christy Gardner from the USA. Maybe this comes in for her?
Yeah, and Christy's been surfing for about 4 days. She came down
Wait
to
a minute
train
here.
Yeah, no, I'm serious.
4 days.
I spoke to her during the opening ceremony at the parade, and she is in San Diego to train at the Olympic Training Center for the USA, right here for the Paralympic squad for track and field. But she got an opportunity to surf for Team USA here, and she took it.
Oh, my goodness. How cool is that?
I was like, I asked her, like, with a smile on my face. I was like, oh, yeah, how long you been surfing? And she's like, 3 days, with, like, a serious face. And I was like, you mean, like, in La Jolla? She's like, no, in general. I'm from Maine.
So catch up right here. Just taking a look at Naomi Alvarez on that one, starting off. That should be a decent score right there.
For sure. And she's riding something with a lot more volume than we saw from competitors in the heat before this one. And, oh, yellow there, Eva just caught a rail when she was coming down, and Christy almost getting on the board right there. We'll see if that one counts or not. But talking a little bit about our German surfer in the water in yellow, Eva Lishka, she's been surfing for 10 years. She is really passionate about the sport of surfing, and you know, a lot of Europeans that live inland, you know, from the coastline, they usually travel a lot to Portugal, to France, to Spain, to the coastline over there.
Yeah.
Nick Von Rupp, who's a big wave surfer, he's originally German, but he spent the majority of his life in Portugal, just like Marlon Lipke. They've all spent the majority of their lives surfing on the coastlines in Portugal and Spain. So even if you're actually from inland, they find a way to make it to the coast. Not only does this allow you to experience stronger conditions in an actual ocean, but it gets out of the routine of surfing in the river the entire time too.
Oh, in the Munich, yeah, that's a pretty cool spot. I was watching, I watched the show Vans Weird Waves, right? And that was one of them.
With Dylan Graves.
Yeah, with Dylan Graves, and that featured on that. Just seeing that wave, that looks so fun to be able to just kind of like boneless in from the side and just jump on your board and you're riding that wave.
Wouldn't it be cool to have like a little amp surf section on something like that, Weird Waves, where we have like a wave ski segment on it or something?
That would be pretty rad.
We could go to Wisconsin.
Bend, Oregon, too. Bend has a decent one.
Maybe Freddie Serrano on screen knows a place in Colombia where you can go.
Bet he does. And there we go. Here's take a look at some of the scores right now. Naomi Alvarez, 4.5 in that top spot. 183 for Audrey Pascual from Spain. And a .67. Christy Gardner does get points for that wave. And Eva Lishka still looking for one.
Look at that.
Are they Instagramming right now?
They're doing all the filters on Instagram right now.
Well, and you can follow on Instagram, ISA Surfing, at ISA Surfing on Instagram. Also on Twitter. You can be part of that. Make sure you tag too as well. Hashtag ISA Worlds and hashtag Inspired Surfers. I'm sure they're doing it. I think I just saw them put that in. Oh, they're really going for filters. Oh, that one's funny. We're able to actually look in on this. This is cool. The fun stuff, the athlete, the camaraderie going on. They're all just kind of hanging out, staying warm. Got heaters in there for them all.
Well, and for like Danny Gomez from Mexico, who's right next to him, this might be a good opportunity to bump his followers up because Freddie Serrano is a star in Colombia now.
Yeah, he's got more followers, doesn't he?
Dude, he's a superstar worldwide, and he is just such an inspirational figure. He's one of the many here at this event.
He's such a likable dude too.
Dude, he's rad. He skates. He surfs super well. He charges, too. I think they're trying to take him to Cicatela in Puerto Escondido later this year. Yeah, that might happen.
That's a heavy
he
wave.
is going with Simon Salazar, actually. Yeah, so I think they actually are going to Puerto Escondido later this summer.
That's a heavy wave.
Dude, but you go down there and you hang out with Coco Nogales and all those boys. they'll find a way to make things 100% safe for Freddie, and have him enjoy his first experience there.
And it's an amazing place. If you haven't been to Puerto Escondido, it's something you definitely got to do. A bucket list. I went many years ago. I was down there for about 2 weeks and surfing that wave, and just you're guaranteed to come out of a barrel pretty much every single day if you're down there.
Or
surfing.
at least drop into a barrel.
Yeah,
too.
at least drop it. Maybe not come out. It is considered.
It depends on the level of your talent.
The world's greatest closeout. Yeah, I got you. Naomi Alvarez, top spot, a 4.5 and a 0.0, because that means she hasn't had a second wave yet.
Yeah, and Noemi has been a fourth-place finisher at this event in the past. She's quite young, 20 years old. She's been surfing since she was around 14, and this is something therapeutic to her. She really enjoys surfing a lot in her home country of Chile. And speaking of Chile, they have snowboarding that is one of the best in the world.
On point, for
and
sure.
their waves are world-class, too.
And Santiago, Chile is going to be the Pan American Games and the Parapan Games.
Yep.
2023.
Yep.
So 6 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Looks like Naomi's taking a look. She should be able to get into this one.
For sure.
Oh.
Almost. She leaned a little too far on one of her rails, and that just caused her to kind of flip-flop a little forward. But, look at her mobility. She's been doing a lot of rehab since she was 9 years old because she had a paralysis level that was from her neck down. So she's done super well for herself. She's able to walk on her own. She's actually able to surf on her own, too. So we're talking about somebody whose lifespan was possibly going to be limited to a certain age, and she has succeeded against all odds.
Just proving doctors and proving people wrong and saying, look, I'm not done. I'll show you what I can do. And, that's the determination. And I feel like that is shared by so many of these competitors out here out of the 131.
Answer.
So Naomi Alvarez, top spot. Audrey Pascual in that second spot with just a 1.83. So it's not going to take much here with 5 minutes and 20 seconds. If Christy Gardner or Eva could just get one wave, like in a 2-point range, it'd bump them up into the number 2 spot.
Yeah, and all it takes is one turn on that wave, too.
It does.
Or at least the attempt of the maneuver as well, because a lot of our athletes, although they have been finalists in the past, sometimes you're squeaking by with a couple of threes, maybe even a couple of twos. I know in my experience here at the ISA, I've had to make heats where I'm grinding to get a 2. So if you need to actually get that high 1, just remember, if it's coming down to 6 minutes, maybe you're actually looking for that 4 to consolidate your spot in the top 2.
There you go. I mean, because it's a condition thing. You never when you show up at a competition, I can remember the day where you show up and it's 3 to 4 foot, you're just happy. You know that you have a fair chance. Everyone's got some good surf. But when it's, minuscule and it's small, then you got to figure it out. How am I going to get the points? Where am I going to sit? I feel like it's almost harder to get your strategy going when it's smaller.
Oh, 100%. 100%, especially when you're somebody that isn't very used to these kind of conditions either. I was speaking to a lot of the Hawaiian competitors. They are not accustomed to even practicing in something similar to this. And I told them, hey, you don't have to surf this every single day of the year, but just remember, when you are going to come out to compete, at least a month, 3 weeks in advance, take a day aside once a week to actually practice in something similar to this.
Yeah, there you go. And Naomi backing up that 4.5. That should be a nice score for her on that one. That should secure her in that top spot even more so. Lischka gets a wave down. Eva grabbing a wave from Germany. Going down on it, but that should get her a score, I think, on that one. Keep that nose up. There you go.
That's a big, big moment for Christy in this heat, too. Because she was in the number 3 spot with just a .67, Brad.
Yeah.
And now she's going to get something much, much better. Obviously, a very decent-sized drop for Christy right there. But Noemi is just going to extend that lead, possibly going to be even better than that 4.5 she already has. So this is a big moment for Chile. It looks like they might have at least one more finalist this year.
And there you go. Audrey Pascual, she gets up on one. This is an important wave. She's paddling along, just trying to keep that going, go as long as she can, as far as she can. She'll take that all the way to that board hits the sand. And there you go. So that's going to help her out. Naomi Alvarez, a 4.5 and a 3.5.
Nice. Eva.
Oh, Eva needed to get a wave, and she got one there. Important wave for her.
Nice change of directions, too.
Yeah.
At the end, and she's stoked. Look at her smile.
Got it.
Dude, this is rad. And both Audrey and Eva from European countries. They're both from inland parts of their countries. Audrey is from Madrid, and she still resides there. And Eva is from Munich. So they're both far inland, no coastline whatsoever. And to see them actually competing by themselves in the Pacific Ocean,
Such a good
to
feeling.
me that would be super intimidating.
It's such a good feel-good deal, though, on that. So Eva did jump up into the 3 spot, so Christy Gardner gets bumped down to a 3 down to 4. Audrey Pasquale with the 1.67 and the 1.83. And then Naomi's been having quite the morning out there, 4.5 and a 3.5.
Just 8-point heat total, pretty good sum for how conditions are and how challenging it is. So she should be super stoked with her performance in this heat. And I would imagine that all the coaches on the shoreline, with how the rain is pouring right now, they're probably getting soaked.
Have you ever seen a situation where a coach just went out way too far?
Yeah.
Like out to his chest and he's yelling at his athlete?
No, I remember one time seeing a coach almost yelling at one of the other athletes in the water.
Not good.
Like he was about to yell at one of the other athletes that was competing against his own. Like, it was kind of scary. I was like, take it easy. We're at a world team championship, first of all, so you're representing your nation. And it might not be very good if you're kind of yelling at somebody from a different nation. People are going to think you're not very nice.
Especially with cameras rolling,
Yeah.
too, the whole 9 yards out there. Well, time winding down in this one. We'll see if our competitors can get one more wave here before it goes. But right now, Naomi Alvarez holding on to that number 1 spot. Audrey Pasquale in that number 2 spot. Evalishka from Germany, number 3. Christy Gardner, new to surfing, in that number 4 spot with 20 seconds to go here.
And Eva doesn't need much. A 1, 2, 3.
Can she does? Yeah, just a 1, 2, 3.
So maybe if she scraps into this and she actually gets to her knees, that could be the score. It seems like
3.
time wound it down.
Is it 1? Nope, that's going to be time right there.
She was close, too. But remember, it doesn't matter how you're
matter.
positioned in the heat. What matters are your totals and how they add up.
Well, some good surfing action, and we got more coming up for you right there. We're just going to finish up with round 2, women kneel, and then we'll be moving on. We got your wave ski round 1. 3 elimination heats in that one on the way, and we'll be turning things over to Bo and Roy coming up for that. Well, it's your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championship. More surfing action, wave ski. It's coming up next. Don't go away.
Ourselves, because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back. We are in day number 3 of the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Roy Tuscany, and we are now entering for the first time of this event in the wave ski division. And we've got 3 exciting heats in the first heat. Jeff Munson will be in red. Victoria Fage from Canada. That's right. Victoria's gone from Neil to wave ski. And Roy, I need some help with this next name in yellow. Who is she?
Oh, Elena Nichols, my wife.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and in the booth today, we even have, the real star of Elena and I, which is Gunnar Owen Alexander Tuscany. And if we want to get a quick little, ratings up boost, it usually happens with babies.
Hey,
and
buddy.
so we brought Gunnar on set. Look, Gunnar, there's Mom. She's out there in the yellow jersey. Look, and you're all dry watching Mom surf. She's out there on her max ski, out there with Jeff Munson and also Victoria. And this is a pretty incredible heat right here. Jeff Munson, who is kind of like what we call the barometer for wave skiing, you can always gauge a contest on how Jeff does in there.
Totally.
The craziest thing is Jeff lives at one of the heaviest breaks in the world, and also the break where he broke his back. So you talk about full circle redemption. Jeff Munson, living at Puerto Escondido, broke his back there, and now lives there full time and surfs there regularly on a wave ski. Something that's not there. Here comes Mom right here, Gunnar. Mom's catching that first wave. And you know what? With a day like today, that right there is you got to catch waves when they show up. But then you didn't see that. Don't worry. Mom just needed to get her hair wet, bud. She didn't have time to take a shower this morning. But that's Mom right there, bud. But yeah, back to Munson is like, what a concept to, break your back at a point and not allow it to defy you, but actually allow to, relive your favorite passion.
Yeah, here we go. Munson, he's won the silver medal every ISA event. He's been silver backup. He's been the bridesmaid to Philippe Lima. And guess what? Philippe's not here. So we're going to have a brand new gold medal world champion here at the ISA Para Surfing Championships. Here we go. Elena Nichols up and riding.
Up on riding on that first wave. A quick little replay. Hey, it's good. Mom has surfed a total of 3 days since the birth of this little guy, Gunnar, here. So to have Mom out in the ocean, I think, is a really big thing. And the good news is she has really good wave knowledge. And I think we're going to see that today as, yesterday, Brad J. and I talked a lot about how we had to make sure that wave selection was one of the key things to having a good heat. And Nichols out front. Mom's out front. 2.0, buddy. 2.0. Mom is leading right now.
All right. She is the gold medal world champion back in 2018 and 2017. And also competing with the men.
Yeah. And, she won the U.S., Open of surfing. She actually beat Munson there.
Yeah.
Munson, again, got silver. Now, it's kind of crazy at this event. There's kind of 2 categories that's really been like that, Bo, the whole time. One being prone men's 1, which is now men's prone 1. Christian Otter-Bailey, 4-time silver medalist here behind Denmark's Bruno Hansen. And then the same thing here in wave ski. But as you mentioned, Felipe Lima is not here this year. And actually, Felipe put together a pretty amazing Instagram post this morning asking why there is this divide. Why are they not seeing wave ski as a part of the surf community? And I think if anybody is correct to pose that, it's definitely Felipe Lima. What he can do on a wave ski is absolutely on par or above what a lot of able-bodied surfers can do.
Here we go, open
here's
face
Victoria, just again, borrowed board, just surfed a heat, and already catching more waves, than she did in that last heat. It's pretty impressive to see the wave knowledge that she's been able to garner over there because, Bo, has she ever been on her own equipment? Here comes Elena catching another wave. It's a small face. Elena catching a wave. It's kind of reforming. And here she's waiting for this other one. She's going to see, comes back up. Out and over, but that's Elena's second wave. And while we want to learn more about Elena, when I can tell you as much as I can, I think this piece really dives into her story.
My name is Elena Nichols, and I'm from San Diego, California.
Yeah, so I'm a wave skier, and basically a wave ski is a surfboard that you sit on, you strap in at the waist, and use a kayak paddle to propel yourself into the wave. After you're on the wave, you can set the kayak paddle into the face to cut up and down it. And when you do fall over, you can either roll it like a kayak or you eject from the belt and jump back on the board. The ISA World Adaptive Surf Championships have given us a platform to work from. So all over the world, people with disabilities that love to surf have figured out how to surf, and now the ISA have really provided us a platform to grow from. And so as a female in the sport, it's really exciting to be a part of the infancy of this growth. It's an incredible time to be a part of this movement. It's really exciting. So the women's adaptive surf movement is so close to my heart. I feel so free catching a wave and being out in the ocean by myself. I just want to spread that love to every other female with a disability that wants to experience that as well. The piece of advice I'd give myself, maybe my 15-year-old self pre-injury, is regardless of what life is about to throw at you, and there will be some curveballs, no matter what you do, just keep moving forward and everything's going to be okay.
Oh, yeah, and this is not her best sport.
No, I mean, if you go from a medal or title count, skiing, actually, basketball, truly, as she has a lot of Pan Am medals as well, but also she is the first ever female to have gold medals in summer and winter Olympic sports. She did it in wheelchair basketball in 2008, and then in 2010 in Vancouver, she went home with 2 golds, 1 silver, and a bronze.
And she competed in the Brazil Summer Para Games, right?
She did. She competed in para kayak, para canoe there. But the way that's classified, an individual with a spinal cord injury is also competing against an individual with a spinal cord. There is that wave from Victoria. Now, the one thing that I think we really need to talk about Victoria is the fact the double duty in less than 40 minutes turnaround, switching bibs, switching boards, and also that board belongs to Tanel Bolt. Actually, High Fives purchased that board for Tanel almost 3 years ago for her first ever competition in Hawaii, and now seeing the board resurrecting again to Victoria using it, it's showing how much those Canadians love being together.
Well, actually in the water in this heat, you got 3 world champions.
You do.
You know, you've got Mr. Jeff Munson, who has known, nothing but success in this sport. Elena Nichols, 2-time world champion of this event, and also Victoria Fage, she won the Neal division.
Yes, exactly. And actually, Victoria is the 2019 U.S. Open Adaptive Champion. Her and Elena competed in that. Elena, 6 weeks off pregnancy, first time in the water. And I don't know, were you there this year?
Oh, yeah.
That?
Oh, yeah.
Well, how about those conditions?
Let me tell you, when I say it's 6 feet, it's 6 feet Hawaiian.
Oh, my God.
It was over 10 feet on the face.
I competed in that, and, I don't get in the water as much as I'd like to because of where we live and also just occupation. But when I do, I love me a good 4-foot wave. But let me tell you, I'm not so sure how I feel about 6-foot closeouts with a pier there, and there was so many water patrol ensuring that people weren't going into the pier, as that rip current that day was like pinging people into the pier.
Well, coming up in our next heat is the event organizer of the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships down in Oceanside, Charles Chaka Webb. He'll be coming up in the next heat competing here with Team USA. So, we've got the best of the best, and men and women have to compete together in this round.
They do, because at this point, we just have not gotten enough participation. The sport is starting to pick back up, though. Ian McLeod, the owner of Max Ski, the board that Jeff Munson's on, the board that Elena Nichols is on, and a board that we're going to see a lot of the other competitors on, Ian has really taken to the craft of not just creating a single model that'll work across the board. He spends time with each surfer, analyzes their surfing, and then builds a board specific to them. He has a really great eye to see how that board could help that person with that disability. And, you know, I got super lucky. I got to go to the BSR Cable Park in Waco with Ian this year. And the board that he built for me, I ended up getting to spend the whole time crafting it with him in a very contained area. And the result has been nothing but magic.
And don't forget Steve Bainey from Infinity. He makes some beautiful wave ski boards and adaptive. In fact, for us at Access Surf Hawaii, he's made a double tandem wave ski where we take individuals of all kind of disabilities out to experience the surf, and they have the time of their lives, and they're in the front seat, and I'm in the back seat steering with foot pedals and the paddle and everything like that. So, I mean, there are multitude of designers and shapers and things like that. So shouts out to Steve over at Infinity and Dave and the crew down there making adaptive equipment for athletes and for programs like Amp Surf, Stoke for Life, Access Surf Hawaii, and around the world.
You know, we actually just sent you guys 3 wave skis over to Access Surf in Maui. We had an abundance of wave skis left over at our Santa Cruz spot that we used to house all our equipment. We ended up sending you guys Access Surf from High Fives. We sent you guys 3 wave skis to keep growing that program.
I can't wait to
introduce
them
Steve,
to the athletes.
But back to Steve Bainey, my love for surfing, my first experience, and I imagine there's more people just like me that can say Steve Bainey is the reason I got into the ocean. That double wave ski with the rudders that he has and him in the back, and as you said, you can propel people as well, and it really gives people the idea of what that sensation is on the wave, to almost hook someone instantly to say, this is what surfing feels like, and I want to give you that gift. And that, you got to call it a contraption, because that's what it is, Bo. It's a contraption. It's a 2-man wave ski, and that contraption has brought more and more people out into the ocean and giving them the opportunity to feel what Jeff Munson's doing right here on this wave.
Let's watch Munson on this tag. Look at that. Hits the lip, turns it, and then redirects. I mean, he's just a master of all tricks.
You know, the things that you see him do on a wave, from doing 360s with no fins on to always, sometimes he always finds a barrel. I feel like even when there's not a barrel around, he always finds a said barrel, which is
and he's a tall guy.
And that's where I was going to go next. He's a really tall guy. So when someone of that height can still get his hair wet in conditions, he's going to find one today. You watch. He will find one today.
All right, here goes Victoria. Victoria's a lot like Elena. She's multi-talented in different sports also.
They're both really strong. They both have a really good eye for surfing, for sports in general. And, I think that really speaks to, why you see them being so successful is the fact that they're able to take the skills that they have in one discipline, if it's surfing, if it's multiple disciplines within surfing, or if it's a different sport, they take that same mentality, and they're both really physically fit. And when you're physically fit, it's easy to go from sport to sport.
All right, Munson's in the lead, 6.83 of 5.0. Lena Nichols not too far behind. She's matching that 5, but she's lacking on her backup wave, a 2.2, so she needs another 6 to catch Jeff. And Victoria Fage needs a 3.5 to move up into that top 2. Here we go. There's the judges. There's Kirk Page, our lead judge, with the sheets of paper, and we can see the crew, and these guys are from around the world.
And this year we have, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 adaptive specific judges and 3 able-bodied judges, correct?
Totally, yeah. We've got adaptive surfers because they help bring and they help entwine the judging panel. John Davis.
Yes.
Former competitor. Yeah, Kirk. And there's more athletes checking in, getting ready, Team USA.
There is a member of Team USA, Betancourt. She is in the prone women's 1 division. She is a veteran, and that's one thing she always does. She's always fired up. Like right there's a perfect example of how she usually is around all the different surfs. And here comes Munson again in the red jersey, matching his wave. And again, here we go. Here's what we're talking about. A guy over 6 feet tall that is still making this wave right here look large for the day. And there's that trickery that we always talk about. And it usually sometimes ends with that because he's bigger than the water that he's floating in.
Exactly. I mean, he's probably sitting right there as he fell off the board. It's
Yeah.
such low tide right now. Elena on the quick turnaround, could not drop in on that wave. It was kind of fat. So she's going to let that go by. Oh, my God, 3 minutes remaining in this heat. Feels like the heat just started.
Yeah, it really does. I think we're seeing a lot of great intensity today, which has been a lot of fun. You know, we just got handed a score sheet, and look at this. The lady who turned around for a second heat, Victoria from the women's kneel division, she is moving on for the finals. She is qualified. She did 2 waves of 4.93 and a 4.17. Best
No, that was day one.
Oh, my God. Look
These
at that.
are the scores today.
I couldn't
6
see
and
that.
a 5.
A 6 and a 5. There's Brad J's favorite call right there.
Boa vida.
Wow, Jeff just put down while we were seeing how the crowd is firing up. Jeff just put down another 6.0 wave right there at 6.07. Jeff is definitely going to make sure that he's going to be moving on. Elena and Victoria both within 0.17 of each other. We've got under 3 minutes left. Elena's really got to up that second score to continue staying in that second spot. And, you know, it's pretty funny. There's the next round, and you talk about some godfathers of wave ski. They're sitting right next to each other in the red bib out there. From England, Sir Spike Kane, or as you like to call him, how do you say it in Hawaiian? Kane. And then the guy we talked about, the man behind the U.S. Open of Adaptive Surf, the founder and CEO of Stork for Life, Charles Chaka Webb.
Now, this is an elimination round here in the first round. Since wave ski is not a team total sport, and due to the crunch that we're eliminating Sunday due to the lack of surf that we're having, we're going to be surfing all the way through 6:30 today. Third place will be eliminated. Right now, Victoria Fage, she needs a score of a 3.55 to get into that top 2. So top 2 out of these three.
Here's that 6.07 wave that we saw where Munson's going to come down, kind of sees, okay, this wave's going to reform. Why not just throw in one of these little, as Bo called it, his trickery, and one of those 360s. And unfortunately, he fell in about 3 inches of water, and when you're 6 foot whatever, you can sit there and be totally fine.
All right, time ticking away here. We've just got about 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining.
1 minute, 10 seconds.
Here we go. So this will be Victoria's last chance to advance into the semifinals. Top 2 of all these round 1 heats in the wave ski will advance to the semis, and Victoria goes down. But Victoria, as we just announced, has made the final in the women's, and she's
in the 1 seed.
Exactly. She's also the defending world champion in the women's kneel.
You know, again, Victoria on that borrowed board is really in a different spot. Elena coming in quick, sees a little corner.
Takes off reverse.
Takes off switch on it.
I don't think she was planning that, but she owned it.
She did own it, I got to say. And then she even, I think, gave to the camera. She's like, do I claim this or do I not? Here she is again.
Now watch the tongue. It'll come. Take off. She goes, I've got this.
Yeah.
I've got this.
She looked right at it the whole time, spun around.
There's the tongue.
Yeah. I got to say, I got to give it to her. I mean, I could be impartial a little as well.
She goes, I got to work on that. That's a new maneuver.
You know, if she could have turned that around, went into a reform or something like that, I think that she'd be more stoked on. But here we go. 1 second left, and it looks like Munson's going to catch one into the beach. Elena's last wave, the switch there scores a 1.63 actually. So
well,
count it.
She can work on that. Well, the heat has ended. Jeff Munson first, Elena Nichols second, advanced into the semifinals, and that was a fun heat and always fun when you can announce your wife as a competitor.
Oh man.
We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, heat number 2, round number 1 of the wave ski division. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
AmpSurf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AmpSurf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to La Jolla. The 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championships underway, day number 3. This is a 5-day event, been condensed down to the situation with 4 days, so we'll finish up tomorrow. And here we go, out in the water in yellow. Charles Webb, better known as Chaka, and the founding member of Stoked for Life. Sir Spike Kane from England, from Liverpool, will be in red, and Ethan Cryer. Man, this is a stacked heat. All these heats are stacked.
You know, it's really great to see. You know, with the wave ski becoming an invitational component of this, they really got to hand select the competitors. We're missing a couple. Rich Julian is one that comes to mind, and then obviously Felipe Lima, the 4-time champion of this, who decided to stay home and is not here, which means, will Jeff Munson go from the bridesmaid to the bride today after being the 4-time silver medalist here, always runner-up to Felipe Lima?
And, too, we have men and women competing together. Don't forget Mirava also in this event. She'll be coming up in the next heat. So we have 3 Wahinis, 3 females, as we see Spike up and riding. And Spike, yes, competing in double duty like Victoria Fage in wave ski and in the prone division.
You know, we haven't seen Ethan yet. Ethan is in white, and he is currently leading this, but so far the cameras have been stuck on the 2 men who are definitely founding fathers of this sport and also keep the stoke going, hence the name Stoke for Life from our good friend Chaka right there, who had that is a great little wave that Chaka found.
Oh, yeah, he's milking it.
That, you know, he definitely stayed right in the pocket. Here's Ethan. Ethan, a member of Team USA, actually knocking Jeff
Going to
off
be
of the
okay.
team
I'm
this
going to
past
be
year.
okay.
And,
I'm going to be.
You know, Ethan has definitely spent more and more time in the ocean, and it's really showing as not only his wave knowledge, but also his wave selection and his wave etiquette has continually grown each year that he progresses in the sport.
Okay, on the turnaround here, taking a look. Spike not going, but Ethan will on the corner, and he's got to get down the face of the wave. And for La Jolla Shores being this small, it's harder on the wave ski to catch a ride.
It really is. You know, the wave ski displaces so much volume of water. And when that happens, if there's not much push behind it, you're literally pushing the force out of the wave by the vessel that you're on. But here he is, Spike, please say it.
Kane.
And some might call him Michael Caine from England. You know, Spike is like the wise man of the sport. And not only does he have incredible knowledge in the surf, but he's also a world-class sailman.
Oh, yeah.
He actually competed in the R2AK, where him and 2 other individuals with disabilities took a boat all the way from there to Alaska. So his knowledge of the ocean is huge. And to find out more about Spike, let's check out this little video.
To be okay. I going 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 to be okay. Going to be okay. I 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 going to be okay.
We apologize for that. We got some technical difficulties in our video, and we're going to get back to that. On screen right now is Charles Webb, Chaka Kane. Chaka right out there. Excuse me, Chaka Webb. And another thing about Chaka, he competed at the old Battle of the Paddle down at Dana Point, you know, the Super Bowl of sup racing. That's right. He's a sup paddler. Congratulations, Mommy. Elena's So Elena Nichols coming in. Brief.
Tracy, because it got cold, Tracy brought him back to the hotel.
Okay, so we're just communicating. Good job, good job. You made the semis. Gunnar got on camera? Yeah, he was announcing with us.
I love you.
All right, we're just checking in with Mom over there, so aloha, so fine with that. But, yeah, going back to Chaka, he has an apparatus with a stand-up board and what we call amas, you know, if you ever seen an outrigger canoe, where both sides help him balance a wheelchair on a stand-up board, and he did the distance race.
You know, I'm never amazed by anything, Chaka. So this year at the U.S. Open Adaptive Surf, this is on the exact opposite spectrum of what you're saying, but it really speaks to who Chaka is. In the middle of his event, he had over 700 custom lowrider bikes do a parade through the U.S. Open to welcome it. Now, we did have the opening ceremony series of opening nations. Chaka spun it and brought over 700 lowrider bicycles. And there he is catching a great wave right there. What I'm going with is nothing amazes me more than the many different facets that are Charles Chaka Webb. From competing in Battle of the Paddle to having 700 friends with a custom lowrider bike parade for the U.S. Open Adaptive Surf.
Well, there you go. Ethan Cryer had the lead, but now Charles Chaka Webb has now taken the lead with that last score. So Charles in the lead. And remember, third place will be eliminated in this heat. Top two of these three-man heats will advance into the semifinals. So Spike on the bubble right now, a 2.33 required with 11:50 counting down.
You know, in that last heat, we saw Max Ski really dominate. Jeff and Elena both on Ian McLeod's Max Skis. Now, in this heat, Ethan and Chaka, both being SoCal boys, are running that Kings board that you're seeing right here. And actually, the reason we're really bringing that up is Ethan is actually going to start kneel surfing. And he's currently working with the team at Kings to develop a knee-style board that will still give him the ability to surf very much like a wave ski, but it's going to have the ability to allow him to kneel. With a wave ski being eliminated out of it, Ethan wants to remain a member of Team USA and still help our country take on these adaptive surf titles around the world. And from that, he is going to transform and start to focus on kneel surfing, as he has been classified in that division. And, you know, we're going to see what Kings can come up with. Kings has created two great boards for the competitors in the ocean. And then, you know, then there's Spike, who has more boards than anybody in the world and has a board for every condition.
Isn't that amazing? Here we go, Ethan Cryer. Nice carving turn back into the white water and goes down. So 10:35 remaining.
I wonder what board actually that Spike is on today. He's got a Mac, he's got a King, he's got an Infinity, and then he's also got a specialty board from another company that he custom builds as well.
Also, he's got the Union Jack wave ski. You've seen that one, right?
Yeah. You know, when we were in Hawaii this last December with Spike, Spike had created this custom backrest that, you know, mounted into the back of the ski that was adjustable to change heights and could fit in different styles as Spike comes into this wave right here. First wave over Hawaiian trip, Spike snaps the backrest.
Oh, my God.
In unlike Spike form, Spike had only brought one board to Hawaii. So Spike, for the rest of the week, surfed without a paddle, without a backrest, and just did paddle hand surfing everywhere. and he would be in this crunch position, but the second he got up onto a wave, he'd start planing and he'd pop up and catch a wave just like Spike can. And as I say that, I hope that leads us into a perfect wave right here for Spike as he's coming off the corner and just quite doesn't grab it.
All right, Spike riding the hoodie out there in the water too. And he's familiar with the weather up in Seattle and England too, so it tells you how cold the water is. Let's watch Ethan on that last tag, and he tries to go for one more and goes down right here.
Right there, Ethan, this is, again, where we're talking about classification that is it's showing that its ability are matched, and it all comes down to what the ocean is providing for the surfers. Look at the scores that we have here. Each surfer has the capability of surfing a 5, and they all have a low second score. What's really going to happen here in this heat is who catches 2 waves that allow their ability to shine, because the ability for all 3 is all matched. And it's really coming down to what waves are going to be served up for these athletes in the ocean. Look at this. Spike Kane is getting back out on that board. Spike is also surfs in the prone 2, which is assisted men's prone, which means that he has someone catching and pushing him and helping him get back on his board. Wave ski, he doesn't have that, as Ethan pops back up from the whitewash there.
Loses the paddle.
Still having fun, though.
Loses the church. I mean, he lost everything there. But look at that, a 5, 6, 7 on that last maneuver. I love that that snap that he did off the whitewater before it just threw him back down. And that bottom turn that he generates. So this heat's really starting to get interesting. Spike's still behind the bubble right now. Chaka and Ethan are sitting in the advancing spots.
Right now, it's like that last heat, all of a sudden we looked up and there was 3 minutes. Looking up and seeing 8 minutes, it's like, okay, I think that the time warp has slowed down a little bit from the start of the day. But here Spike is, again, we were going over that, he also competes in assisted prone 2, meaning he's got someone helping him at all time. Wave ski's got no one. He just flipped off, and if you know Spike, you know his level of ability. The way Spike is so independent in the water is beyond the word limitless, it's beyond the word inspirational. It really comes down to a guy that has grit. And Spike, as you say it,
Kane,
has pure grit. Is there a word in Hawaiian for that? Is there a Hawaiian word for grit?
I would say akamai.
Yeah, I would say that's Spike.
He's got the mana. He's got the power. He's got the drive.
Yep.
He's got the knowledge.
I think those are all true terms for that man right there.
And how important is that strap for the wave ski athletes? Roy, as you are a competitor, do they really need that to be attached to the equipment?
They really do, because as you get going on the face, the paddle is used to really set the wave, but you have to first get on that wave. And so once you're paddling on it, without having a hip strap, you can't really set the rail. Because with the, majority of the individuals that wave ski, lower extremity is weak or is just not even there. And so by having that, almost every single one of the competitors have hips. And so by having that hip strap, they can really start to set that rail and allow the wave ski to get up on the plane, and then the paddle can take over to set into the wave, to redirect, and to also allow you to change face on the wave.
Now, looking at the boards, and I've been on Rich Julian's board, his board is light.
Yes.
And Spike's board is more of a heavier board, compared to Ethan on the left. So the yellow board's more heavier, more volume, but that fits Spike. For Ethan, he's more on that lightweight composite material, isn't he?
Yeah. The other thing that Spike's board's going to have a little bit more is Spike's seating position. If you look, Ethan is just sitting on a butt pad. Now, if you look at Spike, you can see that he's basically encapsulated inside of there. So Spike has to have additional bracing to give him the support and the ability, if he does fall forward, to get back up. So Spike's boards are always going to be a little bit more heavier. And then you can also see the rail design on Spike's is the rail is really long, because Spike is not going to get a power set. Spike's going to gradually set that rail, and as he does, he wants it to hold. Spike's basically driving a Cadillac in the ocean. It's a high-performance car, but at the same time, it's luxury.
Yeah, and that's a great explanation there. And another thing about Charles Webb, Chaka, in the yellow jersey, he offers prize money. $1,000 first prize at his event at the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships at Oceanside. And prize money for second, third, and fourth place.
And equal pay.
Exactly.
And he does it for every division, regardless of the number of competitors in division.
Right.
He doesn't look at it from, oh, we have 15 competitors in this division, they should deserve a higher pay. No, he's equal across the board. That guy right there knows how to positively push a movement. And that's what he's really done with that U.S. Open Adaptive Serve competition.
So if you want more information, go check out Stoked for Life and check out his cause. And he just told me during the opening ceremony that he signed a 5-year deal with Oceanside, and they're going to be in the second week of September for the next 5 years. So there's going to be a big outing out for that, and we hope many more years and success for Charles with 4 minutes remaining. But, talking with Dana Cummings, some exciting things are happening with Amp Surf 2 coming out later this year. You're going to, I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, but he's working on more projects, more competitions, and more exposure of adapting surfing around the world.
Speaking into that and talking about the guy you talked about first, Charles is actually embracing a massive conceptual idea that, if it comes to fruition, is really going to set a precedent for adaptive surfing and will also help this entire movement. Not just, this name change to Para Surfing Championships here so that we align better with the idea of getting surfing into the Paralympics, but also what individuals like Dana Cummings, what individuals like what Spike is doing, what Jeff Munson is doing, and what Charles Kane is doing, between all their things, and Kara Short as well. Mm-hmm. They're all elevating the platform.
Yeah.
And once that platform is set to a certain height, to a certain mark, there's nothing you can do other than to accept it, embrace it, and help promote it.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and we would love to tell you about it, but it's going to be exciting for all these athletes who are competing here.
It's really going to bring, I would say, legitimacy to this entire thing. Here we go, Spike. Weird. Spike's in the right spot for a wave, but I think he's just a little too early. He's still going to make the most out of it, but it's really, look at that, 3 waves in a row. I think we're going to start seeing a couple more little sets that are going to start showing up and hopefully providing more opportunities for the surfers.
You know who we're missing? We're missing Mark Thornton.
God, the Godfather.
Yeah.
Right there. Actually, is there a term more than Godfather? Because that's what Mark Thornton is. The Mark Thornton right shuffle, you know what I mean? Like, he sets going right, and then he just slides. And then the second that whitewash catches him as he gets out in front, he spins.
Yeah.
And then he cuts back again.
He's got his own style when he grabs the wave ski by the handles on the side. Here's a replay of the last wave for Spike Kane.
You know that Mark Thornton again. So Steve Vanny, 2011, took me out in the 2-person wave ski. I get back to the beach. This light brown kind of, I don't know, stranger danger van, I would call it, shows up, and out comes this dude. And who is it? Mark Thornton, with 2 ginormous Infinity surfboards. And he gave them to myself and 2 other guys, and we just went surfing. With no instruction, no water safety, and a guy named Mark Thornton on the shore giving us tips. Look at this wave that Ethan got. Ethan just got a nice little gem. That is, he is, you got your wave for the day, bud.
Just about a minute to go here in Heat 2, Round 1, elimination round. Top 2 of these 3 will advance on into semifinals. And there's Jose and Otter. Let's watch this wave. Nice carving turn onto the open face, bottom turn, tags it off the top, redirects. Boom, I like this slide of the tail at the end there.
I really like the big gasp of air coming out at the end and then dragging the hands.
Here you go. Finally, I got a combination maneuver ride.
All right, here we go. Spike Kane coming off this back one. As you were talking, a little bit bigger, heavier board, but see the way that rail really pushed the water out of the way and keeps him elevated as that whitewash came in. Spike right here doing what Spike does, just having fun, playing in the little waves. And look at this. There is less than a minute left, and what is Spike doing? He's paddling back out. There is nothing more in a competitor than what you find in Spike Kane.
Okay, well, Spike needs a score. 3.91 on that last wave can get him to second place. 10 seconds remaining. Ethan, great job, my friend. He'll be moving on to the semifinals, but it will be either red or yellow joining him as the horn sounds and ends Heat 2, Round 1. of the wave ski division.
Those final scores locked in. We'll get you the results as soon as they come official.
Okay, so there's Team England.
White's going to like.
We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the results of this heat and bring on heat number 3. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla. Stay tuned.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support Amp Surf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
There she is.
Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We are in heat number 3, round number 1 of the wave ski division. And out in red, there's Jeff Brown representing Ireland. We got, excuse me about that, had the cough. Chris Oberle from Team USA. He'll be in the white jersey and in the yellow jersey from Team Hawaii. That's Branley, newly married Mirava. And I was at Mira's wedding, and there was Chris Oberle was also at the wedding. Victoria was at the wedding. A lot of adaptive athletes were at Mira's wedding, and Mira just gave birth also to a new baby boy.
You know, last year there was a moment in the ocean where Mira and Elena were competing in the December 2018 World Championships for this. And Elena grabbed a wave and ended up winning the event with less than a minute left. But right before that, the two of them hugged. And Elena told Mira right then and there that she was pregnant. And Mira told her that her and her new man were trying. And lo and behold, you know, about 14 months later, they're both here with their babies, and they're both smiling larger than ever, and that was before they even got in the ocean this morning.
Oh, yeah. And Mira was even actually wave skiing pregnant almost up to birth.
Yeah, I would, you know, Mira is Mira, as we see right here, catching a great wave, playing around in it, and, you know, yesterday she went out, and I asked her, I said, Mira, how was surfing? And she goes, oh, today was terrible. And I was, what about tomorrow? And she goes, well, I just hope tomorrow's not terrible. Jeff Brown right there from Ireland. Jeff spends his time in so many different locations. Very amazing multi-sport athlete, actually. Adaptive mountain biking, adaptive skiing, and now really focusing on adaptive surfing. There is Chris Oberle, a.k.a. The Butcher, as I like to refer to him. As not many people know, Chris Oberle grew up in a pig farm in middle America, and now lives in Southern California as an architect. But the many lives of Chris Oberle would be a really great movie if anybody ever wanted to make that.
He also spends a lot of time in Hawaii.
He spends a lot of time in Hawaii.
And now he told me he's living in Vancouver.
Yeah, you know, he dates a fellow competitor here in the PVI2 division from Canada, Ling. He spends his time between San Diego, Tahoe, Seattle, and Vancouver, and Hawaii. Chris is definitely a guy that travels the world, and he definitely is always one that is fun to watch in the ocean.
All right, this is an elimination round, so third place will be eliminated here. And right now, Mirava'a with a one-wave score of a 2.57 currently needs a 3.11 to get into that top two. And Jeff is in the lead, surfer in red. Let's go down beachside and check in with Brad J. Take it away, Brad.
And Brad J here, standing by Ethan Kerr in white, and Ethan taking the win out there in that heat. Talk about that heat out there and what it took to take the win.
It was a little rough. Conditions are small. Small waves are much harder to surf. You know, it takes a little bit of finesse.
Well, wait a minute, though. Let me just kind of bring something up. Your last wave, the heat's almost over. I think there's a minute left. 8.5, biggest wave score we've seen all day. What did it take to pick that jewel out?
I don't know. Just getting lucky. You know, I was looking for that thing all morning. You know, just a little corner, but they're hard to find out there.
And it's not easy. I mean, you guys go against Charles Webb, who's out there too as well. So that's kind of a stacked heat that you had to deal with.
Yeah, Charlie's he can pull it out anytime, but the real dark horse is Spike.
Yeah.
You know, he's got a lot of patience, a lot of wave knowledge, and he just he'll sit out the back and just wait for the bomb and get it all the way to the bricks.
And how much fun is it hanging out with the camaraderie out here with this whole event, with the pairs going on here? It's pretty awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, this, I've been coming for a couple of years. This is the first time I competed, but, I come for more, the smiles more than the surfing.
Does it give you an advantage being Oceanside local, coming out here and knowing La Jolla a little bit?
I don't surf down here too much, You
keep it in Oceanside, right?
No, I surf Oceanside. I surf Cardiff a lot. Sano. Yeah, it's a little tough coming down here, but it's good, because it's March and there's south winds. It's like the only place to surf here in Doheny.
Indeed. Well, thank you so much, Ethan. You're right there, doing a good job taking the win on that one. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks, Brad. Congratulations, Ethan. This is what I love about this community and the community of adaptive surfers is, hey, I surf here, I surf here, I surf here, 20 years ago, you didn't see adaptive surfers out there, And now it's blowing up around the world.
It really is. From not only just the physical activity, but there are great documentaries like Surface on Netflix showing how, foundations very similar to what Dana Cummings does with AMP Surf, another one called Operation Surf, that was documented in that, really shows the impact that it's having on PTSD and mental capacity and trying to heal things that, have been typically healed by a prescription. And who doesn't love getting a prescription to go surf? And when you have that, it really allows you to, move forward from something, because I'll tell you what, any battle you have going on in your head, you take it out into the ocean, Mama Ocean's going to pound it out of you. If it's in the form of waves that you catch or in the form of waves that might break on your head. But no matter what, Mama Ocean is an amazing therapist.
Another great documentary is out there, Bethany Hamilton, Unstoppable. I mean, she's towing into Peahi now, with a one arm and surfing behind a jet ski. And Shane Dorian and the crew and Archie Kalepa and the boys over on Maui are just saying, you know what? Hey, let's put a windsurf harness on her so she doesn't have to pull so hard. And all of a sudden, boom, she was gone and charging.
Yeah. Seeing her compete at Kelly Slater's wave pool event last year really showed that even with, the loss of an upper extremity, the amount of snap that she can get on a turn is at the highest level. It's almost, it proceeds to say what it would look like if she had two arms, because what she does with one arm is absolutely impressive.
She does aerials.
She does aerials. She really does it all, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, there's Jeff Brown again on another max ski. Here we go again, another heat dominated. We saw Mac in the first, and then we saw King in the second.
Yeah.
This heat right here, we've got a almost full max ski wave. Here comes Chris Oberle. Great wave Obes just saw coming out of the back. Look at this one. This is something that we have not seen. Look at the bottom turn from Chris, and everything snaps back up in whitewater washout. But I just got excited there. That was a real wave. Hopefully that is going to speak to what we're going to start seeing here at Bow.
Yeah. So Mirava out the back. And let's watch this wave again. Side takeoff, side slide. Well, this was the wave prior before that. Here we go. Mira, this is back to live action.
All right,
Charging
Mira.
down the line. Let's see. No open face scoring opportunities, so she's going to redirect. Good bottom turn generating there, and she'll just kick out. So time remaining in this heat, just under 12 minutes remaining.
Oh, wait, nope, we just got an update. Just under 10 minutes.
10 minutes remaining. Okay.
Our iPad had to catch up real quick. Chris Oberle just setting a bar, 2 waves that have totaled over 2.5. Jeff Brown not far behind in Mira. Just like Elena, Mira has not spent that much time in the water since giving birth. And luckily for both of them, they are absolute natural talents. Here we go on that replay that we talked about with Mira early. Just not really any opportunities for her. Look at her. She's slapping the wave. And then Mira
love this
style,
turn here.
just huge turn. You know, unfortunately gets flipped over there. But Mira has the ability to all of a sudden turn on a dime. And, you know, the coolest thing is you see her hair move after the board does.
Oh, yeah. Her hair is always flowing out there. Mira had a breakout moment, I think it was about 3 years ago, competing at the Hawaii Amateur Surfing competition. We had an event at Sandy Beach, all right? Now, there's a surf spot at Sandy Beach, not the shore break, but it's called Full Point off on the left-hand side where they used to hold the old Gotcha Pro event back in the 80s. And Mira, you know, the entry and exit out there's a lot of reef, but it's a good forming left-hand wave. And Mira was kind of intimidated. She goes, you know, so I was helping coach her because I'm an ex-lifeguard there at Sandy Beach. Mira went out there and dominated Full Point and scored a perfect 10.
Yeah.
Never surfed the break before, but once she got out there, she was a natural.
She has a connection to the water that, you know, really shows, you know, that living on an island, having ocean water around you at all times, gives you a skill set of knowledge that you just can't get unless that is in your eyes every day.
And here's another story about Mira, how she got into wave ski and into the water. Access Surf offers this day at the beach, a free outing every first Saturday of the month over at White Plains and Eva Beach on the west side of Oahu. And she heard about it, and she was like, I'm going to go to this thing. You know, maybe it'd be fun. She comes down to the parking lot, and she goes, I can't get out of the car. I'm not going to go. And it took her 2 or 3 times doing that parking lot, like, I want to do this thing. You know, maybe this is for me, maybe not. And then she didn't. And all of a sudden, when she did, she has never missed a day at the beach ever since then.
You know, 2 years ago at the Hawaii Championship, seeing her kind of welcome everybody and her force. She has an absolute force. You know, that's what this sport needs, are folks like Mira and Elena that can be not only role models for others to be, you know, included in this, but also folks that the media, that, you know, the marketing and others can get behind to showcase that this is for everybody. Here we go. Mira paddling in, getting an open face for sure. We're going to see what Mira can do on this. Gets the tail up, coming back down, a little quick reform. Mira's paddling, and she's going to get another little open face. It's not pumping, but the waves are there, and it's really how are you going to be creative on the faces that you're given.
Mira's been the silver medalist in the last 2 ISA World Championships here behind your wife, Elena Nichols, and she's also been competing with the men. And last year, she got into the final and got a bronze medal behind Jeff Munson and Felipe Lima. How's that?
That's a pretty good stack top 3 right there. And as we've talked about here, you know, Felipe Lima not present this year, so his reign of 4 consecutive gold medals here in the wave ski is going to come to an end, and we're going to have a first-time champion in this because Felipe stayed back in Brazil.
There's Leah doing some water safety duties there, representing Access Surf and Team Hawaii. Eric Welton getting ready for his upcoming heat just around the corner.
What a great piece of information I got from you the other day, just talking in knowing that is the man behind North Shore Prosthetics.
Oh, yeah.
What an influential person of getting, you talk about Access Surf, getting people like Mira back in and others, the stories they have, but then you talk about it from a manufacturer standpoint, an individual creating a device that allows others to go participate, and he can speak exactly to it. He knows exactly what is probably best for certain folks because he has tested it himself.
Oh, yeah, and he's an engineer, a graduate from the University of Hawaii. He's engineered mechanical wheelchairs in the sand. To carry equipment. So he's always thinking of something because he's an adaptive surfer.
Exactly.
And he pays it back forward since he found surfing through Access Surf and he wants to pay it back. You know how he pays it back? He sponsors all adaptive athletes at their amateur contest in Hawaii.
Yeah, and it's just, I talked about it the other day when we brought up his name, but Tommy Cahoon the fourth. Tommy, every single time he goes over to the Hawaiian Championships, he goes and spends a couple extra days there and makes sure that all his equipment is either dialed or he ends up getting new equipment, all personally made for, the way that Tommy surfs from a surfer that are both amputees.
And Tommy, where are you, buddy? You should be here.
Broken leg,
oh,
unfortunately.
No.
Tommy broke his leg in a snowboarding accident. Tommy's been living in the Magic Stoke bus. He has converted a short yellow bus into a living facility, and Tommy has been touring around. Tommy was getting back into the shred mission.
Oh, my God.
On snowboard, and unfortunately hit his leg, his good leg,
yeah.
and snapped the tib fib.
Tommy Cunahan not only won the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships in the stand division, but also the U.S. Open. He had a clean sweep last year.
He really did. And, if things keep progressing, there could be a future where something like that would lead to bigger things.
Yeah. Well, 3.5 minutes remaining. Oberle has first place, but Mira Va'a has now moved into second, putting Jeff Brown, who was in the lead at the beginning of this heat, down to third place. And remember, elimination round, third is eliminated, top two to the semis.
Jeff, they played a commercial, and we were, coming in a couple minutes late to this. We didn't even actually get to see Jeff's 3.57 in 3. They had caught right out of the gate, caught 2 waves. And, yesterday talking to Brad Jay about that, there's kind of 2 different theories. It's like catch as many waves as you can and incrementally improve each of them. Or do you really try to source out those waves that have the higher opportunities of scores? Now, we see Chris Oberle out here. He sees a little gem. We're going to see Chris try to paddle, paddle, paddle. And is Chris going to end up on this? Now, look at this. Chris finds another wave with another face. Chris has found 2 waves like this today where he's actually gotten the opportunity to put a little bit of maneuvers on the face of a wave.
Yeah, he scored that 5.67 on the wave prior to that, so good job for Chris, and Chris is just going to increase his lead there. But Mira, with a 4.27 on her last ride, has moved herself out of third into second with 2.5 minutes remaining, and Mira has first priority.
And Mira also, her second wave's a 2.93. It's not a great one, but with her scoring that 4.27, we know that she has a great opportunity to get a score that's probably above that 4.27, and she's just getting warmed up.
Yeah.
This is her second day surfing since giving birth to her son. So let's see that in the last 2 minutes, if the strategy of are we going to grab any wave or are we going to grab the best wave and see what high score we can potentially put on the face of it.
All right, Chris Oberle in white in first, Mira Va'a from Hawaii in yellow in second, Jeff Brown from Ireland in red in third. There's Team Japan.
There's one of those high five Stoke for life U.S. Open Adaptive Surf. I don't know what you call ponchos that we purchased for everybody this past year on Team Japan right there. All right, we've got less than 2 minutes. Oberle is in a very comfortable position, especially after getting a 5.9 on that last wave. It's really going to come down to, is Jeff Brown going to find a wave that's going to help improve that 3.57, because his 3 is above Mira's 2.93, or is Mira going to catch that one wave, get to perform a lot of the maneuvers that we're usually typically to see of her, and just elevate her score above that 4.27 mark?
Okay, right now the ocean is pretty calm right now.
The ocean has gone calm. Here we go. Mira, I think, is going to say, hey, I've got a minute left. I got a wave right here. Let's see what Mira gets here. She's gonna make as much as she can out of this. One big cutback, and she's going to paddle, 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 and the wave is just going to disappear.
1 minute remaining on the clock. Stand by for scores. Last of yellow for Miravala. She'll be paddling out, so judges are conferring right now. We're going to keep a close eye there on the screen and see what that score comes in. But
All
in
right,
the meantime, Chris Oberle.
Again, he keeps finding waves in the right spot that are giving him the opportunity to do what others aren't getting to do, which is get to play on those open faces. There he is. He even gets under a small little bit of water right there. Does tip over at the top, but Chris really showing that there are potential waves out there to be had. Jeff Brown kind of just grabbing what's left with 20 seconds left in the heat. We see Mira right there on a max ski. This whole heat right here, the 1-2 going home on a max ski, very similar to the heat number 1 where the max ski went 1-2 again. Jeff Brown's he's taking his way in, and you know, this is unfortunate that the way that we've had to condense things down, it's, you know, you end up third in these, it's one and done. But at the same time, we've got to get as much surfing in as possible.
Mira gets a 3.5 on her last wave, solidifies second place, moves on to the semis along with Chris Oberle. So unfortunately for Jeff Brown, he's eliminated in this elimination round. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to bring back Brad and Mitch for the call of the next heat. You're watching the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
AmpSurf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AmpSurf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
My name is Dana Cummings. I'm the founder and president of AmpSurf. So today we got about 13 participants out here. So these are all people living with various disabilities, anything from quadriplegia to traumatic brain injuries, vets with PTSD and stuff like that. So the main objective of AmpSurf and doing these clinics is to let people know that they can do anything they set their minds to, is adapt and overcome, and give them the focus on their abilities. That healing power of the ocean, when you get out there and just feel that rush of riding that wave, you can't help but feel good, just feel great. And so someone that's living with different types of disabilities, PTSD or a physical disability, something like that, feeling that rush and that power of the wave just really picks them up and makes them feel good about life, and it just makes them want to live and live strong. So the rest of this week is just going to be epic. We've got about 140 athletes from around the world. It's just going to be an epic session to see these guys all compete and see who gets crowned world champion.
Hello everybody and welcome to beautiful La Jolla for the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championship. This is a very, very special event since this year we welcome AmpSurf as the title sponsor. Not too long ago, surfing didn't have a Para Surfing World Championship, and a lot of the para surfers in their communities didn't have a way to surf for a national titles and to be part of a national para surfing team. That has completely changed in the last few years. But the para surfing movement belongs to all of you, and the para surfing movement, it's all of you. The ocean belongs to all of us. The ocean wants all of us, and in exchange, we need to love the ocean, take good care of it, and be ambassadors of the ocean. That's what we are. That's what we're here today.
It is my great pleasure and honor to declare the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championship officially open.
And good morning once again. We are back in the booth here at 9 o'clock in the morning here. Brad J. joined by Mitchell Salazar with the call, and we move on into Visually Impaired 2, round one qualifying heat in this one, Mitchell.
Yes, sir, and it's going to be an interesting one because we have 4 surfers from different parts of the world, so I'm going to be interested to see what each one of their strategies is like, especially considering that they can see a bit compared to those who are actually in Visual Impaired Division 1.
And so we see some replays of the start of this thing.
And Ling Pai, our Canadian competitor here with a beautiful opening ride. And then our surfer in blue, Celia Gramse from Spain. Nice opener as well. So for things to kick off in such a short fashion, we've got some scores on the board already, Bradley.
I mean, it did not take long, did it?
They knew they're here to compete, and they're trying to get things done. And look at our competitor in red, Lou Machiche from France, too. And she's also doing well. But this, to me, Ling Pai on the replay, this was off air. And, oh, my Lord, she's going to get a large score.
Look at this, too. And there's Cecilia Gramps going at it. Wow, some good reactions, some good waves right off the bat. And, I mean, we barely just got this thing started. And you see White up and riding on this one. That is Melissa Reed from England. Got some England weather going on here in La Jolla. So she's probably feeling right at home right now. All right, let's check in with Bo, standing by with the winner of our last heat. Bo.
Thanks a lot, Brad. We're down here beachside with another mommy and baby, of course, Miraval. Way to hang tough in that heat. I know it was frustrating with the small conditions out here at La Jolla Shores. You're not usually used to a beach break, but you were in third place for a good majority of that heat, and you found that wave that got you into the top 2 to get you in the semifinals. Talk about surfing in these challenging conditions.
You know, sometimes we're given this, and we just got to go with it and make the best of it, you know. Thankfully, I sat on the right spot when that small wave came, and I saw an opportunity, and I just went for it. So it was amazing to, you know, to got that second place and to make it through to semifinal. So I'm having fun, you know, with my baby here.
Oh yeah, we're bearing the lead over here. Now Mira just recently gave birth and got married. We were at the wedding just, 2-3 weeks ago?
Yeah, 3 weeks ago. So, you know, and we had fun. With this in the back of the line.
Talk about the new addition to the family.
Well, this is Manu Toa. This is his first entrance to the, you know, to the world surfing. So I think he's having fun, right, Manu? And you know, he's adapting to what I'm doing as well, you know. And the whole family this is like a family thing for me. And you know, shout out to my, you know, to my husband and kids back home, you know, and this is for them. Oh gosh.
How was it exciting getting back in the water? I remember seeing you wave ski at Access Surfer the day at the beach, even pregnant, and how important is surfing to you in your life?
It's very important. You know, this is where I go. This is my therapy. You know, it's a place of freedom for me. You know, this is where I leave everything behind and just go and regroup in the water. You know, to think about, you know, what's next. You know, and this is what's next right now. It's ISA Adaptive World. So this is where all those worked when I was 7 months pregnant and in the water trying to get it, you know, and I only had to practice back home, you know, because this guy was in my belly for a while. So this is very, very exciting, and you know, it's an honor to be here and represent Hawaii.
Well, both you and Elena, with mommies, compete competing, and you guys competing with the men, which is not, normal, but you're normally competing with men in the wave ski division, and you both advanced to the semifinals. Congratulations and all the best, and go win a world championship.
Thank you. Yes, we will. And go Team Hawaii. Yeah, and all the mummies out there.
All right, back up to you guys.
I wonder what that wedding was all about, because she said they had a lot of fun, and then Bo kind of went away from the hall being at that wedding and what went down. So it sounds like they went large.
True,
Yeah.
he did kind of divert his attention after she mentioned that Bo was actually present. No, but I mean, he asked her a very important question, like, what's surfing for you, especially considering that you're a new mother. What's it like for you to actually be out here competing with people in the same situation as you? And she said that it is her therapy. And that's really, the beauty of this event, is that everybody here is for the same exact reason. They get away from their normal lives, from their everyday lives, to actually be here and enjoy themselves. And
I've always said, though, too, with surfing, it seems like as we see a lot of exchanges going on, too, and seeing the replays here, I've always said that things could be going at their worst. You could be, late on your rent, the dog bit the mailman, your girlfriend's mad at you. But when you paddle out, it's like everything's a clean slate. There's the only thing I think about when I get out in the water is just catching that next wave and just having fun.
And I was talking to one of our athletes from Team USA, Jose Martinez, and he was saying that his job is a motivational speaker. And after coming back from war in Afghanistan, he had a tough time dealing with things, and through surfing, he was able to really rehabilitate his life and become a person that will motivate others to the exact same thing. So, it's beautiful to see, especially this division, because you have people from England representing their country where conditions are super similar, so they can actually succeed and kind of stand out a little bit more here in La Jolla.
Look at that. Gets into a little double up. Nicely done. Luma, she's from France. Like, staying with it. That's some smart surfing right there. You see that little bump in front. Maybe if I get back down in front of that thing, I can get a little more speed going.
And undoubtedly going to be her best score of this heat so far, and she's one of our youngest competitors in this division, too.
Look at that. Buries the nose, Cecilia, and then brings the nose back up and gets up on that wave. That's solid. Staying with it, too, all the way.
Yeah, the Spanish surfer, Celia Gramse. Really, really nice way to recover after digging a rail when she was dropping in on that one. And, and
pulled it right up.
And for somebody that hasn't been surfing for that long, this is interesting to see how Celia was actually able to recover in a place that she doesn't know that well either. So comparing it to her normal beach break in Spain, this could be quite a bit different as far as actual where you're taking off and catching the wave.
That little hop that she did with that front foot got her into that second little rebuild right there.
And did you see how she tried to stay as balanced out as she could? And look at this recovery.
Just digs it.
From Celia. That was just outstanding. And it's great ocean knowledge on her behalf.
And it's also just stay with it, because you never know. 6-6-7, that's the total score for Ling Pai in the top spot. There we go. Now we're seeing things updated. Melissa Reed on top. It shows from England an 8-0 and a 4-6-7. And then you got Ling Pai in that second spot. It shows 6-6-7 and a 6. Cecilia Gramps in the third spot. And Lou Mashish from France holding down the number 4 spot. Priority to white. Melissa Reed in priority right now in white. Second priority. That's going to be blue. Cecilia Gramps. So waiting for a little waves come in. Looks like we see Melissa paddling into this one. She's going to get up and go on this on the backhand. Trying to do that little La Jolla hop to kind of make it to that next section. I mean, the hop's universal now.
It is. And, I'm from, I live.
Did you call it, what was your version of the hop? Did you guys have a version of it?
Well, when I used to compete a lot more in Huntington Beach, it always used to be the Huntington hop.
Yeah.
And, I remember when I was doing this event in Newport one time, somebody said the Newport hop, and they were kind of mad that they were actually comparing Newport Beach and those kind of beach breaks to Huntington. You don't ever want to be compared to Huntington Beach, and people always kind of go a little off on that. But you know what? You have to do it in every single kind of condition, regardless of where you're from. It's something that's adaptable to everywhere.
We called it, because I'm from the Santa Barbara County area, so it was the Pismo hop for us.
The Pismo hop, so the Morro Bay hop.
Yeah, so the Pismo Beach, we call it the Pismo hop is what we went to. But, Yeah, down here, Huntington hop. But La Jolla hop sounds good, too, as well. It's a hop when you have to try and make that section. That's what it's all about. Yellow, Ling Pai turning around in this one, giving her a look. Nothing going on that one. Kind of a closeout.
And that's a really cool thing about this division is that the coaches or the caddies, if you want to call them, that are in the water with these athletes right now are experienced water men and water women, too. So they know the ocean quite well. A lot of them have been competitors in their own actual careers as well. And another thing to consider, too, is that they might have a little bit more travel experience than the actual competitors themselves. So when it comes to differentiating and knowing waves a little bit better as far as around the globe, it's good when you have somebody as experienced as a coach like that. I know for Derek Rebello, he's paddled out at Pipeline with Makua Kai Rothman and Wiggly Dantas, who just ended up winning the Vulcan Pipe Pro.
Yep.
So it's really great to see when you're able to spread that knowledge and pass it on to people like this.
So it's really important because your spotter out there is the one telling you which way to go, too, as well. Especially in the visually impaired, they're going to say, hey, go right, go left, or paddle to the right. You got one that's kind of going to be a fast section. So they can tell them exactly what to do.
Yeah, and it'll all come down to the surfer. But, I mean, dude, you can be hearing 30 things at the same time. There can be wind, there can be rain. So it can be harder to actually communicate to your surfer in order to get them to do something that you want them to do. So even though you can be barking orders at them all day long, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to actually be able to hear you clearly.
Matthew Formstrom, Jared Saxon, Shigeru Fujisaki from Japan, South Africa, and Australia going to battle it out. That's going to be happening next as we'll move into our visually impaired round 2, 3 qualifying heats for the men after this. But this one is a 20-minute heat with 15 minutes coming up on the next one.
Ooh. Just got a little hung up right there. Seems like she wasn't completely on her board. But she's just looking for a small score to get into the number 2 spot. This is, the first round of visually impaired in this division for the females. So it does seem like she's going to have at least one more opportunity in these last 4 minutes.
And not able to get back into that one. But, yeah, there's time left for sure. But you make a good point, Mitchell, when you said it, too. They'll tell you. Oh, nice.
What?
Where did that one go? You know what? I think she's been finding those, though.
Melissa Reed.
She's been out there just searching them out. I think Melissa Reed definitely has had her way with it. But you say it's up to the surfer at that point. Once they're told which way to go, like go right, go left, once you get the wave, you can't hear your spotter anymore.
For sure. And you also get accustomed to being able to hear them a bit more, or they can tell you, hey, it's a little rainy, it's a little windy. You might have difficulties in actually hearing me out there. So just in case you don't completely hear me, rely on your instincts.
Look at that nice bottom turn off the bottom. And that thing kind of shuts down, but a good start to a wave, but still getting another couple little turns in there right to the end of that wave.
And then a big thing to look at Melissa's last wave. She had already dropped an 8. I would think this is going to go close to it, if not even higher. She's getting on the face of the wave, too. And the drop on that thing was massive. I was looking at La Jolla Shores kind of wave right now. I was like, where are we? At Waimea Bay? Are we at the Eddy right now?
Well, he would go for sure. And as the tide's coming up, we also talked about the conditions going to stand up a little bit more. Instead of that draining tide that we had this morning, now the push is on until just about 1 o'clock today. And it goes up to just about a 5-foot high tide is what it comes up to. There you go. Melissa Reed on top. An 8-0, 4-6-7. Ling Pai in that second spot. Celia Gramps holding down number 3. And Lou Machisha in that number 4 spot for France in red. Priority going to Melissa Reed in white right now.
And this is a strong heat for Ling Pai, too. A couple of 6s, one mid-6, and then just a flat 6. And Celia, although she has had a couple really gnarly drops, they've been smaller waves on the inside. So judges are really rewarding taking off on the outside.
Yeah, they want to see you take the best part of the wave, and usually that's going to be on the outside. Who's that blue right there? Cecilia Gramps going down from Spain. She's got a 2.83 and a 1.50 in second. Or in that third spot. Trying to get up in there in the top 2. Service dogs all over the place, huh?
Yeah, and then the U.S. surf team is easily one of the most recognizable when it comes to their athletes, not only because of their uniforms, but because they also have a lot of dogs around them. And Christy.
Nothing wrong with that.
Not at all.
Yeah,
and
it's so awesome.
Jose Martinez was telling me, he's right on camera right there on the right-hand side. He was telling me that a big part of his therapy is hanging out with dogs and then even surfing with dogs every now and then, too.
Ah, okay, because that's become quite the thing nowadays,
Yeah.
right?
Nao Omura from Japan, she has, I think, 3 or 4 golden retrievers, and she takes them out surfing.
I never could get my dog to stay on the board. It was one of those things where I would put her on and I'd push her into a wave, and then she would just eject off that board.
What kind of dog?
She was a Queensland mix with a pit bull mix, and she just did not want to stay on that board.
Too energetic.
Yeah, I was like, no, I'll chase the ball. Look at this on the backhand. What? Another one for Reed here.
And I think she might be owed another score, too, so she might have just gone up into the upper excellent as far as 2 scores.
Yeah, she's going to have 2 massive scores from this heat. Taking another look. She's just finding everything.
Yeah, and excellent coaching from her caddy in the water, too. And look at her, just draw that line on the left. She redirects right. She's turning, too. She's leaning off of both of her rails. It's super difficult to do, and the drop was not easy either.
And here we go with 30 seconds to go. Ling Pai trying to get in another one, and she's going to ride this one in. She's going to head down towards that left, maybe trying to redirect it back to the right. Yes.
Pet on the kitty right there.
And then that'll do it right there with 10 seconds now to go. Celia's going to paddle for this one.
She's going to get it, too.
You can see how.
Oh, almost.
And that'll do it. Well, I mean, it is definitely a done deal for Melissa Reed. You knew that she was going to take that heat. She plus had 4 good solid waves in that when you only need 2. Well, that will do it for this one. 1 qualifying heat in the books. Women's visually impaired 2, round 1. That's done. Now we'll switch gears. That's right. Your men's visually impaired 2, round 2. 3 qualifying heats. They're on the way. Stay with us. Why? Because it's the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More after this.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AMP Surf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
'20 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla, California out here. Of course, the site for your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships, and that's where it's been, right here in La Jolla.
Yes, sir. The fifth time, actually.
Is it the wave? Is that the reason why? Is the wave kind of caters to all the different classifications?
It does, and it's accessible. So you have an international airport. It's close to Los Angeles. And the beach break's good. Sandbars are good, as you can notice. It's that running left that's really been, the key wave during the first 3 days of competition. And then the ISA offices are here, too. So it's close to the ISA offices. And why wouldn't you want to come to San Diego? I mean,
believe me, growing up in Santa Barbara County, when I had an opportunity to move down to this area and go to college down here, I did just that. Matthew Formstrom from Australia in this one in red, Jared Sachs in white for South Africa, and Shigeru Fujisaki from Japan.
Oh, Jared almost had it right there. He was close. That'll count, though, as a wave ridden. So Sachs from South Africa, which they are easily one of the most well-dressed teams when it comes to the actual ceremony, and Fujisaki here on the replay. Beautiful cross step right there from our Japanese competitor, and these men can see a bit. They are visually impaired, but not completely blind, and it still is extremely difficult to do something that Fujisaki did, even if you are actually somebody that's well aware of what you're doing.
Look, if you've ever longboarded or rode a board and tried to be able to cross step and then be able to cross step back, that's not an easy thing to learn. That takes time.
And an awesome thing about this event is that regardless if you're in a certain division, you can ride a longboard if you want.
Yeah.
And you'll get judged according to longboarding terms. So it's great that we have a panel with surfers that have competed in parasurfing and surfers that have competed in actual standing events. So you're able to really dissect everything.
Jared Sachs up on this one in white. And he's going to go up and down on that. So Matthew Formstrom, a 4.57 for him. That's a 2.50 and 2 and some change, putting him up in that mix. And this is heat number 1 of men's visually impaired 2, round 2. There is Matt. Matt from Australia.
Nice. Got the click at the end.
Double shaka. What?
Dude.
And still going. All right, let's send things down to Bo standing by with the top 2 from our last heat. Bo.
Thanks a lot, Brad. We're down here with Melissa, winner of the last heat. Melissa, challenging conditions here at La Jolla Shores. How was it out in the water?
Yeah, I mean, it was fairly challenging because it's quite small and there's really not much behind it, but it's kind of like being back home, especially with the weather. So I think we have a little bit of an advantage of surfing the lumpy mess.
How did you get into surfing? Why are you a surfer?
I first got into surfing because my dad wanted a surf lesson and he needed an excuse, and then I kind of fell in love with it. Had a little bit of a break when I got into triathlon and just got back into it over the last 2 years.
Do you surf longboards, shortboards? Do you surf everything?
Pretty much everything, but I prefer shortboards because I don't want to run anyone over because I can't see how far ahead they are.
How much excitement do you get out of surfing?
For me, it's like totally exciting and just really relaxing at the same time. It's just my happy place being in the water.
Yeah. You want to say hi to anybody back home that may be watching the webcast?
Yeah, hi to my dad, I guess, and anyone else who's watching.
It's chilly over here in La Jolla Shores as it is in Cornwall in England, and back up to you guys.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Bo, down there. Bro Hodge in the mix. And I said it, Mitchell. I said it earlier today. This is UK weather right here.
I didn't want to say it, honestly. I didn't want to say it, but you said it first, so good.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a negative on that. No. It's just the fact that this is the kind of weather that they have.
Yeah.
And she even said it. I mean, she said it's like crumbly, like cloudy, rainy.
It's a good day back home.
Yeah. And there's Forstrom right there, the Aussie.
Yeah, and we saw Aaron Polk from the Team Kauai.
He was
about to
ripping yesterday.
He was surfing really well yesterday. I had a chat with him, and he's stoked to be here, man. It's his first contest ever, and it goes to show you that these people really, some of them don't have competitive experience at all.
I don't know how it could be his first contest, because just seeing his interview, he was like he had media training. He was so good on the mic,
and
too.
His self-confidence is through the roof,
yeah.
too. You know, he comes here with a game plan, and he knows that he has to change it up every now and then, but I think there's something in the water on the island of Maui where you have people like Dusty Payne, Billy Kemper, and then you throw Aaron Paulk in there, and like, what can't they do on Maui?
It's a good. I lived out there for about a year and a half. Worked at a restaurant called Roy's out there as a busboy back in the day.
In Lahaina.
Yep, in Lahaina, and used to surf there all the time.
I know they have one of the best patties I've ever had before.
Indeed. But we would surf. What is that? Shark Pit? Is
Yep.
that? Yeah, Shark Pits.
And then
we'd
the
surf.
harbor.
And then I was a big fan of windmills. I know I shouldn't talk about it.
Ooh, that was my spot.
Loved windmills.
Dude, Jared, getting on the board again.
Hanukkah Howe. I mean.
Then we can talk about all the Hana boys and how many waves they have.
I love Hana. There's Matt back at it, the Aussie in red.
Beautiful drop there. Really critical. Dug his rail a little bit, but he's completed it.
And he's focused. I talked to his sister just, 2 days ago, and she says he's tough to travel with because all he's about is getting out there and getting waves.
Well, and then you're also repping a country that is known to be very significant when it comes to the sport of surfing. Like, what hasn't Australia done when it comes to surfing, to stand-up paddle surfing, to paddle championships, to bodyboarding? I mean, I can name 5 world champions off the top of my head: Joel Parkinson, Mark Richards, Mick Fanning, Jack Freestone, and Shakira Westorp too. Stand up. So there's a lot of people from a small place in the world, and Matt Formstrom is trying to become another world champion for them too.
That's the second double shot at him right there.
Well, he felt the drop. He was like, if I don't claim this one, I can't claim anything else.
Yeah. 6 minutes, 40 seconds. Matt, he is large and in charge right now. Still waiting for a couple of scores for him, but a 4.5 and a 2.5 has him sitting with a 7. Shigeru Fujisaki from Japan, a 5.50. Still looking for a second wave for Shigeru, and then Jared Sachs, a 2.4, 1.97. That's aggressive. I like that. He's into it. He's got a good style with that flag waving, right?
Yeah, he does. He could easily be the flag bearer for next year's ceremony,
Yeah,
or maybe the closing ceremony.
Maybe
when he's up there getting his medal around his neck. Put me in, coach. I'm ready.
I'm ready to play.
I'm gonna do the Remember the Titan speech with Denzel. You know, if you want to go and get it, son, and let me tell you, Japan is a team that is super well organized all the time.
Oh, my goodness.
Financially, I think they're one of the ones that are better off. Their organization is through the roof.
Yep.
If you're looking at what they're doing as far as the Olympic Games go,
all sports.
Dude.
Across the board, not only in surfing, but in skateboarding as well, and in snowboarding.
They have some amazing skaters that nobody even knows about, and those guys could potentially win gold.
Yeah, and some of the young girls, too, the Japanese girls.
Amuro Suzuki.
Yeah, so good and so young, too. So, yeah, but they're disciplined, and they're just good at what they do. They take the time. They put the hours in. They practice, and they make it happen.
No, I remember doing a couple QSs in Bali, and they would paddle you so deep so you wouldn't be able to practice, and they wouldn't either. So they would just rely on their competition skills actually during the heat to beat you. Like, they're smart and they're strategic.
All right, so I was doing, as we look at the replay right here, that is Jared. Nice little lineup. It had a little pit to it, too.
Yeah, barreled.
I was doing a thing called the Dew Tour last year. It was a skateboarding qualifier for bowl, and there was about 4 Japanese young ladies that were competing in, and what they did is they were giving each other's hand signals when to drop in to keep the other competitors out of practice time. So they were actually using practice to their advantage, and hey, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not against the rules. Would raise their hand and point to the other competitor, and the other competitor from Japan knew what they were doing, so knew when it was safe to drop back in, where the other competitors who were trying to practice couldn't get bowl time.
So their rotations they were in their rotation lineups. One of them was always skating.
And some of the other competitors were getting frustrated, but you know what? That's game. That's how you play.
I mean, you're practicing for bowl, but might as well go and practice on the street if you need to actually get some time on the
if you need board time,
concrete.
right? Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that goes to we talk about surfing and about, you know, you're out there and two country people may be in the same heat, and you're going to sit on the other person to keep them from getting waves.
Yeah,
right?
but look at Axel Gutierrez, one of our beach announcers. He's right below the clock, and I want to get into time management because that's something they're really good at too.
Very
both
well.
on land and in the water. They'll have a timer watch already set the heat before, so that way they know how much time there is in the heat before them, and the one after them too, so that way they know if they actually made it, how much time they have to rest in between one of their heats.
And how many people actually do that? That's something that's going above and beyond. And you got to give it up for Team Japan because they're focused.
They are.
They're disciplined. They're ready to do things in a big way. And you keep an eye on them in the action sports world for, let's say, the next 5 to 10 years, and you're going to see them on podiums in surfing, skateboarding, and snowboarding a lot more.
Yeah, and you know, another great example is the flag that's on screen right now. France, super well organized as well. They're going to be hosting the Olympic Games in 2024 in Paris. And I remember when I did the 2 ISA events in the junior division, they were one of the loudest teams out there. And I believe it was Tom Klorek's dad always yells, "Ale, ale, ale," which means go, go, go.
Ale, ale.
So it was just a code. Nobody else would understand it. But when there actually was a set wave coming that they wanted his son to go on,
No way.
Ale, ale, ale,
No
3 times.
way.
Yeah. So
How smart is that right there?
we cracked it the second year, but
Yeah.
the first year we couldn't understand.
Couldn't
like,
crack the
what
code.
it was. We just knew it was go, but we didn't know if it was to keep somebody off or to actually go on the set wave that they were saying. So
Interesting.
depending on how many times he would say it, he would tell you the amount of waves, and the one he would stop on was the one they were telling you to go on.
Well, remember, we were out there together. We were working out there at the Sup World Championships out there in El Salvador. And how strong was Team France out there? They took the win out there.
Yeah, and Benoit Carpentier, who took gold
Oh,
in
man.
surfing.
Yeah.
Justine Dupont also took out gold in the female division and in the women's. And they're a strong
look at
force.
Look at this right here on the left. Shigeru needed a good wave. That's the second wave right there. Shigeru needed that with 1:12 going on. So he's going to redirect that back to the right, grab the rail, press the eject button on that. But that could really help his cause right there, needing a 3.53 to take over the number 1 spot.
For sure going to get it. For sure going to get it.
Yeah.
Outside wave. Went on the face.
Had a section.
Redirected too. Did a down carve, which was really beautiful. And it seems like all 3 surfers were up and riding at the same time. So with less than a minute to go, judges really are going to have their work cut out for them.
Look, it just goes back to what we're talking about from Japan, how solid they are. Jared Sachs now on this one. But how time management, you said it right there, and he just showed you what time management was all about. Sat, didn't get frustrated, knew the time was winding down, didn't have a second wave, and then with a minute left, just stayed calm and got that wave.
Well, good work from the coaching staff, too, knowing that possibly going to surf again today, because schedule is subject to change. So
yeah.
You could be surfing again, and if you are surfing again, you might want to tone it down when it comes to actual wave count. So don't tire yourself out. And
Good
if you
point,
already
yeah.
have a 5.5, might as well just get another 5 and get the win.
Well, and right at the buzzer beater there, Matthew drops into that. So he might just get bumped down to that second spot because we have not seen Fujisaki's second wave score come in. So we'll see how much that could change. But we have a lot more surfing to come your way, that is for sure. A big day of action for you. More coming up. Your men's visually impaired to round 2. More heats on the way. Stay with us. 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More to come.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Hello everybody and welcome to beautiful La Jolla for the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championship. This is a very, very special event since this year we welcome Amp Surf as the title sponsor. Not too long ago, surfing didn't have a Parasurfing World Championship, and a lot of the parasurfers in their communities didn't have a way to surf for a national titles and to be part of a national parasurfing team. That has completely changed in the last few years. But the parasurfing movement belongs to all of you, and the parasurfing movement, it's all of you. The ocean belongs to all of us. The ocean wants all of us, and in exchange, we need to love the ocean, take good care of it, and be ambassadors of the ocean. That's what we are. That's what we're here today.
It is my great pleasure and honor to declare the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championship officially open.
AMP Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships going on. Brad J. Mitchell Salazar with the call for you right now. It's your men's visually impaired 2, round 2, 15-minute heats. 3 qualifying heats, 1 in the book, and 2 more to go, Mitchell.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, too, because we have a diverse crew in this heat. 2 European surfers, 1 from France, 1 from Spain, and a Hawaiian surfer in the water, and Aaron Polk. So it'll be Gwendo Fertai and Efren Mompian from Spain in yellow, too. So the good thing about this round of competition is that you're not facing the same people that you did in the first round.
So it's you face someone different, but I'll tell you, the guy to beat, I feel like, is Aaron Polk in red.
Had a solid heat yesterday.
Such a solid heat, and he was like a wave magnet. I felt like he was in the right place at the right time all day long. So if you're Gwendolyn, you're Efren, you definitely want to keep him out of waves because he could do some serious damage, that's for sure. So now that we're in round 2, if you got beat in round 1 and then you go to round 2 and you get beat, you're done, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so top 8 will qualify. No, actually top 4. Yeah, so the top 4 surfers will go straight into the final. This is basically what you would call it would be semifinal round 1 and semifinal round 2.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So it's just your heat totals adding up, and whoever has, top 4 heat totals, those are the ones that are moving through.
It looks like Aaron's giving it a paddle, taking a look at this right-hander. It's going to offer him. We also see yellow getting up. That was Efren. So we saw Aaron and Efren both getting waves.
Nice. Whoa.
I think that Aaron might have had the better on the exchange on that.
Polky getting after it too, but Mompian had some distance going, almost got the foam climb too. And Aaron Polk out there right now with Eric Welton.
He's a little right-hander right there. Look at that little crispy.
He's looking for it. He's a regular footer.
Yeah, he is.
Polky is. And Eric Welton, he is representing Team Hawaii. He's out there right now with Aaron as his caddy, but he's competing at this event too for the first time as well. But Eric is actually from here, so he might know the spot a little bit better than Team Spain and Team France.
Well, this spot right here where we're surfing here, this is, to me, I mean, you can surf next to the pier at Scripps, but I've always liked this peak where we are. But it feels like the sandbars build up here. The farther you go to the south, you kind of get less wave action the farther you go towards the coves and stuff. But right here, I feel like is the prime spot besides being next to Scripps Pier.
Absolutely. And, you also want to concentrate a certain amount of sand at the spot too.
Yeah.
Which it seems like it has been doing lately.
Oh, look at that. This is it right here. Look at this.
And Paul's doing good. He was telling me yesterday that he follows the championship tour a lot. It's one of his biggest passions.
I saw that,
and he really enjoys John surfing, so I see a little bit of influence from him on that last ride. And then Efren was just coming at him. And look at Paulke. This is going to be a massive score. One big rail turn, went up into the lip, did a really nice bottom turn. I'm going to think it's going to come in the 9s.
Oh, my goodness. And that's 2 good waves for him. Well, let's check out the winner of the last seat standing by with Bo down in the mix. Bo, take it away.
Yeah. Thanks, Brad. We're down here with Matt, the defending gold medalist and world champion. And Matt, I want to talk about the teamwork that you work with your coach. And this is Adam. He's from Oceanside. And how important this is for you to win like gold medals and compete in surfing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've been surfing for 35 years, and I only really started using communication. I can sort of see a little bit, so I can make my way around the lineup. But I started using communication when the ISA World title started, and it's just changed my whole world as far as surfing. I can surf so much better on the wave, and in a competition environment, I can actually get to the right position to take off on the wave, which is so important, especially in small conditions. And then I know if I have to go right or left, and I can pick the right wave. So it's really important.
So Adam, how do you work with Matt?
Matt and I have developed kind of a form of communication, a couple buzzwords that we use, and my job is to just make sure that I know if he's capable of catching the wave, he's going to listen to what I say, and he's going to get the wave.
And you get enjoyment out of it too, don't you?
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
This is one of the gnarliest things I've ever done. This is great.
Matt, I know you come to Hawaii to compete at the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships there. How is it traveling around the world and competing now that there's a platform for everybody?
It's amazing to get to go to different places and surf, and I've got a background in Paralympic sport as a cyclist, and I got to do that. But surfing's always been my stoke sport, and to be able to do the sport that I love and compete internationally, I'm getting old and long in the tooth, so to be able to do that before I have to hand it in, it's really good. Yeah.
Well, maybe if you can hang around for 2024, the Paralympics, maybe in Paris.
Definitely. I think I can stretch it out that long. Yeah.
Anybody want to say hi back home in Australia?
Yeah, definitely. Everyone at home, my family, all my colleagues that are doing my job right now and supporting everything I do. And I definitely want to say thanks to all my sponsors as well, Billabong, Firewire, Optus, my company. Everyone looks after me so well. And without them, I'm not traveling around the world competing. So it takes a big team to make it all happen.
Well, there you go. Straight from a world champion. Back up to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, bro. Hodge right there. Catching up with the man, Matt, down in there. And I really like what he said. One thing that I liked what he said is the fact that, look, it gives them a venue. They can travel around the world internationally, see all these amazing places, and compete in a sport that they love.
Well, and the fact that he's also only been doing this for where he's actually had his coach for, a year or 2. And it goes to show you that he was actually doing this on his own for a large amount of time, which is it's outstanding, first of all, because he is visually impaired. Second, it's like, was anybody else helping him when he was in the lineup? So it goes to show you that people actually do care. They're going to help others out regardless of the situation in the water. And he's from Australia, man. He's already a world champion, and he can compare himself to Joel Parkinson, to McFadden, to the great MR.
To the great MR. I was always a huge fan of Mark Richards. The battles between Mark Richards and Sean Thompson of the day are still so legendary. As we see Aaron Paul getting another wave. Look, 7.83 he got, and a 4.5. That's probably the second biggest score, though, I think we've seen. I think 8.5 was the biggest.
Yeah, and, in all honesty, kind of wanted to see that score a little bit more elevated. I'm going to go chat with the boys up there and tell them, hey, what's up? What does a guy got to do to get a 9? What does a guy got to do to get a 9?
This is going to go talk to the judges. I like your style.
I've worked with the majority of them.
I know you have.
And, they're doing their job, and they're doing it super well, especially
they are.
When you're condensing heats and condensing rounds to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's rapid fire, dude.
Yeah,
it's going bang, bang, bang.
That extra 5 minutes may not seem a lot, but these guys have to calculate. They have a lot of work to do. You got to attach a numerical value to those waves, and you got to do it in a fast motion.
Whoa, look at this.
Oh, can he get in, Gwendol?
Oh, almost.
Just a little bit behind it. visually impaired surfers in the water right now. Visually impaired 2, round 2, 3 qualifying heats. We're in heat number 2 of them. We have one more after this, and time is going to wind down in this heat. And I'll tell you what, Aaron Prock continuing his winning ways. He seems to just know where to find the waves all the time.
Yeah, he does. He does, and it seems like the coaching staff from Team Hawaii, they're doing pretty well so far because the majority of their surfers have advanced today. And look at this. It's a 7A3, beautiful rail carve right there. Nice use of his arms, too, balancing everything out, distributing his weight well. And even Efren was coming towards him, and Palky's like, nah, I'm going to finish this one off.
I'm going to stay with this. All right, well, we got another heat stacked and racked. We're going to get to that one. Stay with us. More action to come. It's your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Don't go anywhere. You'd be blowing it if you did.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
'20 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We are still in this heat. Now, our clock on our screen, we have some internet problems going on. It showed that the heat has expired, but no, there is a couple more minutes left in this heat. Aaron Prock, he's...
Yeah, he is, and big time. He's been... And he's also been a surfer for around 7 years now. So the guys know what he's doing. He's close to 40 years of age, but that hasn't stopped him so far when it comes to parasurfing.
And still just a couple minutes left in this heat right now in the water. If you're getting the view that we're getting, you can see the surfers in there. Now, in visually impaired, they have the spotter.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're basically just trying to coach them from the water. And there's Josh Loya, who actually we're going to refer to him as Joshua Loya because Josh Loya, who is also from Santa Cruz, is the big wave surfer. Joshua Loya on screen has been an advocate to go surf Mavericks, though. So maybe Josh Loya can take Joshua Loya out at Mavericks.
Now you're just completely confusing me at this point right now.
It could happen. There could be 2 Josh Loyas at the same time in the water.
Well, one thing we do have a lot of seagulls watching the action out here today. So that's why you see 2 red jerseys, 2 white, 2 yellow, because in the visually impaired, we have the spotter for each of the surfers. And the spotters, their job is to stay next to their surfer and let them know when there's something coming in and let them know the direction that's coming in. Are some of our drone shots here. We'd like to have some of you joining us. If you're watching us online and you're near us and you're driving distance, you can stay online or you can come down and say hi. It's up to you.
But look at how beautiful the scaffolding is, especially the one where the judges' tower is. You can only see this view online when it actually does come on the drone. Look at how accessible this area is when it comes to the competitors area. That place is massive, and I remember yesterday when it was pouring rain, everybody was in there because there were heaters in there.
Yeah, they had the propane heaters were fired up yesterday, keeping everybody warm. But yeah, you talk about accessibility is what it's all about here. You can come on out here and you can come out and join in and hang out on the beach. And that's what's rad about, your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships is it brings everyone together, such good camaraderie, everyone having a good time, and the stoke of surfing is fully alive out here.
It is real.
Yeah.
It is real. And
so that'll do it for that heat. Now our next heat is in the water, so looks like Aaron Pock will take the win on that last one. And surfer in yellow up on this one.
that's Roy Calderon.
There's Roy.
From Costa Rica and the area of Guanacaste, where there are some absolutely incredible waves in Costa Rica. Some really awesome surfers, too. You talk about somebody who's really close to qualifying for the championship tour in Carlos Munoz. Roy Calderon has taken inspiration from that. We also have Sabelo Ngema from the Republic of South Africa. And Shane Lopes, originally from Inland, California. He's representing the United States of America in red, but he currently resides in Pismo Beach. Look at him go. There he is.
And we saw that. I think that they brought in the sand ceremony. It brought some sand from Pismo Beach.
Yep, because that's where Dana Cummings lives,
yep.
too.
So they're probably excited to hear that I refer to the hop as the Pismo hop and not the Huntington hop.
Oh, my. Dude, Pismo Beach is, especially the pier, is a tough wave to surf.
And that's where, when I competed in NSSA, I was competing in not Gold Coast, but up in the Pismo area.
Yeah.
So we surfed the pier all the time, the north side of that pier. Yeah.
I've had, like, some of the worst heats of my life there. Like, I'm looking for a 3, and I can't find anything. It's like closeout after closeout after closeout. And it goes to show you why people from there are such good surfers. Because they're surfing so many closeouts when they actually go to Huntington. That's like a really good way for them, And not to throw any shade on Pismo Beach.
I know what you're
but
saying.
That's a tough place, man. It's a little chilly, not as cold as Santa Cruz or further up in Marin County.
Some of the surfers aren't very nice. I'm just going to say that.
Oh, I mean,
a little offshore now, kind of an offshore flow.
Look at that dark cloud, though. We might be seeing some rain here in a minute.
Surfed the contest there, north side of the pier, and I didn't know my heat had started. And I was standing on the pier talking to the organizer, and she goes, "Your heat's in the water right now." I go, "My heat's in the water." And it was a good, 3 to 5 foot that day, so it wasn't an easy paddle out.
Yeah.
So 5 minutes it ticked away. I ran down there, paddled out, got one good wave, got a big floater on it. And I'm like, oh, my gosh, got one of the highest scoring waves, and then couldn't back it up.
Well,
Sat there.
You know who's backing it up right now? Roy Calderon. Look at that.
And that's a 383 that he had. This will go with that.
This is easily going to be the best wave of the heat so far.
All right, we got Roy standing by. Yeah, Tuscany standing by with the winner of the last heat. Let's send it down to Roy. Roy
here on the beach with last heat's winner, Aaron from Hawaii. Aaron, how was it out there? Wait, let's put the shades on first. Your future's so bright, so, we got to put those shades on. All right, Aaron, how was it out there?
Oh, it was fun. There was some good faces, and I was a little bit more relaxed. It was my second heat. Yesterday was the first heat ever, so kind of more relaxed and breathing deeper and just kind of feeling just like a surf session. And buddy Eric, he had my back out there in the spotter and kind of helped cool me down because I had the tendency just to go for it and let me catch as many waves as possible. So kind of good to feel that different strategy kick in for me. Yeah.
You just mentioned yesterday was your first heat ever. I think you're 38 years old, correct? Correct. Where have you been? What started firing inside of you to become a competitor?
I was just in the free surf in my local break over a break wall in Lahaina, and a buddy that's over here, Sean, he's like, "Are you going to Cali?" I'm like, "What's in Cali?" He's like, "This adaptive surfing thing." I'm like, "What's adaptive surfing?" And just found out about it, and yeah, Team Hawaii accepted me and embraced me so much, like true aloha, and yeah, and just find myself here today in just a really quick moment of time. So I'm stoked to be part of it all and inspire the youth and inspire folks of all disabilities, but especially those similar to mine too. So just a platform to do that.
You know, one person that always comes to mind when it comes to Hawaii and adaptive surfing, Coach Chris. Where has he been influential in your training so far?
You know, I just met Coach Chris on this trip actually, but he's so aloha. He's such a brother, and yeah, I'm stoked to see what happens. You know, from some coaching and training. Yeah, to see where it takes me. You know, I'm an open book.
All right, man. Well, you're moving on to the semifinals. We'll look for you throughout the day. Back to you guys in the booth.
What a bunch of knuckleheads. Look at the bow back in there. Oh, man. Here we go. That is red. Shane Lopes on this one. So Shane trying to bow Roy. And look at that. Redirects it down to the left. See how he drags his hand? Drags his hand just to feel where he's at on that wave.
And I love the claim, too, releasing all the positive energy at the end of that
So
ride.
sick.
And Shane, I'm already trying to set him up with all those Pismo Beach guys. Austin Newman, Braden Jones, David Economos lives up there now. And I think having, that sort of camaraderie that, you can rely on somebody when you're out in the water, it gives you a little bit of safety, knowing that you're going to be okay regardless of how conditions are, even if it's 2 foot all the way to 6 feet. So it's really awesome to see, as Aaron was talking about. He wants to inspire people with any disability. Obviously, he wants to inspire mostly those who have something similar to him. But he was talking about Coach Chris Courtois and what he's done for the Hawaii team. That's what we're trying to do through each different nation and then get them to unite as one.
And it's a good crew, too. Growing up in Santa Barbara County, and that's in Pismo area. That's San Luis Obispo County in that area. But it's a good crew. The CCS crew, been around those guys for a long time. And those are guys that would go out and surf Halama, too, as well. We'd see them out there in the water. And we always had a good rapport with Pismo. And there's good people out there. So definitely want to get connected with them. We see Shane was looking at something there. Look at how it's just feathering now.
And Roy was about to get that one, too. And look at his coach. He even claps him on. He's like, okay, you didn't get that one, but we still have an opportunity to go.
Oh, man. We're just having a good time out here. 8 minutes in this one. Roy Calderon, top spot, 9.5. Shane Lopes, number 2 spot for USA, 4.83 for him. And Sabella Njema still South Africa. He is yet to get one, huh?
Yeah, and Sabello has a really touching story. He's only been surfing for around 2 years. He's 20 years old, but coming from Durban in South Africa, weather is so beautiful there, and he said that water was freezing the first time he paddled out here in La Jolla, and it's just a beautiful event for him.
It can get cold there, though, too,
No,
right?
it can get, but at the most you're wearing a 3.2 in the wintertime.
Yeah,
so
you're not dropping a 4.3.
Yeah, you're wearing something that's similar to right now. As on screen, we see Carmen Lopez from Spain coming up in the next heat. And getting back to Sabelo Ngema, he comes from a super rural area in Durban that has difficulty with access to water, first of all.
Oh, wow.
A lot of difficulty accessing food and education. So this is a big step up. He hadn't really been out of Durban as much. So imagine going from a city that you really haven't left at all and going into a country that you're just stopping to transport and then actually coming to a different country to compete. So good on him. Congratulations to Team South Africa in really stepping up and giving this kid a bright opportunity to show himself.
Oh, let's see. Oh, I wanted to see him get this one. Well, that is definitely a good story. And, I mean, this is something that he'll be able to look back on, too, as well, that he's been able to travel. Oh, let's listen in.
That's been your favorite moment this event,
He's
hasn't
awesome, man. Ole, ole. Now they're going in the chance. But that yell, it's infectious. I like it.
Look at him go, too. He's got energy for days.
I think even when I saw him this morning at like 7 in the morning, he was still just
Oh,
fired
dude,
up.
he was already, he's good to go from like as soon as he wakes up. Well, Costa Rica has had a huge development and impact on the sport of surfing in recent years too. Speaking of somebody who's been a world champion like Noam Armaganago, his sister Leilani in shortboarding too. Emily Gustroni, who now represents Italy but competed for Costa Rica for the longest time. You have Brisa Hennessy, who is, you know, she was born in Costa Rica, raised the majority of her life in Kailua on Oahu in Hawaii, represented Hawaii for the longest time, now representing Costa Rica. It's their first championship tour surfer. I mean, that's huge.
Wow.
Carlos was close to making it. Tomas King has had an impact too. And what's the coach for Costa Rica? He's from San Clemente originally. Jim Hogan, former PSAA competitor, former qualifying series competitor.
name.
He's been living in Costa Rica for 20-plus years, and he's been a huge factor in their success as well. They're a small country, but when it comes to competition, especially surfing, dude, they have some killers on their team.
Well, I mean, and you look at what they have to work with surf-wise in Costa Rica. They have so much good surfing down there. I mean, look, Costa Rica has been on the surfing map before a lot of other countries were even a blip on the surfing map. That's yellow right there. Roy back at it on another one.
And Roy Calderon in yellow, our current heat leader.
Speaking of Costa Rica,
He has trained with Malachi Martinez, who is also from Costa Rica, who's an excellent aerialist. Roy actually asked him how he could do an air. So
really,
I could be seeing at least an air attempt in the future in these events.
Come on, Sabello, get him in front of that.
Yeah, buddy.
Sabello.
That's gonna count.
Count it.
They're gonna count it. He's on the board.
Oh, I just wanted to see him get away. Good to see him catch one right there. Shows 3 minutes and 30 some odd seconds here. Heat number 3, round 2. This is your men's visually impaired 2 right now. Oh, that's that cork top that the spotter's riding right there. That hard bottom cork top board. I'm trying to think the name of that thing. So we take another look here. Calderon
just getting on the board again. Nice redirection. He's trying to better something in the upper 3s, low 4s, and then Shane going left again. I really like how he grabs his rail going backside.
I feel like it pulls you back into the left just a little bit better on your backhand.
And it stabilizes your weight too. And then Sabello, just a quick one, but he got to his feet, so that should easily be a score for him. And it's going to be something it'll put him on the board, but if he actually gets the 3.66 that he needs to move up in a second, he could possibly be moving into the final if he gets something in a 5-point range.
You know, and it's not far off for him to do that, too. You know he can put the time, and he just needs to get something with just a little bit of a shoulder, a little bit of a corner to work with. And then you talk about a country that's into it, Brazil.
Dude, and Mike Foz on the far left, he was ripping yesterday. 9.83 he dropped.
Yeah, right? That's probably is that the biggest?
It is, yeah.
And here we go, Roy.
Oh, man. Had the right. When he tried to set his rail, when he stood up, leaned a little bit too far back and lost his weight.
So time ticking down here, 1:50 to go. Roy in the top spot, Shane number 2, Sabello number 3.
Funnest event ever, though.
It is the funnest event ever.
It's probably the best event I've ever worked at.
Let's listen in to the USA.
The action here in La Jolla in the third day of competition with 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Are they yelling paddle battle? I think I heard him yelling that. Roy again. How many waves does Roy have? That's got to be like his 6th or 7th wave. Look at the section he's making. He's going to turn it back to the right, pump it down the line, trying to let that thing build up. Roy Calderon from Costa Rica.
You claimed that, boy.
Wow.
You claimed that.
Yeah.
He ripped it. I mean, he redirected a couple times. He went on the face of the wave, Once he went right too, and then rode it for a good quantity of time when he was on the left. But what stood out to me was when he did redirect, he banked it off of the whitewater a little bit, Brad.
Did get a little rebound right there.
Oh, Sabello's going to go on the next one. Look at his spotter. He's already telling him this is going to be the one. He's got it. He's got to go. Go, go, go. He's got it.
Straightens him out.
Yeah, buddy. That'll count, though.
That'll count.
Yeah.
So he got 1.6 on the one that he had the quick up and down.
So this is going to be a little bit smaller than that, but still going to be a second scoring ride.
And Shane going to take off here in the whitewater on this one. No.
Ooh.
Digs that nose under, so he's going to hold that number 2 spot. All right. Well, time will wind down. Roy Calderon, Costa Rica, top spot. Shane Lopes in that number 2 spot. And a big hello to Sabello from South Africa out there getting a couple waves right there at the end. Did not see that last one get scored, but some good surfing all the way around. Well, we're going to change things up. Your women's visually impaired round one. That one is coming up for you. We're going to turn things over to Bo Hodge and Roy Tuscany. They'll be taking over. More action to come. More surfing action on the way. 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More after this.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AMP Surf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Roy Tuscany. Welcome back to the broadcast. We're going to move right into round 1, heat 1 of the women's visual impairment. And here we go. We have teams out there.
Yes, we do. We're trying to get all our screens going here right now. We've got our heat right now, the women's V1. In the water right now, we have the surfer in yellow from Spain, Carmen Lopez. From the U.S., Barbie Pacheco. And then in the white jersey, Marta Paco. She is from Portugal, so 3 different nations, 3 ladies competing. And, you know, what you see out here is you see 2 people in 2 jerseys. The reason being being, Bo, is, you know this, but letting our folks at home know, is that for each of these competitors, they have a guide, someone that will help them and position them into waves, because this is the visually impaired category, and this is the ladies. This is round 2 of their surfing here at the World Championships, or is this one?
This is round 1.
This
so
is
this is the
round
first
one,
time
heat
that these
First time
ladies
they've
have
been
hit
in
the water. So
okay.
they're going to surf 2 qualifying rounds, and they're right digging in the nose. That is our competitor in red, Barbie Pacheco, for Team USA. So a little bit too far forward. And with these beach breaks, it's going to be challenging for these surfers to take off on such a steep little wave.
You know, I was just talking to Chaka, who had surfed in the second heat of our wave ski, and he had mentioned that, you know, with that offshore and the tide coming up, we've actually started to see a couple faces that are starting to expose. So there's real waves out there, but at the same time, the waves are coming in so fast that they're disappearing very fast at the same time.
All right, 20-minute heat since this is round 1. All second-round heats are 15 minutes. And let's go down beachside and check in with Mitch. Mitch, take it away.
Thanks, Bo. I'm here with Roy Calderon, the winner of the last heat. He's from Costa Rica, from Guanacaste to be specific. Doesn't speak that much English, so I'm going to translate his words from Spanish to mine. The first question I'm going to ask him is what this means for him to represent Costa Rica in his first World Championship. Roy, para empezar, felicidades.
Gracias.
Un muy buen surfing, de los mejores destacados hasta el momento. ¿Qué significa esto para ti el poder competir y representar a Costa Rica aquí en el Mundial?
Estoy muy contento de representar a mi país. Gracias a todos los costarricenses que nos han apoyado en el equipo de surf adaptado. Tengo que darle muchas gracias a mi equipo que nos apoya, que estamos acá todos juntos y pues tuvimos que cambiar de estrategia ya que mi tabla era muy pequeña, pero tenemos un coach muy bueno, me dijo, toma esta tabla, entra con esta y sígueme. Y pues él es nuestro entrenador, tenemos que obedecer y muy contento y gracias a la Federación de Surf de Costa Rica por la oportunidad de estar acá y a todas las personas que con mucho esfuerzo nos ayudaron y espero poder sacar al equipo adelante el día de mañana.
So he really wants to thank the Costa Rican Surfing Federation for allowing him to compete here, for getting him the funds to actually be here in La Jolla. And he listened to his coach full time. He said strategy had to change, but this is a big impact on his life. He's been surfing for 8 years, and this has been the biggest moment for him. And then the last question will be, what surfing has done for him in the 8 years that he's actually been practicing it. Después de que te fuiste ciego en un ojo, ¿cómo ha cambiado el surfing tu vida en el sentido comunitario?
Sí, hemos sido de mucha inspiración para personas que pues tienen algún problema y para otros pues hemos sido de motivación para que entren a surfear sabiendo que sin importar el tipo de discapacidad que tenga nuestro equipo, tenemos atletas con diferentes discapacidades y eso ha sorprendido a muchas personas allá en Costa Rica. Entonces cada día el equipo se está haciendo más grande, se está haciendo más fuerte y tenemos más apoyo nacional.
Well, through his disability, he's been able to inspire others, and regardless of not if he is legally blind in one eye, he's been able to use this as a platform to express himself and allow others to express themselves as well. Roy, muchas gracias y felicidades.
Gracias. Quiero mandar un saludo a mi pueblo de Artola de Sardinal de Carrillo, Guanacaste, también a mi mamá, a mi papá, a mi hija Tyren, que nos puede estar viendo en casa, y a mi esposa. Pura vida.
Saying hi to his daughter and wife back home in Costa Rica. Congratulations, Roy. Back.
Gracias. Pura vida, Costa Rica. Gracias.
Pura vida.
Mucho frío.
Gracias, Roy. Felicidades.
What a great amount of stoke right there from our competitor from Costa Rica. That is the winner of the heat number 3 in the men's visually impaired 2, which was their second time in the ocean. Now, right now we are watching visually impaired 1, round 1, which is showcasing the females. Now, there's only one heat here, Bo. So how is that going to work? Because, you know, most of these heats are going from, we've truncated our competition time. What is that going to do here? Are they going to go round 1 right to finals? How will that play out?
They'll actually have 2 times surfing out in the water. So they'll have round 1. They'll go back out possibly later on into today, and then they'll combine their best 4 waves for their final.
Okay, so they're just going to do 2 rounds. Those 2 rounds are going to establish who our champion is. So it's really just 2 rounds, and it's a final almost once they get in the water.
Right, but they compete just like everybody else, gets at least 2 times surfing out in the water.
Now, today in the wave ski, however, that's different. The wave ski, as it's not a part of the ISA World Para Surfing Championship brought to you by Amp Surf, they actually were in elimination right out of the gate.
Right, because they're an individual medal sport, but it does not count as part of the team. So we did have eliminations around there. And we're going to be going from the women's V1 into the men's V1, and we saw these guys surfing yesterday. So this will be their second round, and they'll have 15-minute heats. That's why this heat is 20 minutes currently, because it's the women's first time out in the water.
Okay, so we're going to see 3 heats that are coming up that are 15 minutes apart, which are going to be the men's qualifying round 2 heats. They've already had their 20 minutes. Now, will the second round for the women, will it be 15, or will they get an additional 20 because technically it'll be a final because all finals are staying to 20 minutes?
That's a good question. I think it could go to 15, but it could go back to 20. But you know what?
I'm just stoked. I stumped Bo. I stumped Bo, everybody.
I'm not the contest director.
Yeah, but you are Bo Britannica, the encyclopedia of adaptive surfing. The amount of knowledge that I have gained over the last couple days, getting to work with you, and then also Brad J. It is just, thank you guys for welcoming into this family, and it's been just an absolute blessing.
Roy, you're a natural. You were born for this. You were born for a lot of things, but you're born for this too.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the
No,
vote of
but
confidence.
you know, it's always great to get a co-competitor who's an athlete in the sport, and that's why you see Martin Potter on the CT commentating, because he's an ex-world champion.
Yeah.
He's surfed all these places around the world, and you know, to get someone like you and your knowledge is more valuable than my knowledge, I believe.
I know. I don't have spreadsheets, though, like you, which I am still just, I love the
You
amount
let
of
the
input.
cat out of the bag.
It's okay. It's okay. People need to know the
Carmen!
knowledge you have.
Did you
Carmen
see
Lopez
Carmen there?
just fully executing a great ride there. We're closing in the halfway mark for this first heat in round 1 for the women's visually impaired 1. We just saw the yellow jersey of Carmen Lopez having a great look at the communication too. I wonder, and I was talking about this yesterday during the heats that they ran yesterday, as the rain is actually unfortunately starting to pick up a little bit. I wonder how that plays in the surfing for these athletes. Does the rain, does it disrupt the communication pattern between the guide and the surfer?
No, not at all. And the athlete depends on the coach and the communication that they did. In fact, when Matt Frogstrom, who you see?
There's my boy. There's my man. There's Hunter. That kid right there is the future of this sport. He is a assist-prone competitor. He's a part of Stoke for Life Junior Foundation. He's actually wearing a High Fives athlete shirt right there. That kid right there is just – he has energy that you – look at him. There's he smiling on cue. Surfer, wheelchair MX, also does sled hockey. What Hunter is doing is just fully embracing every sport and taking every opportunity to the highest level.
Chaka brought him to the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships
Yep.
last year, and he scored, I believe, a perfect 10.
Yep. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
And his energy.
Yeah.
His energy.
Barbie Pacheco there for Team USA. So we've seen Team Costa Rica going through their drills, a pre-surf warm-up.
You know, right now it's really Carmen Lopez who has really seen, you know, the entire, you know, waves that she's seen and has gone above and beyond on them. She's got 4 waves.
Yeah.
She's really setting a precedent right now for the rest of the field.
Well, all 3 ladies, Carmen in yellow, Barbie in red, Marta in white, competed at the last ISA World Para Surfing Championships in 2018. Marta won the bronze medal in 3rd place. Carmen won the copper medal in 4th place. And Barbara Pacheco took 6th place. So we had 6 ladies competing at this event last time. And these ladies are just over the world being here and being able to compete amongst each other.
And actually, this actually gives us a great point to talk about how we have transformed into 8 new classifications. So if you look at who ended up in 2nd place, Ling now actually competes in visually impaired 2 after the reclassification and how they did this, showing how they're leveling the playing field and making sure that ability matches ability in each of these classifications. The former competitor in this is now in a different division and competing at a high level there. But it's really going to allow those with, you know, a higher classification to be able to compete on an even playing field. Again, we're showing it working.
Yeah. And we'd like to thank Dana Cummings and the whole staff at Amp Surf. They've got a tent set up here selling merchandise. And there's the volunteers led by Jim Russell from Access Surf Hawaii's. And we couldn't be out here without our volunteers. They're supplying not only water safety, And, you know, this event being all brought together by our president, by Fernando Aguirre.
You know, he really has had a vision, and he has allowed his vision to really help course the shape of what, you know, the future of the ISA, now just not in adaptive, but in ISA across the platforms. But we're seeing it right there, community coming together to offer volunteer opportunities for those to serve in the adaptive division of the ISA.
Here we go, Carmen.
Carmen, surprise, surprise, that is her 5th wave right now. Carmen is just having a blast up there. Yellow jersey. Yes, look at that. Yes, you just had a blast.
And there's the communication. Good job. High five right there for Carmen. Carmen will score yet on another wave, and we got a couple of scores, 2.57 for Barbie and a 1.4. And also, I believe Marta and Team Portugal had already flown back home. So
really,
that's why we're just seeing scores from 2 surfers out in the water right now.
So did the Portugal team leave?
I believe so. I said, you know, due to the travel restrictions, I think Surfing Portugal wanted them back home.
Okay.
So just to update you if you're watching and wanting to know how Marta is doing in white, we just have a 2-lady heat this time. So gold, silver opportunity for one of these ladies.
You know, they are both going to walk out of here champions regardless.
Yes.
And we are going to see a gold and a silver. The cool part is like this first surf right here really allows them just to get familiar with the space. And now in the next heat that they're going to get, they actually can really go out and start surfing. They are just trying to post what is their best score. And look at this. Again, we've talked about it. We've talked about how the reclassification has really put together athletes on the same level. And when you look at scores like this, a 2.6 to a 2.57 as their top score, and then just a little difference in there. Actually, as I speak, Carmen drops a 4.27 as she has just been collecting wave after wave here. But it's really showing the level is fair.
All right, our title sponsor, AmSurf, bringing you the 2020 AmSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. And we'd like to thank our other sponsors, including our presenting sponsors, the Foundation of Global Sport and Development, the City of San Diego Parks and Rec. And also thanks to CAF, Challenge Athletes Foundation, and the Manitou Fund and Stance as our gold partners here at the Para Surfing World Titles.
Having a real good conversation right now between Barbie and her coach, a guide, both in the red jersey. They're really looking at what does the waves look like and where's the best place for us to set up. Now, you can even see it as we're moving now next into the visually impaired one for men. They're already starting to go out there with the guide looking at what's going on near the athletes so they can start explaining what they're seeing and maybe what a game plan might be as they get out into the water.
And look at this. You wouldn't think Southern California, you got a hoodie, gloves, and booties. It is cold.
You know, I wore a puffy insulator today, and I'll tell you what, you are 100% correct. It is cold.
All right, Barbie taking a look here. She's not quite on this wave. We saw Barbie compete down at Chaka's event last year over at the Oceanside, the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. Barbie will go back out. 4 minutes, 25 seconds remaining in this heat.
Barbie's right there. What I love about this is they have neon green boards, and it really is just saying, you know, hey, we know where we are. We're going to match. But it looks like they're having some type of communication where Barbie looks like she may be coming in. There's 4 minutes remaining in this heat, and obviously, we don't have microphones there, but there's some communication happening where the guide is moving Barbie out of the area she's in. I think either trying to position for a new spot down the beach or just trying to put together a strategy where the waves aren't crashing on them so they can have real communication.
Yeah, this World Championship breaking records from the past years. We've got 133 athletes from 22 nations. And we're missing a few nations that usually come out here, but I'm sure next year, bigger plans. AmSurf is looking at coming back with some fantastic plans for the ISA World Para Surfing Championships and the future, you know, with Fernando Aguirre securing the Olympic dream of Duka Hanamoku getting surfing into the Tokyo Summer Games. And surfing will not be a part of the Tokyo Olympics Para Games this year, but is on the table for discussion for Paris in 2024?
Actually, on the table for 2028. We're not going to be able to get in for 2024. But here's Team USA, and the big thing is we know that we have a solid representation from a lot of countries, and USA is a great example. And to highlight that, we'd like to introduce you to one of their teammates competing in the female Stand 1 division, Liv Stone.
Hi, I'm Olivia Stone. I'm from Pennsylvania and I'm 17. So I'm a congenital bilateral above the elbow amputee. The first time I ever surfed was 2 years ago with Bethany Hamilton. That was my first time ever on a surfboard. It's just love at first wave, really. I just fell in love with the sport. It felt like the world just like disappeared and it was just me in the ocean and I could never get enough of it. After the first wave, like everything just started like progressing from there, and I've progressed so much, and like every wave that I'm on, I just learned something new and it's just so exciting. I'm home out in the water, you know, and I feel like I belong. I feel like I have a purpose, and I feel that once you catch that first wave just like me, you'll fall in love with it. And I just kind of had to like walk, run, fly, you know, and I've been flying for a while, and you know, I'm just taking every day and absorbing all the great energy from everyone, and it's just been awesome. This whole event that ISA has been putting on like really just showcases adaptive athletes that like we can do anything we set our minds to. It's just like a whole community here, and everyone loves each other, and even though you're competing against one another, you really are just there to like love each other and have fun, support each other, and it's all about having a great time. Surfing just brings everyone together. That whole vibe is just incredible.
Well, a great story. We're going to see Liv coming up later on today.
Yes, we are. Yesterday, we got to see her, Zoe, and Faith in a heat together, and we've all talked about the way the three of them cheered more for each other than they did for them actual selves. And I think that really speaks to, you know, the movement, the community, the ohana, the unity that we're seeing here at the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships, is the idea of that people are more excited for the competitors than they are for themselves.
Barbie getting a wave on the inside in the final seconds here of their first round heat number 1.
It looks like after Carmen has completed her 8th and final wave, they're saying, we've caught a lot of waves. We're gonna say it's good. It looks like Barbie's doing the same. She's catching one more in for smiles. Why not? It never hurts to just, you know, catch a wave, practice the form, and falling into about 2 inches of water there.
Look, she almost wants to go back out for more, but now she heard the horn, and congratulations to Barbie there, rounding out a good heat. We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we got the men's V1, round number 2, here at La Jolla Shores at the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Roy Tuscany, and we're into round number 2, heat number 1 of the men's VI Visually Impaired 1. And there we go, Aitor, Franciscina from Spain, Elias, Ricardo from Brazil, Tomas da Silva from France, and Alvaro Perez from Uruguay. And already up and down, Aitor, he was a gold medal winner back in 2017 at these very same games, and he's an exciting surfer to watch.
You know, looking at the results from 2018, it looks like a lot of the guys that are in this heat right here are also a part of this. But then you look at the individual who won from Australia back in 2018. He is actually now classified in the VI2 category.
Yeah, it was quite unique in the 2018 edition of the ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We had men and women also competing together.
Okay.
And both V1, V2 were not classifications at that time. It was just visually impaired. It was just the V1. So now they've separated, and like you said in the last heat that we had, making an equaler playing field.
You know, it's amazing to know the data that we have to be able to see how the sport is progressing in just short time frames. It's not like this is over a 10-year span. These changes and these, you know, reclassifications are happening, and they're being done very professionally in less than a year.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes from great organizations like AmpSurf that provide volunteers. It also provides great partners like CAF, Challenge Athletes Foundation, and then also just individuals that are ensuring that the stewardship of parasurfing is continually moving forward to make sure that these are happening to level the playing field and to get it where each heat is based on ability and not at all a question of disability.
Yeah, and the rain starting to come down again here in San Diego and La Jolla Shores. A welcoming rain for California.
Yeah, no, it's totally welcoming. You know, there's nothing that says hello better than a nice amount of rain, and we have definitely seen that. But the weird thing is, each day we're getting breaks in little spots of sunlight, and those are the moments where you see the beach fill up with spectators. You see them with flags. Here we go. You see a couple different athletes all going for this one. Really great wave here from yellow, red. And I'm kind of glad all that kind of happened because they were going for each other there, Bo.
Yeah, and you know, maybe some of the coaches should be aware that if yellow goes and the whole blue back, you know, so maybe some more communication needs to be done on the outside. Aloha and welcome. My name is Bo Hodge. This is Roy Tuscany. Welcome to the webcast here in La Jolla Shores as we have condensed our 5-day event into a 4-day event. We're going to round up tomorrow. We have shortened some of the heats from 20 minutes originally to 15 minutes on round 2 and beyond, and condensing due to the environment that's happening around the world. Some of the teams had to fly back home due to some of the restrictions. So thus, and two, the surf forecast for Sunday is supposed to be even smaller than what we're having right now.
Yeah, Lake La Jolla is not going to do well for a surf competition. But what is doing well right now is the competitor from yellow, Thomas da Silva out of France here, absolutely finding a nice little shoulder, coming down and then popping back out and coming in. Now we go right to the surfer in red, Earto Francisna from Spain. We're starting to see the waves are picking up, the competitors are picking up, and from that we're going to start seeing more and more surfing out here. The rain's picking up, but who cares for the guys that are out there? They're already wet because they're in the ocean.
Yeah, but, you know, going back to Lake La Jolla, you can still surf in lakes. My good buddy Chuck Patterson surfs Lake Tahoe on a good windy day when the winds come on there.
The
but,
East Shore,
and
you
of course,
got to do there, but you got to wear a 5'4" when you do that. That's my home as well.
And to, you know, all the surfers who surf the Great Lakes, let's watch this last wave from yellow. This is Tomas.
Tomas really grabbing right in that pocket off the shoulder and then not allowing the whitewash to really push him off his line. The wave basically ended, and that's why it ended his ride. And then right behind him came the surfer in red from Spain.
Aitor.
What a awesome just back-to-back wave combo between two surfers in this heat.
Now you can see why Aitor is a former world champion.
Yes.
He's got the goods.
Now, the surfer from Uruguay, Alvaro Perez, is there anything on him? He's the only one who has not caught a wave so far, but my guess is, oh, there he is on the far side. Okay, we got a little camera span, and off we get to see him surf now.
Yeah, so stand by, and you see our surfers out in the water right now. There's 3 of our 4 surfers.
Bo,
there's our 4th surfer there in the white jersey on the far right-hand side.
Bo, as you see these, let's call them water formations, what's the wind doing to the conditions out there right now?
Well, it looks like there's a little bit of a bump on the wind, on the waves, I should say. Nice bouncing maneuver there, getting that momentum for a Brazilian surfer.
That's the Hoppy Hodge move right there.
Yeah, the Elias Ricardo. So good job there. So he'll be paddling back out. His coach will redirect him to get him back out in the lineup. And we're starting to see a few more bumps coming out of the north.
We really are. You know, that wind is kind of standing the waves up just a little bit, giving them more of a face. They're not quite breaking as a closeout now and actually kind of forming a little bit. So, you know, from this division moving on, hopefully this starts bringing, you know, the surf level up to the level of each competitor.
And AmpSurf in their first year as a title sponsor and organizing and providing adaptive surfing therapy for programs like for wounded warriors, veterans, adults, and especially the kids.
Yeah. You know, Whitney Houston said it, man, the future, it's all about the kids.
Oh, it was all about the kids. As you're gonna learn from little Gunner.
Yeah, we had Gunner on set this morning. Gunner came in while Mom surfed. Mom ended up second in her race, or in her heat, not her race. And you know, this afternoon we'll probably have him in here again as Mom's going to be surfing in the semifinals.
That's cool. That'll be coming up later today. So double duty action for Mom.
Double duty. It's Mom's always double duty, just to be 100% honest. Mom is amazing, and it's not just in sport. She's kind of amazing in everything she does. Here we go. Surfer in yellow. Thomas De Silva finding another little gem here. The French surfer definitely getting right of wave, getting a little reform here, really trying to pump the board to try to get it, but unfortunately kind of runs out of steam. But look at him charging back out there. 7 minutes in the heat, Bo. This is round 2 for visually impaired 1 for men, and this is a 15-minute heat. This is not a 20-minute heat, so that's why all of a sudden I was like, how did this heat go away so fast?
And look at Aitor charging. He's already registered a 7.83 on his last wave, and you can see he's got more surfing ability than, you know, some of our average weekend warriors.
Yeah, you know, the morning surf club could learn a lot from Aitor right there. A 7.83 and a 5.33. Elias Ricardo Diel from Brazil also quietly has been sneaking up the board, and with 6 minutes left, he's been on the far side of our screen for the majority of this heat. You know, he is in striking distance. Listen to it pick up out there, Bo.
Yeah, we can hear the rain hitting our tent right now. The ducks are going to the water too. Here we go. Everyone's paddling back outside, so they're seeing something.
They see something that maybe we don't from our vantage point right now. Hopefully what we're going to see is some awesome surfing.
Hey, don't forget, coming up in 2023, Paris Surfing is applying for inclusion to the Para Pan Am Games in Santiago, Chile.
You know, that, as we were talking when we ran that last commercial with Brad J., is that does give that potential for, you know, the inclusion potentially in 2024. If we can go 2023 without a hitch, you know, something like that can definitely happen. Look at that wave. They definitely saw something, and look at them starting to form way out. We have not seen waves this far out, and this is really going to increase the field's ride of wave. This will give them a more opportunity to take them into the beach and hopefully have a longer face to ride on.
Looks like that wind's coming left to right from the south, correct?
You know, I have no clue in direction when it really comes to life. I always use never eat shredded wheat, and I really think that acronym right now is proving your direction correct for the wind.
Okay, here, 5 minutes to go. This is crunch time for the surfers now, needing scores, and you see
Far
the separation of surfer in white down there from Elias.
On that one.
Yeah.
Really surprising. I thought he was going to go there. He would have had an open ride to himself, and look at that wave actually form. But obviously, he's got a second set of eyes out there, and they really make sure that they get him in the best way possible so that they have the best potential as they embark on each wave they attack.
I'd like to thank our media partners here at the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. They include Surfline, Waves, Vibrus, Grave.Zero, and BCM Surf Patrol, along with the Surf News. Here's a combination all in there. Up and running, Elias Ricardo still not done. He's going to rebound, reform, and there he gets clipped up by the whitewater. But the fans love the beginning of that wave. And that's the athletes' tent.
Looking inside the athletes' tent, they're all hanging out. They're all cheering each other on. But I think one of the main reasons they're all in there and not on the beach is because we are having back-to-back unpredictable weather here.
Here's Dave Whately. So Quinn will be going out later today. And the universal sign of surfing, the shaka.
The shaka. It can mean so many things, you know, but what is the original meaning of it? And here we go. Surfer in white, Elias Ricardo Dale from Brazil. As we said, he's been on the outside. We haven't really seen. And look at that. Drops, gets back up, and goes again. That guy has a full-on charge mentality.
Hey, a 4.77, so we're on standby for his score. He now needs a 7.0 to go to first. Why? Because Aitor Francescina, he's got a 7.83, a 5.33, and a 5.23. Hey, there's a little Manu. That's Mary's newborn.
It says it pretty well right there. Wild child, wild mom right there.
All that hair fits in that.
It's unreal. It's absolutely unreal because you see when she is, you know, slashing.
Okay, now we see it at the back.
Yeah.
It's poofing out in the back.
Yeah, there we go again. There's the universal shaka right there.
Well, you asked.
I would like to know, Bo, because I know you know the answer too. But here, take this call real quick.
Okay. And Elias, he does move into the lead, so good scoring wave. So a 6.17, a 7.0 on his last wave. And now he's not done yet with 2:25 counting down.
Unreal.
Aitor wants the lead back again. A little bit off balance on that turn, but he regroups. Open face opportunity and does not take advantage of it, but still, great surfing. Remember, these surfers in the water are totally blind.
So these are our visually one impaired. So
Correct.
They are completely blind. They cannot see a thing.
Well, by the classification, I can't speak for each of the competitors out in the water, but they have been classified as the most severe blind in this division.
Just, I don't even know. Like, think about sometimes when you're just standing in a room or outside and it's slightly windy. You close your eyes and like how you instantly lose your ability to really stand strong-footed. Now, let's add an ocean, waves, a board, and also taking direction from a guide. Like, that is a lot to encompass right there.
Well, just like you on a wave ski or your wife on a wave ski or an amputee surfer, people are amazed that this community has gotten together and taken surfing, you know. And you can speak for yourself. Hey, there's Team Hawaii.
There's a guy we can speak of that's at the forefront of that, Coach Chris,
hey, look,
right
he's
there.
taking notes right
now.
now.
The Adaptive Surf Academy that he hosts over in Oahu. There with the surfer from the red jersey from heat number 2 in the visually impaired 2, Aaron Gok, who is here for his first ever competition and has gone back-to-back heat wins. Now look at this. With 55 seconds left, the team from Brazil in the white jersey are coming out. Now, they do technically have the lead, but by 0.1 thousandth.
That's right.
So all our surfer in red, who is no stranger to being a champion, needs to do is just improve one of his previous waves by the littlest minuscule.
I don't know if he's got enough time there. 30
well,
seconds.
Here comes the wave. Here comes the red jersey.
And also Alvaro. They split the peak. Aitor's in the whitewater. One carving turn. He's going to stay with it. He knows he needs a score of a 5.34.
I don't think that's going to do the 5.34, but
it's going to be close.
It's going to be close. It's going to be incredibly close right here.
And the wave prior to that, Aitor just registered a 6.07. So he didn't even need that wave score. So Aitor achieves the win. We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have heat number 2, round number 2 of the men's V1. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla.
years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
AmpSurf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AmpSurf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We are in Heat 2, Round 2 of the men's V1 surfing division. Let's introduce our surfers in the water. We just saw our surfer in yellow. That was Henry Martinez from Costa Rica. We got Pablo Martinez from Argentina. He'll be in the blue jersey. In the white jersey, Kirk Watson from Australia in white. And Josh Loya, the Jedi, he'll be in the red jersey.
We've got a full field here, but the good news is we can call Martinez and get it right 50% of the time. So no matter what, there we go. See, nope, that one wouldn't work. That is Kirk Watson of Australia in the white jersey here. Now this is heat number 2, round 2 for the men's visually impaired 1. The last heat saw 3 competitors in that one. Or no, excuse me. Both of these are full heats. Both have 4 and 4, and we're going to be taking the top 4 into the final. We saw a really great battle between Aitor and Elias Ricardo Del from Brazil. Did he end up winning by point?
No. Aitor came back and actually
he did.
The second wave, the judges were playing catch up on the scoring there. So Aitor placing first, and then so we'll see them coming up on their second round later on. All right, here we go. Surfer in blue. This is Pablo Martinez.
Out of Argentina, already scoring 1 wave under his belt, so he'll be the first to get 2 waves and complete his scoring ability here. Let's see what that jumps him up to. Now, here we go. Surfer in red. Josh Loya, this is a surfer from Team USA. I actually met him in the airport a couple months ago. What a great guy. He talks about how being out in the ocean is where he feels complete freedom.
Does he?
Yeah. That to him is where he's finding the most freedom is, there is no constraints out there, and he trusts his guide, and he trusts the waves, and he loves surfing waves.
Oh, my God. Well, if we saw him surf yesterday, and he was just outstanding. He had the double shaka. He also had the flex jiu-jitsu pose also, because you know why? He is a holder of 5 black belts and ranks himself in 7 different styles of martial arts.
Incredible. The Jedi, seems like there's a lot of names there, but you could almost go to, the Karate Kid right here for him, as he has really mastered, so many disciplines and never allowing his disability ever to define who he is.
Well, 3 years ago, his first contest was down in Oceanside at the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships, where he placed 3rd and actually won some money in that final.
What a great introduction to surfing when you go to an event that has money and you win the money. That really gets you kind of fuel to continually move forward. Look inside the competitors' tent. We've got Team Hawaii, Team Japan, Team USA, Coach Chris, Stoke for Life. Look at all the different inclusion that happens inside of here. People are so fired up to be here supporting supporting, but also making sure that everybody knows that we all support each other.
Yeah, I don't want to miss the point where Josh came back in 2018 and placed first in the visually impaired division over the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships in Oceanside.
You know, it's incredible.
So his first time surfing, he places into the final. The second time he goes back out there and competes at the U.S. Open Adaptive, he goes for number 1.
But what happened when he went to Hawaii later that year?
He did come back to Hawaii. He did take about second place.
Yeah, so he's actually rounded out the podium in all the major events, getting a third, a first, and a second. So he knows all the different positions. Here we go. Surfer in yellow, Henry Martinez. He has found a wave that is just regenerating, resurfacing, and he is saying, yes, I am having a blast. That is definitely going to move Henry up. He had already scored a 2.17. Let's see how the judges there are going to score that next ride for him.
Oh, that's definitely the best wave so far in the heat. And Pura Vida right now, look at that. 10 minutes remaining in this second heat. Okay, here we go. We can hear the beach announcer. I think that's Axel. He's saying some waves coming out the back.
All right, Henry Martinez and Pablo Martinez in the 2 and 3rd. Here we go, white jersey, Kirk Watson here. This is on a replay from Australia. Definitely started off good, but here's that wave that we were talking about. Watch Henry as he gets on this, and then this wave just kind of turns into a conveyor belt and says, you're on, and we're going to keep going. Henry's so stoked as he comes in. He even gives an early claim, a hello to his fans, and then unfortunately does end up in the drink. But we're going to see that score has not come in for the Surfer in Yellow yet. I think it's going to move things around on the scoreboard as we have a very close first to third. Kirk Watson 5.03, Henry Martinez 3.84.
Yeah, he could go from third to first easily on that score. He only needs just a little bit more than the 2 to go to second place. And red, now that's one of our water photographers. And there's Josh out there.
There's Josh out there. Josh just kind of like waiting for the right wave. Now, I hope all the competitors do realize that these heats are only 15 minutes now. They have to. They've got to have the coaching that is making sure that they understand that everything is on a much tighter time frame and that decisions have to be made faster.
All right, Team Brazil getting in on the selfies. There's Ricardo. You like that one? I like that one. The boys are going, Josh falling off on that last attempt.
You know, look at the competitors. They're kind of all over the venue as there's a lot of different peaks that are forming. You know, here in La Jolla, a lot of different kind of options. Now, out the back, we're starting to see some formation. Surfer in Yellow decides not to go for that one, but Surfer in Yellow and White kind of surfing in the same zone. And then Surfer in Blue and Red kind of surfing down the beach or south of the beach to really showcase that there are multiple spots to consider surfing here today.
All right, Henry Martinez goes from third to first. He needed a 2.11 to go to second. He gets a 4.67 to go straight to first.
Yeah, we definitely knew that was going to happen after seeing the length of ride that Henry put down. You know, Henry, Kirk, Pablo, Josh, all amazing surfers here, and it's coming down.
Well, we saw the surf coach for Henry Martinez waving his arms. What he's asking for is for the surfers – actually to the beach announcer to give him information. So possibly looking for that score, the 4.67, maybe in Spanish also too.
Yes.
The language barrier.
You know, the 4.67 that Henry just put down is definitely the highest score of this round so far. But now, look, all the surfers are now starting to come together, and you see the flags of their nations also moving down the beach. Those flags really indicate where they feel the best opportunity is for the surfers out there to be. The beach obviously gets a wider, more vast vision of what is going on out in the ocean, so they can see where maybe a set is coming in, maybe where all of a sudden a new peak is popping up. But it's really important for that communication to happen between the beach and the surfer. Here we go, surfer in red, Joshua Loya from Team USA coming into this wave right here.
Yeah, that wave just kind of runs out on him also for Kirk Watson from Australia. So the tide is changing at around just past noon. So it's going from a low to a high. So it's starting to fill in now out in the water.
With a little over 6 minutes remaining here.
Jay had a joke. Jay's in our ear.
Yes.
He's in our brain.
Yes, it's a little chilly for Team Chili.
Where's the rim shot, boys?
Dun. We nailed that one. But, you know, the best part is I'm a dad now, 7-month-old son. I can make those jokes. I'm officially allowed to make dad jokes.
Oh, yeah. You are definitely the goofy dad.
Yeah, I'm in.
You own it.
I want to own every ounce of it. I want every bad dad joke. Here we go. Surfer in yellow. Henry Martinez just totally bottom turning the exact turn for that wave right there. And he's already back out again, and the waves are starting to pick up. So I think we're going to start seeing more and more. Here we go. Josh, the Jedi, up on board. Oh, not up, but still having fun.
Well, he caught a whitewater wave, and it was during the transition of trying to stand up there for Josh and unable to get into his stand. So 5 minutes remaining, still plenty of time to get back out there and catch another good ride. Again, many thanks to our president of the ISA, Fernando Aguirre, for helping all adaptive surfers from all around the world compete for a world championship. Fernando's dream of getting surfing in the Olympics has achieved his goal from Duke Kahanamoku back in 1912, and that'll be happening coming up later this year. All fingers crossed for the Tokyo Summer Games. And here we go, up and riding in white, Kirk Watson from Australia. Here we go, yellow. Henry Martinez, your boy, Roy.
Henry Martinez is just having an absolute blast out there. He is starting to build up his wave count. And as we can see, Surfer in yellow is just enjoying every ounce of his time out in the ocean.
Just under 4 minutes to go. Little turtle dive there.
Going up and over the double up right there,
Yeah.
actually. Surfer in yellow, Henry Martinez coming back out. It's got white and red. It looks like the surfer in white, Kirk Watson, coming in for this wave from Australia. He's going to get up on that shoulder. Now, the real question is the wave going to keep him going? Nope. But I'll tell you what,
Hey,
he is fired up.
He did a couple of carving turns on that drop, so that'll be helping his cause. Kirk now needs a 4.32 to go into the lead with 3.5 minutes remaining.
And, you know, as Fernando unfortunately can't be here in person, but the good news is we have this amazing piece about his Olympic passion. Here's Fernando.
My name is Fernando Aguirre. I am the president of the International Surfing Association, and I like to surf every day. The ocean is the greatest equalizer. There is no really admission fees, no membership fees. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, gender, weight size, or anything to surf. The ocean has not been privatized, sold, rented, so we all have a chance to enjoy it. And maybe like a year ago, something like that, one day I woke up and I realized that the dream that I was having when I woke up, it was the reality. From having for the first time all the dream surfing teams of the world together, all the top stars, the guys that I met when they were 15 or 16 as juniors, and I saw them winning medals or gold medals, and they're all together now. Next to, you know, the full team of Senegal. You know, it's like a team from Thailand, Indonesia, American Samoa. I think it's probably, this is a sensitive point, no, because I carry on my heart my parents, my grandparents, are the people that really made me who I am. And my grandparents on my mom's side were very, you know, limited income. He was a taxi driver and she was a housewife that used to work as a maid on a hotel. I was maybe 16 or 17, and one day my grandma showed up and gave me the most expensive jacket that I couldn't buy. And I knew how life was difficult for them, how difficult life was for them. So I told her, I said, you're crazy, this is like, why do you do that? And she said, I'm not sure you're gonna get it now, but eventually I think you're gonna get it. And giving is much better than receiving, because by receiving, nobody has ever become a better human being. But if you give, you might get a chance.
Very nice, touching speech from ISA President Fernando Aguirre. A little history about himself.
And gives us a 1 minute countdown to the final. There is the Jedi himself there, proclaiming an awesome ride there from Joshua from Team USA in the red jersey. Henry Martinez way out in front right now in the yellow jersey. But here comes Kirk Watson from Australia, who is either up on his board or he's just celebrating coming off his board. He's had a great here. Here he is again, Henry Martinez. He is like a pirate out there, just pointing in the direction he wants to go and catching those waves. Here he is, Henry Martinez from Costa Rica, catching there his 8th wave of the session.
Get out of here. 8 waves? Man, he's having more fun than we are.
He is having an absolute blast, that is for sure.
All right, we got the final seconds here, just about 10 seconds remaining. Coming up next, we're going to be having the women prone to round 2 heats coming up. And there, the Jedi, Josh Loya from Santa Cruz. And let's watch Henry Martinez one more time.
Henry Martinez had more fun than everybody else out there.
Yeah.
That is for sure.
And he's got it. He's got the balance. He's got a nice wide longboard with a kicked up nose. And he's kind of pointing the way. That's right. All right, Henry, way to go, buddy. Congratulations. And we're going to take a short commercial break right now. When we come back, we're going to be giving you the women's prone to round 2 heats coming up. You're watching the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla Shores.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AMP Surf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. My name is Mitchell Salazar, and we are in round 2 of Prone 2 division in the women's. This is our surfer in white, Georgina Melatini from Argentina, catching one of our opening rides of this heat so far. So these are condensed heats, 15 minutes, as we will most likely be finishing the event tomorrow afternoon. Round 2, Heat 1, Sam Bloom from Australia in red, Georgina Melatini from Argentina in white, and Natasha Davies from England is in yellow. Here is Sam Bloom from Australia. What a ride so far in this prone division. And these are condensed heats, so 15 minutes. These surfers have to get to work quickly. And Bloom in red doing an outstanding job on that wave. And these competitors do have a pusher and somebody that will be catching them once they finish their own rides as well. And here's our competitor in yellow, Natasha Davies, and she is hailing from England. She gets her opening ride right there on the board. So it's Mitchell Salazar. Brad J is with me here in the booth on day number 3 of competition at the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
Hard to believe we're already at that day 3 mark right now. We've seen all kinds of different conditions. We've seen good weather. We've seen bad weather. We've seen everything pretty much thrown at us. And this one, Georgina Melatini, Argentina, 5.33. Sam Bloom in that third spot. Natasha Davies just jumps up into number 2 from England. And there you go. There's Natasha Davies. Ask and you shall receive. Taking one to the inside here. She's going to redirect it back to the right hand. Nicely done.
Yes, sir. And I really like that she's wearing a helmet right now. It's just, as far as safety goes, you can never be too precautious. And, you know, we go back to events where if people would have had helmets on, we could have prevented so many things from happening, even in free surfs. The event in Tahiti last year, we saw around 4 or 5 competitors wearing helmets, and I think it's something that you don't necessarily need to enforce, but it's something that you should be encouraging. Though.
Yeah, and then that's definitely something you definitely should do. Sam Bloom right now. Oh, nice little cut right there off the bottom. Kind of creates some speed, then brings it back to the left, makes it to the inside section. There we go. Nicely done. Sam Bloom taking that one all the way to the beach. Let's check in. Let's send things down to Bo, standing by with the winner from the last heat. Bo, what's going on?
Thanks a lot, guys. We're down here with Team Costa Rica. Why? Because we got right here Henry Martinez. Henry was having so much fun out in the water. Let's talk about your heat first. You caught 8 waves, buddy.
8 waves?
8 waves.
Oh, wow. I can't believe it. No, it was a very funny hit because yesterday conditions were like worse. We had like very disordered conditions, and it was like very difficult. But today, it was like easier to catch the waves and to ride it. I had a lot of fun, and it has been like very important for me because well, this is my 3rd time in the championships, but this is the first time that we have a division for totally blind people. We're not mixed with people with low vision, so it has been like you feel sure, you feel you're like in equal conditions, and this is very, very good.
You have very good balance and style of surfing. How many years have you been surfing, and how did you find surfing?
Well, I have surfed by 3 years. He's my coach, Michael Venegas, and I started surfing because, I don't know, since I was a child, I told my parents I wanted to do it, but they said like, oh, it's a beautiful dream. Okay, but volunteering, I found like the opportunity in a clinic that an organization made for people with disability, free, and I was volunteering there, and I tasted, and then people of the Costa Rican team of adapted surfing, today para surfing, they told me like, hey, you can train with us, and I told them like, I'm not an athlete, sorry, but I just study and that's my sport. But then I knew that surfing, or yeah, like surfing and competing, we could change like lives of many people with disabilities that don't know that could surf or do whatever they want. So we started like an association to make the competitions, but also like to make surf therapy in Costa Rica, and that's my motivation to keep surfing and to being here today. Yeah?
Well, Henry, you are one heat away at possibly becoming a world champion here in La Jolla. What would it mean to you to win a gold medal and represent Costa Rica as a world champion?
It would be one of my dreams and one of the dreams of the team, but it would be also like a big responsibility that I know that we're gonna I represent also, because Henry could have a medal, but people with disability still have to fight by many things, by many rights, and by more people surfing. So that's like our dream: more people surfing and more medals in more people with disability for Costa Rica. Yeah.
Well, you're such a great role model, Henry. I need the whole cheer, guys.
can't hear a thing. Back up to you guys.
Oh, man, he just blew out Bo's eardrums. Hey, you know what? The Most Spirit Award, if I'm going to give any sort of Most Spirit Award, I got to give it to Team Costa Rica.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and what an inspirational figure Henry Martinez is. He volunteered to at an event, and that's where he eventually became a surfer. He doesn't consider himself an athlete, and he is going to be crowned at least a copper medalist in a World Championship Finals. That's amazing.
Look at this section right here all the way through. Sam Bloom, that's one of the better waves of the day. She takes that thing all the way through on the right, turns it around, sends it back left. Nicely done. Sam Bloom, who's in the lead already.
Yeah, and her previous wave had been a 7.67. She carried speed super well throughout the entirety of this wave, used her rails to perfection. And if you're asking me, that's going to be close to a perfect score from Sam.
You're thinking, too. Yeah, I got to think so, too. I got to think that's pretty nearing that 10 spot for sure. Go get some. So 6:38 in this one, 7.67 and a 6.67. Sam Bloom, #1 spot. Georgina Malatini from Argentina, a 7.16. She's done it with a 5.3, a 1.83. And Natasha Davies in yellow, sitting with a 5.4 and a 2.83 and a 2.57 to get to that number. 6 minutes, 15 seconds to go. And I can't wait to see that Sam Bloom score.
I think it's going to be a very large one. And, you know, judges do have their work cut out for them because when you have a condensed heat like this one, 15 minutes, it's really hard to see replays and completely analyze everything. Good thing is they do have a little bit of time right now that it's flat out in the ocean. But look at that. Sam with one turn goes up into the lip right here. And look at how she redirects down. So that counts as a down carve. That's a maneuver. And there was a combination of major maneuvers on this wave. So not only did she get the big three, speed, power, and flow, but she was able to combo, which what we consider something that is way more difficult to do than what other people are doing just going straight.
Well, the score coming in for that one. Look at this, 8.67. So nearing the 9 mark, trying to enter that 9 club. Sam Bloom with an 8.67, a 7.67. So that's going to put her with a total of 16.34. That's going to combo Georgina to try and take that #1 spot. Natasha Davies in the #3 spot, needing a 4.34 to get up into that top 2.
And there's Christian Otter carrying the U.S. flag.
I had a chance to talk to him just a little while ago down there, and he's just so fired up on Team USA and what they have shown out here.
And he was hanging out with the Costa Ricans and the Colombian team for a little bit in the competitors area too. He was saying that he was giving Freddie a little bit of advice when it comes to being an athlete and what it means to represent something that is much larger than just yourself. You know, as a representative of your country, you're basically representing your culture and your values. So he kind of wanted to get that message across the board to Freddie.
You know what? And to do that to another country, to work with someone else, that just shows you the love that they all have for each other and what they're doing out here in surfing.
Well, you're becoming a mentor, basically, for somebody like him, who's much younger, first of all, and then second, you've been there, done that. You know, you have the experience of being center stage multiple times, especially when you're coming from a country that has much more exposure when it comes to the sport of surfing too. And Freddie was very appreciative of that. He was saying that for somebody like Christian Otter to come up to him and just talk to him was something big, but then when he started getting into full detail, he was really stoked.
You got to wonder, what was Christian's mentor? Like, who was the mentor for Christian when it came down to it, or did he just take that lead and that charge on his own?
It could have been on his own. To be honest, that's a good. It's a good question. I might have to ask him once we're back outside of the booth. But
it's giving back is what it is.
Yeah, and it could have easily been Jesse Belauer.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, and Jesse was one of the few people that actually was a professional surfer before he became a para surfing champion. So. Having that knowledge of competing in the momentum generation and being one of those members, you know, surfing with the likes of Ross Williams, Rob Machado, Shane Backdorian, Obviously, Kelly Slater in that
Dorian.
too.
I like that little addition there.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a name wave, or your nickname is based off of a wave, especially one of the most consequential in the world, you know you're doing something right. So
he's a legend.
Jesse having that experience, that knowledge, and passing it on to somebody like Christian Otter, who is passing it on to Freddie Serrano, and Freddie will eventually be a mentor to people after him too. It's all about the next generation being better than the one that was before them.
Well, I like when you bring up Jesse Billauer on that. I had a chance to catch up to him years ago doing a radio show. He came into the studio, and I had a chance to interview him and just, talked about – because I had surfed the spot where his accident happened at Westies Beach out there, westward by Zuma Beach, and just to hear his story and how he was so groundbreaking on being able to, like, with life rolls on and just, putting it out there. And not just going to go home and sit and be frustrated that it happened to me. He put himself out there and inspired so many people because of that.
Absolutely. And then, a big example for me was that growing up with my older brother, he's a regular footer, I'm a goofy footer, and a big inspiration for me has always been Mick Fanning. He's been my all-time favorite surfer. And his older brother, Sean Fanning, unfortunately passed away in a car accident. And their plan was to qualify for the championship tour together. And even though Sean had passed, Mick still kept his word and achieved that goal. So you got to look at the people that came before you and kind of just follow their lead and achieve your dreams and goals. And you need to set short-term goals and you need to set long-term goals. And eventually you'll succeed in both.
Oh, my gosh. That's beautiful. Well put there, Mitchell. So looking at it right now, Sam Bloom, the top spot from Australia, doing it in a big, big way. Look at those scores, those best two scores, an 8.67 and a 7.67. So we see Georgina Melitini from Argentina trying to work this little inside section. You can see the catcher there kind of pointing where she needed to go. But Natasha Davies in the third spot. But Sam Bloom, man, doing it right with you look at what Sam Bloom's done. A 6.67, a 7.67, an 8.67, and a 4.60. Nothing below a 4.60.
Yeah.
For Sam Bloom.
And, that throwaway of a 6.67 could easily be the heat total of a lot of these competitors.
Yeah.
In a lot of these divisions, but regardless of what you're getting or what you're achieving in this, if what you actually are getting out of it is happiness and you're succeeding in the goal you set out before you actually entered the event, that should be a medal just by itself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have the goal out there. Maybe your goal, you're competing against people that are,
even completing a wave.
Yeah, and you got to start with something, and that's having that goal is so key. We see Sam Bloom looking at this one, a little bowl section right there. And she's going to turn that one over, but does not matter at all. She's been crushing it. Looks like Natasha going to get one in right before the buzzer. Here we go. Natasha Davies on the inside trying to keep this thing going rail to rail. Not able to complete into that inside, but a good solid wave to catch one. That's what she was looking to do. Needing a 2.57 to get up in that number 2 spot. So that'll wrap up this one right now with Sam Bloom on the top, 16.34, her total two-wave score. Georgina Melitini from Argentina, a 9.23, her two-wave score in second. Natasha Davies in that third spot, but we still have one more to come in for her. And we got a lot more heats coming up. Don't go anywhere. Women Prone 2, round 2, heat number 2 on the way. It's your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More right after this.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
And welcome everybody out. 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Mitchell Salazar and Brad J on the mic. Heat number 2. Women Pro 2, round 2. 3 qualifying heats in this one. And we're going right to work.
Dude, Quinn Waitley.
Is that the birthday girl from yesterday?
It was. It is. It is. It was her birthday yesterday, 25 years old. She's a quadruplet, too.
Look at this. She's the one. Oh, my gosh. All the way in. Look at this. Brings it back to the right. What is going on? You know what? She's the one yesterday in her interview where I lost it when you interviewed her. I cried like a little baby just to hear her story and how she said one of the most exciting things being out here with her family and surfing. And that's just amazing. Catel Robert from France. In this one, Sandra Vendrell from Spain. And Quinn Waitley, who we're just talking about from the USA. France versus Spain versus United States here.
Yeah, and that interview with Quinn and
gosh, man,
and Nalu from South Africa was
you can't do that to me, dude.
It was you know, it was pretty motivating, and you get to see, you know, their side of their stories, and you know, it's really cool to see that everybody's here, you know, with a different purpose and motivation, and even though they might be in similar situations with their disabilities, I like to call them abilities, because it feels like every time we mention it, it's like a superpower they have, you know, and I think the main superpower that all of them have is the power of inspiration to people like us, and
well,
it's rad.
You know, life did give her, you know, life dealt her a blow that she had to deal with, and the fact that she is just an awesome person for it, and doesn't even, to her, just being able to be out here surfing with her family and her friends out here was the most important thing in her life. And just to hear that out of her, I lost it and cried like a little baby yesterday.
You could say life is the bronze bomber Deontay Wilder, but she handled it like Tyson Fury did in the rematch with Wilder. She just went out there, 7th round TKO, and currently she is the lineal heavyweight champion of the world when it comes to inspiring people.
Nice comparison, and I definitely was inspired by her. And it was her birthday yesterday, and did she take the win in that heat?
She did.
Yeah, she took the win.
I think her and Nalu ended up 1 and 2. Yeah, so it was definitely a good day for her. And speaking of people that are having a great day, how about the French people out here who not only are one of the most inclusive teams when it comes to having a very diverse set of skills. We saw them compete in wave ski. We've already seen them compete in the kneeling division. But they also have a really good variety of waves, whether it's in the actual Atlantic or close to the Mediterranean Sea with Marseille. A lot of people from Marseille actually practice water sports too.
Well, I'm glad you bring up France, and let's bring up 2024 with
Paris.
With Paris Olympics and Chopu being the surfing spot. Did you think they could have done maybe be it Hostiger, Biarritz, or something like that?
For sure. I think they were pushing for something exciting, though, and since Tokyo, you know, is going to host the 2020 Olympics, and surfing is going to be at either Miyazaki or
Chiba,
Chiba.
Chiba, yeah.
Or Chiba. So they kind of wanted to not repeat at a beach break. So they were like, why not have it at Chopu? It's part of the French Surfing Federation. It's in French Polynesia. You can just send everybody over there. And I think Catel would be pretty stoked to go to that event in Tahiti.
I mean, that's a heavy spot.
It is.
So you got to time that right. I mean, because you can't hold it. You can't hold it when it's just macking and it's breaking, you know, below the surface.
You know, if
could you? I guess you could.
If we have a championship tour event there and the Olympics are only held every 4 years, you got to go when you got to go, you know, and say if we have John Florence and Owen Wright, to see him there would be something really awesome.
My goodness.
Imagine having Quinn there when it's 2 feet, because, you know, even 2 feet is something pretty rad to see when it's small.
Because it's so hollow still.
It's hollow. It's over a reef break, so you could have a more controlled environment. You can have more catchers. You can have more pushers. You're obviously going to have a lot of skis in the water too, so safety wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
What would be an issue is timing that swell correctly.
Well, and then, you know, the IOC, the Olympic Committee, they want it to be showcased because they put surfing in because they know surfing will get a lot of viewership because surfing is so popular, and they know that that's big for the Olympics. So why not put it again in place like the French Polynesian Islands, right?
On screen, Team Chile, they could have a few representatives that could do superb at a wave like Chopu and Tahiti, not only in the parasurfing division, but say you have or a Diego Merelo or a Ramon Navarro or my good friend Nicolás Vargas. He's from Arica, so his home spot is El Gringo. So he is great at barrel riding and surfing, you know, heavy water waves. And actually, I believe in Chile, Polynesians came over and Bo, correct me if I'm wrong. I have Bo to my
Bo's
left
off
right
to
now.
the side, yeah.
He's off to the side. Didn't Polynesians go and colonize Chile and a lot of the South American region? That's why Easter Island, Rapa Nui, is so similar to the Polynesians.
There are theories about that, but the Peruvian people, like the Hawaiians and the Polynesians, both claim to have invented surfing.
So Peruvians, he's saying that there's theories that Polynesians did colonize that part of South America, but it does seem there is a little battle to see who actually started the sport of surfing.
Well, because, and if you go back to the history with Peru claiming it, I mean, they were standing up riding boats, like boat style, like thatch boats to the beach.
Yeah.
The reed boats, the reed boats. They were standing, and there's proof that, 2,000 years ago or something like that they were riding those things. So that's who did it? Who invented it, you know? Is it Polynesian or what? But right now, that's a question for another day. Sandra Vendrell from Spain on this one, a 4.43 with her. So this will be a second wave. Needed a second wave on that.
Nice little double up there. Didn't get the connection, but still solid drop. Got the redirect towards the left.
What do you think on that story, Mitchell? What's your thing? Do you think Peru, I mean, could you count it if you're standing up on a reed boat? Isn't that somewhat style?
It is. It definitely is. You know, it would have been cool to have asked the Duke when he was alive his opinion on that.
You know what? That would be the question. Exactly.
Either way, I think that both areas of the world in that sense have contributed a ton.
Yeah.
Sailing canoes, you know, from South America, and that came over to the Polynesians eventually. So that could be a point in their favor.
Yeah.
But a point in the Polynesians' favor is that surfing is considered to have been created in warmer weather. So if you've ever seen the movie Moana, you know that Maui, who is also known as the Hawaiian Superman, was one of the first surfers to have ever have started or practiced the sport.
Good look at Sandra Vendrell here on the replay on this one. This is the wave that I think netted her. Oh, all the way to the top. So 803. So
he is.
2.6 and a 4.43. So she moves to the top. The replay that we see here, Hotel Repair. I like the way she pulls her body forward and gets more pressure on that nose to keep making those sections.
Yeah, and equipment is different for every person.
Yeah.
It's a sense of comfort. And her handles are actually just one. So it's all connected into one, and it's in
oh, yes, I see
the
what you're
center
saying.
part of her board. Some people prefer to have two handles or maybe even one on each rail, or just one, certainly, on the side, maybe down low, you know, closer to your tail.
Almost like a handlebar the way she
Yeah.
has that thing set up.
Well, that's how Bethany Hamilton has one. She has one in the center. It's a smaller one, obviously, because, just to duck dive. And when she does stand up, she'll pull it back a little. But if she pulls back too hard, she'll lose speed, and it'll stall her when she's actually standing up.
Do you think from Bethany Hamilton, do you think some of them, they learn what they want to do with their boards because of what she's done
absolutely.
in the past? For sure.
Absolutely. She revolutionized, parasurfing. She doesn't consider herself a parasurfer. She just considers herself a surfer.
Yeah.
And, dude, when she competed in Fiji a few years ago, my goodness, semis, She beat Tyler Wright, who was the defending world champion. It was firing, and whether it was 6 feet or 2 feet, she was just ripping. And she's inspired people like Quinn Whately. And Quinn was actually telling me that she wanted Bethany to be part of Team US if they were represented in the Paralympics in the sport of surfing.
And what do you think Bethany would want to do on that?
Oh, she'd for sure go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
She'd for sure go ahead and do it.
That's pretty darn
If
cool.
If you ask Mike Coots, too, he'd go ahead and do it as well.
Yeah. A nice little setup you see with Sandra right there, how she has that foam block, so that keeps her chest up, so she doesn't lay too flat on the board and get that nose on her. It kind of keeps that nose up. So I like the way she's had that board customized right there. Almost like a pillow, kind of just bring it in tight. There's the look at the crew right there hanging, all of our surfers.
Joshua Loya in there with the big beard. Don't mess with him. He could.
Boy, that is a big beard.
He could turn you into a pretzel, though. So he has 5 different black belts. Bo was talking about. Yep. Ranked in 7 different styles in martial arts, but he is the nicest person you will possibly meet.
Yeah, he's not going to flaunt that, that's for sure. Cattell Roper, top spot right now, 1040. That's a 5.40 and a 5. That gives her 10 and some change. Quinn Whately in the number 2 spot, a 4.60 and a 4.47. There's that heat. Oh, dry out the hood. I like it. Keep everything dry. And it's important for our competitors, too, as well, to have that heat in there.
Oh, dude, for sure. You don't want to go into the water being cold outside and then having to go into water that's a little chilly.
Yeah, especially circulation issues that some of the athletes do have.
100%.
You got to keep them warm.
Your body movement wouldn't be able to be the same if it were that way. And look at Quinn, dude. That was a big drop. Good-looking size wave for our surfer representing the United States. They're local. Her family, they're from Coronado.
Oh, they are from Coronado Island right here, right?
Nice distance on this ride.
See that? Telling her to go, bring it to the right.
Mm-hmm. And closer to the catcher, too.
Yeah, because you want to get her back on her back like that right there and get her up so she can breathe. There you go.
Had a birthday yesterday, 25 years old.
25, right? Yeah.
She's a quadruplet, and I want to give
quadruplet.
Quadruplet, yeah. And
not a triplet.
No.
Not a twin.
And she has 3 other sisters, too.
And they support. And she was saying
it's their favorite family activity. Like, they love going surfing together. So it's their therapy.
So that's a rad family.
Dave, the dad, said, I have a daughter that's 100. I have 4 25-year-olds. They turned 100.
The dad says he has a daughter's 100 because they all turned 25 yesterday, so that's 4. Count it, 4 times 25, you got 100. His daughters are 100 years old. But she's not showing that she's 100. She's looking good out here. Quinn lately taking that one all the way in, another one. Just the stoke that young lady has.
And look at her knowledge of flipping over. She knew that she has that strength, at least enough from her neck upwards, where she can actually get her head out of the water, so that way she won't intake any water and actually get that into her lungs. That's smart, and it shows her ocean knowledge and experience.
Yeah, and also going into the shallower water. Stay on that wave till you get to the shallow so you can push yourself up.
Especially if you can use your elbows.
Yeah.
Use your elbows, push that up, and push your neck up too.
Cattell Roper from France getting another one here right at the end of this one. She's going to let that thing double up. Will she get back into that? And that is going to do it right there. Not yet. No, not yet. I'm going to take this thing to the beach.
She's going to dock it. Watch out with those fins. Look at how stoked she is. Look at that smile. That was me 2 days ago when it was half a foot, too.
There's Quinn right there getting out. Bring her chair in for her. Very good stuff right there. Well, we got another heat for you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Your women, Prone 2, round 2. Your third and final heat coming up in this one. On the way, it's your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More surfing action. Don't go away. It's right after this.
years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
And there was, take a look at a very stoked Quinn Whately right there. Talking to the Otter. Just fired up. Birthday yesterday, 25 years old. Quadruplet.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Quadruplet.
And their whole family is such surfers. They all come out and support all the way through.
Otter Thompson right there, and then Jose Martinez was further down. And here's Nalu Makalima.
You had a good chat with her.
Look at her smile. She's stoked.
She's like, everything she does, she's stoked. And her stoke was infectious too yesterday when you interviewed with her.
Yeah.
And that is Monique Oliveira from Brazil on that one.
Ava Heller with her opener ride.
The Hawaiian here. Look at the instructions. Go to the left. Go to the left.
The flying Hawaiian is what I call her, and just like the person who actually used that term for the first time, Shane Victorino. She is definitely hitting a home run when it comes to being a great representative at this event.
Now, it looks like she's got a different setup. It looks like she has 3 grab locations. She has two on the, in the mid and then one on the side there.
And a larger board, too, so much more volume. And look at where her leash is located. It's actually strapped to her via a belt. So she wears a belt around her waist, and that is essentially her leash. So in case the catcher can't actually get to her in time, they can see the board, and the board is attached to the leash. So they'll just grab the board first, and it'll pull Ava towards her or him, depending on the catcher.
That was a somewhat of a new invention, right, for parasurfing?
Yeah, and
the waist leash.
You know, if the waves aren't heavy, it's something that you should probably look into because it's much easier to put on. It's probably safer because it won't ricochet back to you if it is coming back towards you. The board is.
You reminded me of some of the old leashes, the ones that used to have the rubber outside and they had the elasticity on the inside. And when you would fall down and you'd pull your board, you'd get that recoil, and that board would come flying at you. I'm glad they got rid of that. That was not a good design.
Kind of dangerous.
Yeah,
you know,
just a little.
Well, that's how Jack O'Neill ended up becoming the Jack O'Neill that we know.
Yep,
and,
lost the eye that way, right?
You know, it's different inventions, and you have evolution, and I mean, just technology has helped a lot out when it comes to parasurfing. You're seeing a lot more inflatable vests being used, impact vests too. I recommend, you know, at least wearing an impact vest once it gets, if you're surfing larger waves. If it's anything above 10 feet and you have an impact vest around you, wear it. It's just so much better.
Look at Magalima just really putting that edge to work. Look at her body, how she just contorts that. She goes to one side, brings it over to the right, then she brings it back to the left, then she goes back to the right, continues to just pull up and not just be happy with just going straight down the line.
Yeah, and Nalu coming from Cape Town, even though she is wearing a wetsuit basically year-round in Cape Town, this is so much warmer than there. I mean, even though you're talking about low 60s. Water in Cape Town, you're wearing a 4.3 at least year round, you know, and then once it gets really cold, you're wearing
NorCal water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're wearing when it's wintertime, it's basically Canada water, you know. You're wearing a 5.4 booties and gloves.
Oh, I know. When I was up in Surfing Washington, 6.54. I wore 7 mil booties, 3 mil gloves. Yeah. There's a lot of wetsuit going on there. 9 minutes left in this one. Nalu in the top spot with a 9-0. Ava Heller, number 2 right now from Hawaii in white. As we look at Monique Oliveira from Brazil. This will replace the .87, what she was looking to do.
Easily going to be her best ride so far. A lot of distance covered in that one. And she should be really proud of herself because to be able to really achieve that distance as far as the actual ride goes, it takes a lot of upper body strength. And we're talking about people who are more than anything in this division, in the prone division, they are paraplegic.
Yeah.
So they are not reliant with a lot of strength. So the one that they do have, they're concentrating every ounce of that energy into actually demanding that their board stays in a certain position to keep that line going through the entirety of the wave. I mean, a good example would be try surfing by paddling just with one arm, standing up with that one arm, and stabilizing it, stabilizing the entire ride with that one arm too. That's essentially what this is it.
Yeah.
This is it. You know, it's a good example.
And that's just try to do that. Try to go surfing and try to do it that way. See if you can get up and using just one arm to try and do that. It's not easy to do. I remember back in the day when we were experimenting with surfing behind the boat before wakeboarding was kind of around. We would do that. You'd have to pull the rope and push in the middle of your board just to pop up. It was always tricky to do. Well, let's check in with Bo. That's right, Bro's down there in the mix with the winner of our last heat. Let's send it down to Bo. Bo.
Thanks, Brad. We're down here with Cattell, the winner of the last heat, and also orderly. She's going to be translating into French with Cattell. Cattell, great heat out in the water. Tell us about how much fun you had competing here in your heat, your last heat.
Oh, on n'a que 15 minutes, c'est très très court et j'ai réussi à avoir 3 bonnes vagues, donc je suis super contente et les conditions sont quand même meilleures qu'hier, donc je me suis beaucoup amusée sur ce heat.
So 15 minutes, it's a very short time, but she managed to have 3 good waves, so she's very happy about what she did. And also the conditions are much better than yesterday, so that's great.
And why is surfing in your life? How did you find surfing and how much fun do you have surfing?
Qu'est-ce que ça change dans ta vie, le surf?
Ouais. Le surf, j'ai commencé à surfer il y a 2 ans et tout a changé dans ma vie en fait parce que moi mon accident date de 2 ans et demi, 6 mois après j'ai commencé à surfer et j'ai retrouvé une liberté, j'ai retrouvé un contrôle de mon corps que j'avais perdu avec les déplacements en fauteuil et avec le handicap et j'ai trouvé beaucoup d'amis aussi et l'opportunité de participer à des événements comme les championnats du monde, ce qui est assez extraordinaire dans ma vie. J'ai 47 ans donc que ça arrive à mon âge, c'est assez fou.
So it was a new opportunity because she had an accident 2.5 years and she discovered surf 2 years ago, and it was a way to meet a lot of nice people and to have fun. It gives her a new way of life and a new goal also to her life, and it permits her to travel more and to participate to contests like here, and for her it's at the end it's a chance for her to have discover surf.
Do you want to say hi to anybody back home watching the webcast in French?
How many?
Just say hi to her family and friends back home in French.
Tu peux dire coucou à ta famille en fait.
Oh,
à tes enfants.
Salut les enfants, j'ai 5 enfants. Et voilà, je vous fais un gros bisou, je pense à vous. J'espère qu'on va pouvoir rentrer parce que les frontières américaines sont fermées. Je ne sais pas comment on va rentrer, mais voilà, comptez sur votre mère, je reviens.
All right, back up to you guys. Congratulations.
Stoke, so much Stoke out here, man. Thank you so much, Bo, down there in the mix. And our final heat right now in your women prone 2 round 2, 3 qualifying heats. We'll go to men prone 2 round 2 after this with 4 qualifying heats in that one. But 4 minutes to go, and Nalu doing it in a big way, a 5 and a 4. That's a 9. Ava Heller doing it with a 3-4-3 and a 3-3-3. 6-7-6 her total. Monique Oliveira in that third spot, 5-9. Nalu top spot, as we're talking about it, in that red, and you can see Monique Oliveira, we're looking at in the screen right now. And we talk about having the pushers and the catchers, how important you got to have both, because you're going to push them into the way, but you got to have the catcher too.
Yeah, and they both have to be super knowledgeable about the ocean and how their actual surfer likes to be treated. Because you can have a person that likes to be pushed a little bit harder, and when they catch him, they prefer actually doing a little bit of the work themselves, or maybe they like to be pushed out a little bit further, so that way the catcher is going to do the majority of the work, and that way the pusher will meet them halfway possibly. So they need to be knowledgeable. It's a tough job.
It's definitely tough because there's a lot that goes on to it. And you can see Monique Oliveira here from Brazil getting one all the way to the inside. Now you can see her catcher. He's going to body surf into it to try and get next to her. So if she turns over, he can get right to her.
And see how she has a set of different handles when it comes to the actual board. She has a couple of different grips that she could possibly latch onto.
And that is Ava Heller from Hawaii, 6-7-6. Score she has a 9-0 for Nalu. Monique in the third spot, waiting for a score to come in for her. After this, we'll go into the men prone 2 round 2, 4 qualifying heats in that one. Priority going to Nalu right now, top spot with that 5 and a 4.
And to anybody that would like to educate themselves a little bit more in ocean knowledge and possibly, know how to be safe in a situation of tough, encounters, I recommend looking into Big Wave Risk Assessment Group, also known as BRAG. I've done a certification through them. Shout out to Chris Grimm, Uncle Brian Kilana, and Ryan Hargrave. They are both excellent watermen. And obviously Uncle Brian Kilana, one of the best ever. They have different numbers of certifications of levels of certification you can do. Different areas of the world. I did mine in Newport Beach here in California. They did one in San Diego last year. They have their global summit on the North Shore of Oahu in the month of December.
Now, is that for everyone to do that?
Everyone can do it as long as you pay the fees, and it's really just to get those people that I was mentioning to that location. So they had one in Puerto Rico.
That's really cool.
Your fees are basically getting them there so they can instruct you on how to possibly prevent, those situations where you're in an uncomfortable spot, but, we're here to help each other, and that's what it's all about.
Here's Monique right here, a little rebuild. Not able to get back in that little section. Monique in that third spot. But I'll tell you what, I look at some of the stuff that we would surf when we were young kids, and, we didn't know. We didn't have the experience. We'd paddle out on days that we probably shouldn't have been paddling out on, and your parents don't know what you're doing. So it's like, with my kids, I try to teach them the right way and teach them water safety, water knowledge, how to paddle out at spots, how to really go to school off someone else paddling out who may be a local at a spot to see how they do it unhitched. Like, just learning a little bit more water knowledge is so important because, it's a water sport and it can be dangerous.
Dude, you're playing with fire when it comes down to Mother Nature, and there are two of the best men that are excellent representatives of the International Surfing Association, Bo Hodge and Robert Fasulo. And look at Nalu again. She's just going to extend her lead with this one.
I like the way Nalu she's not going straight at all. She goes rail to rail the whole time, pulls up on the right side, pulls up on the left, works that thing side to side. Nalu, top spot. That's going to help her cause right there. And another wave here towards the end. Ava Heller taking one towards the beach here in that second spot with a 3-4-3 and a 3-3-3. So there you go right there. And that's going to wrap this one up as our surfers will exit the water and we'll get set to go. That's right, your men's Prone 2, round 2, 4 qualifying heats in that one. That's on the way. We'll turn it over to Bo Hodge and Roy Tuscany for the call. Thanks for joining us. 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More surfing after this.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships in beautiful La Jolla. And there's a happy team, Team South Africa, as they're welcoming back their champion from the last heat. There we go, right through the tunnel. That's what we call in Hawaii Ohana, the family.
I got to see that earlier on the beach after Aaron came in after winning that V2 heat that he did, and interviewing him. Seeing him run through that tunnel and then interviewing him while I had a celebrity behind the flag, Tybo.
I was in that tunnel.
Yes, you were, and you were also behind that flag, behind that piece of glass.
I was trying to surprise you.
I know. We didn't. That was the only time we've been off today.
Well, I was there in spirit.
Yes. All right. In yellow from Chile, Claudio Morels. Look at this wave right out of the gate. Someone said, "Okay, I see waves, and I'm going to surf them."
He's got a beautiful left-hander there, rocking it, and using his elbows onto the rails to turn that board, to maneuver that board. So this is the prone assist division.
You're going to see a lot more people out in the water. So each surfer has 2 other assists with them. They have a pusher who is going to help assist them into a wave, help them get set up for a wave, and also get them accelerated into that wave. Now, as they come down, as they surf, well, when they get near the end, there's going to be a catcher in there who's going to catch them and then bring them back out, and then at some point will transfer with that pusher in the back. Now, these are heats of 4 individuals out there. So we at times could, with safety, have 15 people in this surf arena.
Well, there's Jesse Ballar from Life Rolls On, and Jesse's in position right now, the inaugural first world champion of this division back in 2015, and he digs an inside rail over on the right-hand side, so Jesse will get back. There he is. He's already up above. He's flipping his board over. Now he's getting assistance from his pusher. He'll have to go under this wave. And 4.33 opening up score for Matthew from Costa Rica, and Claudio a 5.5.
Claudio, Matthew, Jesse, and Nuno all here. Actually, Nuno is probably not here, correct? The surfer in blue. So we actually have 3 in this heat, Claudio, Matthew, and Jesse. All 3 of these guys are going to put up wave scores that are going to be very similar. So it's going to come down to seeing like that opening wave that we saw from Claudio get, really being able, and here it is in the replay, just taking this length of ride, really using the elbows, as you mentioned, to transfer the weight onto the board so that you have a really great opportunity to get as far down and stay in that pocket of the wave.
Claudio from Chile placed in 2018 in this division in 5th place, so made it to the semifinals and not able to get into the finals. So he's looking to do his scores upright, and let's see if I've got an updated sheet on these guys.
Look at this. All right, so still waiting to see Jesse, who is known for really long lines in these events. Bo, you were there the day he shot the pier, correct?
Oh, yeah. That was 3 years ago over at Oceanside at Chaka's event, the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing, and we had like 4 to 6 foot surf that year. And here we go.
Did you see that wave from Claudio?
Here we go. Matthew up and riding from Costa Rica on a much smaller board, more maneuverable. See, he's pushing that weight up. Oh, he's got a good runner right here, Roy.
Yeah, he does. Look at that. He really is able to keep that upper body still, but use it in his advantage. You see him, maneuvering so slightly back and forth, really giving him the opportunity to accelerate and also keep the board moving down the line.
And a good, long, lengthy ride here for Matthew. Look at him. He's swimming back out.
He's
I gotta
already
get
ready.
back out
I got to
there.
get back out there for more.
Here we go,
All right,
Jesse
here we go,
Blower.
Jesse Blower, the founder of Life Rolls On. Jesse, look at that board, really defining to make sure the judges see him. What a great wave he is riding here. Just missed as the reform there, but ever so stoic. He's so stoic on that board. And there he is, just waiting, for his catcher to come get him and get back out there for the next wave.
All right, Jim Russell's right behind him in the orange. We got extra water safety in orange. And actually, he's going to continue this. Let's go down beachside and check in what's going on. Take it away, guys.
Thanks a lot, Bo. Yeah, standing by with Nalu, the winner of the last heat. And what did it take to come out on top of that last heat?
It was hard, but then do this is my life. So I take something as my another life of me, as my another me. Yeah.
Now, rumor has it, Nalu, that you can't swim. Is that true?
Yes, I can't swim.
Does that make you nervous when you're out there in the water knowing that I can't swim, or do you trust that you have such a great crew?
I trust my coaches, and then I trust the crews. Yeah.
And how much fun are you having surfing with your friends and enjoying this with all the other nations out here?
I had so much fun, so much. I enjoy it.
Well, congratulations. Nalu taking the win in that heat. Back to you guys in the booth, Bo.
Thanks, Brad. Are you kidding me?
Another life, doesn't swim, but that is her other life. I saw her walking down to the beach, Bo. She wears these pink, fully heeled up, just ready to come to the party, and that's what she just did out in the wave. She showed up to the beach with one thing in mind, and she just did some party waves out there with herself.
Oh my God. Coming from a former lifeguard, on the beaches in Hawaii, and she could possibly be a world champion surfer in her division and not be able to swim.
Yeah, I mean, thank God for folks like yourself and all the great ones. Look at this wave that Jesse's on. Really set up for success. Jesse got pushed into a great wave here, staying up, get a little bit more acceleration and down the next face of this wave. This is going to be a great score. Jesse's taking a long ride. Just, again, that ability that he has to stay up on that board in a way that just keeps him so positioned to be as, fluid with each turn by putting a little bit of pressure on each rail of the board.
Oh, yeah. Combination of maneuvers there for Jesse Ballar. And see, Jesse's second scoring wave, the wave prior was a 5.83. So he's got a good shot here at going into the lead because he's got that 2.5 already on the requirement.
Now, that one that you see there after that big one, do you think that was, Bo, where we saw he stopped? He literally stopped for a second, and then another wave rolled in, and it was a little Peter wave. Is that an actual score for that wave?
Yes,
okay.
Because he actually rode that.
Okay, makes total sense. Just want to make sure.
So Matthews' lead's going to be short-lived. A pair of 4s looks good there, but I think Jesse may have a pair of 5s here, potentially, because almost looked like the same wave, same maneuverability, and Jesse is so good at that, at distributing his weight, his angles, and his style and his carves. So we're on standby, and Claudio, look at that. He's got the first pair of 5s now. So this is going to be a very contested heat right now. And coming into this heat,
we're still waiting for that score though from Jesse, and I think they're going to see a little bit of name change on that board. What do you think, Bo?
Yeah, you know, Jesse in the first round yesterday, a 6'5" and a 5'6", so he comes into this heat ranked number 3. So
Now,
this
here's
is the
his
last wave.
Bo. Call
nice
it out.
carving turn. Watch him lean on that right, then he rocks it back to the left. I mean, he's moving that board, and this is a quadriplegic.
Yes. Did you see as he was maneuvering the board to come down that he's looking farther down the wave, the knowledge that he has, professional surfer before his injury, and then now, running a foundation that gets people back in the ocean, the amount of time that he has stared at waves and surfed in different locations, his knowledge is also going to give him an advantage over a lot of surfers. Just as you saw, he was so focused on exactly where to drop in that little reform.
Yeah. And have you ever been to a Life Rolls On function?
No.
There's thousands of people, of
Why
volunteers.
wouldn't there be?
Jesse gets them in herds of people, not only surfing for Life Rolls On, he also takes kids skating.
Yeah. You talk about those volunteers. Now, a lot of times people always say, like, why do you volunteer? And, a lot of things, this being, an inspirational event for those that watch, but a lot of things that people don't really get is that the people who volunteer here are being inspired by something that they personally have seen, witnessed, been a part of, and that's their way of giving back. That's their way of moving forward from something like that. And the connections you make here, like, you see the same people. Clint, for example, who you were talking about, seen him all over the place year after year, always out here to help. And then you get, folks from Access Surf that volunteer and fly all the way over here. And you can name them on the beach, and everybody can name them because if anything ever was to go wrong, that person, that individual who's volunteering is your, lifeline in this spot.
Yeah, and you depend on help from each other because one person can't do it all.
No. But when we come together as a collective team, we can really show the impact that, how a small group, a small movement can move into this large-scale global movement.
Well, there you go. A 4.87 for Jesse Ballar goes from 3rd to 1st place.
Yes, but look at that. We're only 0.23 separated between Jesse and Claudio. So with 3 minutes left, they're both going to be going for a wave here. We're going to have to see what is that going to look like as the leaderboard shapes up in the last 3 minutes.
All right, 3 minutes remaining. Man, this heat is flying by. Jesse coming in as the 3rd-ranked surfer. Jose Martinez yesterday with an 8.33 and a 6.33. He'll be the top-ranked surfer. Jose will be in heat number 3 of this round. A total of 4 heats. We'll have 2 4-man heats and 2 3-man heats. This is the first of 2 4-man heats, heats 1 and 4.
So question for qualification on my end. For the 8 that are going to make up the semifinal, is it going to be the top 8, or is this a move-on top 2 type scenario?
No, the top 8 will qualify for the semifinals.
So technically, in these first 2 heats, if all the top guys right here, they technically could just be the people, and then it doesn't even matter if you won your heat or not.
Yeah, but
okay.
we'll count the top 2 waves from yesterday, top 2 waves today, and the total scoring of the top scores.
Here we go. Claudio Morales just grabbing another wave, and he is really finding the face of this wave and slowly starting to tick it apart. You can key him come in now here. The whitewash is going to give him. He's going to cut back, and hopefully there's going to be a little bit of a reform, which there is, which is going to give him a little bit longer length of ride. Now, 2 minutes left. Is he going to go back out? And also, where that wave is going to stack currently in his 5.5 and 5.07, because Jesse and him are only separated by 0.23. Jesse's still out in the break with a minute 45. He's really going to be searching for that wave.
Well, Claudio's having a great heat here, and he had a shocker yesterday, only scoring a 3.67 and a 2. And he's got riding a Pearson board, and he's got even some reverse skegs on the back of the board to help keep his legs onto the board.
Look, here we go. Surfer in white. Nope, pulled off by his pusher. That was something, Brad and I talked about a bit yesterday, Bo. That communication of how does that work between the pusher and the surfer? Who finally gets the last call?
Well, the surfer's obviously going to get the last call. And like Jesse Ballar, he wants every wave out in the lineup, And guys like Spike Kane, I used to be a pusher for Spike in Hawaii, so he wants, as soon as he finishes away, he wants to be out there in 3 seconds and catch the next one. But sometimes there's a communication saying, I don't think you can get this one. And sometimes you got to rely on the surfer to make the right call because he's the guy surfing. He's the guy competing.
Yeah.
Well, for Claudio, yesterday he comes into this number 11, so this is a very important heat. He could have enough scores in that 10-9-3 to get him into that top 8.
No, and that's where I really wanted that clarification because look at that wave right there. Look at the selection. Look as he came down. Great wave, and now he's coming back into that reform. We're seeing 3 really high qualified individuals that I all think would, make up a really good semifinal field, especially Claudio and Jesse with the 2 fantastic rides we've seen with them, both scoring over 5s.
Well, Claudio has regained the lead on his last wave of a 5-4-3. Jesse's not going to get this score as the horn just rounds out. So unofficially, it looks like Claudio and Jesse 1-2. Jesse obviously into the semifinals. For Claudio, he's got to wait for the rest of the field to see if he's cracked the top 8. And we're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we'll have heat number 2, round number 2 of the men's Prone 2 division. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We are in Heat 2, Round 2 of the men's Prone 2. David Teixeira, the world champion back in 2016, will be rocking the red jersey from Brazil. Victor Pullman from Hawaii will be in the white jersey, and fellow Brazilian Eduardo will be in the yellow jersey. So another 3-man heat out in the water. And again, coming into this round, we've got David. He scored a 9 and a 5 yesterday, so coming in as the 2nd highest ranked surfer from round number 1.
There were a couple times yesterday in wave selection that Davey got that he almost created faces on these waves. He found faces that others just weren't finding. And, yesterday he was paired up with Freddie in the same heat.
Yeah.
2 national superheroes in this surfing adaptive para community.
2 gold medal world champions.
2 gold medal world champions. And 2 folks that have a little bit different style. Freddie, I feel, is more playful, while Davi is really focused on, performing executed maneuvers. And you really saw it in there yesterday. And what an experience to see them go kind of head-to-head. As I imagine we're definitely going to see them both in the semifinals. And now to see them apart. Let's see if they don't feed off each other as much, because they have already scored pretty good from yesterday. But, I know both of them as surfers, and the thing they love is surfing.
I don't think anybody moves as quick and as fast as Davi on a surfboard.
It's unreal.
There he is right there, rocking the blonde hair this year.
Yeah, he's making sure that he can be seen from all drone cameras. Look at that. There's a big difference between, the individuals in this division. But, the fins that his, pusher are using, you can really see are, helping keep them in a really controlled area and also give him a really great acceleration to push into waves for Davey.
All right, Eduardo locks in a 2.0. As we're underway, 15-minute heat, 25 wave max. They'll be scored on all their waves on a 0 to 10 point scale. They'll keep their best 2 scores, match it up with their best 2 scores from round 1 yesterday. And the top 8 of these 14 surfers will advance on into the semifinals. Davi up and riding on his opening wave. Makes the connection. And look at the rail-to-rail maneuvers that Davi is pulling off here, Roy.
You know, and then he's so ready. As you mentioned, you know, you talked about being a pusher for Spike Kane and being in this division as a, you know, an assist in the water. I think it's really, you see it in each of these. The second they get in, what do they want? Right back out there, more surfing. Yeah, and he's fired up too.
He sees the drone. He goes, I'm on camera. Let's watch this wave again. Take it
All
away,
right,
Roy.
here we go, David. Coming down and really seeing just that flow. Those first 2 opening turns were just completely on the open face of the waves. Then gets up into the whitewash and starts having a little bit of fun. And then as you can see, as he's coming up to his teammate, just so stoked, turning around and just getting ready. Now, watch again from the front. Look at this opening, just rail-to-rail combo that he puts, pauses, and then comes back down the face of it. Still waiting for a score from that one, but I think he's going to set a mark for this heat.
Yeah, I think it's going to be above average score for Davi. He'll go straight into the lead here with the 2 Brazilians with 2 waves score. We've yet to see Victor Pullman from Hawaii.
Here he comes, like it's almost like you called him.
Yeah, and let's go, Vic.
All you on this call.
All right, Vic goes left, leaning on that rail. Survives that whitewater tumble right there as it crashes in on his left side. Sliding through, he's going to redirect here. Good maneuver for Vic. Now taking the wave to his right. Carving some turns, a little twist there.
He's on one of those Nelson design boards. Mark Nelson Designs out of Hawaii. He's really been working on using 3D printing and 3D lasers to cut and make boards so that he has a bench that he's allowed to kind of then modify specifically for it. But he's got a really great platform of a board that he's been creating.
It looks like there's a little bit of a dugout in that board.
There is, yes.
Yeah.
And then you see the handles in a couple different varying spots and then spots for Vic's elbow as well to be able to push.
Yeah, and pads.
Yeah. Now, with you having such representation from that team, you know, how often are the members of Team Hawaii getting together? Are they spawned across the islands, or are they mostly centralized in one?
Majority are on Oahu, but quite a few are on Kauai and Maui, and we're still trying to recruit some from the Big Island, you know?
Okay.
And the athletes do participate at least once a month at the Hawaii Amateur Surfing Series, as the HASA Series invites them, and they compete amongst their peers in their different categories. So, you know, the prones are up against the prones, and the surf skis are up against the surf skis, and the stands, and all that together with the assist division too. And coming up next month is the Hawaii State Surfing Championships at Ala Moana Bowls, and all the adaptive surfers will be coming to Ala Moana Bowls to compete for a state title.
Yeah, and you know, the vibe that you're seeing here, I'm guessing, is very similar or maybe even elevated at those. What's that like, Bo?
Oh, it's year-round. The vibe is always high.
Yeah.
Yeah. And here we go. Yeah, in yellow, Eduardo scored a 7.0 on his last wave, opening wave for Davi Teixeira, a 6.0. So that puts Davi in second place right now. We're on standby for Vic Pullman's score, now in at a 4.33. And good heat for Eduardo. Let's see where Eduardo is. He's under the mark right now, coming in ranked number 10, so out of the bubble from round 1. So he has definitely improved his surfing style. I think cleaner conditions, better conditions from yesterday, a little bit windy and choppy because these guys had to go out in the morning during the rain squall.
You know, until actually the heat with Jose Martinez in it, there wasn't really any faces for that heat. But yeah, yesterday, this was definitely during the day of super conditions. Heavy rain, heavy wind, and a lot of chop during there.
A lot of current, too.
Yeah, a lot of current.
Here we go. David's spot out a second wave.
All right, here comes David. Here he comes going down left. Look at this. Are we going to see? I thought we were going to get in the barrel. We missed barrel by so little, and he knows it. He's saying right there, if that is going to happen, I'm going to go for that again. Look at him. He's just playing in these waves now. But that right there, look, he is fired up. 6.5 minutes left. Now he is going to go for a wave. Let's watch this again. Bo, what do you see as he drops?
Oh, he sees it, but you know what? He also sees a closeout.
Yes.
So he could have pulled in, and he couldn't have got out. I think he
I think he could have got out, though.
I think he did the wise maneuver, stand on this wave to do more maneuvers, combination maneuvers, to get a score, and he gets a 4.43 and goes to first.
Yeah, you know, what a great heat right here from Davi. He has caught 3 waves. We're still waiting to see what the score is, but he has really set a precedent. He was the second yesterday, yes, behind Jose Martinez, who I got to talk to Jose about it. He's got this. His right arm is it's very short, and he calls it Little Finny. And his new thing is he loves to stick Little Finny into the ocean and turn around it. And he got to show that yesterday fully as he looked back on that wave, pulling on that handle.
Okay. 5.5 minutes remaining. A 6 and a 4.43 for Davi Teixeira in first. Fellow Brazilian Eduardo in second with the highest wave score of this heat with a 7.0 and a 2.0. Now needing a 3.43 to regain first. Victor Pullman, first wave. There he is in white, heading back out with his pusher and catcher team. And he needs a score of a 4.68 to get up at least to second.
Now, you're seeing with Davi on a shorter board. Now, someone like Victor, he's on a much longer board. Now, they're going to come down the waves in a different way. And then we've also got Eduardo here, who's kind of in the between of their 2 boards. You know, what are you trying to see in this division? You know, are you trying to see more explosive moves like we're seeing out of Davi? Or are you trying to see where Victor is really taking and executing and falling the way the ocean is creating the wave, which, you know, doesn't always work out if the conditions aren't there?
Well, you're seeing everybody with the abilities that they have, and that's what the judges want to see. And they understand that every single surfer has different situations to their classification. So Davi, he's able to get up on the board, you know. Victor and Eduardo have to lie down in the prone position. Here's the 7-point ride from Eduardo. But watch what he does. Redirects. He's going left. He's going right. He's searching down the face. And here he goes. He finds open face opportunity here. And he shifts his weight.
And then actually slows down a little bit. You see him moving back on the board so that he knows that he's staying within the speed, catches that, like, what is that, the 4th reform on this thing? And you know it's a good wave because you can see Roberto Pinto in the background there catching a little fun wave before his heat.
Yeah, he'll be coming up very shortly.
He was really exciting to watch.
Oh, my God.
On, I believe he was day 1, wasn't he? I think he was the closing heat in day 1, Bo.
Yeah. He had a pair of 8s and a throwaway 7 and a 6 that would have still comboed the field.
Oh, we actually had a really great conversation about that. And it was something that I've been thinking about since then is that, you know, you mentioned that someone like himself in the waves that he did, we'll talk about it after we talk to Brad J., who's live on the beach.
Take it away, Brad.
Thank you so much, Bo. Standing by Jesse Billauer here in the mix in second place in that heat. Looks like he's got a pretty good shot at getting into the semis. But, Jesse, I mean, the surf's been a little bit challenging. What's the key to getting good waves when the surf is challenging like this?
Just, you know, a little bit of patience, but just trying to catch as many waves because you never know what they're going to do. Out here, they may connect. They're kind of choppy and all over the place, and if you get lucky, you get a little chip shot into another section.
Is it patience, too? Patience is kind of the thing, just kind of chill, wait for that one to kind of come your way?
Yeah, this is not about how many waves you can catch. It's about the top 2 waves, and that could be in one in this heat and one in the other. So it's really about patience and just picking off the best left or best right and just doing the best that you can to wiggle and make it to the beach and look good.
Now, Life Rolls On, when you started Life Rolls On, the parasurfing movement wasn't as big as it is now, and a lot of people credit you and with Life Rolls On as the big stepping stone to it. What do you say to that?
Yeah, it's cool that I was able to start a movement with Life Rolls On and adaptive surfing, and you know, when I got hurt almost 24 years ago, there wasn't a lot of this going on. So now with all the other organizations and these competitions around the world, it just shows that it's growing, and it's cool that I was one of the, you know, first guys. You know, I'm 41, dude, and I got 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds coming at me hot. So I'm just trying to stay alive and do good and surf the best that I can and inspire people and just motivate people to do more of this kind of events. And hopefully in the future there'll be more, and maybe wave pools and better waves, you never know, or point breaks, reef breaks. We all love that.
But now, did you ever think when you started Life Rolls On after your accident and that went on, did you ever think that the parasurfing movement would come down to this? Here we are, 2020, and seeing this many people come out and this many nations representing?
Yeah, it definitely was not on my mind back then. Like, it was just like, am I ever even going to surf again? That was like my first priority. And then when we started taking people out with various disabilities and doing events around the country, it started to grow. And then when the competition starts, when this first one, the World Adaptive Surfing Championships in 2015, it was like, wow, there's a lot of countries that are here, and it's only going to get bigger. So it's really cool to see where it is, and it's going to get bigger. And I want to dedicate this moment to a good friend, Chris Brady. He's in the hospital. He suffered a heart attack just like 2 days ago. Good friend of the family. We love you, bro. And hopefully I could represent you down here because this is where you live. All right, Chris Brady, we love you, bro.
And our thoughts and prayers definitely out for Chris Brady. Thank you. Jesse Billauer in the mix right here, trying to earn a spot into the semifinals. Back to you guys at the booth. Take it away.
Thanks, Brad. Thanks, Jesse. And inspirational there. You know, he's got a mission for his buddy Chris Brady.
You know, that's always amazing, you know, when you're inspired out in the water, because everybody's saying, hey, you're inspiring me by being out in the water. Now, what is that, a force multiplier? Yeah, there's a direct definition of being a force multiplier. Here comes Davy, not the wave, and that is the end of the heat. And look at that, Eduardo from Brazil. But how does that stack up from yesterday? So Davy's got a 9, and then he also threw down, let's see, a 6 here, so that'll be a 15. So he will up his score. I think without a doubt he'll be moving on.
Well, right now he's the top-ranked surfer, and we'll have to see what Jose Martinez has to answer back. Remember, Jose yesterday an 8.33 and a 6.33. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we have heats 3 and 4 of this round. Stay tuned. You're watching the 2020 AmSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
AmSurf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AmSurf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 AmSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We are in Heat 3, Round 2 of the Men's Prone 2. And we're going to start out with a bang. And here we go, surfer in yellow, the defending world champion Freddie Merriman from Colombia. Buster Kawasaki from Hawaii will be in white. And from Team USA, Mr. Amp. He is amped up. Jose Martinez, and what an amp performance he performed yesterday, an 8.33 and a 6.33. There's the lineup and the colors and the names and the flags that they're representing today.
You know, after seeing yesterday's conditions and what Jose Martinez was to put down for scores, with the conditions we're seeing today and what we've already seen in heats 1 and 2 from Jesse Belauer, from Eduardo Mar, from Davi Teixeira, I'm expecting Jose Martinez to really step in and maybe elevate what he did yesterday now with much better wave choice for him. But here we go, Freddie in the yellow jersey off the far right. Oh, takes the whitewash drop up on the top. Freddie's just like all fired up. Let's see if he's going to do one of his signature 360s as he comes into this little recatch. And as Freddie's coming in, he is just ready to have one under his belt. I really like to see when Freddie has a bigger open face as he's so playful on the waves. That little board that he runs from and just knowing how his body works, it's really great to see when Freddie's got an open face and the different maneuvers that he can do.
Yeah, Freddie had a shocker yesterday in his heat coming into round number 2. He is outside the bubble. He's at number 9, so he needs his gold medal performance from 2018 to get into the semifinals only.
I doubt you were thinking that that would be the case. And here comes a replay of an earlier wave here. This is Surfer in White out of Hawaii, Buster Kawasaki. Bo, what is the call there?
Buster, bus up. Here we go, Freddie. This is the replay of his opening ride. So he starts out with a bang. So he stays with this wave. He kind of rocks it to his left, repositions here, leans into it. And this wave doesn't really offer a whole lot. But I think the majority of the scoring is going to be that opening maneuver that he pulled off.
You know, and also, you know, when they're taking into scores, are they looking at the waves that they're dropping into? Does size of wave have something to do with overall, or is that just the impression overall?
Totally. You know, any surf competition, are you sitting on the outside catching the bombs, or are you on the inside just shoulder hopping?
Yeah.
You know, yeah. So if someone was just only catching this white water on the inside,
That's where you find me a lot, Bo.
you're going to be given maybe ones, maybe 1.2s. And if you're going on the outside, then you're going to get where the 9s are potentially scoring, because you're going to have a longer length of ride, more opportunity to do combination of maneuvers.
Totally. And you're also going to generate a lot more velocity down the face of those waves. I always think velocity should be a term more used than speed. Doesn't it sound more fun?
Well, velocity is speed.
No, I know, but people always use the term speed. Like, what if we started using the term velocity?
Okay. Maybe we should ask Brad J.
We
Let's
should
check
ask
in with
Brad
Brad
J.
J.
Yeah,
Brad,
let's see
what
if
do
he
you
knows.
think?
Thanks, what did I call you, the boss man? That's funny. Eduardo Meister's with me right now. Eduardo, 10th yesterday, and you weren't the favorite out here today, but you came out and you won the heat. How do you feel?
I feel awesome, you know. Yesterday I was a little bit in doubt what to do and how to read the waves, but now listen many times my coach, I do the right thing, I think.
So now let's talk about your setup that you got here. Now I see that you got your straps right here, and then you got your side straps. Is that to pull up on the rails to get those good turns in?
Yeah. I was using these cords in the side, but now I tried this like my coach told me, and it was much better to do that. But I need more volume, you know, and this board is not mine. This board is from my coach. It's daily surf, you know. I don't have a surfboard until now.
Wait. So a borrowed board, 10th place yesterday, you borrow a board and you beat some heavy hitters today. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I was invited in 2 weeks ago, so not much time to prepare myself and my pocket also, you know, because it's the Brazilian money is not doing so well. So it's nice to know that I did a good job.
So now what do you do for the rest of the time? First of all, you're wearing a spring suit. People are telling you that you're a tough customer wearing a spring suit in 61-degree water.
Oh man, I don't know. Now I just want to see if I go to the semi and enjoy the surf here.
Well, there you go right there. And you think about Eduardo, 10th place yesterday, comes out today, takes a win over some heavy hitters, and he's trying to go to the semifinals, and he's wearing a spring suit. Tough customer here from Brazil.
Okay, I would like to thank my coach. Everybody's helping me here, and all the team, you know, and I'm very thankful to everyone here.
Well, good luck the rest of the way. Eduardo right there, getting things done. Back to you, bro, in the booth.
Well, I can answer the question about the spring suit.
Yes.
It's spring, it's March.
That is true, but I'll tell you what, the conditions are saying differently. Now, back to, you know, what I was talking about, velocity.
Oh, yeah.
Brad J didn't answer it for us. What happened there, Bo?
Brad can't hear us.
I know. But back to the surfing, which is what we're really here to talk about, not what types of turns we should use. Freddie Merriman really out in front with that initial wave.
Yeah.
6.5 minutes roughly remaining. All three guys are back out in that kind of open area. Here actually comes in a wave. Let's see if surfer in red, Jose Martinez, he's going to pass on it. It looks like all of them are going to pass on it, because I think it's coming down to now a lot of these guys are already in the water. Jose already knows he's got an 8.33 and a 6.33. If it's not a great wave, why take it? Buster, however, is on the bubble. He's got a 4.03 and a 3.77. He hasn't improved either of those. He's got to go after those. Thanks, boss.
6 minutes remaining, yeah. The man who needs the points, Freddie, remember, he's under the bubble right now. He's actually performing well. The top seed from yesterday, Jose Martinez, he's having a shocking heat right now. And here's the opportunity for Jose to get back on the board. And he's up and riding on his second wave and down again. So again, Jose having a shocking heat. He just may get into the semifinals just by his performance from yesterday.
Yeah, you know, I think that must probably be in Jose's. There's not a lot of urgency in his surfing right now. And if I'm him, you know, it's not like we're talking about stellar days here that you're going to talk to the boys. But Buster, however, does need waves. And here we go. Buster Kawasaki into a wave from Hawaii. His man here on the mic, Bo Hodge. Bo, take over this call.
Beautiful push by his pusher from Amanda. Put him in perfect position where he didn't dig in the nose, and just a couple of carving turns there for Bus, so he'll get back out. I'd like to thank Buster for his service in the military. He's a military vet.
I'd like to just thank Buster for being awesome.
Oh man, Buster's from Pearl City. He comes out to Wounded Warriors. He comes out to our day at the beach, and he's always out there surfing. Look at the carving turns he's able to do, and the connection there on that last maneuver. He could have really turned this wave, which will probably be around in the 3 or 4 range. He could have really turned it into an 8 if he kept on that wave and kept the same maneuvers going for length of ride.
No, I see it in his surfing, and, you know, you see it in the scores as well. Buster there just doubling down on what he's gotten today. Now, that 3.6, it is going to help on his score from yesterday, but, you know, for Buster to be comfortably into that semifinals, we're going to need to see another 4 like he put out yesterday. With the conditions we saw, who Buster is as a surfer, 4 minutes left. Urgency is on the high mark, but the big part is Buster will get one more wave before the day's over. Freddie's on scout. Look right now, and if he drops into something, Bo, why don't you grab this call? Although we lost him. Where'd he go? Pan. We're going to keep panning. There he is, way out there. But I think we're going to see something happening over here. You can see how the whole field just migrated over to the southern side of the beach.
Well, Freddie had almost the similar total score right now yesterday with a 6.9. He's got a 6.53 right now, so he's in that 13-point range. In the 13-point range for 4 waves, he's really still on that bubble of making the semifinals or not making the semifinals.
I really don't see a semifinals without Freddie, so I think we're going to see a wave coming in here that's going to score. But up next, one of the most amazing humans ever to grace this world, the captain of Team England, Spike Kane.
Spike Kane.
Oh, I know. All right, here we go. My man, Jose Martinez in the red jersey from Team USA. Look at the length. Oh, I thought we were going to see a full barrel drop and go.
Well, that's Freddie's best wave, but he is still having a shocking heat, under par for the defending gold medalist.
There's my man, Hunter.
Yep.
There he is. There's Chaka. All right, here comes Freddie. If he drops into this one, Bo, this is all you.
Okay, and not so. His pusher held him back in that one because he saw the closeout, and he knowing time remaining in this heat, just a couple of minutes remaining.
You know, we've talked about who has that final decision, and you really saw the pusher saw at the last second that there was not going to be a shoulder developing on that wave, and it was just going to close out. Pushing Freddie into that would have pretty much ended this heat, too, as we're under 2.5 minutes, and getting him out and back is not a quick one.
So I'm thinking Jose likes the more rougher, radical conditions as yesterday compared to the cleaner conditions of today.
I'm still, blown away by his wave selection yesterday and the ones that he scored on. And there is young Charlie right there. That is Spike Kane's son, David, and Julia, his wife, and that is 5-month-old grandson of
Charlie.
Spike Kane, Charlie.
Charlie's going to be a surfer. I already asked the dad. He goes, oh, yeah, he'll be surfing. Okay, time. What's the time, Roy?
All right, we've got less than 2 minutes remaining here. Freddie Merriman really needs to put down another wave. He's got in 2 in here, but again, just not been the best of wave selection. But Buster Kawasaki, minute and a half left. We're seeing them all going out farther. They must be seeing something that we're not seeing here from the booth. We're checking out the live scoring that you can do right from the beach, which really allows you to be fully informed while you're watching this event, because a lot of times what you think is the best wave isn't always the best wave. So when you can actually see the scoring, it really helps you figure out who's doing what and how it's being judged.
Okay.
And look at this set that's coming in the back.
All right, 1 minute to go. Who has first priority? Jose Martinez, and he needs a score right now. Having a shocking heat, the defending gold medal champion on the verge right here, and this will be wave number 4 for Jose.
There it is, little fin.
Yep.
Did you see it? He's
Little
starting to bring
fin.
it in. He's
busting
digging it
out.
in. Let's see if he's going to use it.
Definitely his best ride right now. He's milking this one. See, he's even kicking on the back. Turning that
really
board.
waiting to see if this is going to reform, and it's just not. He's going to run out of beach. But you know what? He's not going to run out of smiles and stoke, because he just got fired up from that wave.
Yes.
He knows he's going into the semifinals.
Yes. All right. A solid score for Jose. So.
All right. Look at Buster out the back. That is the wave. But, what is going to happen here? We've got Freddie and Buster on this.
Well, Buster had first priority. White had first priority. So. And Buster's having his best ride. So both Buster and Jose are going to add to their point total. And both Buster and Jose are going to, well, Jose's, I think with that last wave, has made the semifinals. For Buster and for Freddie, they're still on the bubble of being 8, 9, maybe 7.
You know, I hope they bring us they bring us after they score this, right? So we know what's going on, top qualify or whatever. I'm really curious of what's going to happen in this one.
Well, I'll let you know. So we'll take a short break. We have heat number 4 coming up next in the men's Prone 2. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
AmpSurf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AmpSurf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We're in heat number 4, round number 2 of the Men Prone 2. We've got a 4-man heat. We've got a stacked heat right here. Spike Kane from England in red. Angel Carrel from Spain will be in white. We'll also have Cedric Montgomery from France. He'll be in the yellow jersey and in the blue jersey. Ander, also from Spain. So 2 Spanish surfers in this heat.
Look at that opening wave that we just got welcomed right back into in for Heat 4 Round 2 of Men Prone 2. Now, in the water, we're going to see 12 different people wearing 4 different colors. Each surfer has a pusher and a catcher, and from that, you can see like this, Angel definitely got set up on what I'd call a great opening wave.
Yeah, and he factly surfed past his catcher, but there's others out there in water safety that can go back. You see, he can walk a little bit there. So let's watch this opening wave for Spike Kane.
Look at this, wearing the hood and just taking in the ocean. Spike Kane is just on a mission as he is, in wave ski and assisted prone. Now, here's that wave that we were just talking about from the rider from Spain who just scored. The score just got posted. A 5 right here from Angel Carrel of Spain. And really what he did here is he read the ocean, Bo.
Yeah, and he read the wave very well here. Works off the whitewater, and watch this. He'll get up. There's the catcher. He goes, I'm still riding. I'm still scoring here.
Yeah, and, not at all frustrated. That catcher's just stoked. Then after the very end, catches a little bit, drags the hand, and really got a long length of ride. Now, that is a 5. So length of ride right there obviously helped get his score up. But again, we're still looking for maneuvers. Now, Spike Kane, very short ride, but 3 critical maneuvers in seeing that 2.67. You combine what Spike did with the length of ride that Angel did, and that's how you're going to see those 7.5 and up scores.
Yeah, Spike had a good day yesterday with a couple of high 4s, put him in 4th place in the rankings. So he needs to repeat that performance that he had yesterday into today to make the semifinals.
The only difference is that yesterday you didn't have a wave ski heat at 8:20 in the morning.
Yeah, but Spike, he'll surf all day if you give him the chance. Okay, let's go down beachside and check in with Brad J.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bo. Standing by with what a heat this was. I got Jose Martinez right here. Man, that was a good heat. You guys battled it all the way to the end, Jose.
It was a paddle battle. I saw Buster trying to get priority, and I said, no, Buster, not today.
Well, this gives you a good shot. Semifinals, that's what you're trying to go for. How's that feel right now?
It's feeling great. I don't know what position I'm in, but I know I made it into the semis. I think Buster made it into the semis, so we're just happy we made it out.
It's a good day. Let's talk to Buster. Buster, it came down to the last wave for you to get in there and win the heat. How do you feel, sir?
Good. It was good. I feel good.
How about the paddle battle between you guys?
It was a battle, and it was a fun fight. Yeah.
And there you go, a fun fight between these guys down here all the way to the end. They're trying to earn the spot in the semifinals. Back to you guys in the booth.
Woo! Hell yeah. Did you get in? Did we get in?
Yeah, because he wins. He wins that heat at the end, that last wave.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Congratulations, Bus. Congratulations, Jose.
Bo, how's it feel when you're in the, you want to be down there on the beach. Every time we're not on the air, you're down on the beach cheering on. But what does it feel like when you get to call one of your nation's own, like Buster just did in that last heat, especially as Buster elevated from 3rd to 1st, win the buzzer? What's that feel like getting to announce it, knowing that you have a little bit in hand into the success of these surfers?
Well, same thing when you get to announce your wife's heat earlier this morning. The same feeling you had, the joy of watching a product that you help mold and see the excitement in their eyes as they perform so well.
Joy, you just nailed it right on the old nail head. Joy is something that you get to feel inside. It's not something that it's something you get to experience, and you nailed it exactly, and that's exactly how I feel. And it's just unreal when you get to talk about this. Look at there we go, USA with Jose, and then there's Buster as well from Team Hawaii.
Yeah, we've got the team right there. We got Amanda off to the left for Team Buster right there. Don't know who's Jose's pusher there, but without these guys, those guys would have a harder
And look,
time surfing.
did you see that? They both humbly didn't accept any of the gratitude. I just saw it right there. They both got recognized, and they said no, and they both pointed to their surfers.
Oh, yeah.
But you're so right, but without them, and they have to be good surfers themselves because you can't just push people into waves. You got to push them into good waves, and you don't know about a good wave unless you know how to surf.
Let me tell you, it's a workout being one of those guys, you know?
Yeah, not only you're wearing fins to not only help push them out, but also you are treading water while they're waiting right out there. Yeah, you can lean on the board a little bit, but you can't put too much pressure as, the boards are really tippy and the individuals on the board are likely to flip over. So when you're out there, you are doing a lot of treading in water.
Imagine swimming and kicking and pushing almost 200 pounds.
For 20 minutes.
Yeah. Not saying everybody in that heat was 200 pounds.
No. But also you got to take in consideration the guys like Buster, for example. Buster's on a really long board. You look at the board that, say, like Freddie's on. Now, if you're on the back of a board like Buster's and you're trying to move it, think about the moment that is created on the very front of that board. That is almost a 9-foot board at some times.
Yeah.
9 feet plus Buster's weight, the board's weight, the water. I mean, that is full strongman.
I've known Buster for about 10 years now, and I got to tell you, this is some of the best surfing I've seen him do. He has won a division at the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships in the past, but his performance here at the ISA is his best ISA performance so far.
I've really talked to a lot of teams, and, a lot of teams, they're not always training together. The camaraderie's not there. That's not true with Team Hawaii.
Yeah.
They are together, very similar to Team USA, Japan. You see them all congregating, but they're all here together. And when you see that, the energy, the mana, the ohana picks each individual up to new levels. And as you're saying, you're seeing that in Buster.
Well, we all get this from Duke. Duke Hanamoku was the ambassador of Aloha, the ambassador of surfing. He brought surfing to Australia, to freshwater. He brought surfing to California. And the day he was introducing surfing to California, a boat capsized. And he went out to the outside to save people from, a capsized boat. Here we go, Spike up and riding and going down.
I would have loved to see Spike take that one to the beach, because that right there, and look at it, Spike getting back up on the board, going to slide in between those inverted fins. Those are really there to keep Spike's feet from kind of flailing around and really giving him the opportunity to maneuver on the board as best as possible.
But going back to Duke, there's no social media. There was no PR person, promoting Duke. Duke did it out of, this is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And a lot of people patent their lives after Duke's life, and one of those is our president, ISA president, Fernando Aguirre.
Yeah, the way that they have worked, you see the statue of a Duke when you come into Waikiki over in Oahu, and you really see how much respect is continually given to that figurine of what he means. There is not a day that there's not a lei on site of his statue.
And if you look at Duke, he's got open arms. He's welcoming everybody in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought they did a fine tribute. I had the honor and the pleasure to know Rabbit K. Kai, a fellow Waikiki beach boy, who Duke taught how to surf and became a Hall of Fame surfer and a world champion back in the 50s, pass on the heritage, So to say I'm too removed from Duke because I knew Uncle Rabbit.
The power of the world, man. And I think right now those are the type of things that we need to share the most, are those moments of kindness, those moments of greatness. And also guys like Angel Curiel from Spain here, just catching another great wave. He's really picking off the waves that he wants to do and moving on them. First wave 5, waiting for the score there. Selfishly, I want to see Spike Kane catch a really big wave here and get into the semifinals, as Spike has just done so much for this sport, just like all the people that you just brought up as well, Bo. That's the beauty of getting to share these stories.
And Angel's having a great heat. He's putting together good turns, good maneuvers, digs in the nose there and upends his board there to conclude his ride. But coming into this second round, he's ranked number 5, and as we're watching in yellow from France, this is Cedric Montgomery. And Cedric's found the open face and he goes down.
You know, there's sometimes I wish that we were facing out in the ocean so we could hear the crowd, because behind us we can hear these countries rooting on the surfers here, and it's that little bit extra of elevation of stoke that you get to hear. And I think that's the best part of doing that beach report is you get to immerse it for a little bit. And we've seen some really great interactions today on those as well.
Yeah, let's watch Cedric here from France. Good carving turn to open up. Negotiates a fellow competitor and rides right past him. So that was good maneuvering there. But then that rail just catches, and he couldn't compromise that, and he goes down.
All right, here we go. Spike Kane in red, setting up for this wave. Spike getting up on that left side here. Spike digging in, past in front of that whitewater, coming back, because as Spike knows, he knows the ocean. Really starting to move that board, coming in, finding that sideways stance. Spike's then going to reroute it back around and get that last little bit of reform. And then look, as he pulls himself up on the board, as he wants to keep moving forward. I think right there we're going to see a little bit higher score than a 2.67. And Spike saying, let's go, let's go, let's go. I want to get back out there. And Bo, you know that firsthand. You've been barked those commands.
Yeah. And Spike will say, come on, pick it up back there. And I'm saying, I'm doing the best I can.
Here we go. Why don't you get a call on your old friend here?
Yeah, let's watch Spain. I like the redirection as he digs in his leg. He uses his leg to turn right there, even though the balance was all there. Look at it. He's rocking the turns. Just like in his wave ski, he likes to do that side ride. Then he gets up on the board here, continues the ride, and then he knows the wave's over. And he always likes to roll out of his waves. He's going, okay, boys, let's go, let's go.
You know exactly what's being said right here.
I'm going, Spikey, I'm doing the best job I can.
All right, here we go. Surfer in white. Grab this call as well, Bo.
Okay, let's watch Angel. He's having the heat performance of the day. A couple of fives already. And look at the rotation. He's on a much smaller board. This board is more maneuverable, and he's got those big handles up front.
You know, those handles, now you see a different kind of combinations here, and maybe you can help our viewers understand this, Bo. Those are hard, rigid handles that Angel is using. Now, you see here, these are more of a grippy handle. Actually, these are hard handles as well. But you see other competitors, especially like Jose Martinez, who uses a really flimsy handle. What's the difference and what's the advantages that the competitors have?
Well, it suits their style and their comfort. I wouldn't shape a board for you, and I wouldn't recommend any other design, but you would recommend your own designs, and, and vice versa for yourself to me. Okay, blue out the back. We haven't heard much of Ander here. Let's watch Ander on the go. He's on a much smaller board, rocking the IPA Flames. Can he make the connection? No, we're down to 40 seconds remaining.
I guarantee we're going to see one more wave from Spike Kane, though.
Okay. All right, where is Spikey? There he is.
There
He's
he is.
Back out.
He's back out. He's going for it.
Down to 29 seconds. Here we go.
All right. Oh, like we called all your call here, Bo. All right, I'll take it. All right, Spike going right this time, really getting out in front of this whitewash. We're really going to need to see a reform here as Spike's coming back around, looking for where that wave's going to cycle. If anybody knows where it's going to be, it's Spike. Does a big trailing turn right there, and this is very similar to his last 4.17 wave. This is really going to change things as he was only 0.16 away from Cedric Montaigne. He took this longer, and look at Spike. There's that little spiky grin that he absolutely loves, and he's taking it as far. Spike's going to say, I will take this board out of the ocean myself. I don't need you right now. Running that two-pin, and there is the back roll. Spike is absolutely stoked, and the people helping him are just absolutely blessed to see that ride. Now, we're about to hand over the commentary back to Brad J. and our good friend Mitchell. Wow. Totally blank there. We just did 4 rounds, didn't we?
No, we did 4 heats.
4 heats.
But I'll tell you, this is the wave of the heat right here.
Call it out, Bo, one more time.
Combination of maneuvers. And there, he's leaning right and left. As you said, taking off right, and then he redirects. This is what the judges want to see. Combination of maneuvers. They don't want to see the same maneuver again. He rocks it back to the right again. And pretty much could have kicked out right here. But you know what? He's looking down the line. He goes, I've got momentum. I've got flow. I'm going to keep going. and he keeps going and keeps going and keeps going and keeps going.
And then what is that move? That is the very famous, what do you call it? The Hoppy Hodge.
Oh, you're going to call that the Hoppy Hodge?
No, I was just doing it because you're on the air with me right now.
Okay. Wow. Well, we're going to have to wait for that score, but I'll tell you what, we'll get it to the boys over as they come in. We're going to take a break right now. When we come back, we're going to introduce Prone 1 Division. And you're watching the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
AmpSurf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AmpSurf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
And there you go. Congratulations are in order here at your 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. And things going good here today. A little bit of an increase. We got the wind in our favor and the surf a little bit better today than we saw yesterday. So the surfers having a good time. Mitchell Salazar and Brad J with you. Mitchell, here we go, man. We got a lot of heats today, 36 heats, and we're just about halfway through them all today.
Yes, sir, and it's been an excellent day of competition so far. We've seen different standouts today than we saw from yesterday. But as you said, going back to Women Prone Division round 2. So we already saw them actually compete once today, and it's going to be a real awesome event when it comes to crowning different divisions, even though it's actually, I guess, the same category, you could say. So there's just different divisions in prone, different divisions in kneeling and standing too.
Well, we'll go out to the water now with this one and take a look at Tracy McKay from South Africa getting a wave here on the replay. This is what netted her that 4 that she got, and that was her first wave to the party. And then a quick up and down.
Whoa.
Sarah Betancourt here trying to make a paddle on that.
Dude, she has some strength in that upper part of her body to almost get into that wave, and you saw how physically strong she is in the shoulders. I mean, that was a big amount of paddling she did right there.
There's a look at it right there to your upper left-hand corner in your screen. Tracy McKay, South Africa with that 4 right now. Denise Sakira from Brazil, 0.67. Sarah Betancourt in that red for the USA.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but all of our catchers and pushers in orange jerseys, they're volunteers, correct?
They are volunteers, yes. You are correct on that. And that's one of the coolest things about it because, look, they're doing it for the love of surfing. They're coming out here and supporting what para is all about, para surfing, and coming out here and volunteering.
And one of Bo Hodge's real good friends, Jim Russell, is the head of that staff. And big shout out to Jim and all the boys down there. They've been making a huge difference because even though you have your own, pusher and catcher, sometimes you do need a little bit of extra pair of hands to be in the water and keep everybody safe.
You know what's crazy is I think they're having as much fun as the surfers in the water because all the orange jerseys, they're out there, they're smiling ear to ear too, watching the accomplishments of what these para surfers are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Tracy McKay in white from South Africa getting another ride. So she's going to back up that 4.0. And you spoke to Nalu a while ago during the interview, and South Africa has such an outstanding team when it comes to competitive surfers, not only in para surfers, but, former champions such as Sean Thompson. Jordy Smith has been a world champion at the ISA level. That was back in 2006. He ended up being Open men's champion at the young age of 18.
18 years old.
And, you know, now you have people like David Van Ziel, Benji Brand, who is originally from South Africa, but he lives in Hawaii now. And all these people have kind of just broken out and become great exponents of the sport of surfing from South Africa. So it's allowed people like Tracy and Nalu to kind of spread the word a little bit more. We're a powerful force in the sport of surfing.
Well, we got Bo standing by with the winner of the last heat. Let's send things down to Bo. Bo, take it away, my friend.
My next movie.
Welcome to the BBC moment. Sir Spike Kane.
Sir surfs a lot.
Spike and I go way back. Many pints over a night, right?
We've had one or two, haven't we?
Hey, you needed that last ride. I mean, you had a good heat. You had a good heat, yeah, but I think that last ride really got you into the semis. Talk about that last wave. I like the variety, the combination of maneuvers that you were able to zigzag through there.
Well, we had our strategy essentially was to, all we had to do was improve on yesterday. And we had pretty good score, so we knew we had to get up in the upper fours or 5. So we were like, okay, let's go just sit out the back and wait for a big one. We've got 15 minutes to do that, right? And then everyone else started just getting sweet waves, and I had someone scoring a 6 or something. So we're like, all right, we just got to go.
Yeah.
So we were going. And then we got one decent wave that I felt was like a really good wave. And then we come and take it pretty close in. I was like, you know how I surf, right? It's 1:20. And I was just like, Peg and Matt, like, let's go. We've got to get that last wave. And we were literally seeing everyone going for it. And the lineup was empty outside. So Matt just went into turbo, got his fins going, and we made it. We made it out just like 20 seconds left on the clock. Turned and burned and then took it all the way. Turned into a mud skipper.
How much fun are you having competing in 2 divisions, you know, in the wave ski and in the prone?
Oh, I love it. I mean, I love being here, first of all, because it's all my mates, right? I've known this community for, God, how long is it now? Like 8 years since we were in Hawaii. Yeah. So, and it's growing and growing, and people are getting better. We're getting better surfers. People are not repeating, you know. The new people are climbing to the top. I can't wait for the day when Bruno gets knocked out of the spot there. He's the man to beat in all of the competitions because he's such a good surfer for one, right? But he's consistently flawless with his execution of his. He's a study. I wish I could surf like that.
All right, let's bring on the grandchild, Sir Charlie coming.
This is what I win.
A brand new grandpa right here. Here's 3 generations of Canes.
I don't want to get him too wet. This is our Charlie.
Oh, you want to play with the microphone. Hey, Charlie.
Yeah. This is Bo. He's going to introduce you to beer.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, here's the Cane, or the Kane clan, as I like to call them. Back up to you guys.
Oh, man, that was a great interview, Bo. Thank you so much. And I love how when they start the interview out, we've had a lot of pints together. We all know about that.
He's going to introduce you to beer. How confident is Spike Kane in Bo Hodge right there? He has to introduce him to good beer, first of all, as soon as he turns 18. I believe it's 18, the legal drinking age in England, isn't it?
Well, I know in Switzerland it's 16 for beer and wine.
Whoa.
Yes, I know that for sure. I was just there not that long ago. But you know what I like? What he said is he can't wait to see Bruno Hansen get knocked off. And the thing is, though, the para surfers, there's more of them coming out, just like you said. More and more, they're getting better faster, and they're climbing to the top.
And you know what's something that's really cool about Spike, too, is that he's one of the larger exponents of surfing in England, regardless if it's para surfing. Just because it's a country that's really well known just for football. So, you know, soccer.
Yeah.
They call it football in Europe.
I got
where
you
it's
on that.
originated.
I got you.
But it's really cool to see that you have people like Spike who are doing, first of all, different modalities, and that he's actually enjoying himself regardless of how weather is too. Because I want to say, dude, 80% of the year it's usually gloomy, onshore, and small, and cold.
Yeah, it may be onshore, cold, but it's small too.
Yeah, and then you're going to places like Newquay and Cornwall that are really similar to this, and he's actually practicing in these waves the majority of the time. So Kane, as they call him, you know, he really is just a wonderful person. And as you can see, he's a family man too, and he's going to do the right thing. He's going to introduce Charlie to beer at the youngest stage possible too.
Got some hand warmers right there to warm him up. But what a good guy. And then a fact that he's surfing in multiple disciplines, like you're saying, too, as well. You know, that's not easy to do. You got to get your mind on everything you're doing. It looks like that's red right there, Sarah Betancourt, USA. Taking a look at that one, seeing if that was going to give her something. And now she's going to make a paddle for this one. Here we go. Sarah Betancourt, USA, sitting with 217 in second. Oh, look at this. Nice bottom turn. She starts to pump that nose. Keep it going. A good turn. Floats off that little whitewater section. Great drone coverage on that one. So Betancourt, that's exactly what she needed because she only had a 217, Mitchell.
No, and you know what? She tore the bag out of it, too. Got a combo of major maneuvers, did the one hit, kind of a little body bash on the first one, then a really nice foam climb on the second one. But, dude, she is physically super strong. You're seeing the intensity with which she paddles with. And you know what? She's so confident in her abilities that she actually wasn't even on the board 10 seconds before she caught that wave. She was off of it.
She was just sitting and waiting.
Yeah.
Just kind of sitting in water, just kind of waiting for it to happen.
And that's hard because you're not able to see what's coming out the back. And look at that. Boom.
Boom.
Little body bash right there. So she did get a little stuck, but that combo with the foam climb was just beautiful. Easily going to be the best wave of the heat so far. And Sarah's going to get on the board while Tracy got another wave. I believe this is the 383 she's throwing away.
Here's Denise Seguera from Brazil going down on that one.
And our Brazilian surfer, she's getting inspired by what she's seen from her teammates. And let me tell you, Brazil has been on a tear as of late.
Score coming in for Sarah Betancourt. That's going to check in at a 7. So that definitely is a big score. Kind of thought it could go a little higher. But
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the angle that our judges are looking at. So Sarah gets the double pump right there, gets the nice hit, and then gets this foam climb. Look at how she uses that one hand when she puts it into anchor and really change directions. And she throws a little tongue claim at the end.
Little Michael Jordan style right
there. She looked kind of like Kiss to me. That was a little Gene Simmons.
Little Gene Simmons?
She threw the Gene Simmons. She's got to rep Detroit Rock City right there.
So Tracy McKay will now be moved into that number 2 spot. Sarah Betancourt will take over the number 1 spot with her 217 and her 70. And McKay in that second spot. She's got a 427 and a 3 and a 4. There you go. There's the numbers up there. And Denise Seguera needing to get to work here. Oh, we got white and red splitting the peak out here. Trying to get into it. Looks like that thing wasn't cooperating. Kind of hits a little deep flat water section there. Yeah.
In the midsection, and especially with the high tide. Luckily, tide is decreasing right now. So we did have a high tide around 12:30. It's a little past 1 right now, and tide's dropping, so it'll get a little hollow around that end section too.
So it moves out. I think close to 7 p.m. is where that tide gets completely out. It's not a negative, but it goes just about 5 feet from the high to the low today. As we're seeing Tracy McKay work this one all the way to the sand.
Got a ride there for Tracy, trying to better a 4.0. Could do it. She needs a 4.91 to move up into first.
Lalo.
How rad is she?
So rad, and just like her energy and her stoke is so, I don't know, it's so on point that I don't think, could you ever see her frown? I don't think I could ever see that girl in a bad mood.
No. And she's from Cape Town, too, you know, a place that has really good waves. We're talking about some amazing surfers, too, and having the influence of people like Jordy Smith and Mikey February too, who we haven't even really mentioned as much. You know, it's a big inspiration for somebody like herself, and she's just gaining experience as it comes because this is the first time out of the country for her too.
Boy, she is having a good time. 100% watching her just enjoy herself every single day, just being able to paddle out there in the water and have a good time.
And there's Sarah out by herself. I think we're still waiting to see what the last wave will drop as, but it's most likely going to better her 2:17 though.
There she is, like you
there
said,
it is.
not on the board, just kind of waiting.
And look at the score. She gets a 3:27. It extends that lead. Now it's going to be difficult to shake her off of those top 4 spots moving into the final.
And she's eyeing something right now. She's taking a look here. Looks like possibly 2 waves out, not this one, but the one after. 20-some odd second. There's some lines coming in right now, so she's just trying to make sure she's in position. If one gets through, you want to get it.
Hold the phone. There might be one here. Is it going to get in there in time, though? Yep, she saw it. She's turning around. This could be a wave ridden for her. Oh.
And that one came through. You can see a little lefty off that one. Well, time is going to wind down. And that means Sarah Betancourt, as of right now, unofficially takes that top spot. Tracy McKay with the number 2 spot. Denise Sakura in that number 3 spot. And we'll get our next heat ready to go. Your women prone 1, round 2. Heat number 2 on the way. But let's take a look back 3 days ago of our opening ceremonies. Take a look at this.
Hello everybody and welcome to beautiful La Jolla for the 2020 AmSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championship. This is a very, very special event since this year we welcome AmSurf as the title sponsor. Not too long ago, surfing didn't have a Parasurfing World Championship, and a lot of the parasurfers in their communities didn't have a way to surf for a national titles and to be part of a national parasurfing team. That has completely changed in the last few years. But the parasurfing movement belongs to all of you, and the parasurfing movement, it's all of you. The ocean belongs to all of us. The ocean wants all of us, and in exchange, we need to love the ocean, take good care of it, and be ambassadors of the ocean. That's what we are. That's why we're here today.
It is my great pleasure and honor to declare the 2020 AmSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championship officially open.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing. Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
'20 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. That's what I'm talking about, Willis. It's day number 3 out here. You like that one, huh? Slid that one by you. What do we got going on? Well, we got your women prone 1, round 2. 2 qualifying heats on this one. This is our final heat here to go this. And just 2 in this one.
Yep. Isabella De Seno from Uruguay in white, and Dr. Ann Yoshida.
Oh, Dr. Ann Yoshida, yes.
Dr. Ann Yoshida in the red jersey from Hawaii.
So 2 in this. We set the clock for 15 minutes. And that's how it goes right now. We'll welcome everybody out. After this one, we'll be moving into men prone 1, round 2. Got 5 qualifying heats in that one. We'll get into that one after we finish here. But 10 minutes on that clock. You can see 3 waves have been caught so far. Top wave, Isabella with that top wave from Uruguay, the 283. Well, let's send things downstairs to Bo, standing by with the winner from our last heat. Bo?
Thanks, Brad. We're down here with Sarah. Sarah, look at that smile. How much fun are you having here in La Jolla?
Oh, it's so much fun. Even in the rain, the stoke that you feel here on the beach is incredible. I mean, we're just one big family, and as long as we're in the water and sharing the stoke with the world, it's incredible.
All right, let's talk about your best ride, your 7.0.
Oh, it was great. It's a little tricky out there because the waves are more mushy than I'm used to. I'm used to a little bit more power. So a couple of them, I was like, oh, this isn't it. But that one, it was coming. I saw it. I lined up, and I was able to really kind of get in there and then make that reform and get a couple good little hits off the lip, which just kind of, I guess, impressed the judges. But I'm super thankful that that wave came because I wanted to secure my spot into the finals and really show the world that women's para surfing is here to stay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. How'd you find surfing, or did surfing find you, and has it changed your life?
I actually found surfing because in 2017, the ISA had their Worlds here, and there was a clinic hosted by the Challenged Athletes Foundation. My sled hockey coach told me to go. He's like, you need to go to this. So I went, and I met Christian Otter-Bailey. He saw me riding this big foamy. He's like, here, no, try my board. So he's been my mentor this whole time. I ripped his board and was like, this is amazing. They actually had to pull me out of the water because I was there for hours. And after that, they're like, hey, this is a natural to you. You've got to try this. And I was hooked. I was like, I want to do this. I want to compete. I want to represent our nation. And it really has given me that sense of freedom. I love the ocean. There's something healing about the salt water and being in the water. I don't feel so confined. I feel free. And being on that wave, you're just flying. It is amazing. I can't get the smile off my face. And I'm just so thankful that there are so many organizations out there. AmpSurf, Challenged Athletes Foundation, One More Wave, Waves for All, High Fives Foundation, so many out there that really bring this joy of surfing to the world. So thank you to all those guys. I do need to get a quick plug for my sponsors, the Semper Fi Fun Team Semper Fi, as well as One More Wave, who hooked me up with this amazing board that I've been ripping on all week. So super thankful for them.
Where is your favorite ride, your favorite wave?
Oh, I need to say probably Churches. Okay. Churches a little bit up north. I like San Onofre, Trestles, Lower Trestles. I also love Del Mar. I go out there and mentor some folks from the Wounded Warrior battalions every Thursday. And, really anywhere. As long as I'm in the ocean, I'll find those waves.
Guys, I'm going to bottle her up. I'm going to take her back to Hawaii. She has so much amp right here. I need to experience this. Sarah, congratulations and good luck for tomorrow in the final.
Thank you so much. So excited.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Good job. Congratulations.
Oh my gosh, Sarah Betancourt. She is a firecracker out there.
Put me in, coach.
Right?
Put me in.
And she hasn't even been at it that long, which when I heard that, like, wow, she hasn't been surfing that long, but it seems like her wave knowledge is almost as good as that SEAL's wave knowledge.
I know. How's that SEAL? As soon as we were talking about the power, the healing power of the ocean, you see animal life in there that's just living life symbiotically with a human being that's practicing a sport that they love.
I think there was a paddle battle going on between the two right there. The SEAL was trying to out-paddle Isabella right there.
Yeah.
From Uruguay. So welcome live from La Jolla, California. That's where we are. Your 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. There's that SEAL. almost like a little missile the way.
I know. Are you sure that's not a submarine? He's fast.
Just looking for some food. You know, it's just after lunch. Speaking of food, we want to thank, of course, Duke's. Duke's providing us with the food. They haven't been feeding the seals. What do seals eat? Just fish?
Fish. They eat kelp, algae.
Kelp is their greens. That's like salad.
Yeah, I don't know if they can go full vegan, but they definitely do eat, their greens when they need to.
He just
He spent a lot of time underwater too.
Look at that.
What do you think his distance has been so far since we started following him? Probably at least half a mile already?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, you're right on. Now, where's he going to go? Maybe go hang out in the cove, La Jolla Cove?
And it's cool when you hang out with them, and they're literally just sitting next to you when you're in the lineup. And
okay, I got a seal story for you.
What's up?
Surfing, what was that? Surfing El Capitan Point many years ago, and took a wave all the way to the beach and was walking back up along the rocks and saw a seal, a little baby seal that was kind of trapped in the rocks from the tide. As we look at Isabella taking a wave right here. I'll finish that story in just a sec. Isabella cruising through this one. A 233 to 187, and she'll get out of that one. So I saw the seal, and I knew that the tide was really high that morning. It was a max high tide, and he was trapped behind some big rocks. And he was a very small seal. And you can see, I thought he was dead at first, and I was like, well, is this thing dead? Then I saw him move. So I found an old plastic bucket, and I filled it up with water, and I just started pouring water on him. And life started coming back to him, started feeling better. And you could tell he was moving around a lot. But there were still so many rocks to get through to get back to the beach.
Yeah.
I went to the lifeguard, talked to the lifeguard. They said, well, they'll send someone from
the aquarium.
Yeah, the aquarium to come out. And I'd waited 2-3 hours. Nobody had showed up. Meanwhile, I'm pouring water on them the whole time, not seeing anyone show up. So I finally took matters into my own hand, which I do not recommend you do. Nobody wants you to do that. But I picked up the seal and carried him into the water. Got about probably 20 feet into the water and just let him loose. And he just took off. And he went out about 20 yards out. You see, I saw him pop his head up, look around, look towards me.
Just say bye.
And then popped his head back down and took off. And I felt like, did I just save his life? Did I just save a seal's life right there?
You felt the connection too, didn't you?
I did. And so to this day, I feel a connection with the seals. Is it corny? I don't know.
No,
but it was
because if it's true, then it's something that is probably once in a lifetime experience.
Exactly. I must have been probably 19 years old during that.
So that was pretty recent. What, like 5-6 years ago?
Yeah, a couple years ago, something like that.
Yeah, no, but
but you're not supposed to touch the wildlife, and anyone will tell you you're not supposed to go carry a seal back out to the water.
Well, where Dr. Ann Yoshida is from, it's illegal to touch sea turtles.
Yeah.
Even though you see them paddling right next to you, you shouldn't touch them.
Yeah.
It is illegal, but they're
in danger
beautiful.
too,
yeah.
And when you and I were in El Salvador, they did the turtle. We did the
turtle release. Yeah.
To help get them to the water so they can thrive and live on. So, I mean, it's something that's one of the other side things about surfing that you're in with Mother Nature. You see so much. I think I'm hearing some background celebration going on here. 3 minutes to go. Ann Yoshida, Dr. Ann Yoshida, top spot 587. Isabella taking a look here, going to try and get into this one. Get in front of that wild water. You can see her just rocking that nose. So she's going to head down the line on the left, try and turn it back around. And looking to replace a 187 right now.
This is just my personal opinion, but Isabella doesn't have any handles on her board, and there should probably be a rule as to where those who don't have handles on their board, maybe because their resources are limited, it's much more difficult to actually have a handle and grip on your board if you don't actually have it integrated into your equipment. So what she is doing, because your board tends to be slippery when you don't have any wax or like a traction pad,
Yeah.
So what she is doing could be considered from a certain point of view. I'm an advocate for it. I think what Isabella DeSeno, not having her rails with a little bit of grip or actually having those handlebars, that's hard. Your hands slip time and time again, And even if you do have wax, that doesn't necessarily mean that you will be able to grab onto it easily.
Explain your life day. 8 years ago today, I woke up from a 10-day coma. Doctors told me I wasn't gonna make it. They told my unit I was dead. Guess what? I'm not. I'm glad I'm here. I realize what life is, and I'm truly happy to be able to share the Stoke with the rest of the world. I love this world, and I love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. You guys are jerks.
So it's a cupcake cake. So take one. Everyone get a cupcake. Grab one. Chocolate. Cupcake. Take them. Cupcake cake.
Cupcake.
Get it. Go in there. Get it.
Dude, I'm so glad we're not on screen right now because I am.
Yeah, I got it. Parker, take it.
Mitchell is crying.
I am almost about to cry.
Get in there. You want chocolate?
I see the tears, dude. I see the
Anyone you
tears.
want.
That guy has done
Oh my God.
so much for our country, for our community. He served in the United States Army, and he lost 3 of his limbs in the line of duty. And all I can say is thank you, Jose Martinez, for your service. You are an inspiration to all of us. And he went out and dropped a couple excellent scores yesterday. He advanced into the finals today. And, dude, he's just one of many, Brad. And
he's wearing the cupcake right now. And you know, and you think about it too. 8 years ago, you said?
Yeah.
Today. So wakes up from a coma, doesn't know what he has to deal with the rest of his life. And it was 8 years ago today that he realized what his life has given him.
Yeah.
And the fact that he could have chose just to be a recluse and just, I'm done with it, and that's how I'm going to live my life, and just be upset, or I'm going to fight it out, and I'm going to do things I love and experience the world the best I can. And look what he's doing here today, experiencing life at the fullest. Well, that's tough right there.
So Isabella and Dr. Yoshida moving on into the final, it seems, Bradley.
Yes, indeed. All right, well, we're going to be turning things back over to Bo Hodge and Roy Tuscany on the way. They're coming in for you. Thanks for joining us. More Surfing Action 2020 Amp Surf. It's the ISA World Para Surfing Championships. You know.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
I'm making an Instagram of us doing that, all right?
Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Roy Tuscany. We're taking our own Instagram photo. How's
No,
it,
we're
Rob?
doing a video right here, Bo, because we want to tell the world right now, if you are at home, if you have a computer in front of you, jump on the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Listen to Bo and I.
All right, here we go. We are in men's prone Division 1 qualifying round number 2. We have 5 heats. This is the most competitive heat, and there's the 4-time world champion, Bruno Hansen.
Bruno
Up and around.
Hansen.
Nice carving turn using that right arm and redirects to the left. Here we go in yellow on the outside, Sebastian Ruiz Diaz. Let's see what Seabass can do right here.
All right, I got us posted. Sorry, I'll jump back in now. These are only 15-minute heats, so they go really quick right now, and you're not seeing as many waves, but at the same time, you are seeing the same level of surfing and the same urgency, but now shorter breaks in between, as we know you don't have that additional 5 minutes.
Let's see, I got 1, 2, 3, 4 layers. What are you rocking today?
I've got a beanie, so that's a little bit warmer than that. Then I've also got a Patagonia ISA jacket.
Yeah.
I've got an Armada puffy, and then I've got my favorite shirt. This
You got the Jimmy Buffet Aloha shirt.
I got 2 of these, man.
Yeah.
These are going to be going to some nice events with me, is what I believe. But you know, it's crazy. Right now there is no rain. We've had torrential downpour, and now when you look out here, you're starting to see some of the glare. And here he is, Bruno, who is our 4-time champion, just so stoic up on this wave, just commanding and just finding. Watch this. He's going to see it does not get to him quick enough, so he doesn't get a quick redirect. But again, he rode the line the whole way, couple maneuvers across the top. Bruno is for sure going to be moving on as he continues to go.
Yeah, so you saw that. That wasn't even a double up. That was a triple up. The wave just kind of split open in 3 different ways. Here we go. Sebastian taking a look here from Argentina. We also have Jesse Del Mar from Oahu competing here, representing Team Hawaii. Jesse will be in the white jersey. And Bruno
Here he
taking
is.
a
Look
look.
at this. You know,
Oh.
sorry to cut you off there, Bo, but it went on what I was talking about. 15 minutes, the urgency so much there. He's already jumping onto the next wave. Finish off this call.
Oh my God, he's rocking this right. Rolling up the wave, bouncing, tagging, turning, and that's why he's won 4 world championships here at the ISA Worlds of Adaptive Surfing for the para surfing right now. And look, he's got a smile there. He knows that's the keeper wave.
You know, look at that setup that he runs. He runs 2 big outer fins and then 2 really small inner fins. What you're seeing there is a much different setup than a lot of the other guys out here. What does that provide to Bruno? Obviously, he's a great surfer, and why don't you talk about it through this call?
Watch his carves. Look at the maneuverability, how he rocks it, tags it, comes down to the bottom turn, gets him more speed, getting the flow, and getting the power off the drive, and that's what the judges are going to want to see. This wave score could rock into the excellent range.
That was awesome, by the way, just so you know. Like,
What?
that was awesome.
A 6.83, so I would have given him a higher score.
Me
But
too.
the judges gave him a 6.83, but I like the energy. I like the variety of maneuvers there, and he stayed with this wave as long as he could. All right, we're getting updates. Oh, the men's prone 2. Da-dun, 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 da-dun.
Spike Kane coming in on
I
the 8th,
told
but look
Spike
at that 11th.
I told him he needed that last wave, and sure enough, that last wave score did get him into the semifinals. So Spike Kane by 0.2 outpoints Matt Vanderduth, and the shocking news is Freddie Merriman with his performance from yesterday, and he only had 1 wave over a 5 and 3 waves a 3 or less. So our defending gold medalist did not make the semifinals.
I can't believe that he's not even on the bubble, actually.
Well, he had 2 shocking heats. He was subpar for this performance of this year. Next year, he'll be back and he'll be ready.
You know, it's really the times that I've seen him excel. He definitely likes that bigger waves, as we talked about. He has a lot of different maneuvers that he can do on more open faces. There weren't a lot of open faces for him here today.
Okay, so
or yesterday.
The semifinalists in the men's prone 2, as we watch Sebastian Whitewater take off here, we can tell you David Teixeira will be the number 1 seed. Jose Martinez, the number 2 seed, not having a stellar performance as yesterday, but enough yesterday carried him into today, into tomorrow. Eduardo Mar will be in the 3rd seed, Jesse Ballar, the former world champion. The 4th seed, Angel Cruel from Spain. He'll be the 5th seed. Claudio Morales from Chile, 6th seed. Buster Kawasaki with that 6-point ride at the end of his heat goes to the 7th seed, and Spike Kane is the 8th seed.
Look at that consistency across the bell from Spike. He's going to get to serve another. I love it. Semifinals with Spike.
I knew. I said, Spike, you needed that last wave. That last wave got you in the semifinals, and sure enough, by 0.2 of a point.
You know, right now, that is just awesome to see. There's no guy who is stoked with that 8th right there than Spike Kane is, as we are in this booth.
All right, a 6.83 from Bruno Hansen. Combination of a 4.67 has Bruno out in the lead. Sebastian now needing an 8.83 just to go to first. And Jesse DeMar with only one score of a 1.0. Welcome to day number 3. We have condensed our 5-day schedule into a 4-day format with the environment that we are dealing with right now. Welcome to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We are powering through what is left for today. Well, we're going to be running 5 heats of the second round of the men's prone. We're going to move into the men's stand division in their first round, so they will have 20-minute heats because they'll be their qualifying heat. And then men's stand 2, round 2, there'll be 3 qualifying heats there. Women's stand 2, round 2, and there'll be those qualifying heats. And then men's stand 1, round 2. So the men's stand 1 go back-to-back. And then also the women's stand round 2, men's kneel semifinal, wave ski semifinal.
And then the end of the day, dude.
The end of the day says scheduled, subject to change. I don't think I was supposed to read that.
I don't either, but I'll tell you what, they're doing a great job. We're only a couple minutes off of this schedule. When you're running a competition of this magnitude, here we go. Look at this. Bruno Hansen, it's like
the set of the day.
Here we go. Bruno Hansen on a beautiful right. Bruno just making it as gorgeous as here. Up on the top rail. He is cutting back down, making maneuvers. He's going to get a quick paddle in, stay elevated up in that pocket, dragging a hand to bring him down and get ready for this re-up. He's going to come back in, find out where the energy of that wave is, wait for it, and then paddle back out. That right there, from our drone technology to Bruno surfing to the water and everything in between. Bo Hodge, that was fun to call. Thank you very much.
There you go. I think that wave's going to eclipse the 6.83.
I really do. I really agree 100% wholeheartedly with you, too.
But then I thought the last wave was an 8.0, so.
8.33.
So I got my 8s mixed up. It was this wave.
It was this wave. You were just future calling, actually, my friend, which right now we need more than anything is all the positive that is the future.
All right, let's watch this wave. As you said, he kind of looked down towards the left when it was building up, and he realized that's going to shut down, and the right just opened up.
Yep.
Top to bottom, bottom to top, keeping the board moving, using his extremities for turning with that left arm, and paddling to keep on the wave. Speed, keeping the speed constant. The flow, the power, the combination of maneuvers, an 8.33.
So nice. We're going to watch it twice. There it is again on that replay. That little stutter up onto the top and caressing the top of that wave. Just a really great execution move by Bruno here. There is a reason that he is the 4-time gold medal champion. He just pulled off a beauty like that and has done that numerous times in each of the heats that he's served.
Oh, there's the Danish flag. The chance to go to Denmark back in 2017 with the ISA as they hosted the World SUP and Paddleboard Prone Championships. And it was exciting to see Copenhagen and Kiltmoller, cold Hawaii. The windsurfers found cold Hawaii. They found the favorable winds for windsurfing, and they were going, wow, this kind of reminds us of Hawaii. And actually, the town of Kiltmoller has adopted the name of cold Hawaii. Windsurfing, sup surfing, kite surfing, now foil surfing is being done over there. Kids take breaks from their school to go surfing in Kiltmoller in cold Hawaii. It's part of a requirement.
Absolutely amazing. Now, you talked about that foil. Have you tried one of those new, I call them a bat wing. I don't know if that's the correct name.
Oh, it's the wing foil.
Have you tried a wing foil?
No, that's my next toy.
Okay, that right there looks like once you pick it up, it really transforms how you can challenge yourself across the ocean.
All right, let's watch Sebastian right here on the board in second place with a 3.3 and a 2.67. 2 minutes, 22 seconds remaining in this heat. We pan over to the right. Who are we going to find? we looking for Jesse? Well, we know Red's out there with first priority. That's Bruno Hansen. Bruno, what a performance today. There he is.
He has found his own little spot, and it looks like he's setting up for another one right here. 2 minutes remaining. Bruno is probably going to go on this because he knows the time that's left, and it's going to be another beauty little right peeler that he's going to be able to drop into. Watch this again. Puts himself in a quick little mini barrel there, gets out in front of this whitewash. He's going to have to redirect and then realizes this isn't one of those rides that he's had before that's been to the beach. But he's still going to take this to the beach, but kind of in a bit of a Fabio, I cannot believe this is surfing way.
All right, here we go. Jesse Del Mar representing Team Hawaii digs in a left rail and goes down. So unfortunately for Jess, just not making the cut there. Job well done.
Yeah, Bruno really making a statement. Yesterday in his interview on the beach, Bruno talked about how, you mentioned this at the beginning, this is the largest participant of any heat or any round that we have.
Yeah.
Bruno knew that there's a lot of new people, and he's making sure that everyone knows that he's been king of this for 4 years, and it's going to continue that way if he has anything to say about it.
See, he's got a Velcro strap right there, keeping the knees together, keeping his balance on there, because he's paralyzed from the waist down, and a great performance there. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we've got heat number 2 of the men's prone division number 1, round 2. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
AmpSurf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AmpSurf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We had 3 riders on that wave to start out this heat. The only man to survive, that was the Aussie, Gavin Bellis. Let's introduce our surfers here in round number 2 of Men's Prone Division 1. Gavin Bellis in red from Australia, from Japan in the white jersey, Kojima Yoshihiro. In the yellow jersey, Daniel Neal from South Africa, and in blue from Germany, Antonio Mueller.
Not 2 names you thought would see together. The Mueller is definitely the correct. Antonio, I'm not so sure of, but definitely Mueller for sure from the Germans.
All right, let's see. As Antonio catches his first ride, so the judges are playing a little bit of catch up here on these opening rides.
They really came out of the gate. This is just a 15-minute heat, correct?
Right.
Yeah, and we've already seen a lot of waves from all the surfers, and we're only 2 minutes in. We talked about it in the last couple of heats we've spoken together, Bo, on, is that the additional 5 minutes are not there. So we're also seeing better waves. Here comes one out the back right now. Hopefully we're going to see one of the surfers on it.
All right, surfer in white's in position. Kojima Also in red, Gavin. And Kojima goes down. And Gavin couldn't really get quite on the face of that wave. All right, let's go down beachside and check in with Mitchell Salazar. He's got Bruno Hansen, the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Bo. I'm here with multiple-time medalist at this event, Bruno Hansen. Bruno, we were just talking about your age off air. It doesn't seem like you're a day over 15. What's the motivation for you? You're dominating every heat you're surfing.
To be honest, I eat a lot of carrots. But on a serious note, I like to keep a clear mind and just live healthy and just try and focus and be mindful on the present and what we've got right now. It's kind of my secret, really.
Focusing on the present rather than the future or the past. And as soon as you came in, the competitors area lit up. You have so many fans here worldwide and on the beach. What's your message for them? What kind of message are you trying to send through your positivity?
You know, it's such a good bunch of people here, and, you know, we are friends from around the world, and so it's more of a big thank you. I think all of us like to just say thank you to, you know, the ISA for putting on this event, the AMP Surf for sponsoring it, you know, the Challenge Athletes Foundation for bringing a lot of us here. You know, I have a sponsor, Northweek Sunglasses, that have helped me and supported me in getting here, and you know, all of us, even though we compete against each other, we're all really good friends, and we're always visiting each other around the world. And I just feel blessed to have a family like this.
And if you could give yourself advice 20, 30 years ago, or to people in the same situation you were when you were younger, what advice would you give them?
I think it's just to keep a clear mind, to keep a very clear mind, and to focus on the fact that we all think we're bulletproof and we're going to live forever, but that's not really the case. And so it's really important to appreciate the life we have right now, and to forge those relationships around us and nurture those, because that's all we take with us at the end of the day, really.
Brad, Roy, Bruno Hansen is unstoppable. He's unbreakable. He's going into the finals.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot, world. And
all right, Bruno.
See you out there, wherever you are.
I want to go surfing with Bruno
Gracias.
Hansen.
Me too, man. He just he does what Spike Kane does. You see him in the lineup and you smile. And look at that field reporting right there from Mitchell. Mitchell has really tapped into the souls of a lot of the people he's gotten to talk there today. And, you know, once again, Bruno just showing the energy that he brings. Now, here on the replay, what do we see, Bo?
Yeah, this is Antonio Mueller currently in first place. He's scored a 5.67 on this wave. And look at the turning maneuvers that he's doing. I think he got influenced by Bruno Hansen.
You know, I see that a lot. The only difference is it's in the hair.
Oh, he needs to grow the hair.
Yeah, and I think he might already be past that thing. Here we go. Look at this little resurface here. Gavin Bellis out of Australia is wrestling this rail as if it is a rodeo, and he has not given up. I've seen him now re-engage on this rail twice now, getting on that right rail and resurfacing in. Gavin Bellis of Australia is truly a warrior right there.
All right, you see the other three on the outside. And with priority right now, we've got blue, but white and yellow will be going here. Let's watch yellow. This is Daniel Neal from South Africa. Daniel redirects to the right. Now he'll redirect to the left, so good combination maneuvers for Daniel.
There we go. I got lost in the flag there from South Africa, cheering on Daniel Nell there in the yellow jersey. Out there in the break, we've got in the white and the red. White jersey is Yoshihiro from Japan, and then Gavin Bellis out there in the red. Now, in the blue right now, Antonio Mueller of Germany, already posting a really solid 5.67. Let's see what he's going to put together. That is the one that we've spoken about, has taken the style of Bruno and just needs to grow his hair out a little bit.
Yeah, Gavin Bellis currently in the lead of 4.83, combination of a 2.23. Gavin made the semifinals last year, finishing in 5th place. And on the turnaround here, Gavin with first priority, and he'll lose it. He was trying to get into that wave. Now will Kojima get first priority, or they're going to deem that not a paddle? So watching the priority situation right now. So the judges are going to deem that as he's going to keep priority. Here we go. Blue. Antonio Mueller. He's way down to the left-hand side. There's the German flag. I was talking to Team Germany. Some of them have to fly from here to Mexico to get back onto the European leg of their tour.
Yeah, you know, they are going to have to do some traveling around the world, I think, to get home, which just shows the dedication not only to this event, to the spectators, to the athletes, to the participants, to the volunteers, to everybody, as they are really transforming to ensure that this event is still happening. And we are seeing world-class surfing at a venue that is very historic for surfing competitions.
7 minutes counting down. Bellis in first, Mueller in second, needing a 1.39. Nell in third, needing a 3.12. And Yoshihiro in fourth, needing a 5.71. You see some of the coaches and the spectators communicating out to their paddlers out on the outside. Here we go. White with second priority. Kojima is going to lose it, and Gavin was attempting there, so we'll see if the priority changes or if the priority will stay the same.
I think priority is going to stay the same.
No,
there.
It changes.
It changes. Look at that.
So right now,
Black.
no priority in the lineup. And priority will go yellow-blue now. Yellow-blue. So red and white did lose priority, attempting to paddle that wave. And this gives a kind of a musical chairs type, no hassling of other surfers in competition for surfing. Because back in the day, it was just every man for himself. And then sometimes halfway through the heat, the leaders would sit on the other guys and not let them catch waves. So they kind of taken the hassling out of the surfing competition by having the priority system. And I think it's working well.
It is for sure. And what an expertise you are, Bo, to know that that was going to change in the way it was. But here we go. Gavin Bellis, who did lose priority there. Oh, just misses right there.
So Gavin will regroup. Let's see what Antonio will do here. He'll pass on this wave. Now, Antonio has second priority. He can catch the next wave as long as he doesn't interfere with Daniel Nell. So here we go. Antonio paddling through this section. He will get it. So with second priority, Antonio Mueller up and riding. Only needing a fraction better than his low wave of a 1.39 to get into first place. All right, we've got the qualifiers for tomorrow's final. We had a 5-lady seed in the Prone 1 division. It'll be Sarah Betancourt, by no means. She was going to win that heat, that last heat that she was in. Tracy McKay in second.
In her surfing.
Yeah. And Yoshida in third, the defending gold medal champion, and Isabella DeCenil. So out is Denise from Brazil.
But still on the mark are athletes representing the nations of the United States, South Africa, Hawaii, and Uruguay.
Okay. So Antonio Mueller gets a 3.17. He goes from second to first. That puts Gavin Bellis into second place. Now needing a 4.02 to regain first. Daniel Nell needing a 3.34 to get to second. And Kojima Yoshihiro now needing a 5.93 to move up to second. 4 minutes counting down. First priority allocated to our surfer in white, Kojima. And Daniel Nell has now moved up into second place on his last wave score of a 3.77.
All right, so we are seeing Antonio Mueller really using a lot of the same style that Bruno Hansen has used. We're not seeing the same magnitude of scores, but that is what I think is really going to, transform this, section of riding is how can you best manipulate the waves in a way Bruno Hansen did? Because he is just slowly showing why he is a four-time champ. Each heat increasing his visibility out in the water.
All right. With first priority, our Japanese surfer, Kojima Yoshihiro, going down. There's Team Japan. Three minutes remaining. Antonio from Germany. He's in the blue jersey. He's out to the left-hand side, down the middle. Kojima Yoshihiro. So gaining a 1.13 on that last wave, but you know he wants to get out there and get more. And now needing a 6.37 just to go to second place.
Where has, looking at the results from last year, where did some of these competitors, or are we seeing a lot of new competitors here?
Well, Gavin Bellis, he was a semifinalist in 5th place in 2018. And some of these are a lot new competitors.
Looking Gavin Bellis coming off the back, actually. Got a little reform on there. Up in the whitewash, really showing why he was a semifinalist last year and also covering a couple scores. I don't know where this is going to land. I think it's going to go between the 4.8 and the 2.2. But again, we're going to have to see, as length of ride has not – I've got the worst hiccups right now. Length of ride has not been something that the judges have really scored. They're looking for maneuvers, and he definitely put some maneuvers in there.
Yeah. So we'll see what Gavin's score gets in. That'll be his 3rd scoring wave. His last wave, his best wave of a 4.83. Here we go on the turnaround. Our heat leader, Antonio Mueller. He's looking back, still holding down first priority. Now getting back out in the lineup, there's Daniel Nell from South Africa. So what's next up for you, Roy, after the ISA World Championships here?
You know, I had a lot of stuff planned, and the next thing that I have coming up is celebrating Elena's 37th birthday. She'll be turning 37 on March 21st, and outside of that, I'm going to try to work on some items that have been kind of low-hanging fruit for a period of time, and really trying to just clean up items that I need to take care of, because I think that's what a big amount of items that we're going to need to do right now is really going to be involved, is how can we clean up and improve things so, we can keep ourselves busy.
Wow. Sounds like you're going to be a busy dude.
I had a lot more fun stuff planned. I promise you that, my friend. But right now, Bo, the other thing is I got to come up with some more really good nicknames. Bo Britannica, Hoppy Hodge, Bro Hodge. Those have been my 3 favorites for the weekend so far, because you are just a wealth of knowledge, and it's been amazing getting to share some of it with the listeners to this.
And I hear that it's bombing snow up in the mountains in Tahoe.
27 inches are called for on Sunday, so we'll see what that looks like.
That's going to keep some of the resorts open up in Tahoe.
It is, for sure. I think it's something that we need, as in it's also a really bright spotlight in an area that's been really dry for the last couple months.
As we're counting down the final seconds here in round 2, heat number 2. And there's the final horn, and that'll round it out. So Antonio Mueller and Gavin Bellis, the top 2 surfers, looking like they'll be advancing on into the next round quarterfinals. So stick around. We're at heat number 3 on deck next in the men's round number 2 of this prone division. You're watching the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Stay tuned.
All right, who do we got in heat 3?
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to La Jolla. You're watching the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Here we go. Round number 2, Men's Prone Division 1, Heat number 3. Scott Patterson will be in the blue jersey. He'll be representing Canada. We've got Edwin from Costa Rica in the yellow jersey. Alvaro.
Here comes Scott Patterson right out of the gate from Canada in the blue jersey. Scott's been training a lot in Hawaii as of recent and is a very familiar face on the adaptive tour. Surfs in the Prone 1 unassisted division, represents Canada. Also had a spell as an alpine skier for a period of time as well. His story to how he got disabled is one that is got to be told by him, as it is nothing for the lighthearted, my friends.
Oh, you can't even broadcast it, huh?
It has to do with an ice grinding machine.
Oh, no.
Yes. And I'll tell you, Scott is stronger than most.
Oh. Enough said. There's Edwin out the back. Nicholas. And let's watch Nicholas on the attack here.
Look at that arm drag to reposition him back in.
Oh, too much of a turn on the rail.
Too much.
Gallegos goes down. So our Argentinian surfer in red had a good start. He was putting together a combination of maneuvers. He had the speed, he had the power, he had the flow going right there. But that overturned rail is going to cost him. Alvaro currently in first place with a 4.0. Scott Patterson with a 2.67. And we'll stand by for Nicholas's score, just registered in red. Another 15-minute heat. Top 2 surfers advancing on into the quarterfinals. There's Team Costa Rica's flag.
Rooting on. Still waiting for the score from Nicholas Gallegos. He did end up dragging a little too much. Here's Scott Patterson lining up another one in the blue, right on the shoulder. Missed it. That would have been a great ride. It didn't really form much after that. Here we go in the white. Alvaro Baño from Spain already has 2 scores posted and is the heat leader at a 4.0. Still waiting for Edwin and Campo to show back up into our screen. He's probably surfing a little bit south of our vision right now. Red, white, and blue out there in the water currently.
All right, just under 11 minutes remaining. Our drone shot from behind us, coming from Mauka to Mackay. That's mountain to ocean, Mauka to Mackay. You can see our staging area, our athletes, our coaches, our competitors now out into the competition area. You can see the angle of the swell coming in from left to right there.
You know, they were starting to see a little bit more forming. And we saw Bruno catch, a variety of rights and lefts and taking them from way deep. It looks like Alvaro Baño from Spain is also looking at that same idea. Let's see as he paddles in here, Bo. If he grabs it, grab the call, and he passes on this wave.
Yeah, it was a good call. Potential wasn't there. Oh, we got a seal. There's the seal. All right, we'll score him. He's going for the wave. He's on the inside. He's got it. He's in the barrel. And he's still in the barrel. He's in another barrel. Now he's in the whitewater.
Let's see where he's going to pop his head out.
He's got to pop up somewhere around here. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Oh, our drone is going back to what he should be shooting, which is our surfers in the water.
Now go back to the seal. Go back to the seal. That would have been cool if he would have jumped out. And in Hawaii, we have the Hawaii monk seal. And I've been longboarding and stand-up surfing at some of the surf breaks, and these seals will actually surf waves, body surf their body on, and pop out of the open face of the wave. And it's a real cool thing when they're surfing alongside of you. Well, there's Nicholas's score, 5.5, so he goes into the lead. But that potential wave even had excellent on it. Remember, he wiped out.
There's your seal. There.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah. He comes up for air.
Oh, look at that. And then dives deep for a little showcase down below. What an awesome little
he
capture.
comes back up.
Going back up, just snorkeling away.
He's going, I see you, drone. I'm gonna come up there and get you. Look at him. He's looking at the drone. Now he's showing variety. He's going side to side instead of up and down.
So cool to be able to see, that animal right there doing all that.
All right, we got a little distracted there, but no waves were missed.
No waves were missed, one whatsoever. All right, here we look at the size of that wave in the back. Nobody has been on a wave of that magnitude. Darn it, really would have, oh, a little quick.
That was Scott Patterson.
That was Scott. A lot of times, sometimes when those waves show up and you're not quite ready for them, sometimes you just got to take them. And you never want to have a mini Nazare bomb or a cop on your head, but sometimes it just happens.
Well, trust me, we're not going to see a Nazare bomb today.
No, that was a mini Nazare Whomper I was calling.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, mini Nazare Whomper.
Here we go, White on the shoulder. Can he get down the face of the wave?
Oh, he would have had a great ride. There was a little bit of a face there for a period of time, but it looks like as 7.5 minutes are approaching, we're starting to see the waves pick up.
A little bit of a pulse is coming through here. The tide has already peaked, so it's starting to drain back out, too. So here we go. There's Scott Patterson. Scott's been competing at our Hawaii Amateur Surf Series locally around Oahu. He's been hanging out in Hawaii, coming down to the Access Surf crew. He's been doing well. He's been surfing up against Jimmy Collins, Buster Kawasaki in the prone division, Ava Heller also in the prone assist division.
What island is he living in Hawaii right now?
He's on Oahu.
He is, okay. Yeah, you want to bring this guy on?
Yeah.
Yeah, we would love that. Hop in.
All right, we're working out some logistics right here, but we're going to bring one of our superstars. Guest surprise. We're not going to tell you until the last minute.
It is alive and a charge.
Yep. Okay. We're setting up our backup microphone here.
How's that? We just want to be close, you know. That's the whole point.
There we go.
The closer we are.
If you guys stay for another heat, then I'll make up for it.
All right, we're just setting up an extra microphone, extra chair here. We're going to bring on our guest. All right, let's go down and check out what Mitchell's got going on in the beach area.
Thanks, Mo. I'm here with Antonio Mueller. He is representing Team Germany, but he lives in the Canary Islands, so I'm going to ask him questions in Spanish, and then I'll translate them back. First question will be what it means to him to represent Germany, but also represent the Canary Islands here, and what an honor it is for him. Antonio, ¿cómo se siente el representar no solamente a Alemania, pero también a las Islas Canarias en este gran mundial?
Yo me siento muy bien, la verdad. O sea, esto ha sido un cambio de última hora. Llevamos 2 meses preparando la prueba aquí en el Mundial y realmente yo siempre digo los colores de mi isla. O sea, compito por Alemania, por claro, pues mi nacionalidad. Pero yo me he criado toda la vida en Canarias, allí con el tema de la escuela de brisa y toda nuestra gente, entrenándonos olas como el frontón, como Tauro, como ¿cómo se llama esto? Confitar, o sea, olas muy potentes para buggy. Hemos sido bugueros toda la vida. Y ahora hemos cambiado un poquito la tabla, o sea que genial, la verdad, muy bien.
So he's very happy to represent both countries. He's been raised his whole life in the Canary Islands, and it's amazing for him to surf such heavy waves in the Canary Islands, but come and compete in waves here in La Jolla. Second question, and the last one is going to be, he's a triathlete too, and he couldn't do triathlon, so he came and did the World Championship here at the Paris Surfing Champs. Antonio, no pudiste competir en triatlón, eres el atleta, también te gusta practicar otros deportes. ¿Qué tal la sensación de poder competir en tu primer mundial aquí en el Mundial de Adaptados?
Sí, yo vengo realmente del mundo del triatlón, como estábamos hablando antes. O sea, yo hago la serie mundial de triatlón. Soy campeón del mundo de triatlón larga distancia, de aquatlón, de duatlón. Llevamos varios años poseyendo el título y ahora hemos vuelto al tema del surf. Después de 14 años llevo 2 meses dentro del agua de nuevo y después de 2 meses pues hay que hacer muchas cosas nuevas, porque claro, no es lo mismo con un buggy que hacerlo con una tabla. Y hay bastante, ¿sabes? Mirar a ver cómo puntúan los jueces, qué puntúan, qué no puntúan, o sea que es como un mundo nuevo, te pones los pañales de nuevo, pero bueno, poco a poco vamos aprendiendo un poquito de este mundo. Y seguiré con el triatlón porque al final es lo que nos da de comer, como decimos, pero sí que es verdad que si puedo volveré a los mundiales del sur, pues la verdad es que el ambiente es espectacular, la gente es espectacular y me encanta, me ha encantado.
So he's a world champion triathlete. He didn't compete in that because he wasn't able to, but he's only been surfing again for 2 months after 14 years of not being able to surf. So Antonio, congratulations, felicidades, nos vemos en la final, and good luck to you in the rest of the event, my friend.
I hope the final is very difficult. Perdona, está muy difícil llegar a la final, o sea, el nivel es alto, hay gente que tiene mucha experiencia, o sea, sabe lo que puntúa, lo que no puntúa, quién mira al juez, quién no mira al juez, pero bueno, sirve de enseñanza para el próximo mundial, o sea, que aquí hemos venido simplemente a pasarlo bien, divertirnos, poder entrenar y competir en algo, ya que nos dejan hacer, porque todo se está cancelando por culpa de coronavirus que está tomando la moral en todos sitios, en todos lados afectados, los vuelos, todo el mundo, y esperemos que se controle pronto y volvamos a volver a la normalidad y que esto siga progresando día tras día y que cada día sea más gente, porque la verdad es que esto es una pasada y el ambiente es genial.
He's just wanting to learn more, progress more, and get even better at the sport of surfing, guys. Thank you, Antonio.
Gracias y encantado de conocerte, ¿vale?
Igualmente.
Thanks so much, Mitchell. And wow, didn't know that about him. Roy?
You know, I did not know about him that either. And, you know, you talk about it, we were wondering his name. Remember, it all started with that bow. Where was his name developed from with Germany? Obviously, being from the Canary Islands and also being Spanish-speaking, the Antonio makes much more sense now. Now, we're watching surfing, but we've got legends in the water, but we decided to make the three musketeers, or the three best friends that you could ever have. And we brought someone special into the booth right now. He has a name that we've been saying a lot this weekend, as he has many hats that he's been wearing. And it's exciting to have Dana Cummings, the presenting partner, no, the title partner. Title partner.
Title
We're really going to use
sponsor.
that word. No, partner.
Partner?
Yes, Dana Cummings would like the term partner, because this is a two-way relationship. So the floor is yours, Dana Cummings, title partner, member of Team USA, founder of AMP Surf, and making sure this place looks beautiful too, because I've seen you setting up posters, handing out coffee. What haven't you done?
Well, you know, I think everything, if you're going to ask other people to do things, you should be willing to do them yourself. And
Once again, the athletes, you can go to the tags to pick up your parasurfing classification ID cards, and you can ask any questions about classification.
So how's everything going? You've been in the planning stages of this event. Coming out as planned for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just blown away at how absolutely amazing everything has been. I mean, obviously with the weather and the world situation, we've had some hiccups with that. But besides that, the athletes are super stoked, and everybody's just, that community spirit's alive and well with all the athletes and everyone involved. And so I think it's going really great. I hope that everyone has an amazing time here, and that they share the aloha everywhere from this.
Oh yeah, they are. The vibe on the beach is just amazing. You know, everybody would love to have bigger surf and more contestable waves here, but you know, again, everybody's competing in the same conditions.
Yeah, there's no one. Yeah, nobody here has any advantage over anybody else. They're all. Yeah, we're all stuck with what we've got, and everyone makes the best of it. That's the beauty of it. It's not only adaptive surfing, you know, of how you surf. You know, we're watching these pro guys right now, but it's adapting to whatever the conditions you're dealt, and making the best of those waves.
So we're coming down just a few seconds here. It looks like this heat has just wrapped up. We're going to take a short commercial break. Okay, we're going to keep it going. We just heard from the boys in the booth, so we're going to keep it going. And Dana, I mean, record number of countries, record number of athletes, and what I love about this year is the diversity of the disciplines and the reorganization of the divisions.
Yeah, I know the divisions are amazing, and the record number of women athletes this year as well, which is always something we're striving for at all of our events, is trying to, you know, more inclusion of all demographics, and to see that record number of women out here today, and just, I mean, the record amount of talent that's out there among all the athletes is just astounding. And I'm talking to some people today, you know, and people are starting to get bumped out. They're, you know, they're the stage is being set for the semis and the finals, and you know, people are getting, you know, upset a little bit and whatever, but you know, and it sounds cliche, but the fact that we're all here, we're winners. You know, hey, I'm in last place right now in my division. I can only go up. Hopefully I do. If I don't, I still feel great. Like I'm stoked just to be here and be a part of this. And as an athlete, as a title sponsor, and as a partner with the ISA and all the other amazing, you know, organizations that are here and companies that are here supporting these athletes, and So I just think everyone needs to be stoked on the community spirit of it all and just enjoy it. And I'm going to be out there cheering no matter where I'm at. And at the end of the day, I'm going to be cheering for all those guys that make that podium and women.
Fernando Aguirre always tells us, you don't always have to talk to the winners. There's always a story from someone from around the world, and we're seeing it here. And there's stories behind the stories because everybody has a disability, whether born with it and cured it, or inflicted with something. And these stories have just only made these people have only made them stronger.
Yeah, and I mean, some of these, you're right. Some of these stories aren't on the wave. I mean, there's some of these backstories with there's a girl here from Costa Rica. She lost her regular leg in the ocean just a week ago. Her dad was a surf coach for a guy in Philly who's connected with the Synergy Prosthetics guys that are here helping everybody. They've made her a new leg while she's here. Like in less than a week, she's going to go home to Costa Rica with a brand new top of the line leg, and there's 2 other guys getting legs out of it. That's a huge story. That's amazing, and yeah, it's just nuts.
Today's the anniversary of Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, Jose, too.
8 years ago today, he woke up in a coma, and the doctor said, "You're not going to live. You lost 3 limbs, and we can't save you." And look at him today. He is the proudest person in the water.
Oh, my gosh, and he's the happiest person in the water.
Yeah.
I mean, I know how tough it can be when you get hit by something. And, I have never met someone. Jose is the happiest, most glowing individual you'll ever meet. And, yeah, it's just a testament to him and to the whole community that we share these waves with this week.
Where's your favorite surf spot? Where's your local drop-in?
So my local drop-in is Pismo Beach, about 6-7 hours north of here, and it's a little chilly there, and it's just I love it there. I love my surf family up there as well, and they're huge supporters of our program and what we do and our whole community. And I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the support that I get from my local surf community up there, and they keep me charging.
Let's talk about AMP Surf. Talk about your nationalism that you promote, through surfing, through rehabilitation, your peers system.
Yeah, so one of the big things with AMP Surf, we've grown over the years, and so we've developed chapters around the country. So one of the things when we first started, we were bringing men and women and a lot of soldiers and stuff all over the country into Pismo Beach. Well, they might surf once, but not surf with us again for a year. So we started developing regional programs. We started in New England, and then we expanded into New York. Then we did East Coast weeks up and down the coast of the East Coast. Now last year, we expanded up to Oregon. Next year, we're looking to expand into Florida. And yeah, we're just trying to bring that ability to let these men and women and children that are living with lifelong conditions be able to get more surf time in, more time in the water, and develop that next generation of not only the adaptive surfer, but just that next generation of adaptive athletes. We've had 5 athletes go through our program that are Paralympians in other sports, and they'll say the reason why they're competing is because we got them off the couch and back into life by surfing.
Yeah. And how did you find surfing?
Well, I found surfing, honestly, I tried 3 times before I lost my leg to surf, and guys, they took me out, at places like Hazard where I did not have any place being, and I got my butt kicked, and I thought I'd never surf. When I lost my leg, they asked me, what are your expectations? The only thing that popped in my head that I hadn't been able to do in my life was surf. And so I was in the hospital 4 months. Literally a week after I got out of the hospital, I rode my first 2 waves in laying down, and as I say every time I go to a clinic, the best 2 waves of my life were those first 2 waves laying down. I just felt that freedom and that stoke, and I was like, my gosh, I got to do this more. And I've been surfing ever since, and life has hit me with other challenges, but I just keep cranking.
And you've taken that passion and promoted it around the world, haven't you?
Yeah, no, it's cool. Like sometimes it's kind of surreal. I mean, especially being here this week is a very surreal moment. Just seeing, all these people here, and people coming and thanking me, and I'm just like, man, and that's another thing too. I'll say real quick is, people want to thank me, they can thank, but please thank our volunteers and all those people, all those water people out there helping you, and those people sitting in that booth out there. They're all volunteering their time. We're an all-volunteer organization, and and so that's why we're able to do what we do. And everything around the world and around the country.
Let's go down beachside and check in with Mitchell. Mitchell, take it away.
Thanks, Bo. I'm here with winner of the last heat, Nicolás Gallegos from Argentina, and it's been a beautiful experience for him. I'm going to translate the questions from Spanish into English, but the first question is going to be, what's it like competing for Argentina when they've had multiple world champions before in different categories? Nicolás, para empezar, felicidades. ¿Cuál es la sensación para ti el poder representar a Argentina cuando ustedes han tenido varios campeones mundiales en el pasado en distintas categorías?
Bueno, una responsabilidad, ¿no? A todo atleta creo que representar su bandera es lo más importante o a lo que máximo puede aspirar, ¿no? Pero sí, no, de lo que hablas vos, Lele Osuna, no, hay muchos grandes de Argentina que no creo que lleguemos a tanto.
Ay, nunca, nada es imposible, mi amigo.
No, y que vamos a dejar el cuero por eso seguro.
He says, first of all, he feels a big sense of responsibility to even match the championships that Lele Osuna has achieved twice. He has been a Pan American finalist before, and Nicolás is just happy to be able to represent Argentina in that sense. And the last question is going to be, what is his objective at this event? ¿Cuál es tu objetivo ya después de aclarar toda esa pregunta? O sea, tú vienes con la sensación y con la posibilidad de poder ganar este campeonato. ¿Tú crees que es obtenible eso?
Vengo con las ganas de poder meterme en la final. En todos los mundiales anteriores siempre quedé en semifinales y por muy poquito. A partir del año pasado me fui a entrenar con Piero Marota a Punta Hermosa en la isla, la ola grande de la isla.
¿En el Perú?
En Perú, sí. Es más, ahora estoy viviendo ahí, me voy a quedar 4 meses más ahí. Y eso me cambió mi nivel de surf, o sea, de ser un surfista por ahí del montón me permitió salir a ganar torneos, gané el latinoamericano, el abierto de Costa Rica, salí segundo en el abierto de Estados Unidos, en el de Malibú también, salí campeón argentino ahora, o sea, la ola de Punta Hermosa me enseñó a surfear realmente con power, ¿no?
Well, he's been living in Punta Hermosa in el Peru. He's been training there, and the fact that he's been able to sneak into the semifinals a couple times before, he just wants to get into the final, and then once he's in the final, he's going to concentrate on winning. Nicolás, muchas felicidades, mucha suerte en el resto del evento y gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos, cariño a Miramar, a mi ciudad y a Punta Hermosa por recibirme, por tratarme como uno más y los quiero mucho.
Bo, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Mitchell. Congratulations, Nicholas. Advancing on through. He's been into the semifinals before. We'll see him there again. And we're sitting here talking with Amp Surf's co-founder and title sponsor and title partner, I should say, as Roy corrected me earlier, with Dana Cummings from Amp Surf. What do you see in the future, Dana, for Amp Surf? How is it going to grow from this decade in 2020?
Yeah, so this coming decade, we see Amp Surf growing, physically growing outside of the country. For years, we've been having people come from all over the world and take part in our clinics and everything. And so we just did an exploratory trip down to Costa Rica last week. And so we're looking to expand a program down there so that during the winter months, we've got warm waters to take people to. And then, I've been talking with some of the other organizations over the last few months about doing some programs over in Hawaii and over in Europe and stuff. And one of the big things we really want to do is get more organizations to collaborate on events. I mean, we all have basically the same mission, and so we can do a lot more if we work together. And so we're trying to do a lot more of that and get everybody to just build on it together.
I'm Bo Hodge. This is Dana Cummings from Amp Surf, and of course, you know who Roy Tuscany is. And we've been having a conversation with Dana, not only as a sponsor of this event, of this ISA Para Surfing World Championship, but also part of Team USA. And you got a heat coming up.
I got a heat coming up in about 30 minutes.
So we're going to let Dana go because the priorities
Hold on. Before we let Dana go, the one thing we haven't had Dana do while he's been in here is he hasn't called a wave yet. I feel like if we're going to have Dana in the booth, we're going to have a wave show up in like the next minute or so. For a guy that has pushed so many people into waves, who has pushed people out into the ocean, we got to have you call one for us. So hopefully this doesn't deter you too much, but, we're going to get a good one. All right, don't worry. You just call it. Like, I just make up words most of the time.
Okay.
Yeah, so like, hey, look at that tuberalistic wave that's coming.
Looks like
So
Yellow's in
Yellow's
position.
Yellow's pushing up on the whitewash. Oh, it died out on him.
Well, that's our German competitor, Lang, so unfortunately not getting there. As we wait for a wave, how can people get involved with Amp Surf?
Yeah, so if anyone wants to get involved, all they've got to do is reach out to us at ampsurf.org. That's ampsurf.org. Or they can find us on Facebook or Instagram. Facebook is AmpSurf, and then on Instagram it's AmpSurf_US.
And look at the paraphernalia you got out here.
Yeah,
Shirts.
all sorts of great
hoodies,
merch. Come out,
towels.
support these athletes by picking up a towel or hat or T-shirt or sweatshirt. We got some great jackets and everything, and help us spread the aloha around the world with all these athletes.
Did you ever find your lost hat in your last heat
I
yesterday?
did not.
We noticed you lost that hat.
I didn't wear my hat floaty like I normally wear, so I lost it. I was a little nervous that first heat. I had the jitters. I'm not gonna lie. But
you're selling wetsuits?
We have wetsuits that are all branded and everything, and
cool
we
is
got a great deal with Billabong, and they helped us out with some great wetsuits, and so our other partner, Dolphin Shirt Company, and so I got wetsuits out there and all sorts of good stuff.
I'm telling you, I'm liking that Aloha shirt. You know where I'm from.
Yeah, I know. I love it too.
I may have to pick one up today.
I've bought a couple of when I've been over there for the Hawaii Adaptive.
Cool.
Like, we need to have those too.
Yeah. Well, we hope to see you in June for our event.
Yes, I have every intention to be there. Tickets are cheap right now, so I'm going to buy my tickets now.
Okay. Let's cross our fingers and everything's
it's
still
going to
going.
happen.
Yeah.
We're all going to survive this.
Yeah.
It's going to be good. Oh, White's looks like they're paddling in for one.
All right, here you go. Here's the
okay,
call that
here
we're
he goes.
waiting for.
This is Daniel.
Daniel De La Vega out of Mexico.
Pushing left. He's got some green water. Heading into the wash. Picking it up. Going to turn it back right. All right. Nice wave.
Yeah. Well, he's finally on the board there. You know, he's got a 5.52 wave total, so he's dominating in this heat right now.
He's dominating, yeah.
All right. Okay. I want to see you dominating out in the water now.
Yo, go have an amazing stand 3. Really enjoy it, my friend. Or wait, are you stand 2? You're stand 2, right?
Stand 2,
You're
yeah.
stand 2. So I'm a one round ahead. Have an amazing stand 2, my friend. Really enjoy your heats, and I know you're not going to end at the bottom.
All right, well.
You've been wearing the hat of a champion. Champion's going to show up, my friend. Let's do this, Dave.
That's what I'm intending.
Go over by teammate Sarah. Absorb that hype that she's got. Bottle it up in yourself, and you're going to score nothing but 8s and 10s.
You know what? The biggest thing I'm going to go out there, I'm just going to have fun. When I go out there and just have fun and don't worry about the company, I do great. And so that's my intent for this heat.
And that's what I tell everybody. At a free surf, we never make mistakes.
No, exactly.
We have the heat of our lives.
Yeah.
But when the horn blows.
I just got to forget about that horn and stuff. Well, thank you guys for all you do. I
Dana,
appreciate it.
Thank you, and good luck in your heat, and thank you for being the sponsor here at the ISA, and Fernando Aguirre also gives you his thanks.
Oh, outstanding. Thank you guys.
All right, Dana. Thank you, sir. All right. Enjoy. All
right, peace.
All right, we've got 2 minutes remaining in this round 2, heat 4 of men prone 1. Daniel De La Vega, that last wave combo together, he's now got a 7.83. He actually is the only rider in this heat who has had 2 waves. We are going to need to see Jonas Lang from Germany and Pierre Poch from France to add another wave so that they will, be able to combo together to see what they are. But we're running out of time here. That additional 5 minutes, I wonder if Pierre and Jonas are not used to that.
Yeah, only 4 waves have been ridden by these 3 surfers, so it was a good timing bringing Dana Cummings up here. And Dana was a little nervous, but he held strong, and I just love his vision of adaptive surfing. That trip that he took to Costa Rica to help this girl with a leg, she's going to go home, all whole together.
Yeah. I mean, the amount of positivity that is coming out of this are the things that need to be shared in this world right now more than anything. I've really enjoyed the conversations that Mitchell's had on the beach with a lot of different athletes, and not always looking for the ones that have won. We've talked to all the champions, but we've also developed some stories that, are underlying. And as you mentioned, the president of the ISA really wants to make sure that it's those stories that are getting told too. What is the power of surfing? What does surfing mean to you, and how has surfing transformed your life?
Well, we're seeing, especially at this ISA event compared to the World Surf Games and the juniors and the longboard and the SUP, that surfing has changed lives in this community more than anybody else.
I think you can go ahead and say it and just say saved.
Saved their lives.
Saved.
Yes.
Saved lives. And also reconnected lives. Talk about, Quinn yesterday celebrating her birthday, and all she wanted to do was go surfing with her dad. And it
that's what she
happened
did.
at the World Championships where she is still in this event.
Yeah. I've been a fan and been following Quinn ever since the first day I've seen her surf, and if I can have just 1/10 of her passion and then I've achieved my goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. Well, hey,
there's Sarah.
And there's my buddy Hunter right there too. Yeah, Hunter. Love seeing that little dude. But it's time for us to hand over the mics. Brad J and our good friend Mitchell are going to take over. They're going to take over for the next couple here. So everybody enjoy and keep watching this amazing collection of amazing stories unfolding not only in the ocean, but out of the ocean as
You're
well.
watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We'll be right back after this.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
'20 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We're talking day number 3 out here. Mitchell Salazar, Brad J in the booth. And we are into it, man. 36 heats today, and I don't even know what number we're on right now, but I'll tell you right now, we are in the Men's Pro 1 round 2 in the final heat in this one.
Yeah, and it's interesting heat because Christian Otter-Bailey is out there in red. Marcos Tapia from Spain is in white, and Ethan Gelosa from Wales is in yellow. And the reason I say interesting is because all three of them have far different backgrounds. Christian Otter-Bailey has been surfing for quite a long time. Ethan is one of the few surfers that actually gets to practice quite a bit in an artificial wave. And Marcos Tapia isn't even a natural well, not a natural surfer, but he is not originally a surfer. He was a bodyboarder before.
Well, you could see a little bit of that skill on that, too, on the first wave he got. Now we see Christian Bailey on this one. Turns it off the top on that one, and that's all she wrote. But Tapia putting some tapatio on that last wave, that's for sure. 6.0 on that one. Sorry, I had to do it. It was just right there.
Yeah, 4.67 on his opener, and then Christian Otter-Bailey going left on this occasion. Really nice movement of his board using his rails on the bottom part of that wave. And this is the 4.67 that Tapia originally got. Nice hit up on the lip line section for our Spaniard surfer. And this is the last one we saw. Look at this. Bottom turns, boom. How's that hit? Looking like Wesley Dantas at Sunset Beach.
Nicely done. And then a replay of Christian right here for Team USA. Rebound off that white water. Not quite able to get back into that, but that's a replay. Catching you up to date. What's going on? Christian Bailey in the number 1 spot as of right now. Marcos Tapia in the number 2 spot. Ethan Gelosa in the number 3 spot from Wales. And is he trunking? What? Did I see not a wetsuit on?
No, I'm pretty sure he's wearing a wetsuit.
Okay,
I think he's wearing wetsuit and booties too.
Good idea.
But
now we got a little bit of that south wind really kicking into it right now.
Started raining again.
Yeah.
Literally like 10 minutes ago tops. But it's still quite contestable. I was talking to one of the Hawaiian competitors, Josh, who's in the kneeling division, and he said that he prefers it to be a little choppier, but as long as intervals are cleaner, at least it's better than wind swell, though.
Is it choppier because it gives him a couple of maybe a different section? It breaks up
Oh
the
yeah,
sections?
I love that too. I think that when you get that little section where it's like hit me, where you actually know where you want to hit it, rather than kind of guessing the spot.
Like drop it on the right and you see kind of a left closeout coming at you
Yeah.
just a little bit, pop, and just nail that. So Tapia, the number 1 spot now. Bailey's going to go to number 2. So Tapia with a 9.40. That's a 4.73, a 4.67 to get that, and then Bailey a 6.84. He needs a 5.73 to take back over that number 1, and then a 4.51. Ethan Jalusa in that third spot, needing a 4.51 to get up in the top 2. So taking a look out there, out back right now, as our surfers here. Let's send things downstairs. Got an interview with the winner of our last heat. Let's send it downstairs. Oh, just getting our everything dialed in right now as we look at Tapia in the top spot at 9.4. Bailey in the number 2 spot, 6.84. Ethan Jolosa with that 4.03 in that third spot right now, with 8.30 some odd seconds to go. Let's send it downstairs to the interview for the winner of our last heat.
I don't know how the bar is going to be raised as far as the
All right, you got Roy here, a little technical difficulty, but we brought my man back here. Daniel, how was it out there?
Amazing. I mean, surfing in the rain with these conditions, everybody's doing a great game. Yeah.
All right, you say amazing, but you have surfed Puerto Escondido. What is that like to today?
I mean, the waves we have in Mexico are very, very big. So, yeah, I surfed twice, one Cicatela and one La Punta. It was like a 5 foot, more or less. So, yeah, it was really demanding. So we have to practice a lot to be alive out there.
You know, you brought that in. Practice. Do you practice surfing smaller waves?
No, I never practice more waves because in Acapulco, my beach break, and Puerto, we have always great waves. So, yeah, this wave for me is very, very tricky.
All right, we're going to send it back to Brad and Mitchell in the booth. Daniel De La Vega, way to go, my man, Mexico!
Thanks,
brother. Great job, man.
So stoked right there, and seeing that stoke out of Daniel right there. Nicely done. Thank you so much, Roy. Checking in with Roy down there as we go back to our competitors in the water, Mitchell.
Yeah, and just a little shout out to Danny. He's kind of been one of the pioneers when it comes to parasurfing in Mexico. Originally from Mexico City. After he learned about his disability, he really want to start surfing more. He surfed before that, and then once he found out that he wasn't going to be able to walk anymore, he kind of found a way to still keep surfing and spends a lot of time in Acapulco training. Has spent time in Puerto Escondido. He's going to be there later this summer too, so right on to Danny.
Christian Bailey taking a look here. He's going to get into this one. Off the bottom, off the top. There you go. Smacks the lip and then gets the eject on that. Christian Bailey, nice little up and down on that wave.
Dude, hold the phone. Are we talking Kelly in the 90s or what's up?
Nice comparison. Tapia here from Spain. He's going to try and stroke into this double up here on the inside and give it one last go. Nice long wave for Marcus Tapia in the tight spot with Bailey in the number 2.
It's a tight heat.
Yeah.
Tight heat. Jalosa is probably going to be looking for a mid-range score, but Otter Bailey just... To me, that was pretty critical. We're talking CJ Damo Hobgid when they were actually like riding for Rusty and Oakley back in the day. Like, that's how gnarly that turn was from Otter Bailey.
Well, I think about the wave. There was nothing there of a wave, and he made the most of it. He went straight off the bottom, straight up into the lip.
Yeah, it had for a 2, and he made it a 5. He got a 5.4.
Did he get a 5.4 in that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty decent number for one solid hit. And look at this. Bottom turn, goes straight up into the lip, releases, gets some spray, nice control. And he knew he didn't even have to keep milking it. And then Marcos Tapia gets a nice foam climb. And look at that. That's where the bodyboard influence comes in. You're usually using your fins and your arms to usually paddle.
To get in, yeah.
Yeah, and he did a really good job there to get back on the open face and, you know, capitalize on the ending maneuver as well.
And looking at it right now, 9.4. That's what Tapia is holding down with a 4 minutes and 45 seconds here. Welcome, everybody, for joining us on Day 3, 2020 AmSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. And then there's some gray La Jolla skies out here. We've seen pretty much the whole gauntlet of weather, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. And rain, shine, or be 6 foot to 2 foot.
Sun.
These men and men and women are just going out there doing the best they can, and we're going to crown some world champions at the end of this week. So I'm excited. Could there be new world champions? Absolutely. Could we see people just defend their world titles? Absolutely as well.
Well, you see what the competitors are saying is as parasurfing continues to grow, you see a lot more newcomers coming in and, you know, like the cream rising to the top, and that's what they're doing. So, you know, maybe you were dominating 3 years ago or something like that, but it's not for long because other people are coming up.
Yeah, and I was talking to Nico Gallegos from Argentina right before I did the interview with him. He said that he's been living in Punta Hermosa in Peru for a couple of years now.
Such a good wave.
Dude, and he lives in the area where most concentrations of waves are closer to the city.
No, I've stayed right there.
Yeah. I asked him, have you surfed Pico Alto yet? He's like, nah, it's a little too heavy for me. I'm like, dude, just do it little by little. But he says that he's trying to build a parasurfing resort, so that way surfers can only have to buy their plane ticket, but they're going to have food, a place to stay, and transportation if they want to go there. So it's going to be like a parasurf resort in Punta Hermosa in Peru. That's his goal.
That's a good wave, too. I mean, that is just north of Pico Alto where Punta Hermosa is, and you got basically this big bay, and you got two waves. You got Caballeros, and you got Señoritas. And I spent about 10 days there after the Pan American Games in July and just surfed that every single day. And both those waves are really top class.
Oh, they're
waves.
world class.
Yeah.
They're world class. That's actually where I did my first ISA event.
Really?
2011.
Where'd you guys compete at? Which wave?
I surfed in both Señoritas and Caballeros.
Okay.
And then where he's trying to make that house happen is around the corner in La Isla.
Okay.
Which is more of a beach break.
South of Punta Roca?
Yeah.
South
of Punta Roca. It's right around the bay from Pico Alto.
I know exactly what you're talking about. We didn't get a chance to get out at Pico Alto, but Punta Roca got a chance to paddle out there because that was where the surf took place for the Pan American Games. But there's our surfers in the water. Marcos Tapia in white with a 9.4. Christian Bailey for the USA in red, a 9.07. And then you got Ethan Gelosa from Wales in yellow in third with 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning going on right now.
Yeah, so far this heat, Gelosa's had really good quality rides, but he hasn't been able to find that open face when it actually comes to the comparison of scores between Otter Bailey and Marcos Tapia. And it's been a tight battle for first between Tapia and Bailey. I mean, look at the scores, 9.4 total to 9.07. It's really coming down to the consistency of the 2-4 so far from Tapia, and Bailey's got the highest score of the heat so far.
Yeah, and you were talking about Ethan, with just a couple of 2s in there. And you see the other guys 4.73 for Marcos and the 4.67. So a couple of mid-range 4s. And Christian Bailey not far out. He's got the highest wave score in this heat with that 5.4.
There's your boy.
Yeah.
That's your boy.
He's quiet right now.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. He's been hyped up all day long.
He might be tired. We are in day number 3 of competition.
And just for you to understand, 7:30 was our first heat today. We will end things at 6:20, from 7:30 to 6:20. So 11 hours of parasurfing out here today. Tomorrow, the looking at the surf report on Surfline, looks like they show a little bit of an increase in the morning to the afternoon, and then kind of backing off and getting smaller on Sunday, which was the reason why that were trying to schedule everything to get it in tomorrow. We want the best surf possible for the competitors to showcase what they can.
And it's been really fun today.
Yeah.
Like if you compare it to yesterday, I feel like the shape's better, first of all, and it's been quite clean all day long.
Oh, Tapia saw Bailey was trying to get into that. He had priority but couldn't get into it. So Tapia was on the inside of him, and he took advantage of that and said, I'm going to take this wave.
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, that's the deal right there. I mean, Christian did have the priority, but he was just a little too far outside. And time is going to wind out right there. There you go. But not before Tapia gets one more to the beach. And Christian, I don't know if he got that one in on time. But that'll wrap up this heat right here. So Marcus Tapia, the number 1 spot, 9.4. Christian Bailey, a 9.07 for him. Ethan Gelosa in that 3rd spot. Well, we're going to move things on. We got your men's stand 3. Round 1 is coming up for you in just a moment. Stay with us. More action to come right here. It's your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championship. More surfing action. Don't go away.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
'20 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships underway. Right here, brought to you, of course, by AMP Surf, our partners, and doing it in an amazing way. We appreciate them. First year as our partners, an organization that provides adaptive surfing therapy programs. They do it for veterans, adults, and children. Thank you, AMP Surf. As we look outside, our next competitors are taken to the water. This next category is your men stand 3 round 1. Now this is one qualifying heat right now, and this is a 20-minute heat.
So I believe stand 3 is that their disability is on the lower half of their body, and it is to one of their legs.
Yes, that would be the definition. Stand 3. Here's in the water, Colin Cook in red, Hawaii. Eric Dargent from France, our Dargent. And then Nomichi Katsuraga, how do you say that one? Oh, look at him in front of this one, getting in front of that left here. Working this section in. Can he get in front of this? There you go. That's the replay of that wave. That was a good one for White.
And there's Otter, Bailey, and Sarah just as happy as she could possibly be. She's just motivating everybody. And I don't know if I've ever met somebody as positive and energetic as she is.
I don't think I ever have.
Dude, we should connect a battery to her and see if that thing charges with her positive energy.
I'm telling you, if you are in a bad mood, go talk to her just for a little bit, and she will change you in just a moment. That's for sure.
And just in regards to our Japanese competitor's name, Naomichi Katakura.
Katakura. There you go. So Katakura in yellow, Tarjan in white, Cook in red. Hawaii, France, Japan making up this one.
Colin Cook, like the Cook Islands.
I was thinking the same exact thing
Dude,
there.
He might be a descendant of Captain Cook.
Yeah.
You know that he ended up in Hawaii.
Yes.
He did end up in Hawaii, and you never know if he's an actual relative.
But didn't Captain Cook meet a demise at the end of his life or something like that? Wasn't something go against him? Like, he did not do good after. That's a history lesson for you. You know what? I'm going to look that up. I'm going to come back with that next time we're up. There you go. Speak about getting up. Katakura from Japan on that one, and now we go to Colin Cook here.
Oh, I thought he was going to hit
I
that thing.
thought so, too.
Nice board, though. Seems like he has a Roberts.
Yeah, it is a Roberts. I talked to him earlier. I saw that board.
Nice neon green board, too.
And it's a quad that he's riding. So now we look to white right here. Here's Eric.
Whoa, what? Taylor Knox over here.
Just driving that one all the way in. Nicely done.
Well,
I almost called him Taylor.
we have the score of his first wave, a 5.33, probably going to be bigger than that.
Well, let's send things down to Roy standing by with, of course, the winner of our last heat. Take it away.
Let's see.
All right, down here on the beach with last heat's winner, Marcos Tapia. Marcos, how was it out there?
I feel in this heat very well. I feel better than yesterday. I feel comfortable. I did my best, and I think I have a good score, better than yesterday.
All right, now we're going to do some simple, quick questions. Did you have fun surfing?
Yes, today.
Did you catch waves?
Yes, a lot of.
Are you looking forward for the semifinals?
Yes, this is my hope.
And are you going to win?
Of course.
All right.
I can, yes. I try to.
Well, you heard it here. We're going to head back to the booth. But my man here just won his heat, and we're off to the semifinals.
Roy. That was an amazing interview out of Roy, putting him on the spot. Are you going to win?
Quick fire.
Yeah.
He caught him off guard,
yeah.
And that was Roy's intention. You could tell it from the get-go.
Yeah, you could tell he had that plan. So Eric Dargent from France, 8.5. Colin Cook, Hawaii, 7.84. Naomichi Katakura from Japan. Why is that one getting me? 2.83 is his score in yellow.
So there is only one heat and one round of this division, but we do have a final that we're going to seed them in. So I believe they're just going to surf this one, and then the final will be clean slate. Correct, but maybe their seating could be different because there's only 3 competitors. So that's what I would think. Maybe we have to talk to one of our event directors, Eric Kramer. He could possibly give us a better understanding of that.
I love Eric's approach. The way he gets up on that board, he's able to do it. Look at how he redirects it, and he's roller coastering, pumping down the line here. He's just kind of just rebounded on that white water, just a little bit of a almost like a little mini floater off that thing. But I like the way he gets up and kicks out that front foot ahead and jumps up. He jumps up quite fast.
You know what's the gnarly thing about Eric is that he only really uses his front foot where he has his prosthetic leg to really stabilize the board. He uses his back foot much more to actually pump, gain speed, and eventually maneuver, which if you're actually taught as a surfer, the first thing you're taught is to use your front leg to actually maneuver much more. That's going to be the one where you're going to be able to have a little bit more mobility. Your back foot is the one that's going to stabilize. Here it's the complete opposite. So as somebody like myself that uses his back foot so much more, dude, Eric, you're a killer. You're an assassin. You're doing fantastic because it's basically the reverse psychology in
Yeah.
this division.
But don't you feel that your back foot is your driving foot that really sends you down the line, right?
And he has to do 2 and 1 right here. The front foot for him is just going to be the one where he's going to be stable.
Yeah, and the pressure also not being able to feel the pressure of the board on that front foot, that's tough too because you just kind of got to roll with it.
Absolutely, especially when you're trying to generate speed.
Yeah. So right now, Eric Dargent, top spot. He's got an 8.5. Robert Pino and Philip Nod and Carter Hess coming up in the next one. Men's stand 2, round 2, heat 1.
Dude, this guy, Roberto Pino.
Yeah.
I was so impressed with the way he surfed on the first day. And I saw him free surfing during one of my breaks down the beach. Woo! Dude, I thought it was Felipe Toledo for a while.
Kid's good.
Whoa.
Kid's good. Looking outside there. There's Dargent on the top spot. 10.03, a 5.33. Colin Cook from Hawaii, 7.84. 6.17 and a 1.67. Looking to replace that 1.67. Omichi trying to get rid of that 0.5 and toss that one to the side. Plenty of time. I mean, we're not even halfway through this one. Close to halfway.
Yeah, no, and that's already a good heat total for Eric. And if they are going to compete a second time in the final, that's something to build off of, the momentum. And it's one thing that Roberto Pinto has, that he really has a lot of momentum from that first heat he surfed. And I'm interested to see or to actually talk to him about his equipment. What size board is he riding? How thick it is? What's the actual volume and width? Because I'm a big boy. I weigh more than 200 pounds. I mean, I'm 6'2", so
I'm with you, man. I weigh over 2 myself.
My boards are going to be 35, 36 liters as far as volume goes. How much are his going to be? Like it's
36. Is that what you go with?
I can ride anything from like 32.5 to 40, depending on conditions.
I like the low 40s for myself.
You do?
As I'm getting older. Like 41, 42. That's what I like.
I actually, like, you need to do it. I need to keep myself on the lower end, because if not, I just get too complacent and I'll start eating more.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
I can't.
Oh, I could just get more liters with my board.
No.
There you go.
It's like,
that's what I'll do. That's not going to be a good thing. There you go. The clock ticking down right there.
Next thing you know, you're going to be like our coworker Ben Way and start riding things that are like a skateboard shape. Like he's riding like a 2'10" surfboard that has like 50 liters, and he can barely fit one of his feet on it.
He brought those boards. Did he bring those boards out to El
He
Salvador?
did.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
And I called him out on him. I'm like, dude, like, it's cool that you're experimenting with everything, but kind of bring it down a notch.
Smallest board you've ever ridden?
410.
410. Nice.
410. It was one of my friend's boards.
I think that's for me too. I think I rode a 410 once.
Probably like 20 liters.
Yeah.
I don't even know how I got on.
Look at how he just parks that front foot and then works it off the top.
Well, and this is his second best wave, a
Yeah.
4.7, and the judges keeping things kind of low. Kind of would have liked to
Got to
see
have
that.
some room to work, man.
I don't know.
Isn't that the judge's turn right there?
Yeah, but if it's the only heat and you're gonna see them surf again, in the final, you might want to encourage actual like really solid good surfing. 4.7 could have possibly been in the 6s even.
Uh-oh, here we go. Let's quiet for this one. Let's listen in. Here we go. Let's listen in.
¿Quiénes somos? Hijos. ¿Cómo somos? ¿De dónde somos? Costa Rica. ¿Cómo somos? Pura vida. ¿Cómo te dicen? Los hijos del imposible. ¡Échame ese toro pinto, hijo de la vaca mora, que quiero sentirme grande delante de mi señora! ¡Uy, uy, uy, bagura! Costa Rica, pura vida.
I'm going to hear that in my dreams at night after this week.
You love him, don't
I
you?
do too, man.
Did you get his autograph already?
No, I'm going to need that, though.
At least a photo.
Oh, I don't know how he does that, but he does it quite well. Colin Cook paddling into this one.
I like what I see. I like what I see. Maybe you got some inspo from the Mike Morrissey chat.
Well, looking at
Colin Cook had yesterday.
Prosthetic on the back foot, on the driving foot on his situation.
Yeah, so stabilizing would be a little bit easier for him to actually be on the front foot, but being on the back foot, pushing off of it is going to be hard with that prosthetic leg. So, you know, kudos to Colin. That was not easy at all.
I heard a story in skateboarding. Rodney Mullen, professional skateboarder, who has
icon
in skateboarding, who stood a certain way for so many years, and he's lost a lot of cartilage in the one hip from his back leg. And so what Rodney has done is he's decided that he is going to now skate switch stance for him. So he's turned it around and he said switch. So what was his front foot is now his back foot because he has more cartilage in that to work with. So he's made a change, and he says that you shouldn't be regular or goofy. You should just be a surfer.
Be able to do both.
Yeah, that's what he says, you know. So Katukura on this one. Yeah, look at that little section he has pulled on this one. Now he's riding the tri-fin, that driving back fin. It looks like that back fin's smaller than his two side fins there.
Yeah. And speaking of skaters, I think Katukura might have gotten a little bit of a Kareem Campbell influence right here.
Ooh.
Yeah, Kareem used to be like one of the pioneers of dark slides, and it seems like Katukura kind of saw that with the parallel stand style right there. I'd be interested to see if actually somebody in the future would be able to try something like that. You know, especially if you are in a parallel stance and you can flip your board over easier. Little dark slide in surfing, Brad. We could see it.
Dark slide when you land on the top of your board, sliding on the top of your board, and then flipping it back over.
Yep. If we've seen kick flips from Zoltan Torkos so far, we're going to see a dark slide.
I remember when Christian Fletcher was trying kick flips so many years ago, like it was like early 90s or something like that. He was putting that together. And there we go with Eric Dargent from France, the 617.
Nice.
And a 5.33, so he's got two good scoring waves. Look, he's going to keep this thing going to the inside. There you go.
And he has a style very similar to one of his teammates from France, Jeremy Flores, kind of with that backhand.
Yeah.
Leaned out a little bit more.
Look at the little push with that right arm to keep that nose down on that board to keep into that section by Colin Cook here.
That board probably has the amount of volume you would like, Brad.
You know what? I saw him walking by, and I told him I like the Roberts. I saw the board, and I go, hey, I like that. But it's kind of strange. The way he has it set up, the two back fins of that quad are so far back and so close together.
It's narrower.
Yeah, very narrow. I've never seen a quad, at least the quads that I ride, my fins are a little bit closer together than that. His are separated and really close together, the back two fins. So I feel like it almost could kind of act like a thruster in some ways.
Well, it seems like it's definitely working because he has a 6 and a 4.
Yeah, right? Okay.
But look at Dargent. Before his previous, he got a 6.17, his last one a 3.87, and that was a small wave. If he gets on a set wave, maybe goes left again and actually gets, you know, a section where he can go up into the lip, might be looking like an 8.
Katukura looking at this left-hander.
Oh, now he's going regular. Is he the Rodney Mullen of surfing?
What?
Whoa!
Oh, what? He's going to try and pump and he gets back into this section. Look at this. And off the lip on the inside. Uh-oh. Things just got real right now. The sleeper, I was wondering what was going on, and no, Michi comes out swinging on that one. Look at these sets out back.
Whoa!
Oh, nice.
Dude. He went to town on that thing.
Nice two-wave exchange. Can't wait to see what the judges put that one down as.
I know. So Katukura kind of has the Rodney Mullen, Kareem Campbell, and a little bit of Eric Costin in him.
Eric Costin.
And then Colin Cook just going Freaking Bobby Martinez on that backhand right there. And that's your boy from Santa Barbara.
Yes, he is.
I like it. 7.00 Team Hawaii taking the lead.
And you can hear the beach announcer in the background dropping Colin Cook's score 7.0. So a really nice average just for the one maneuver, and well deserved. And we're gonna go to Katakura's wave first, and you see he gets up there. He kind of had a parallel stance on the wave before. And look at this down carve. Oof, held his rail for a while. Did the Huntington hop. Got across that section and almost was able to complete that last maneuver. He would have been able to do it. Would have gotten a higher score. But look at this. Full Bobby Martinez mode right there.
Yeah, count that.
Nice way to balance out using his arms too. Keep his weight centered in the middle of the board. Colin Cook, 7.0, Bradley.
7.0. That's a big score right there with about a minute to go now. That switches things up. Colin Cook straight to the top with that one. A 7.0 and a 6.17. Big scores right there.
Not even Jay Johnson could do that back in his day.
And he was pretty good back then.
He was. Good skater, too.
Yeah.
He just loves the golf.
He's a golfer now.
Can't complete Surfer White straight out. Let's see if he can get it. No.
Supporting Team Japan out there.
We'll see if any of other surfers take the strategy of Team
And
Hawaii,
30 seconds to go.
something that nobody else has been
On
paying
Cook, the
attention
number
to
one
with
spot
nice
right now.
right-hander over
A
there.
7 and a
Tide
6.17.
20
Two
on the
big
clock.
scores for
Surfer
Colin
White
Cook from Hawaii.
Finds himself a little wave here. He's going to try to put it all
Here he
the
goes
way
again.
east. Oh, and Red's up and riding way to the north.
He's like pouring salt in the wounds right now. Here he goes. Yeah, back at it again. Little section kind of breaking in front of him. But another good wave. Doubt that's going to do anything to the 6.17.
Ooh, I don't know.
Maybe.
Had a couple hits.
I don't know.
And I already went with the Bobby Martinez reference. I'm
You
going to
did.
go with somebody from his native islands. Fred Patasia on the backhand. Colin Cook, you're ripping, Holmes. Freddie P.
Your comparisons are ripping, my friend. And this will be the last wave in on this one. There's that from France trying to make something happen. And that's going to looks like it's going to round out the time right now. So that'll do it for this heat. And next up for you, we'll be turning things over to Bo Hodge and Roy Tuscany. They got coming up the men's stand 2, round 2. 3 qualifying heats in that one. It's all on the way. Thanks for joining us out here. Your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championship live from La Jolla, California.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships here in La Jolla, California. I'm Bo Hodge along with Roy Tuscany, and we're bringing you men's round number 2 qualifying round of the Stand 2 division, and let's introduce our 3 surfers in this heat. It will be Roberto Pino from Brazil in red, Felipe Nad from France in white, and Carter Hess from Team USA in the yellow jersey.
You know, this brings up to a point that I was talking about earlier in the day, and you brought it up when we broadcasted on day 1 together, Bo. Roberto Pino. He is an amazing surfer. He is in this division because of his disability, and what we're seeing from him is something that I truly believe could happen. I'm just not quite sure how the judging and the rules would work, but I feel like he could surf on a Q event for the World Tour.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the repertoire, he's got the talent, he's got the drive. It's up to him.
It really is, but we saw him surf waves in a day when there were no waves and made each and every one of them his own piece of art.
Yeah, this new Stand 3 division, that we just saw last, Colin Cook used to be in a different Stand division. Now we got Stand 1, 2, and 3, so we've moved from 3 to over 2. And here we go, Roberto up and riding.
And look what he's doing, exactly what we talked about, already surfing in a way that really showcases his ability. You know, him in this Stand 2, again, we're seeing how the reclassifications, Bo, have really helped allow for the ability and the level of competition to kind of stay on a very level playing field. And it comes down to something which people are probably sick of me hearing saying, which is wave selection.
Yeah, so a 1.5 there for Roberto, so he'll be scratching that wave, trying to catch bigger scores out in the lineup. 3-man situation here, and this tight situation kind of mixing up the lineup out on the outside.
Yeah, you see these shorter waves kind of coming in on the left side of the screen. And on the right, you see the waves actually building, but they're not really merging together. So you're never seeing any of these kind of rebirths of waves in this segment. Right now, the ocean's a little confused is what I think you can say.
Yeah, so 15-minute heat. These guys surfed yesterday in quite different conditions. We were during that rain squall and the storm and the current and the wind. Now calm conditions out here. Here we go on the turnaround. Paddle battle. This wave will be deemed a left, so yellow will have priority on this.
Now, are we going to see an infraction there?
Most likely we will, because what the judges look for in the beginning of a heat when there's no priority set up out in the lineup, they'll deem, was that a left or was that a right? Obviously, you saw the wave breaking on the left-hand side, so the surfer's left was available for the scoring. So who's deeper in the lineup? The man in left, Carter Hess. And white was interfering. Let's watch the lineup around.
Yeah, because I think it really prevented Carter from seeing much more than his competitor as he took off on this wave.
But then white really doesn't hinder his scoring potential. They didn't bump rails.
Nope.
They didn't knock into each other.
Nope.
You know, so maybe they'll call that a no call.
Yeah. You know,
sometimes there's a call and sometimes there's a no call. You know, yes, he was in the wrong position, but he really didn't. The wave kind of flattened out. So, but it's up to the judges.
But now the way that we see the priority stacked, what does that mean right there, Bo?
That means no one has first priority right now. And that means because Felipe's out in the water, he is the surfer in white. Okay, so now they've deemed red first priority. So when you see an X there, there's no one who has first priority.
Okay.
Let's go down with Brad J. and check in with Colin Cook, winner of the last heat.
Well, thank you so much, Bo. Yeah, standing by, Colin Cook here, the winner of the last heat from Hawaii, from Oahu. Couple big scores there, 7-0 and a 6-1-7. What did it take to battle that out?
That was, I mean, I knew it was going to be a tough one with the, that heat, and I saw some, I thought rights kind of on the north side, and I was like, I'm just going to go out there, and I think there's potential.
How do you keep calm? I mean, that situation where you look at the waves coming in and you're like maybe not getting wave or someone's taking lead. How do you keep calm because you struck towards the end of that heat?
Yeah, when I first got out, I got a wave, and then in the middle, it kind of shut off, and I was like, where do I sit? But I kind of stuck to my original plan and went back over to the rights and paid off.
It sure did pay off. Now let's talk a little bit about Adaptive Surfing Academy. They got your back on everything too as well, right?
Yeah, in Hawaii we have an amazing crew. ASA, Adaptive Surfing Academy, Coach Chris, he does amazing things along with Access Surf. They're doing incredible things in the Hawaii Adaptive Surf team, and for all adaptive, surfing, the sport's growing. It's incredible.
So you've been working with prosthetics? Did I hear something like that too as well?
Yeah, so I'm working with prosthetics now, and I built my own surfing above knee for standing.
So what's your setup on this here? What makes this special for you?
This one is kind of like a carbon blade with a modified foot, so it really lets me stand in the right position. It's stable, it's got a lot of flex, and just kind of allows me to do what I want to do on a board.
How do you experiment to get that? Do you try different styles and see what works best and then come up with the right one?
Yeah, it's tough, and everybody, that's what's so great about this event is you get to see what everybody's using, and you can kind of know, like, everybody's disability is so different, so you can use, see what other people are using and kind of incorporate it to yourself, and just trial and error.
Well, good luck the rest of the way, man. Congratulations out there. Colin Cook, Team Hawaii, taking the win. Back to you, Bo.
Team Hawaii, Noko Oi. You know what Noko Oi means there, Roy?
I don't, but the beauty is I know you do, and you're going to teach me because I've learned so much from you this week, Bo Hodge.
Number one, bro.
Number one.
Number one.
Right now, I would say that about Roberto Pino, too. Even though he's sitting in the 2 spot, he's really just waiting for that next wave. His opening round, we saw him, I believe, score in the 18s.
Yeah, the 18s?
Between his combo score. Sorry, I think we saw 2 9s from him in the opening day.
Yeah. He had, I believe, 2 8s or 2 9s. He was just unbelievable yesterday. All right, so, yeah, a priority interference has been called on Carter Hess.
Okay, so that's that symbol.
Yeah, but it's been called on Carter Hess, where I thought Carter had the right of way. So the judges deemed White as Felipe having priority on that wave where, so I was corrected there by the judges. So since that was a priority interference, he will only count 1 wave for Carter.
Wow. That is really going to change this all looks. Now, I was mistaken. Roberto Pinto had a 8.83 and an 8 on his opening day of surfing for a total of 16.83 for his opening round score.
I kind of remember a pair of 8s over there.
Absolutely just on fire.
All right, 6 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Priority interference called on Carter Hess on the opening exchange with him and Philippe. So Philippe has rebounded after that and got a 3.83 and has taken the lead. But still, anybody's ball game. Carter can actually win this heat on 1 wave. He needs a 3. He now needs a 4.86 or better.
He does. Roberto just did post a 6.5, though, which has really catapulted his score up the heat right now. Look at it. There it is. So playful in this waves. So controlling. Oh! Are
Did you see
kidding
that floater?
me?
Let's watch it from the drone. Tags it.
What
holds
a
it.
shot.
I mean, he lands it, and all of a sudden his balance was just a tear off. Whoa.
Yeah. We've been talking about it, and he's showcasing what we are exactly talking about. He has the ability to compete on a next level.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go in white. Philippe Nod from France. Quick exit from that wave.
Yeah, that'll be a throwaway score for Philippe. But wow, Roberto, he's just still continuing to amaze us. All right, Carter, you've got priority. Surfer from the United States. Let's see what he can do. A 5.23 gets him to second. Let's see. What is he actually? We don't have the screen that says what he can get him to first. But he can actually go up to first. Actually, he needs an excellent score. He needs the combination score of an 8.43 or better.
Yes, he does.
Here we go. White. He only had 3rd priority, so nothing lost there. But yellow did paddle for.
All right,
so
here we
goes
go.
Down to
here we go. Roberto
priority.
Pinto sees a wave. He looks excited about this, and I think we're going to see a really good little thing if he pops on. He bails out of that one as the back energy of that one was sucking it up, but I believe we're going to see another one coming out the back here. Roberto is in position, looking at his watch. 4.5 minutes remaining in round 2, heat 1 of the Stand 2 men's division at the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
Yeah, we got the total of 3 heats. We have 2 3-man heats and 1 4-man heat in this round number 2. Top 8 will go into the semifinals.
How many do we have total in this?
So we got 6, we got 10, so 2 will be eliminated
out of this
round. And we've got the scores from the other round, so we can look them up over here. So Prone 2 qualifiers. Now we're looking for Stand 2 qualifiers. All right. Looks like Roberto's sniffing out of the wave there,
Here
Roy.
we go, Roberto coming in. He's looking left, he's looking right. He does a quick little glide and then jumps into this right. What a great little top to bottom turn there. Doing the hoppy hodge right there. Here is Felipe Nod on the white jersey. Not quite getting it, but look at this. We are starting to see some consistency and some continuous waves coming into the zone with 3.5 minutes left in this heat. We really need to see Carter Hess get a big score to eliminate. There he is right there. We need to see Carter Hess really get a big score here to eliminate that infraction that he got in the opening minute of this heat.
Carter Hess is right now in 7th place after the first round with his 3.47 and a 2.6. So he's on the bubble right now. He needs to produce a good score.
All right, here he goes. Carter Hess coming left, has a wave, stands up on it. He's got that, nope, just not quite there. It closed out. Not a face for him to really do much on. We're going to have to see if he can grab another one with less than 3 minutes remaining in this heat.
All right, Roberto's back out.
I love these shots we're getting from the drone. Look at this. Is he going to turn and fire? Nope.
No.
He's going to go up and over and hope for something behind.
He was out of position right there. He wants to get into the right position. He's looking at his teammates. His teammates are on the beach there. Let's watch it from the drone.
Watch this turn.
Okay, I missed it. I was looking for the papers. Oh. Are you kidding me?
Look at the spray.
That was a JJF move, John move right there.
Yes, it was. All right, here is our server from White from France, Philippe Nod. He is creeping up this leaderboard all of a sudden as he's getting closer and closer, as Roberto only has a 1.93 that he's pairing with that 6.5. 3 surfers here. Really need to see Carter Hess grabbing a big wave and moving past this infraction penalty that he had.
Yeah, but both Philippe and Roberto are stacking it up, and now for Carter, he now needs a 7.16 to get into second place.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Okay, 1:44 counting down.
All right, here comes another consistent wave set right here. No one's on it. White and yellow are on the left side of our screen, while Roberto is on the far right, really splitting the difference between the two. Let's see how that's going to pair out. We got 1.5 minutes here as we're coming up to the end of round 2, heat 1 of the men's stand 2 division.
Okay, coming up on 1 minute to go here in this heat. Unfortunately for Carter Hess, incurring that priority interference early in the heat has really put him out of sync. But he could still make the semifinals. Only 2 surfers will be eliminated in this round. And he's already got scores coming in. So he'll be counting 3 waves where everybody else will be counting 4 waves to try to make the semifinals.
I really hope that is not going to prevent Carter from moving on. Carter has done a great thing for Team USA, and he showed it in his opening heats yesterday. Here we go, Philippe Nod in the white jersey again, stacking up more and more points. I do think he's going to grow that 3.33 there and couple it with that 3.83.
Okay, scores. See the drone shot coming back into the competition area from the point here at La Jolla.
Bo, you've been announcing events now for, I don't know, a couple years. Yeah, like 2 or 3. From your time in the original days of you announcing to now, the access that you have to view, how have you transformed your calls in surfing from the technology advancement that allow you to literally be there without being there?
Well, I'll answer that question right after this commercial break because this heat has just ended.
All right, my man.
All right, Roy, you stay there. Everybody else stay around. We'll be right back with our next heat, heat number 2 of the Stand 2. You're watching the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships, and here we go. Kicking off this wave, this will be Balder out of Costa Rica. And he's on a longboard.
Yes, he is. And then you've got Adi Klang out of Israel in the white, and then in the red, JP Vidor out of the Republic of South Africa. Now, amazing story about JP here. We had Dana Cummings in here earlier. Dana Cummings learned about JP's accident after it happened, and using money from the AmpSurf Foundation, he flew JP over here, introduced him to surfing 3 years ago. 3 years later, JP is representing his country of South Africa here at the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. And there he is. That is a natural surfer. And without AmpSurf, not just being the title partner of this event, but showcasing, creating, and hibernating individuals like JP to become surfers on this world-class level.
Yeah, flew him from South Africa to over here and then getting him into surfing. And last year, about a year and a half ago, the last edition of the ISA World Para Surfing Championships, JP made semifinals and placing 5th place.
Yeah, and I remember, too, that he just barely missed moving on to the finals to compete for one of those top 4 spots. Himself and I think it was Bennett Moreau of France all battled for those individual spots that were up for that finals. But when it really came down to it, where JP has taken his surfing in less than 3 years from the help of AmpSurf really shows the impact that Dana and his programs are doing. Here we go. In the yellow and in the white, we've got 2 surfers on opposite sides of the peak. This longboard approach, look at him as he climbs and moves his feet back and forth on this, does do a pray to the God into the ocean. And, we are putting together, another great showcasing event of this men's stand 2, round 2, heat 2 of the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
Yeah, we saw Adi Klang taking that other wave out to the white. There's JP. JP placed 7th in 2017, 5th in 2018. You see the staircasing? Could be in the finals of 2020. Let's watch this wave from Adi on his first attack here.
The thing I like about Adi is I know when he's in the water.
Oh, yeah.
I know when he is in the water.
He's the Riddler.
He really is. He
Remember
has
the Riddler from the old 60s
do.
Batman?
I love the Adam West days of Batman.
Oh my God.
When they used to add the bam and the pow and the kabunga to the hits and the expressions that the people would make.
Who was the comedian that played the Riddler?
Jim Carrey.
No. He was in the movie.
In the movie.
But, there's a dolphin.
Look at that beautiful, majestic creature right there that's just making their prowess be felt as it skims across the top of the water, showcasing the beauty that is that natural habitat of a
Dolphin catches a wave, it's going to get a 10.
Oh, easily.
Yeah. Just cruising left, cruising right, looking for some food.
You know, when I'm out in the surf and I see a dolphin fin, I don't really trip thinking it is a shark fin. But the one that always gets me is the manta ray. When they're coming across and they dip the one wing up and they kind of like...
No, when they do two wings up.
Yeah, oh my God. Those are scary because they pop right out of the ocean.
Yeah, well, here we go. The man of the hour, Balder. Let's watch him here, rocking.
So far, this is his 5th wave that he is averaging a wave a minute right now in these conditions.
Well, when you got the longboard, you can catch anything out there.
You really can. He's showcasing that the longboard. And right now, JP is asking, all right, here we go. Roberto Pinto and our big man, Brad J, talking about what we just saw out in the ocean.
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot, Bo. Down here, of course, with Roberto Pinto from Brazil, Red, taking the win there and in dramatic fashion, putting up some big scores. What did it take to get out there and end up on top here today?
O que você fez para poder pegar essa zona que você pegou hoje?
A gente analisou 2 baterias antes para saber o local de onde a gente ia cair. Aí a gente priorizou ali a direita, mas as condições estão a zona está um pouco fraca, mas deu tudo certo.
Yeah, he said he was looking at the hits prior his hit, and he looked at the right was working good, but he felt a little bit the wave over there is a little bit weak. So, but in the end, everything turned good, and he did the 6. Huh?
Well, the craziest thing about it is we weren't seeing a lot of people line up for that right, but it seemed like he knew what to do, and he stood up on that light, and he was throwing buckets out there.
É, que muita gente olhou à direita, mas quando você foi lá, você foi o único que conseguiu realmente soltar as manobras.
Antes de a gente vir para cá, eu conversei com o meu shape e eu já tinha vindo em 2017 e falei sobre a zona daqui. Aí ele fez as pranchas adequadas para esse campeonato. Por isso que eu fiquei mais solto na vala.
Yeah, he said as he competed here 2 years ago, when he came back to Brazil, he talked to his shaper and they developed a model especially for these conditions, and it's working really good, what is helping him a lot to perform.
So talk to me a little bit about the shape that he is riding. Let's hear a little bit about this board and the backdrop about that.
Fala pouco sobre essa prancha.
Essa prancha aqui, ela é uma prancha modelo swallow com canaleta. Ela tem bastante flutuação e área de bico. É muito bom para entrar na onda, mais fácil, e ela é com logarina de carbono e resina de epóxi. Então ela é muito leve, muito leve, muito leve.
Yeah, it's a very light board, swallow with a deep channel, and with the carbon, and it's helping a lot him to get easier in the waves in these conditions. So yeah, he thinks it's the perfect shape for these conditions.
It absolutely looked good. Has he ever considered about getting on the qualifying tour? Because this guy can surf.
Você já pensou alguma vez em competir no QS? Porque ele está falando que você tem condição para isso, tem surf para isso.
A gente, todo surfista, pensa numa chance dessa, mas o meu objetivo é o surf adaptado para surf e lá na minha terra eu sou competidor da categoria Master e Grandmaster com os atletas normais sem deficiência. E o ano passado eu competi 14 campeonatos e fiz 12 pódios.
Yeah, he thinks, obviously, because it will be a dream for him, but he's focused in this contest, in the para-surfing and the IISA worlds. And back in home, he used to compete in the master division with the regular guys, and in 14 events, he made the final in 12.
Oh, wow. Okay, so who does he want to say hi to the people back home?
Para você dizer alô para a galera que está torcendo para você no Brasil.
Falou, galera do Nordestão, galera de Piedade, a galera de Maracaípe, a minha família em casa. Muito obrigado a todos pela torcida. E agora vamos para a semifinal. Tamo junto e é isso aí. Valeu.
Obrigado, right there. Roberto Pino taking care of business out here. Good stuff. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Brad.
And there's our guy right there. There's Adi Klang going for more waves.
Okay, so we know he's made 10 of 12 Masters finals in Brazil. So, it shows if he was 20 years old.
Yeah.
I think we would see him on the QS.
I do too.
He's got the talent.
He has the understanding of what looks good on the wave too. I think that's something that not everyone realizes, that there is a specific style. We see it in John Florence. We see it in Gabriel Medina. We see it in all the top guys where they all can surf waves, but they all have their unique style to it. And what makes a world champion? Well, it's when people decide they want to start emulating your style. And I'll tell you what, if I surfed like Roberto Pinto, I'd be a quite happy man right there.
Well, Roberto Pinto has been in one final. That was in 2017 edition. He placed 4th place, winning the copper medal behind Kajiro Ito, Anthony Smith, and Adi Klang. So you got 2 finalists from 2017 in the second round, second heat right now in the Prone 2 division. There's JP right now. Look at the sponsors. He's got Quicksilver. He's got some top dogs on his sponsor board.
He really does.
3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
Adi Klang, you said this. Look at this. All the way back in 2017, the champion from Israel. Now, 2 years removed, or 2 competitions removed, because we didn't host one in 2019. He is currently sitting third in heat number 2 of the men's stand 2 division. We have 15 minutes here. He is overall in 5th, and it looks like his scores from today, he needs one more. He needs one more to add 4 to his total.
Yeah, 10 men make up this round of round number 2 and round number 1, so 2 will be eliminated. Top 8 will go into the semifinals coming up for tomorrow. So they'll have semis and finals for these surfers in the water. We will have our first semifinal of the day in the men's kneel division coming up at around 5 o'clock, and then the wave ski semifinal. Actually, they were the second heat of the morning. So those athletes were out in the water around 8 o'clock this morning, and then they're surfing at around 5:45 this afternoon. So it's been a long day for the wave skiers.
You know, the wave skiers got up early, as I know, my wife being one of them. We did the baby shuffle and everything, and at the very end of the day, she is going to surf in the very last heat of the day. So we are going to have a very interesting sleep schedule for our little one tonight.
Yeah, but you told me he sleeps pretty good as a baby.
I'll tell you what, he's got an amazing mother is what it all comes down to. I don't know how she does it. He wakes up in the middle of the night, and she knows when his cry says I'm going back to sleep or when he doesn't. What is that right there?
This is the prosthetic van, okay? You need a nut or a bolt to take care of that knee job right there? We'll do it for you right here.
That is so cool.
You need a new foot? Hey, Parata's looking at feet right now. You don't want him kicking you in the butt.
No, you definitely do not.
Parata likes this one.
All right, we got under 2 minutes remaining. JP, look who is on top. Look, we turned our heads away for a second, and the concept, Brad J. and I talked about this yesterday, why I think we're announcers now and not contestants, is we went for catch as many waves as you can and try to incrementally improve them. Baldar tried that. He has got a total of 8 waves in here, but it's JP and Adi Klang who's really been selective and have found themselves on top of the scoreboard.
Look at these sockets.
Look at all that stuff.
Oh, my God. Now, that's for comfort. Are you kidding me? Harley Davidson? I can have a Harley leg?
Bohaj, your favorite band I saw on there, Slipknot. I know you're a big Slipknot fan.
No, I'm more of a Rolling Stones guy. I got tickets to the Stones in Tampa this year.
Oh, man. When is it?
It's in July.
It's going to happen.
You know, they're opening the tour here in San Diego.
It's going to happen here, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here we go. Rider in yellow, Baldar, for his 9th wave of the heat right here. Baldor has definitely caught a fair share, but it's been Adi Klang and JP Vidor who have found really good 2 waves in this heat.
All right, 40 seconds remaining. Still one more heat after this. It'll be a 4-man heat coming up featuring Mr. Amp Surf, Dana Cummings.
You know, Dana was in here and he told us something, and the sheet we're looking at right now is echoing what Dana said. He's currently in last place. But here is Adi Klang. Are we going to see a little jump in the score here? The Riddler coming in. He's quite confident in the way he's coming in. I think he's saying, I've surfed my wave. Let's see what the score says.
So, Brad, we nicknamed him the Riddler.
The Riddler.
With those glasses.
I think you should interview him on the next Beach Report.
Who was the comedian in the 60s in the old Batman with George who played the Riddler? He did all the voices. You know, he's. Yeah. He reminds me of the Riddler. All right, Adi Klang, the world champion from 2017, coming right in, and we are out of this heat. That means we are over. We'll take a short commercial break, and let's take out a little piece on that man right there in red, JP Vaudry. We'll be right back after this.
My name is JP Vaudry from South Africa. So my accident happened on the 23rd of May 2009, and I was shooting a wedding, and I decided to take my motorbike. It was such a beautiful evening. Just before I got home, 2 kilometers from my house, someone ran a stop street, hit and run, never been found. When the surgeon told me that he was going to take my leg, the very first thing I thought of was, am I going to surf again? Unless you've actually been there, it's hard to digest, what you can and can't do. But I mean, I was a surfer before my accident, and I wanted to carry on being a surfer, stand-up surfer that is. And I think that's what inspired me to get going. friends and family said, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I decided to go the other route. I got all my friends, all the media, surfing magazines. They all were there on the beach waiting to see what would happen with my first wave. I had many quiet moments in the changing rooms, getting ready as everyone was in anticipation. I'm proud to say I got up on my very first wave. I can't even express the feeling, and haven't looked back since. Once you get that first wave, anything's possible. But my friends say I surf better now than before. I'm just chasing life, really, and I start my day with a surf. I spend as much time with my family as possible, just because it could all go in a second, and I want to know that I've got no regrets.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Eric Welton from Hawaii up and riding now on his first wave of his second round heat. And, well, momentarily in the lead was Dana Cummings, but Kajiro on his first opening wave, a 2.53, has eclipsed him.
We were all excited when we were off the air there, Bo, and Dana Cummings, who was in the booth with us earlier, talking about being DFL, and we saw him right up there in first place for the moment in the blue jersey.
On this first wave.
I do believe, however, Dana Cummings is going to continue scoring some waves here. He has just done so much here. The ocean is going to provide to him and give him some waves.
Okay, there you see the lineup. There's our Japanese surfer. One of our 2 Japanese surfers. Rikia Yamamoto in white, and we got Kenjiro Ito in red. Let's watch Yamamoto here. See what he's gonna do.
Already getting a score of a 2.1. He does the great bottom turn, but then he gets his hair a little too wet and ends up in the face of that wave. Here we go in the yellow here, Eric Welton from the nation of Hawaii coming out the back. Bo, what do we have him as he's going right?
Let's check
Actually,
this
he's
out.
going left.
All right, Eric. He brought 2 boards, and he's been debating which board to take out, so he took out the longer board today. Here we go. Nice tag off the top. This is Kajiro.
Kajiro Ito from Japan. Ito in the red jersey. What a great snap turn that he just made in that very small area of open water.
Kajiro was the bronze medal winner back in 2017 in the stand division. Placed 9th place in 2018. Go ahead, Roy.
Currently, he is sitting in 3rd after yesterday, scoring 4.5 and 4.4.
Let's go down beachside and check in with Brad J. He's got JP.
Thanks a lot, Bo. Yes, had about JP Vodri from South Africa taking the win on that one. But it was kind of a nail biter at the end now, wasn't it, JP?
Yeah, well, Eddie really got those 2 waves, and I wasn't sure the scores yet, so it was really touch and go.
Well, the Bo and Roy in the booth have nicknamed him the Riddler, and the Riddler was coming out, so I got that frontside lipper, and I know you were watching that, weren't you?
I was watching closely. He definitely has the advantage with the longer board, but yeah, I think I got the one that really counted.
Speaking of the board, what's your setup? What do you got rolling here, man?
This is epoxy spine tech. Gary is my shaper in South Africa, and yeah, I mean, just every year I just seem to improve the equipment more and more, a bit more floaty, a bit more lighter.
Are you saying you like a little bit more volume as you get older? Because I kind of understand that.
Well, I have put on weight. I've got 2 kids, and I kind of eat the leftovers.
Tell me something that always, for all the years that I've been looking at South African surfers, you guys always seem like you're so well dressed. You got suits and ties on all the time. What's that all about?
Just very strict upbringing, I suppose. No, I don't. We like to be smart. Yeah. That's one thing we can do right.
Nicely done. Thank you so much. JP Vodri right there, South Africa, taking care of business out here. Back to you guys in the booth.
Cheers, man.
Thanks so much, Brad. Congratulations, JP, on into the semifinals coming up tomorrow.
I feel like Dana Cummings willed that right there, telling us that feel-good story. We shared the story, and it was the story behind surfing, and his ability just showcased so well everything that we just spoke to. There is rider in white, Yamamoto, and then here is Dana Cummings, the founder of Amp Surf on the replay. Dana catching a nice little wave in. That guy has just been working his tail off. I'm not quite sure where his energy is coming from.
Okay, so Dana is correct. We're looking at the standings after round one. He's in dead last place, so the only place he can go is up, he said. And he only needs to go up 2 spots.
And here's the deal. He's competing against someone in his division, so he just needs to get ahead of Eric. And Baldur did just catch 9 waves, but he also caught 9 waves that were all roughly about the same score. One big score from Dana Cummings is going to transform this entire event for him. Let's see it happen. I mean, if we're going to will anybody into that top 8, it's got to be Dana Cummings.
And remember, Carter Hess, his teammate, had a priority interference, so he'll only count 3 scores, where all other 9 surfers will be able to count their top 4 scores.
And Carter's score from that round was only a 2.57, which Dana is already very close to. Actually, Dana's already way ahead of that, scoring a 2.33 and a 1.77. So Dana does have 4 scores now. Now it's really going to come down to how is he going to finish and put together one large score to help his overall.
I'm trying to do the math here. He's right on the bubble of Carter Hess right now, so that means.
And right on the bubble of Eric Welton.
Yeah, so it all depends what Eric and also how some of these other lower seed surfers in this top 8 do right here. Okay, we're getting ready. Coming up, Women's Stand Division 2, Round 2 on deck next.
All right, here we go. Surfer in blue, Dana Cummings. I like this wave. I like his position. I'm really hoping this is that wave for Dana Cummings. Here he is coming in, taking a nice little down through the whitewash, and then coming back out. Dana Cummings is going to make sure, if anything, he knows it. He knows that was his wave, I think, right there. But he's fired up. He's excited. This is the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championship.
Yeah, he knew he had an opportunity there, but the wave kind of closed out. The wave kind of shut down on him, so the opportunity was lost. But he's going to go back out. Currently in second place, needing a 7.7 to go to first. Why? Kajiro, the man in red with a 7.5, but this is the wave magnet guy.
Look at this.
This is Yamamoto.
Yamamoto just grabbing another wave. Quick little 1-2 combo to then just riding out. You can see him everywhere. He's wearing that bright orange suit with that white top on, and he's doing some of those Hoppy Hodge moves.
I don't do those moves.
No. You just like Hoppy beer.
Oh, yeah, I just like Hoppy. Here we go. Here's the 7-point ride for Ito-san.
It's really about how he got back to this face right here. Watch this. Boom, that big open turn that we talked about in that little small area of surface that he had the ability to get into. Now, as he continues down, he doesn't stop. He keeps surfing. A 7.5 right there really couples well with his other scores.
All right, the weather's good enough for our drones. Getting a beautiful drone shot of the competition area. And welcome to the Amp Surf 2020 ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We are in round 2 in stand 2 divisions for the men in heat number 3. This is the third and final heat of this round. Coming up will be the women's stand 2 round 2 qualifying heats.
We've seen 3 qualifying heats so far in the men's stand 1 division that we are in right now. No, we are in men's stand 2 division. Sorry. We've been announcing so many heats today, I am getting a little discombobulated. Men's stand 2, round 2, third qualifying heat in this. I finally got it, Bo.
Woo! Have another cup of coffee. How many cup of coffees have you had today?
I'm about to drink another one right now that I just found on this table.
You've had at least 17.
I actually had a 100% truth. I've had 5 coffees today. That is the truth. And a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Okay.
Dana Cummings, here we go. Let's see this, Dana. Love that bottom turn, my friend. Really love where you're going with it. We just need to see just a hair bit more, one more turn, and we're going to see your score elevate to another level. But Dana is stacking waves. And like we talked about, Carter Hess from Team USA is only going to score 3 times. And because of that, it's really going to change who that 8th and final move-on position is.
Well, Team Japan is sitting 1-2, and here's our leader right now, Kajiro. Nice carving turn off the whitewater, redirects on the forehand. And he'll get through this whitewater section and he'll kick out here. So time remaining, Roy, we're looking at what?
4 minutes and 15 seconds right here. The surfer in red, look at him duck diving underneath. And here we go. We're panning to the fellow countryman from Japan, Yamamoto. But here he is, Dean Cummings. Dana Cummings, let's see this, Dana. Keep it going, my friend. I'm loving it. Let's see if we get a reform, maybe you out to it. It's going to happen. We still got 4 minutes. I believe Dana Cummings is going to move on to the semifinals.
Okay. President and founder of AMP Surf for 18 years, promoting 4 regional areas and expanding, looking at international AMP Surf coming sometime this decade.
I absolutely applaud him. I've looked at international to take high fives to that, and the amount of red tape and paperwork that is required just to get that type of consideration is an undertaking that is absolutely behemoth. But what he's been able to provide to folks in the United States, why wouldn't you want to provide that around the world? And Dana Cummings has a great platform that he can share with others to replicate and also be able to provide those needed program services that AMP Surf does around the world.
Well, 5 waves for Dana Cummings right now, 2.0 on his last wave, so that is his now new low score.
And he's growing the gap between him and fellow American, but not fellow nation, Eric Welton from Hawaii. And if you look at the scores, Dana's got to jump above him from the first round that we did in this division. And then also he's got to collect enough so that he'll move past Carter's higher scoring original scores.
Yeah, so he's right on the bubble right now. I would say Dana maybe is either 8th or 9th right now.
I'm going to say he's going to get in.
Okay.
I'm saying he's getting in.
You're going to say he's 8th and Carter possibly down to 9th. So
yeah,
because of the unfortunate priority interference. 2 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. And clearing skies.
All right, here we go. 2 minutes and 22 seconds remain. Focusing on the surfer in yellow, Eric Welton, the prosthetic guru from North Shore Prosthetics all the way over there in Hawaii. An amazing sponsor of Access Surf, but also an amazing member of Team Hawaii as he provides vital information to fellow amputees that are on there participating in parasurfing in the Hawaiian Islands.
All right, just under 2 minutes. See Leo over there in the orange, one of our volunteers doing the dance. Looks like with Team Costa Rica.
You know, Brad J has loved that call from the Costa Ricans all week. I'm not sure what we call it yet, but it is definitely one that grabs the attention of others.
Well, I think Brad's going to be taking a trip to Costa Rica pretty soon here. He's going to go down there. I don't know if it's... All right, Eric said, get away from me. Get away from me. I'm going to do an aerial in my next maneuver. I want to clear the water. Here he goes. He sees a wave, paddling to the outside. Now he has 4th priority.
He was definitely showing, stout there. All right, Dana Cummings deciding to opt out on that wave.
Dana with 3rd priority. A minute to go.
All right, here we go. Eric Welton in the yellow jersey passes on that one. Our leader. Ito. What a move.
He's trying to get into the barrel. Just couldn't squeeze in there. He got a little neck slap on the back of his neck. Here's Yamamoto.
You know who would have got in there was Jeff Munson, all 6'7" of him.
All right, 35 seconds remaining. Final heat, round number 2, stand 2 division of the men. Women's stand 2 coming up next. Here we go. Dana Cummings on his 6th wave of his heat. And surfing out. Final seconds. Only white out in the lineup. That'll be Yamamoto, but we can see Kanjiro taking a look. And there's the horn rounding out Heat 3, round number 2 in the men's stand 2 division. So coming up next, the women's stand 2 division. We got a couple of heats there for the ladies in their second round, so stay tuned. You're watching the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships live from La Jolla.
Let's wait to see what the...
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
AmpSurf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AmpSurf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
It's 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships, brought to you, of course, by our good friends AmpSurf. Well, we start switching things up now. We're going to be moving on to your women's stand 2, round 2, 2 qualifying heats in this one. Mitchell Salazar on board, and we're getting down to business here. 36 heats of surfing today.
Yeah, it's a long day.
It's a lot of surfing. You know, you got to give it up. Conditions have really held in, too, a little bit. I mean,
it's gotten cleaner again.
It's gotten cleaner. Right when those south winds came in, I thought, all right, we're done. Shut her down.
Yeah. No, it's been super fun, and you can see all the camaraderie down there between Dana Cummings and Eric from the Hawaiian Islands.
That was a really close heat, so I don't even know who ended up taking that one.
I know it was, and then at the end, I think a couple people had opportunities, and there were a couple falls at the end, which kind of made things fun because it really showed that they were going all out, but they also even pros lose their balance, Brad.
It happens. I saw Kelly Slater fall once. Jimena Ruiz from Costa Rica in white on this one. Laura Dominguez from France in yellow. Malu Mendez from Brazil going to be in red in this one. So a 3-woman heat here. And it looks like we got Jimena Ruiz trying to get into that one from Costa Rica.
Well, she already has a 3.5 on the board.
Where did that one come from?
Yeah.
I'll have to take a look at that.
Pretty good score.
A very good score when you got one wave under your belt. Look at the conditions, like you're talking about now, sun coming out, warming up now.
Yeah, I know. Might even have to start using my sunglasses again.
Right.
But a little story on Jimena Ruiz on screen right now.
What do you got?
So I gave her and her coach a ride the first day of competition. They were on the side of the road, on the curb, right outside of our hotel. And I was like, hey, you guys going to the event site? And they're like, yeah. And super cool story. They had to travel through Denver, Colorado from San Jose, Costa Rica to get here to San Diego. And, you know, Jimena's really just trying her best. It's one of her first big events. And super young girl, really humble and quiet. And it's just a fun experience for her so far.
Nicely done. Good to see her up and down. A quick one on that one. So she'll look to that'll combine with her last wave. But let's check in with Bo, standing by with the winner of our last heat. Take it away, my man. Bo.
Thanks, Brad. We're down here all the way from Tokyo in Chiba, Japan, home of the Surfing Olympics in July and August. We got Kenjiro Ito. Kenjiro, we're going to have Masa do the translation, but I'll ask you the question, then Masa will translate it. Talk about your heat. Small surf, but you were scoring very well.
小さかったけどどうだったですか？
今日はラウンド2ということだったので、
すごくリラックス、勝ち負けとかじゃなくリラックスしてサーフィンしたので、あんまり大きい小さいは関係なかったです。
Because round two for him, so but he doesn't care about small and big, you know. Yeah, he just do his best, you know.
How long you been surfing? Were you a surfer before your prosthetic, or you know? Tell us about yourself.
そのどのくらいサーフィンそうですねアダプティブでやって。
6 year. 6 year. でいいんだよね。
Was he surfing before his situation?
Yes. The problem. So he got. Yeah. It was you know the walking. Yeah, he lost his leg.
Oh, sorry. How exciting is it for you, your home break, hosting the Olympic Games in Chiba?
千葉のそのオリンピックゲームです。どう思ってますか？
今日本はコロナウイルスで大変だけど、まあそのコロナウイルスに負けないパワーをオリンピックでみんなに見せたいです。
Yeah, it's problem for you know coronavirus right now. So, but we don't care about it. So just you know the powerful to get the Tokyo Olympics 2020.
I think people are going to show up because surfing is such a revolutionary sport, and there are going to be thousands and thousands of people in Chiba.
Watching そうですね。1000人ぐらいもういっぱいlot of people いろんな多くの人がまあ見てる東京オリンピック。
ベリーエキサイティングな年に、したいと思うんで、日本から応援している皆さんもこのアダプティブのパラサーフィンの、大会を盛り上げてみてください。
It's gonna be very exciting. It's Tokyo Olympic Games, so we're gonna have the very exciting, you know, para surfing game at Rafael from here to the bar, you know.
Okay, one more. He can say anything he wants back home in Japanese. To family and friends.
日本で見てくれてるみんな、応援ありがとうございます。必ず優勝して日本にメダル持って帰るので、応援
opportunity for a lot of people within that region to do well too. I mean, on the men's side, you have Keno Igarashi, Shun Murakami. Women's side, Omuro Suzuki, almost a foot in, and not only the people from that region, but people that are from close by. You know, Australians have a big advantage because it's really a straight flight. It's not very far, 6-hour flight at the most, and then Europeans kind of have a home court advantage if you're from more on the Eastern Europe side, which many people are not that are actually competing in that category. But at the same time, I mean, you know, American surfers, Latin American surfers are going to have that desire and the hunger to win it more because they are traveling a longer distance. And it's a shorter waiting period in the event too. I think there's only
shorter. Yeah, it's just a few days.
4 days
yeah, 4
at
days.
the most.
I think you're right. I think it actually is 4 days.
So it's like if it's 1 to 2 feet in those entire 4 days, you're going to surf 1 to 2 feet. If it's going to be 6 feet out of one of those 4 days, you're going to surf 6 feet one day, and you could possibly surf 2 feet the other day.
You just don't know what you're going to get. I mean, would you like to see possibly maybe in the future seeing some man-made waves be in there? I like the natural version myself.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I'd like to see the natural version. So bringing you up close, what's going on right now? You got Jimena Ruiz in that top spot from Costa Rica. She's put up her top score is a 3.50 and a 2.80, giving her the 6.3. Malo Mendez in second from Brazil. That's a 4.5. Excuse me. She did it with a 2.5 and a 2.0. And Laura Dominguez, there you go, in that third spot. She needs a 2.67 to get up in the top two. That's what she needs. And Malo Mendez a 3.8 in. That would help her get to that number one spot with 2 minutes. 2-minute warning here as we see Jimena Ruiz paddling for this one. Get up on that backhand, get a work in this. Try and get in front of that little section there.
Solid wave there from Jimena, and
trying to replace a 2.8.
For sure going to do it. Got on the face of the wave, had a couple redirections, and Malu. Nice pumps there.
Come on, let her in this.
Almost had it.
Yeah.
Almost had the connection, but, you know, just need to learn how to read the wave a little bit better. Once you have that dialed down, that's going to come pretty naturally.
That's what I always say about surfing, too, is one of the, you know, you look at all the action sports out there, and people ask, which is the hardest one to do? And undoubtedly, surfing is the hardest action sports to learn. Over skateboarding, over snowboarding, I got to say surfing, because half the battle is learning the ocean technique, learning to paddle out, understanding the waves, catching a wave. You're not even standing up until you learn that kind of stuff.
Well, that's just in board sports.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're comparing it to other board sports, skating, you're always going to have a place to skate. There's bowls, there's half pipes, there's ramps, and there's street skating, so you can do it anywhere.
Anywhere.
Snowboarding, you can go to the closest mountain where there is snow, and you can go and practice there. And as far as actual wave ski, like if you want to ski, if you want to wake, kite surfing are the only ones where it's like it needs to be windy. But if you live in a pretty windy place, you can do that quite consistently. Surfing, you actually need a wave that will push you, and you need to learn how to read those waves in order to practice.
That's the point. You have so much of a learning curve just to understand what the ocean's giving you. As Malu is looking at this one, trying to see if she can scrap into that. That's not going to happen as time is winding down. But even on a skateboard, like look, you can go stand on a skateboard and go down a hill without even being on a skateboard. It might not work out too well, but you can do that. You can't just go stand on a surfboard the first day.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit of time to learn that, and that's what the Sport of Kings is all about. So that's going to wrap this one up. So Jimena Ruiz, top spot from Costa Rica in white, a 6.30. Malo Mendez in second, a 5.27. Laura Dominguez in third. More coming up. The next heat in this one. It's your women's stand 2, round 2. 2 qualifying heats. One more to go. It's your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More after this.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Live from La Jolla, California. That's right, your 2020 AmSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championships going on. There's a good look at Scripps Pier. Out in the background, you can see Blacks, Glider Point, all up in that area right there. Amazing memories. Had a lot of time going to college down here. But this one, we're talking about Charlotte Banfield from England, Virginia Loop from France, representing, and Maria Martin Canizio from Spain in this one. So this is your stand 2 division, round 2 for the women. Mitchell Salazar, Brad J with you right now. And it looks like Maria Martin penalty for this one. You could hear, oh my gosh, you could just hear him going wild. And that's a good way to start things off right there.
Solid opener for Maria Martin Granizo. And hailing from the beautiful country of Spain, where they have waves super similar to this.
There's Charlotte on this one. As you can see, that helmet flying the country colors of England.
Back to her coaching
She
staff.
was actually acknowledging what you just said.
Oh,
Yeah.
So you get a thumbs up?
Yeah, Stones.
Can you hear me knocking?
I'm a Clash fan. So.
Oh, I love the Clash too. Jimmy Jazz.
Yeah. Oh my God.
London Calling.
First concert I ever went to.
You saw Strummer live?
Many years ago. Yes, I did.
And look at this. Look at how beautiful La Jolla is. And
back in the college days, I worked out here. You see these clips. I worked at a reggae club called Presto that was on Prospect. And it was just a whole lot of fun being out here in La Jolla, surfing the reefs, surfing the shores, all kinds of stuff. Let's check in with Bo. He is standing by. We'll get back to the surfing action here. He's with our winner from the last heat, Bo.
Thank you, Brad. We're down here from Costa Rica's own Jimena Ruiz, winning the last heat, putting her in great position for finals day. I want to ask her, is she having fun in La Jolla representing Costa Rica?
Yes, she say she love La Jolla. Yesterday she was with a shorter board, but the conditions are like too soft and smaller, so the coach and everybody is changing like the tactic for today, and she uses better equipment.
How long has she been surfing?
¿Cuántos años tiene surfeando usted?
Como dice, 2 años.
Or years. 1 to 2 years.
1 to 2 years, and she could be a world champion tomorrow. How exciting would it be for her to win a world title for Costa Rica?
¿Qué tan emocionante es para usted estar en una final?
Es demasiado emocionante para mí estar en una final porque es mi primera competencia en un circuito así nacional.
She said she's very excited because it's the first experience on a world competition, so she's like very pumped.
I want her to say hi to family and friends back home in Costa Rica in Spanish.
Okay, dígale algo a su familia y a la gente de Costa Rica.
Quiero agradecer a toda la gente de Costa Rica por apoyarme para venir acá y a la gente de Nosara porque todos me ayudaron para estar acá y un gran abrazo a mi familia por apoyarme.
Yay! You guys want to do your cheer? Oh, come on guys. You guys are famous for this. We're not going to stop now, all right?
Okay, usted se lo sabe. Jimena, vamos. Dígalo, con alegría.
¿Quiénes somos? ¡Ticos! ¿De dónde somos? ¡Costa Rica! ¿Cómo somos? ¡Pura vida! ¿Cómo nos dicen? ¡Los hijos del imposible!
Back up to you guys.
I was waiting for the finish. I didn't get the finish right there.
Yeah, well, a little translation for their cheer. It's when they're asking a question first, the person that came out of the water is asking the question, where are we from? They answer Costa Rica. Who are we? Ticos is what they call Costa Ricans. And then what are we called, or what are we nicknamed? Kids of the impossible, los hijos de lo imposible. Like, they achieve impossible feats, and they really are doing that today.
That is, wow.
Yeah.
Mitchell Salazar right here, breaking it down. That was really cool.
Oh.
I don't know why I didn't ask you that, like, I mean, a couple days ago I could have asked you that same question.
Already
All their
too,
own.
and
represent.
You know, Costa Rica has such a deep surfing culture, and they're representing themselves in a different way that they have before. They've already had world champions, Noemar Magalago being one, Carlos Munoz being a great exponent of surfing on the qualifying series, Brisa Hennessy, who currently competes for Costa Rica on the championship tour, and now Jimena Ruiz doing it. She's the first finalist in this event for them.
How cool is that to see that happen?
Yeah.
I mean, I just love to see what they're all about. And I remember when we were out there doing the Sup World Championships in El Salvador, Costa Rica brought that same game out there. They bring that just, I don't know, just the way their camaraderie, not for the camaraderie, but their emotion.
They have flair.
Yeah, flair. There it is. That's what they got. That's the next heat that is coming up in your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Pair Surfing Championships. We got men's stand 1, round 2, heat 1. They are stacked and racked and ready to get on out there. But we've seen all kinds of conditions here on day 3. Tomorrow is going to be our final day. Now, originally scheduled to finish on Sunday, but surf conditions do not look good on Sunday. Look like it goes completely flat. So we thought it'd be in the best interest of all the competitors here is to try to get things in. So that's why today, running 36 heats today of surfing action, and tomorrow we'll basically have all the semis, the 3 of the semis, and then all the finals will take place tomorrow as we look at Charlotte Banfield on another wave, currently in the lead. And she's having her way with it. Look how she edges down towards that right. Now she's going to bring it back to the left a little bit there and tries to bring it back over to the right. So a 5.83 and a 4.83 for Charlotte.
Dude, how patriotic is she? She's got the helmet.
Yeah.
She's got the board. That's pretty cool with the Union Jack going on right there.
How stoked was she when she got the red jersey too?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. It's she can't wear yellow. It's either got to be red, blue, or white.
Yeah, you cannot put the yellow jersey
But
on.
isn't Union Jack for Great Britain? And she's representing only England though.
Yes, Union Jack would be Great Britain, but
that's cool though.
Yeah.
She's repping all of them. She's repping all of them.
Well, because we also call them a nation. Like Wales is not considered a country, is it? I mean, Wales is a nation.
Wales
still part.
Wales and Cornwall are both nations on their own, so they're independent.
Yeah.
They are part of Great Britain and the United Kingdom.
Similar to Hawaii
and the United States.
And the United States, correct?
And Guam, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands. Yeah, I guess.
Sounds about right. Okay. 5 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Charlotte Banfield, she's having away with these waves. 5.83 and a 4.83. That gives her a 10.66. Maria Martin Granizio from Spain.
You got it. You nailed it right there, brother.
I was like, with you next to me, I do not want to make a mistake when it comes to my Espanol. There we go. I have to think about it when I go, okay.
I saw you.
Mitchell's looking at me now.
You had a pause.
Okay.
Nah, I'm good.
You say it fast if you can't pronounce it is what you do.
But, if anything, you're looking at all 3 competitors that are out there in the water, and the 3 competitors that were in the previous heat. Charlotte has definitely have to be. She's got to be the favorite heading into tomorrow. And as you see, South Africa represented too. They already have a couple finalists for tomorrow, and it could be Anthony Smythe that qualifies for tomorrow in this upcoming men's division too.
I feel like they're into it too. Like South Africans, they're really into it. Like you see that with Costa Rica, you see that South Africa as well.
Well, and the fact that Africa is such a large continent too, and it's really the only country in the sport of surfing that is represented on a world stage too.
Yeah.
Because Mozambique has amazing waves. I know that the Mauritian island has really good waves too. The Ivory Coast has really good waves.
Ivory Coast,
Morocco has incredible waves and beautiful landscape too. and Ramzi Bukaim, who qualified for Morocco for the 2020 Olympic Games. South Africa is that one country in such a big part of the globe that, they're the only real people as a country, as a union, that stand out in professional and amateur surfing events. So as a team, I think unity is a big part of their success. Same thing with Brazil and Mike Voss coming up in red.
What do you think about what Sean Thompson means to South Africa and the way they have progressed in surfing?
Sean Thompson is a legend, mainly because of what he's actually done for the sport of surfing, whether in South Africa or in other parts of the world. I think the success that he had paved the way for somebody like Jordy Smith and Mike February.
I agree.
Martin Potter did the exact same thing too, even though his world championship, he won it for Great Britain, but he's South African. I mean, he's been living in Australia for a while now, but he is South African. And like everything else that's happened in J-Bay, David Van Zyl, Dale Staples, Sean Jobert. Shane Holmes, who used to be like the giant killer at the CTJ Bay event, he used to knock all the top seeds out. And, I think South Africa really is due for a world champion soon. And it could either be here at this event, it could be with Jordy Smith at the end of 2020. Who knows? It'll be soon, though. I can assure you that.
There you go. You heard it right there. Mitchell breaking it down. Now we go back to the water. Charlotte Banfield. She's on this one. Look at that. Brings it back around.
Ooh.
And then takes it back over to the right. And then she's going to bring it back to the left. And look at that leading guide arm right there for her. She brings it all the way to the beach, steps off. There you go. Another good wave for Charlotte Banfield. She's having no problem finding good waves.
This is a heyday for her, and I think
look at her. She's singing songs, and she's happy right now.
Rob Machado might have a competitor as far as best style goes now. Charlotte Banfield going to be up in there. Her, Clay Marzo being another goofy footer that she can probably be compared to. Maybe not the layback, the clayback as we call it, but Charlotte's got some moves, dude. She did that back and forth. Did you see how she grabbed one of her handles too when she grabbed the rail
to bring it back around, force it over?
That was rad.
Looks like Virginia's taking a look at this little whitewater section. She's trying to just get what she can here. 1.77 and a 1.17.
Nice. Got to keep those knees a little bit more bent, but besides that, her technique is pretty good. As long as she's able to keep her weight centered and just keep those knees a little bit more bent, she's got a pretty bright future.
I don't know if she's going to have time to be able to get back out there, so I think Charlotte Banfield's going to be the one on this one.
And Maria, she's been kind of the silent assassin in this heat, but it's going to come down to heat totals, though. So you're going to add up the heat total from round one, heat total from round two, but I believe Charlotte is going to be the person to beat in tomorrow's final.
Well, we'll see how that plays out, because tomorrow we will get started at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time as we take a look at yellow right there, Maria Martin. She's going to guide this thing towards the beach. Press the eject on that, and that's going to be time. Yeah, time's going to run out. So Charlotte Banfield, what an amazing session she has had. A 5.83 to 4.83, give it a 10.66. Maria Martin Garnizio from Spain. She's got that 3.27, a 2.40, ends up in the second spot. Virginia Loop from France, a 3.74. Well, the president, of course, of ISA, Fernando Aguirre, is, of course, leading the charge in getting surfing into the Olympics in Japan. And for a little bit about Fernando Aguirre, why don't you take a look at this.
My name is Fernando Aguirre. I am the president of the International Surfing Association, and I like to surf every day. The ocean is the greatest equalizer. There is no really admission fees, no membership fees. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, gender, weight size, or anything to surf. The ocean has not been privatized, sold, rented. So we all have a chance to enjoy it. And maybe like a year ago, something like that, one day I woke up and I realized that the dream that I was having when I woke up, it was the reality. from having for the first time all the dream surfing teams of the world together, all the top stars, the guys that I met when they were 15 or 16 as juniors, and I saw them winning medals or gold medals, and they're all together now. Next to, the full team of Senegal. It's like a team from Thailand, Indonesia, American Samoa. I think this is a sensitive point, because I carry on my heart my parents, my grandparents, all the people that really made me who I am. And my grandparents on my mom's side were very, limited income. He was a taxi driver and she was a housewife that used to work as a maid on a hotel. I was maybe 16 or 17, and one day my grandma showed up and gave me the most expensive jacket that I couldn't buy. And I knew how life was difficult for them, how difficult life was for them. So I told her, I said, "You're crazy. This is like, why do you do that?" And she said, "I'm not sure you're gonna get it now, but eventually I think you're gonna get it." And giving is much better than receiving, because by receiving, nobody has ever become a better human being. But if you give, you might get a chance.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2020 AmSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Roy Tuscany. We are moving on into another exciting division. Stand one for the men, round qualifying number 2. In this first heat, we've got the man from Brazil who had a 9.83 yesterday, Mike Voss. And he's already registered double digits with an 8 and a 7, and we'll get you up to that. Anthony Smythe from South Africa, he'll be in the white. Iban from Spain will be in yellow, and Camilo from Portugal unfortunately had to go back home at this time, so it'll be a 3-man heat. Let's watch Michael Voss.
Wow, look at that snap above the lip. That was just, oh my God. And then Anthony Smith as well from South Africa. Quick couple turns there, but here is that other one from Mike Voss. This is the 8.17, a couple slaps of it, a quick little tap to the top, another and another. 3 slaps on that upper lip. Okay.
Well, first off, I didn't think there were any rights out there anymore. Second off, I'm not surprised because yesterday he dropped a 9.83 and an 8.33.
And we're only 4.5 minutes into this heat, too. And it's only 15 minutes long this time.
There's Iban up and riding. So in this stand division, it is upper body disability, correct?
Yes, correct. Congenital upper body disability. So the majority of these surfers here are sometimes going to look in a way where they are not at all. The direct definition of the Parasurf Stand 1 is any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an upper limb amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent. So these guys either have some type of nervous system damage to the upper extremity. They might have an amputation. They may have been born with a defect, a shorter arm. But regardless, it's really pairing these guys together. And again, this classification now, seeing from Chaka's event, which, applaud Chaka for the performance they put towards classification. And now with that event kind of setting a precedent, I think we've set a new precedent with the 8 divisions that we have here. I just personally would like to see a 9th one added back in, the wave ski.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Most Because if you ask a wave skier, what are you? And he's not going to say a wave skier. He's going to say, I'm a surfer.
I'm a surfer.
I'm not a canoeer.
No, no. And it's not born from canoeing.
No.
It's born from actually.
Well, let's go down beachside and continue this situation. We're going to check in with Mitchell down at the beach. Take it away, buddy.
Thanks, Bo. I'm here with Charlotte Banfield, winner of the last heat. Charlotte, it's been a long road for you, overcoming a lot of obstacles. Off air, you were telling me that's the highest heat total you've ever had in competition. What are your expectations going into the final? Because if it were up to me, I would say you're the favorite to win it.
That's very optimistic. I came out here to try my best, and I've been working alongside my coach to try and learn more strategy on turning. And when I was out there, I was thinking of everything I've been taught and remembered to have fun, and it just came together nicely. And getting a score total over 10 is something I've never ever been able to do before. So I'm over the moon, like literally, can't believe it.
And you've been surfing for 8 years now. What does surfing mean to you? What does it do and add to your lifestyle?
Surfing isn't just going into the ocean and catching waves. It's a lifestyle. It's my therapy. It's the reason I get up in the morning. It's the way I make friends. It's the way I stay fit. It's literally my life. I love it.
Would you say that in a way surfing saved your life?
Surfing's changed my life and also saved my life. Yeah, definitely.
In an optimistic way, would you say that you could be England's first world surfing champion?
Well, I'd hope so, but I'd settle for anything, really.
Thank you for your time, Charlie. Good luck tomorrow. Bo?
How sweet is she?
Absolutely amazing.
Thank you. You're the
just
best.
Resonating.
Good luck, okay?
Again, I've talked about all weekend. Mitchell has just found this way to connect with the competition from that glass screen out there.
Yeah.
Really asking questions like that. And the word that resonated with me on her was, it's how I make my friends. Who doesn't want to make friends surfing? Because you're going to have the most fun with those friends.
And I love at such a young age for Charlotte that lifestyle that she homered out. I mean, yeah, I was surfing when I was a teenager, but, I didn't really experience the lifestyle till I was in my 20s and 30s. I was like, hey, this is a cool way of making a living.
It really is. And I think that is something that you see the individuals who understand that sport is not just about sport. Sport is a byproduct of community. And when you create community around people, then you create a lifestyle, you create positive interactions, and you also get the opportunity to share experiences like this 2020 Amp Surf World Parasurfing Championships.
Well, here comes another powerhouse Brazilian, Jonathan Borba, getting ready to go out in heat number 2, round number 2 of the men's stand division. He'll be joined by Harrison Doi and Nara, and also Joseba. Look at these guys. These guys got top quality boards, equipment, sponsors, stickers.
They got it
5
all.
years ago, these guys were coming down on borrowed boards and loaners and things like that. Just in 5 years, from 2015 to 2020, this thing is elevated to over 130 surfers, 22 nations around the world. Imagine the 2030 AMP ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We could be maybe in Indonesia and having, a sponsor taking us over there and have these guys in barreling, surfing, challenging conditions.
This past year in December, we took a trip to the side of Maui, and we were able to have a really amazing experience because we got on a really amazing wave that was just for us, just like you spoke about. You talk about when not just the elements, but also the setting, the scenario. So back to what you were speaking about being in Tahiti for a World Parasurf Championships, the weather, the scenario, the scenery, the wave, the water.
Yes.
Everybody's going to surf at a level 10 the whole time. And speaking of that, here's a guy who's come pretty close to scoring a perfect 10. Mike Voss, already with an 8.17 and a 7.0, taking a wave pretty much all the way in to where he felt like, okay, I can hop off and be at the waist deep of my water. Really great showing here from what Mike is able to do. Bo, here he comes cutting across on the left. One. Here's a second. Coming back up for a third. And he says, yeah, that's pretty good.
But you know what? It's a 6.17. It's not up to his standards of an 8.17 or a 7 that he's already got. Here we go, our surfer in white. This is Anthony Smythe, the stand champion back in 2016. Anthony's been a silver medalist twice in 2015 and 2017, and he's also been a world champion in 2016.
And then was he the champion back in 2018 as well?
I believe in a separate division, yes, after reclassifying, because he was initially in AS1 for the first 3 years. And then I believe he was moved maybe to the Stan Neal division as we take a look there.
No, I think I see him back on that sheet, Bo.
Yeah.
Go back to that one you were just on.
Stan 2, yeah.
Yeah,
so
there he is right there.
Two-time champion, 2016 and 2018.
And then the other years he was silver.
Yeah. So
wow.
He's 2 silver medalists. So he's always made the final here.
Yep.
And he's either taken second or the world championship.
You know, and was Mike Voss here at the last 2018?
Mike Voss may have been,
he'd probably be in that same classification, I feel.
No.
No.
He was not. Let me just check the Stand 2 for Mike Voss. I do not see Mike Voss' name, so this is the first time he's been at the ISA Worlds.
So, you know, Bruno Hansen spoke about that, you know, seeing this, you know, surge of new competitive athletes starting to show up for this, and we're starting to see it right here. Anthony Smith, not saying that he's not having an amazing heat right now. He scored a 9.07, but he is 2-time champ, 2-time runner-up, and he's currently sitting in second to a guy that has never competed before at one of these, Mike Voss, who through his first heat has really tried to put a stamp on saying, hey, I'm here to play too.
All right, 2.5 minutes remaining. These 15-minute heats, they go by quickly.
They really do. 2.5 minutes left in Heat 1, Round 2 of this men's Stand 1 division.
And you know what? We're running a little bit behind schedule, and it looks like we're going to finish right when the sun sets.
It is going to be quite past Gunner's bedtime. Is a good way to put it.
Is it going to be past Daddy's bedtime?
I'll tell you what, I went to sleep at 8:17.
No way.
And 8:42 the last 2 nights. Like, I'm fully exciting outside of exuberating all my energy through this microphone with you.
Yeah.
I love the knowledge.
Well, you've been busy with your own High Five organization.
You know, we've had to make a lot of changes this week, and it sometimes, you know, doesn't allow you to fully embrace what, you know, is really ticking. As we see right here, the surfer in white, Anthony Smith, 2-time champ, 2-time runner-up. Yes, look at that. Very Roberto Pino move starting to, you know, look like another competitor that we've really had fun watching. Look at that. Always dressed for class, always having fun. The team from South Africa.
Oh, they're loving that.
1 minute.
1 minute to go.
1 minute and 15 seconds remain in this heat. We have seen really Mike Voss put together some really great runs throughout this. He is going to have a amazing score as he has decided to find the wave that is going the whole way. Stand back up, please. Just do it. Oh, that would have been a little too surreal right there, Bo.
I'm just amazed about the board speed that he can generate on such a small wave. You know how hard that is to do?
Yeah, and the thing that amazes me too is the amount of waves that he's getting back out. He has an upper extremity which doesn't allow him to have, you know, full function while he's paddling out, and it seems like he's paddling out just as fast with one arm as many do with two.
All right, there's Coach Chris, Marion Haynes.
Coach Chris currently has a motorized skateboard that he's been taking around here and kind of enjoying a quick commute back between where he's staying in the venue.
How cool is that? 18 seconds remaining.
All right, here we go. Surfer in yellow. Iban from Spain. Not going to grab it, but it is Anthony Smith from South Africa getting on a really nice little peeling left. Let's see how many maneuvers as the bell horns he comes in, and that is the end of Heat 1, Round 2 of the Stand 1 division.
Well, as quickly as that happened, we've got another exciting heat coming up. Heat number 2 of the men's Stand 1 division, round number 2. We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have all the exciting action live from La Jolla. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Stay tuned.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
That was one.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We are in day number 3, and tomorrow will be finals day. But until then, you have to surf to make the last day. We're getting ready for men's stand 1, round 2, heat 2. Jonathan Borba from Brazil in red. Joseba Ricardo from Spain in blue. Harrison Doi from Hawaii in white. And also Nara Suguru from Japan will be in yellow. And here goes Nara up and riding.
All right, our surfer
Ooh, some
in
style.
yellow. Look at that. A little surfing style from the 70s. Looks like a beach boy right there as he drags a little rail, kneels down. What a great opportunity.
All right, scores already coming in. We had a wave from Jonathan earlier, and also a ride from Joseba. So let's watch a replay earlier. This is Jonathan Borba and Nara.
There is that move that we were talking about, that hang down low style. Did you see him drop to that knee right there and then look back like, yep, that was for pure style right there.
Showing a little bit of flair there, 2.5.
Now, talk to me about this theory right here.
Oh, he didn't want to paddle back out in the current, so he's going to run down the beach.
Yep.
And paddle straight out from the south side. He's got a keel fin.
Yeah. Now, that is not something that we've really seen here. You know, we've seen a lot of 2-fin, a lot of 3, some thruster fin setups. But, you know, what is that keel fin doing for him?
Well, he's got a single fin, you know. Longboards were made with single fins back in the day. And then now they've advanced to 3, 4, and 5 fins. Let's go down beachside and check in with Mitchell.
Thanks, Bo. I'm here with Mike Foz. I'm going to do my best to do a little bit of Portuguese, and I'm going to translate. First question is going to be, what's it like to be the #1 contender going into the final tomorrow? Mike, parabéns, primeiramente.
Obrigado.
¿Cómo se siente sendo el #1 yendo hacia el día final?
Ah, tô muito contente, eu venho treinando muito, pô, é gratificante com esse campeonato, a adrenalina, a emoção, e tô muito feliz de estar aqui, muito feliz mesmo, pretendo estar em todos.
It's gratifying being #1 going into finals day, says Mike, and he's been training a lot, so he's earning his money right now, And the last question is going to be, what would it mean to him to actually become world champion at the end of the event? ¿Qué significaría para ti el ser campeón mundial el día de mañana?
Eu sou competidor desde meus 8 anos de idade, né? Aí eu sofri um acidente, tem 15 anos de acidente, parei de competir tudo. Aí essa oportunidade que deu dessa categoria para me voltar a surfar e me incentivar a cada vez mais na fisioterapia e estar em contato com o mar, isso é muito gratificante. Isso é a melhor coisa do mundo.
I'm a competitor, and I've been doing physical therapy for around 15 years, and this is my therapy. I'm here to become #1 in the world, and if I can do it, it's going to be the most gratifying thing I've done in my life. Mike, obrigado, parabéns, boa sorte amanhã.
Valeu, obrigado. Valeu, galera. Uhul!
Bo, back to you.
All right, thank you, Mitch. And thank you, Mike Voss. And we'll see him in the finals tomorrow, the #1 seed heading into finals day. All right, Roy. Who do you got in here?
I got a friend in here, Hunter. Hunter's on the junior U.S. surf team. He's a ripping surfer, and he's just excited to be sitting here in the booth with us as he wants to just watch from the behind the scenes is what Hunter's requesting from us. Behind the scenes.
Oh, he wants to see how the dough is and the bread is being made, huh?
He wants to just know how we're doing behind the scenes. Little does he know, though, Hunter,
Say hi, Hunter.
You're on the big screen right now.
Give
Give him a shaka.
There you go, buddy.
Well, we're stoked to have you in here with us, bud. And, you know, we're here today, and we know that in a short period of time, Hunter, you're going to be out there competing for a world title, aren't we? Right? Okay. That
How
sounds like a good-
exciting would it be to have the ISA have a World Adaptive Junior Surfing Championship? That would be pretty cool. I would guess they could be working on that in the future.
Yeah. Sound good? All right, brother.
All right, there's a shot of the judges' tower and the competition area. Yeah. All right. Making our way back into the zone here. Getting a buzz. Here we go. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Okay, we're back in action.
All right, we're back here with about 7 minutes remaining, a little over 7 minutes. Jonathan Borba of Brazil, 4.67. All our guys actually have only caught one wave. Now, I have a question for you, Bo. If they're taking your top 4 scores. If you only have 3, but you have more points than a person that has 4, do you still qualify for the next round?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you have more points.
Okay. Yeah. So you don't have to have a minimum, in other words.
No. You can have 2 waves. You can have 1 wave. Let's say you had a perfect 10 and you didn't catch anything else, and everybody else, their 4 scores added up to a 9 or an 8. Guy with the 1 wave and had the perfect 10. Harrison Doyle going to town on his backhand here.
What a great move right there from Harrison Doyle in the white. That is actually going to be his second wave, and he's the only competitor here with 2. All right, in the blue bib, Josba Mercader from Spain. Look at him continually on this long, swooping left.
All right, we got more scores. I think this is the one that we were waiting for. Did Dana Cummings qualify for the semifinals? And the answer, Roy, is?
Unfortunately, Dana did not qualify.
By less than a point, 5.1 for Baldir, and Dana got a 4.33 on his best 2 waves. Okay.
That is a bummer to see right there, because you know what, Dana, I talked to Dana after this. We were looking at scores. We were trying to compare it. We were messing around, seeing all the different scenarios. That's actually why I asked, because Carter scored that 0, so I didn't quite know how that would work.
But Carter's best 2 waves were done yesterday.
Yeah.
So Carter Hess does advance. So he may have had a shocker heat today, but he's got a second chance tomorrow.
Yeah, so that was where that's where that question actually came. So the scoring came in perfectly for us. But Dana said to me, he said, I've worn so many hats during this competition that, you know, just for me to get out there, surf, and make my heats on time, he's like, that's a victory.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a winner chicken dinner right there. But Roberto Pino also keeping his best 2 scores from yesterday.
Yeah, look
so
at
they're
that.
not keeping 4 scores.
They're not, okay.
So they're keeping the best 2 scores that happened either today or yesterday.
All right. Better understanding, continually learning. I love this. All right. We are within 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Surfer in red from Brazil, Jonathan Borba right here, coming across this wave, kind of doing that hoppy version of moving water. All right, here's the longboard with the single fin, which not many others. Here's a short board now from Harrison Doi from Hawaii. All of a sudden, 3 guys going all at once. This is really getting exciting, as in this division, guys are getting out and catching a majority of waves throughout even though this 15-minute shortened segment.
Well, we have 6 more heats remaining in today's competition. Right after this, we'll move into the women's stand 1, round 2, qualifying heats. Then we'll move into our first semifinals. It'll be the men's kneel semifinal 1 and 2. Then after that, the wave ski semifinal 1 and 2. And that should take us just about to sunset at 7 o'clock tonight.
And that means that we will have concluded 36 heats of announcing today. Brad J., 36 heats. We have continually been talking since 7:30 a.m. this morning. We love you guys. We appreciate you checking this out, and we're hoping that you're truly enjoying this amazing thing. I believe my my friend to my right here, Bo Hodge, is looking at the schedule for day 4, and it doesn't start till 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, so we get 20-minute heats tomorrow. We have 3 rounds of semifinals for men's stand 2, men's prone 1, and men's pro 2. And then our first final gets underway at 10 o'clock with the women's kneel division. All the way to the end, we'll end with the men's stand final. So we've got a lot of finals tomorrow, 3 rounds of semifinals. So some surfers will surf twice tomorrow. Most surfers will just surf once tomorrow.
How are we doing this, Bo?
What do you mean, how are we doing this?
Oh, I know.
Doing well.
Because we are superstars. That is why.
All right, Jonathan Borba, he's been going to town on these waves. A 5.5, a 4.67, and look on the outside here, Roy. The birds are feeding on the outside.
All right, but what does that mean? Because where I'm from up in Tahoe, if you see squirrels and chipmunks moving nuts earlier in the season, it usually means that there's a big winter ahead.
No, that just means it's dinner time right now for those birds.
Oh, okay. I like that too.
It may be happy hour for the birds out there.
Okay, I can relate to that one.
Okay, what time is it?
I would love to find a good taco
It's 5
shop.
o'clock.
Oh, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Is it really 5
It's
o'clock?
5 o'clock.
Oh, my God. It's
happy hour for the
5:01.
birds on the outside. Here we go. Harrison Doyle up and riding. Going on his forehand. 1 tag turn on the top. Harrison's moved up into second place. And Harrison currently right now is in that top 4 position. You see his top 2 waves from yesterday, a 3.43 and a 3.4. So he's replaced one with that 3.73.
You know, this heat right here is going to be a really fun final. Anthony Smith currently sitting in 4th right here, as we have mentioned, 2-time champ, 2-time runner-up. And I don't know, are any of the names that we're seeing ahead of him, Jonathan Borba, Harrison Doi, Mike Voss, were they even here in 2018?
No.
So there is that.
Borba was. He was the silver medalist behind Anthony.
Okay. So, again, what Bruno Hansen is saying and seeing is that if you want to stay on top, you have got to keep working hard.
Oh, yeah, because there's always someone hungrier.
Yeah.
And look at this. Look at Borba go to town here. Another hit off that crashing lip.
That was one of the best turns that I've seen all week.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Again, generating board speed on a waist-high wave.
Here
Watch
on the
this.
replay.
Look at the displacement of water that he generates off that tail. The judges are going to reward him high here. That's probably be his best wave. His best wave score right now, 5.5. I say the judges are going to go higher on that.
And, you know, with a 6.5 and a 6.17 from the first day of competition, he currently is using those to continue to advance. So this is somewhere where it is going to either elevate him to a potential closer area towards Mike Voss, but I don't really see anybody getting near Voss's scores.
Well, Borba's trying to get that number 2 seed heading in. And there's a world champion, 2-time world champion from Byron Bay. That's Mark Mono Stewart.
Mark Mono Stewart is legendary in every form of legendary.
Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi.
All right, still waiting for that score from Jonathan Borba's last just slash and dash that he did on that open face.
Okay, let's watch Borba on his forehand. We saw what he can do on his backhand.
Oh, I wanted to see him catch some
Slashing.
air there, Bo. I thought he was.
He's got the generation to get there.
All right, with less than a minute left. Oh, look at that. That big old slash only scored a 5.27, but that last wave right there is going to be a one that's going to elevate him. All right, here we go. White jersey, Harrison Doi, working off of his other scores. Let's see what Harrison gets as the bell is going to be shutting down in about 15 seconds. This is round 2, heat 2 of the stand 1 division. We are going to be seeing the top 4 moving into the finals tomorrow. This is a 15-minute heat concluding. What a heat for Jonathan Borba.
Yeah, there's the horn, and Borba has secured that second heat, and looks like Harrison Doyle, in his first attempt at the World Championship, will make his first final. So congratulations to the young Hawaiian, and we're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we have women's stand 1 qualifying round 2 on deck. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing World Championships live from La Jolla. Stay tuned.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
And welcome one and all, your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championship underway, my friends. Women's stand 1, round 2, 2 qualifying heats in this one. And here comes the rain again. Mitchell Salazar, Brad J with a call. Mitchell. Darian Haynes in this one, Faith Lennox, and Zoe Giannini.
Yeah, 2 surfers from the islands of Hawaii and 1 Argentinian surfer in Giannini. And if you can hear us back home, you can also hear in the background that it is pouring rain again. And man, it's gonna clean up, but it's gonna get a little chilly here in the booth.
I mean, it is absolutely coming down right now, as you can see on screen. Well, there you go. So far, what have we seen? Well, we've seen Darian Haynes from Hawaii with a 2.5. Faith Lennox from Hawaii, a 1.83.
Whoa. It is raining cats and dogs right now. But these ladies are going to do the best they can with what they got. And we did see yesterday that Faith Lennox just had a really good heat with Liv Stone being in the water at the same time. And you kind of saw the dynamic between Team USA and Team Hawaii being one, and it was really cool to see. And here goes Faith again, Brad.
Faith Lennox back at it again. She's already got a 1.83.
And she's going to kind of step up towards the nose and keep this thing going. Look at that.
Oh, cross step.
Yeah. And Faith Lennox, that's going to help her out as we see Darian Haynes getting on up there from Hawaii. So two Hawaiians in the mix on this one.
Yeah, Darian just getting on the board again. She already has a couple of scores in the 1 range. Faith for sure going to get her best score on the board right now. And this is a 15-minute heat because it's qualifying round 2. So anything that is semifinals or the first round of competition, it will be 20 minutes. But if you're surfing in your second qualifying round, it's going to be a 15-minute heat. So time goes by fast.
And if you are not in the top 2 here, are you eliminated in this one?
No.
No, you're
you're
still around.
You'll still be around, but the way they'll determine the top 4 surfers that'll go into the final is by your heat totals. So
That's where
they'll
it goes
add
back to heat, yeah.
heat totals from round 1, heat totals from round 2, top 4 go into the final.
Best 2 waves of either yesterday or today.
Yeah, best 2 waves of either yesterday or today. So Hodge to my side, just help me out with that.
So if you feel like today has better conditions, maybe this is the day where you're trying to get those 2 waves in.
That's a good way. It's a good way to be idealistic. It's definitely not a way that you should look at competing, though.
No. That's why I didn't have much success when I did compete.
and even if you are that idealistic, you could go out with that mentality, and things still couldn't pan out for you the way you want them to. You could be thinking, oh, dude, waves are so much better today. I'm going to get a pair of 6s because the waves are so good. It could go flat for those 15 minutes.
And then that was your decision that you made.
Yep.
There's white right there. Darian Haynes from Hawaii up on this one. Yellow up. Zoe in this one from Argentina. And she's going to work this thing. Look at her heading down on the left on this. Crowd going wild.
Beautiful. Oh, threw up the claim.
And she's had such the great space. She's been having the Argentina flags on her face. She's got the Argentina flags tying her hair back. So
in her braids, yeah.
Yeah, in the braids, looking good there.
Well, you know, it's cool when you see patriotism come out in I guess you could say cute ways.
She's cute ways is all right.
Yeah, she's expressing herself. You know, it's rad. Express yourself. And just like her fellow goofy footer from Argentina, Martín Paseri, who really did kind of stand out in the 90s and the 2000s as one of the most successful surfers from Argentina. She's following in his footsteps. And Faith getting on the board with that 3.5. Nice score. And look at this drop from Darian Haynes. Just nice stand-up right there. She got to her belly first. And look at this one from Zoe Giannini.
Look at how many waves these ladies are catching out here. They are really keeping busy in this heat. This is the replays of that last one that we saw.
Yeah,
they're catching a lot of waves.
Nice technique, and as you can see, she stayed centered, and with that low center of gravity, it's just going to be able to push her out in front of the whitewater the entire time. That's why she never got held back, and it allowed her to get that maximum distance of ride, and she got rewarded with a 317.
You got to keep the knees bent, stay over the board, keep that going, keep your weight centered, and be able to walk. And if it's a cross step or if it's a scoot step, whatever you got to do to be able to, if you're on a longer board, to keep with the wave, that's what you got to do. So you release that rail with that right arm. You're going to work down on this left here. And you're going to try and bring it to the right with a cross. That one-footed Karate Kid. It's not actually a trick. That was one of my favorites, though.
Maybe she's getting a little influence from Tori Gilkerson, who's been a former world champion in longboarding.
Argentina representing out here with Giannini in this one.
Yeah, and Argentina has had a lot of influence from Italy in the past. That's why you see Messi and Giannini and Paseri. These are all either Italian names or close to.
And Giannini getting another one here on the inside. Giannini working on the inside, trying to get as many waves as you can, trying to hope that maybe that is what's going to keep her up in there in that second spot right now. Big thanks to Amp Surf, our new partners out here First year on board with us, an organization that provides adaptive surfing therapy programs. They do it for children, adults, and for veterans. We appreciate AMP Surf and all they do, being part of this amazing event, your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Pair Surfing Championships. Back to Faith now. She's catching a lot of waves. Can she get in front of this one? Look at this. This little section in front of her.
Oh, she had to kick out because Zoe was right in front of her. So if she would have kept going on that left, she probably would have ran over her fellow competitor in yellow.
You know, but she's got a 3.5 and a 3.7. You know, it's 3.73 that has her in the top. And the time left in this one, just a little over 6 minutes to go.
And I know Bo isn't working right now, but Bo, is Faith Lennox from town? Is she from? Oh, she's from Maui. Okay, cool. But she's from Paia. Oh, she's from Haiku.
Haiku,
so,
yeah.
Same city as Billy Kemper, 4-time champion over at Peahi.
Yeah.
I was looking at a little influence there in Faith's style. A little Kaliskale Opa'a. She's from Waikiki on the island of Oahu, but has a really nice cross step too. Keani Canulo being another one that has beautiful surfing.
How do you do it, Mitchell?
Well,
I don't know how you do it, because you have to now go back into your brain, remember what the style is of a certain surfer, and then compare that to them, and then bring it out. And you're amazing at what you do on this. I give you mass credit, dude.
Well, it's because I've had people like you before me that have kind of helped me garner those stats. Yeah.
Okay.
But no, it's really beautiful to me when you're able to see the comparisons and how people kind of get a little bit of each style from into their own. I know we've seen that a lot with generations of shortboarders. You know, how people really wanted to be influenced by the likes of Joel Parkinson.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't you want to have Parko style, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you are going to develop some style in your favorite surfers.
And technique.
Yeah,
too.
and technique. If you watch them enough and you're a big fan of them and you watch them on video and you watch them on film all the time, you're gonna emulate them.
I can give you the best example right off the top of my head right now.
Tell me. I know you got a good one.
Ethan Ewing and Andy Irons.
Okay, all right.
It's basically like I am seeing Andy surf every time Ethan stands up. Like, he has the exact same technique, same arm positioning and hand positioning when it comes to actual, like, flair.
And we can see Darian Haynes from Hawaii in that third spot, trying to get up in that top two, taking this one all the way in as best she could. Faith Lennox on top from Hawaii with a 7.23, a 5.0 for Giannini from Argentina, and a 3.10 for Darian Haynes. We'll wait for that score to come in. So tomorrow, a big, big day. Lots of finals. $16 finals and 3 semis going on tomorrow. So make sure you join us back here for that tomorrow. We'll get underway 8 o'clock in the morning Pacific Standard Time on the West Coast out here. So join us back here tomorrow. 3 semis left and 16 finals for our final day of action here at your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships, as we see Faith Lennox on another one from behind the section. She gets in front of it, cuts back a little bit, going to let that wave rebuild. Faith Lennox just catching wave after wave here. Another good wave. She's going to try and cross step up. No go there, but another good wave from Faith Lennox.
And that's going to be her best, undoubtedly. Really beautiful technique when it came down to the cross step. Did the one really nice roundhouse carve. And look at the drop, too. That was intense. It was at the beginning of the wave, too, which adds to the difficulty, the degree of difficulty. And that was her previous one.
Yeah.
That wasn't even going to go into her top 2. And then look at that. Grabs her rail when she drops in, does a beautiful roundhouse.
God, that front foot lifts up, and it's only on the heel when she gets that little cutty in there.
The only advice I would give Faith would to have a little bit of a more open stance. She does have a little bit of a narrow stance, so in longboarding, it might not be as bad because you have such a large length of board.
Yeah, a lot of board to
but
work with.
If she is going to come down to a shorter board, she does have to open that stance up a little bit more. But just beautiful surfing right there. Great technique from Faith.
Yeah, indeed. You know what I really like about what Faith does is, you talked about it right there on her front hand. she grabs that outside rail.
Yep.
And she really pulls that outside rail into it. And you've seen her do it on like 3 different waves. It really just stays in the best part of that section.
In the pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keeps her in that section. So 1:48 seconds to go. Faith Lennox, we're still waiting for, I think, another score from her, the big one that we have not seen, right? Giannini.
She's got it.
There we
She's
go.
got it.
Look, a little double up. This might give her a little push here. And it does. Look at this. It gives her a little bit more wave to work. Look at the speed. Yeah, she's pumped on this one. She's going to work this one all the way to the inside.
Double claim. Double claim.
Well, you saw that wave kind of doubling up, and you knew if she could get down in that little section in front of it, she was going to get a better wave out of it.
And Giannini's kind of dropped the same claim twice. I want to see her mix it up. Do the Jordy Smith handbook. You can do the Ian Gouveia where you do the replay box. It's like, you see that? You see that? But just,
I love it.
You know, for somebody who does not have one arm, I mean, that's difficult to get to your feet. She's getting to her knees first, pushing off with the one arm that she can use, and then she's just staying balanced. And look at that low center of gravity, even how wide her stance is too.
Wow.
It's hard to stay low when you have a stance that wide. Like, it's working your legs out.
Yeah. And there we go. Back at it. Faith Lennox now. Faith, another good wave for her. Faith's score came in at a 5.67.
And she's going to stay with it too.
Look at cross step time, maybe. Yeah. Thinking about it. And you might as well come to the beach on this one because you got 12 seconds to go and you got plenty of waves.
Faith Lennox or Kalia Moniz? I'm having a little bit of difficulties. Not seeing the resemblance.
It takes me a second when you get the comparison because then I have to think back and go, okay, yeah, you're right.
Just really graceful style, clean, calm, collected, and really just she adapted in this heat too. She was having a little bit of a struggle at the beginning and then got her top 2 scores towards the end. So congratulations to Faith. Congratulations to all 3 ladies, but it does seem like Lennox and Giannini will be moving on to Finals Day tomorrow.
Well, and you make a good point about congratulations to all the surfers out there and just being part of it, being out here at your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships and doing what it takes to get out here to compete. Definitely congratulations to all the surfers out there.
Absolutely.
You take a look at our athlete tent.
Sponge Williams from Wales.
Yeah.
He's coming up later.
And, of course, why do they call him Sponge Williams? Because he can't get out of the water? Is that the
But probably, I would think
he's
so.
He's always in the water. He's a sponge.
Yeah.
I got it. I love when they do this right
The
here.
tunnel.
Yeah.
Victory Tunnel.
I like that swallowtail. That thing looks fun, that quad right there. And some good stuff right there. Well, that's going to do it right there. Got another heat ready to go here. We're in the middle of it. Yeah, your women stand 1, round 2. Heat number 2, that's on the way. Stay with us. More action to come. 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Stay with us, huh?
Hi, I'm Olivia Stone. I'm from Pennsylvania and I'm 17. So I'm a congenital bilateral above the elbow amputee. The first time I ever surfed was 2 years ago with Bethany Hamilton. That was my first time ever on a surfboard. It's just love at first wave, really. I just fell in love with the sport. It felt like the world just like disappeared and it was just me in the ocean and I can never get enough of it. After the first wave, like everything just started like progressing from there and I've progressed so much and like every wave that I'm on, I just learned something new and it's just so exciting. I'm home out in the water, you know, and I feel like I belong. I feel like I have a purpose and I feel that once you catch that first wave just like me, you'll fall in love with it. And I just kind of had to like walk, run, fly, you know, and I've been flying for a while and you know, I'm just taking every day and absorbing all the great energy from everyone and it's just been awesome. This whole event that ISA has been putting on like really just showcases adaptive athletes that like we can do anything we set our minds to. It's just like a whole community here and everyone loves each other and even though you're competing against one another, you really are just there to like love each other and have fun, support each other, and it's all about having a great time. Surfing just brings everyone together. That whole vibe is just incredible.
'20 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championship. Of course, right now, your women stand 1, round 2. The second. And that's who we saw on the video right there. That is Liv Stone, USA's Liv Stone in this heat. She's competing against Catalina Castro. And she's doing it from Chile, so 2 in this one.
Yeah, and I didn't know Liv Stone was from Pennsylvania.
I did not know that until I mean, I'd seen the video, but I didn't hear when she said that until, that, but 2 years? What, 2 years?
2 years.
Yeah.
And Bethany took her out the first time.
Yeah, how's that, right? Bethany takes you out for your first time.
And for those of our audience that aren't super well aware of how U.S. geography works, Pennsylvania doesn't really have a coast. So Liv Stone is not only a warrior, but she's also out here competing in something that is super unknown to her.
What's in Pennsylvania? There's Woodward. There's a bunch of Amish people out there.
Yep.
Okay.
Pittsburgh Pirates.
Pittsburgh Pirates.
The Steelers.
The Steelers. There you go. Penguins.
Liberty Bell.
Yep.
In Philly.
Yep, in Philly.
And speaking of Catalina Castro from Chile, you know, you have all of those world-class beach breaks in Pichilemu and Iquique, and obviously that beautiful zone in Arica in northern Chile. Catalina is traveling with a lot of her teammates, and due to a lot of the things that have been going on worldwide, they kind of had to divert their situation as far as traveling goes.
Yeah.
So they're getting around, but she's like, I made it like halfway across the globe. I'm going to surf until every single chance that I get. I'm going to be out there all day if I possibly can.
That's really cool to hear that, too, because you look at Team Canada watching on intensely, but you look at where some of these surfers have come from, like you said, traveling halfway around the world just to get here to be part of this amazing event. It's a testament to their focus and their dedication to surfing.
Yeah, and I mean, ideally, and I think it is going to happen in the near future, we're going to have people from Indonesia competing a lot more, Ecuador, Peru, Panama has a team too, El Salvador. You know, shout out to my boy Brian Perez, who has an excellent shot at qualifying for the Olympic Games in his home country. I mean, boy can surf.
Oh, man, and how important that would be in your home country to do that.
Yeah, and look at the opportunity that Liv has to represent the US of A, and also to show to the world that regardless if you've been surfing for 3 days, like one of her team member has been doing, or if you've been surfing for 2 all the way to 200 years, you can become a world champion. And Lakey Peterson is a great example of that. She hasn't been surfing for that long.
Yeah. Santa Barbara's Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, she's the same age as me.
You want a fun fact?
What's up?
That Lakey Peterson's grandfather.
Didn't he invent like the McGriddle or something like that? Or McMuffin?
Yeah, the Egg McMuffin was invented by Lakey Peterson's grandfather. That's a good story,
It
right?
is.
Yeah. In the 70s, I think that, late 70s, I think that happened.
Well, and imagine somebody like Liv Stone on screen who was taken out, you know, by Bethany, who not only in the surfing community is a star, but worldwide she is a global phenomenon.
Yeah.
I mean,
she's transcended not only surfing, but yeah.
Yep. So what does that do for your character or just your self-esteem? First of all, you know, that somebody like her took out time to guide young ladies to be successful in life.
And didn't have to. She's at the stage in her career where She's very busy. She's probably on demand and pulled in so many different directions. But the fact that she would take time to do that, and look what she did. And I've said the statement before, and Jackie Robinson in baseball is the one who originally said it. A life is only important on the impact it has on other lives. And you think about the impact Bethany has had on lives, tenfold. Don't cry.
No. Don't get touchy on me. Don't get touchy on me.
It's one of my favorite sayings, and it really matters, too.
But at last year's U.S. Open in Huntington Beach, Bethany needed security guards. She needed a security team around her because there were so many people that just went to see her surf. Like, she needed her own security team. It was crazy.
Oh, my gosh.
People knew when she was going to surf, and they just surrounded her.
And here we go. Catalina Castro, an up and down on that one. You know what? I actually, when I met Bethany at the ESPN ESPYs, she was out there on the red carpet. I was doing some announcing on the red carpet, and I'd seen her in, films and watched her surf movies and seen her compete and throughout her entire career. But I didn't realize, like, she's big. Like, she's like
she's physically strong.
Yeah. She was like, and I was standing next to her going, wow, okay. I see why she's so good and powerful.
Yeah, well, and look at the influence she's going to have on somebody like Liv and Catalina.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 different areas of the world, 2 different really sets of surfing waves. In the U.S., you usually have a lot more beach breaks. In Chile, you have a lot more lefts. And Bethany could do a couple clinics down there. I mean, I'm speculating, obviously, but somebody like her could do clinics to teach, these ladies on how to surf, maybe have their eating habits in a different way according to certain surfing spots that they need. Because if you're surfing heavier waves, you usually want to pack on a little bit more muscle. And Liv was also taken out in that promo. Danny Nichols from Huntington Beach and Courtney Conlog took her out a couple weeks ago too. And she's been doing Western Surfing Association events. I've been judging her in those events. And any type of advice that you can get from somebody that has been in the position that you want to be in, go ahead and ask. It's as easy as that. Like, leave your ego aside, and if you're shy, get out there. You can do it. And just ask these people that have been in your position many times before. Courtney is a great people person. Courtney Collog, if you're listening out there, I know you're so influential to a lot of these ladies too. So
100%.
Go and get it. Go and get it.
And here we go. Catalina up on this one. Nice little set. Let's see if she can bring it on the inside. No, that's all it's going to get. Just a little up and down for her. A 147 and a 133. That might get rid of that 133. And now we got Stone looking at this one.
Solid.
Yes. And she's going to keep this thing going.
What?
Another section. What she's going to try and step up to the nose. Liv Stone. And Catalina just took over the #1 spot on that last wave. But now Liv Stone, that's her second wave, so that should put her back on top. So Catalina, for the time being, is in that top spot until the judges put that score in.
And, I mean, she's not needing anything. She needed a .47, which is basically an attempt to stand up. There's the score right there, a 5.33 for Liv.
Well deserved.
Nice drop.
Yeah.
Good technique. Got on the face of the wave. And if you would have told me at the beginning of this event that somebody from Pennsylvania was going to be competing and her name was Liv Stone, I wouldn't have believed you.
Well, I mean, we all remember, North Shore. Where did he come from? He came from Arizona, right?
Is Rick Kane the bad guy?
No, Rick would be
the good guy. He's from Arizona.
Yeah, he was from Arizona.
And there's Faith Lennox. They're good buddies, her and Liv, so she's supporting her on the beach. Goes to show you camaraderie.
It's Lance Burkhart.
Which
was Laird Hamilton.
Yep.
He was the bad guy who pulled the leash. Yeah.
And wasn't Jerry Lopez like the parking lot guy?
He was in that too as well. Lots of Dehuey was in that, yeah. It's so funny because I haven't seen the movie in a million years, and you just remember lines from it like, Chandler don't let me borrow his board. Chandler don't invite me to his house.
And there's Ethan from Wales.
Look at Ethan just, I'm going to make my way down there.
Well, he's going to support Sponge Williams
Yeah.
who's coming up. And Ethan doing this event for his second time already. And
Becoming a regular at it.
that's one of my favorite flags. They told me a little story behind
Tell
it
me.
yesterday.
I'd like to hear this.
That there was a battle between England and Wales back in the day, and that during the battle, that dragon came and helped the Welsh in order to gain their homeland back from the English. And I mean, that's the story behind it. It's like a fictitious dragon that kind of came down and saved their people.
That dragon looks scary. That was no Puff the Magic Dragon. That thing was a real dragon right there.
Isn't that from Meet the Parents with De Niro?
No, it was a song when I was a little kid that they would play in like what was it in elementary school? You'd hear that song.
Oh, Castro.
Castro into this one. The late drop. Will she have time to?
Sick.
There we go. Stayed with it.
Low center of gravity too. Staying glued to the board.
Needs a 6.33. Not going to get it on that.
And looking like she's got the Richie Collins kind of spray with those colors.
Richie Collins, yeah. Is that a wave tool out there?
It could be a waves tool. A wave tools.
You just don't know.
I don't know, but I know Liv Stone is riding a Timmy Stamps board. Looks kind of like a fun board shape. What she's riding. It's cool to see them progress from long boards to shorter boards. And, you know, in between you have those fun board designs. It still has basically the volume of a long board, but it's just shorter.
And there's Team Japan. Let's listen in. You know what's funny is you don't even have to prompt them to make like, hey, you guys, make some noise. They're just going to make some noise and have a good time.
I'll have what they're having.
Yeah, can I have that? I'll have a double order of that. I think I might have saw just some dolphins coming in again.
Could be. And look at the tranquility and the peace that Liv is in right now.
Liv's like, can I have a wave, though? I mean, the tranquility is really cool, but I'd really love another wave. Catalina does improve and now needs a 5.96 with 30 seconds to go here. I don't think another one's going to come through, but you never know.
20 seconds. Time for one more wave. And in this qualifying round, too, it really was a battle to move up into those those 4 spots that'll move you into the final. And even though there's only 5 people in here, it's a competitive spot for those last 3 and like number 3 and 4. So I'm not gonna be doing my math on this one.
No,
I'm gonna leave it to the pros.
It's been a long day.
But it's a hard one to determine who's actually gonna qualify for the final tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's pretty close.
Different style format for sure. But we know Liv Stone will take this one, the number 1 spot, and she'll do that over Catalina Castro. And that's how it's looking on the beach. And you guys are in for something because we're going to come back and we got the first semifinals of your 2020 AmSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships coming up. Your men's Neil semifinals, the top 2. Well, they'll move into the finals tomorrow. Join us for the action. Stay with us. We'll be back with more surfing action. It's your 2020 AmSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More surfing after this. Yeah.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome one and all. 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Day number 3. Tomorrow is a fun-filled 3 semifinals tomorrow. 3 semifinals actions, and then tomorrow we have 16 finals to get through. Please join us tomorrow. I do that, of course, if you're watching it right here, isasurf.org. Do that tomorrow. And join us 8 o'clock in the morning Pacific Standard Time. We'll get things underway. Well, now we kind of focus our attention. We got some semifinals to get underway now. Men's at Neil semifinals. Got 2 of them, and the top 2 from each of these will move on to the finals.
Yeah, and it's a big heat, and it's a stacked one. Martin Martinez from Mexico, Mark Mono Stewart from Australia, Masafumi Kobayashi from Japan, and Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Wales. Whoa!
Oh, wait. Red, I heard from the beach announcer.
Yep.
Red had first priority on that.
So good use of priority there from Mono Stewart. And it was Sponge Williams who had to kick out. So, as somebody who has worked as a priority judge
Talk to me
in
on
the
that.
past,
Yes.
if there was a priority established, yellow was possibly interfering in red's wave even if he did kick out. Because if you didn't allow the surfer in red, so this is going to be white's first wave. We're going to look up Martin Martinez's wave. He is from my hometown of Mazatlan in Mexico. And this is Liv Stone coming in from her last heat. But just going back to it, whoever had the higher priority, they have unconditional right away. So you have to let them go whatsoever, and you can't cross into their path or into a possible line they can take. And it seems like in that instance, there was no priority established, but red had a priority here. So the way he kicked out, it was close to Mona Stewart's board in red. So if I were priority judge here and with the 5 judges on the panel,
what would you
you're
do?
looking closely at that. You're looking closely at that. Did red have to take another line because of what yellow did? That's the question.
Yeah, and then if they deem that it did interfere, then that's going to be...
It's going to be deemed a priority interference, too. So the entirety of his second best wave is gone, which makes things almost impossible to advance.
It hasn't showed anything on that yet.
Nope.
Sponge Williams here. Little inside section. Going to let this thing kind of rebuild. Grabs out that inside rail. Turns it back around. Like how he redirects it. He really uses the rails with both hands and brings it back around.
And that seems like an old board he's riding.
Yeah.
Kind of yellow, but it might be old trusty.
Yeah.
You know, that
old trusty.
that he doesn't want to let go. I mean, especially coming from Wales, maybe it's a board that he left here over the years, and he just knows that it's an Old Faithful. Dude.
In your friend's basement. Like, hey, is that board still there?
People are like that. People that go and surf Fiji, they'll just leave boards there specifically for those kind of waves. And she is a representative of Wales, so maybe she's pumped because there was no interference call, and maybe she's super pumped because Sponge just got a good one.
So looking at Mark Mono Stewart, the top spot of 484. Martin Martinez in that second spot. Sponge Williams in the third spot. And Masafumi Kobayashi in that final spot right now. So 4 in this one. Top 2 moving to the finals tomorrow. And your men Neil final is supposed to take place tomorrow at 10:20 in the morning. So the 2 competitors out of this heat, the 2 competitors that win out of the next heat, they will compete at 10:20 tomorrow for the men's Neil final.
And Sponge dropping that 4.0. Good score to start things off. Only 2 significant scores of this heat so far. The 317 from Mono. And Martin, as we call him in my hometown, Shutama.
What's Shutama?
Dude, I have absolutely no idea. He doesn't either. It's just like in Mexico, when they start calling you one thing and it sticks, You just go with the flow.
And even if it's not a word, you just have to go with it.
I don't even know what it is, but
What's
that's
Shutama?
I don't know. That's how I know. I know Martin. I knew him originally as Shutama. That's how he was introduced to me.
That's so cool.
But
and
yeah,
this is Shutama, so you just know him as that.
And
what does it mean? Who knows?
The more you fight it, the worse it gets. So you
Yeah.
just go with it. It stuck with him. And Martin, he's national soccer player.
Yeah.
He's on the national soccer team. He's also a musician. He's a bass player in one of his bands. And
wow.
Yeah, kid can do it all. He's going to school full time as well.
What doesn't he do?
Well, he's made the semifinal once here before, and he's like super hard on himself. He really wants to make the final this year.
Taking a look at the replay here of Sponge. So that section kind of redeveloped for him a little bit there. And this is where you can see him using the rails. You see him take that inside line, bring the rail back around so he can cut back, then grab the outside rail, bring that back around. Continues good use of that rail.
And look at how pumped Team Wales was. Definitely
don't. Because of that, it wasn't an interference. Is that what you're thinking?
Maybe.
No,
or she heard the score.
Yeah.
She heard the score and she's like, "All right, a 4 for how Waves are right now. I'll take it." And you know what? I'm not even gonna go down there and mess with that team right now because they seem like they are pumped. Wales has had a representative in the final before in Sponge Williams. They could easily have one again with him in his consecutive final.
And it's cool because it's not like you look at Wales and you're like, oh, that's a hotbed for the surfing area, but it's not really. But
Now it is.
Now it's becoming that because guys like, Sponge Williams.
Yeah, him and Ethan have really done an amazing job when it comes to, just exposing people to that European area of Wales where, dude, first of all, there has to be incredible surf. If Ireland, Scotland, England, Finland has waves even too. If all of those places have world-class waves,
Ready? Whistle.
Wales has to have world-class waves too. Whoa! And that's Sponge's wife.
That was really cool. No wonder she's so fired up right there.
Dude.
I'm going to bring home the bacon. Get to the finals.
And actually win this year because Mono's kind of been on a tear as of late, so he could. I think there's a good chance. But Kobayashi kind of dropped the hammer right there.
That is absolutely so fun to watch that. Yeah, the passion for Sponge Williams out there. A 5.17, a 4, and a 1.17.
It happens every day here at the ISA.
It's a normal occurrence. We're used to it by now. Here's Sponge on this one. Driving down the line, letting it build up. Off the top, look at that. Sponge Williams, he means business.
What have I just seen with my own 2 eyes? That was a legit combo.
100%.
And just like Poncho Sullivan is the king of Sunset Beach, I'm going to say Sponge Williams is kind of getting things done here in La Jolla.
I'm going to have to agree with you. Definitely.
Dude, he went to the bottom twice.
He's sending a message is what he's doing.
And somehow actually engaged with the lip on 2 occasions, too.
That was nutty.
Do you think his wife's stoked?
No, she's not happy at all. Another wave? What is Sponge doing?
Okay, I think she's going to need a containment vest after this heat.
We might need security here today. Because Sponge's wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bo Hodge was just in my ear. He was saying that she's getting more airtime than we are, and I do think it's true.
For good reason. Hey, nice response right there from Mono.
Things are getting heated. Things are getting heated.
He's pissed.
Judges are going to take their time with Sponge's wave because
Sponge is 2 waves, isn't
well,
it? Right?
The second one is going to be definitely much under his big score. His big score is going to make a difference in this heat. So those are the waves that you really need to go back and watch a few times.
Yeah, so you'll have to look at Mark Stewart's, and you have to compare those side by side. You got to look at Sponge. You got to look at Stewart and compare those lippers.
Well, and then you can also go back to Martinez's 2.83.
Yep.
You can go to Kawayashi's 2.13. But, dude, it's going to be excellent, at least in the 8s. I would think maybe even the 9s. Actually, what? 6.77.
So Sponge, a 6.77. Maybe the length of the ride wasn't. I mean,
I don't know.
The lipper was on point.
I
that
don't
was
know.
straight up into it.
For how conditions are right now, I don't think they're feeling the love up there. I kind of wanted to see it higher.
And then a 5.5 for Stewart. So 5.5 and a 6.77. So over.
So here's the one quality turn from Mono. Nice bottom turn with that parallel stance. Gets up into the lip quickly. And this is
that's the second wave.
This is Llewellyn's second wave after. So it's not even going to go into his top 2. It's a 3.17. It's a throwaway score for him. There's his wife.
There's the replay.
All amped up. She's stoked.
How can you tell, Mitchell?
Is it not noticeable enough?
She is so fired up. She's going to propel him to that #1 spot, that's for sure. So Sponge still holds on to the #1 spot, though. So there's the difference. Mono's going to need a 5.28 to take over that top spot, which is doable because he's already put up a 5.5. We saw that when he hit the lip, too, as well.
Yeah, well, key thing here is now you have some separation as far as what's actually going to count. You know, the 6.77 actually determined, okay, that was a combo. The 5.5 was just the one singular turn, but really nice and critical. I just, appreciating the combo at a beach break when shorter intervals, there's plenty of waves. Maybe it wasn't a quality wave, but, dude, he got into the lip twice. I thought he drew out his bottom turn super well.
It is semifinals. So are they trying to –
They're getting critical, yeah.
Yeah, because it's the semifinals. Because
these are the best 8 surfers in this division in the entire event.
So you can't just be willing to throw out big scores until you start seeing big stuff. So you have to be a little bit reserved. Is that what you're saying?
I thought that was big stuff, though.
I did too. I agree. As far as I'm concerned, I thought that was a bigger one than that. I thought that should borderline towards that 8.
At least touch it, right? High 7s.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 5 people up there, though. And you're going to keep your opinion, so you're throwing away the highest score, you're throwing away the lowest, and the other 3 are the ones that average out. So say you do go the whole 1.5 point spread, somebody could go from a 7 to the 5.5 as a low, and it'll still average out. And that's why you got the 6.77.
Sponge making a run at this one. He's going to drop in on this. A little shoulder to work with. So he's trying to hop to get a little lipper here on the inside. Not able to do it, but nice little redirection underneath that lip for Sponge Williams.
Unfortunately, that's not going to be completion on that maneuver, though.
So you got to roll away.
Did he see him even tap his board at the end? He was like, oh, man, that was a missed opportunity right there. I was trying to better the 4, and it could have been. And now Martinez is back on the board, too. He got another one, and it could be his best wave. So 5 minutes, kind of crunch time.
Yeah. A little bit of makeup time to do. So you got Sponge Williams on the top. Mark Stewart in that #2 spot. Remember, the top 2 move into the finals tomorrow. The finals for your men's kneel will take place at 10:20 Pacific Standard Time. Make sure you join us back for that. Our first final of the day tomorrow will kick off at 10 a.m. Here's what it's looking like. Sponge Williams on the top. Mark Stewart 5.28 behind him in that second spot. Martin Martinez a 5.84, what he needs to get up into that top 2, and a 6.54 for Masafumi Kobayashi from Japan. He needs a big one with 4 minutes and 30 seconds, but that's plenty of time.
Ooh, look at Martin. Oh.
Look at that little section, too.
Yeah, that had one decent one. He's needing a 5.84. He can do it with one hit. Probably looking for the combo, though. This is a tough heat, though. You got somebody super experienced as Kobayashi from Japan. Really good technique. Really good competitor. And then you have Mark Stewart, who's obviously won and he's the defending event champion too. And then you have a finalist from last time in Llewellyn Williams. So Martinez has kind of met his match in a way. Like, it's youth against experience right here. David versus Goliath.
Ooh, nice. Well, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Sponge Williams on top at 10.77. Mark Stewart, 8.67, a two-wave score for him. 4.80. Martin Martinez, that's a two-wave score for him. And 3.63. Masafumi Kobayashi, priority going to mono right now. Mark Stewart with priority. Second priority, Sponge Williams. So if you're Stewart, do you sit on Sponge right here? He's staying close to him. I think at this point, if you're Stewart and you have priority, you want to keep Sponge off a wave.
Well, kind of playing with fire with that strategy, because if it goes against you, then you're getting either a normal interference or a priority interference.
Yeah.
So he could go from second all the way down to third or fourth.
Look at that. Smart surfing out of Sponge Williams. He separates himself, hits the lip. Can he come down? No.
He was close.
But I love the strategy. You see what he did there? He separated himself. He knew, look, I don't got priority. I'm going to get away from him and try and set myself up for my own peak.
Yeah, he was close to making it, too. That would have been critical. For sure would have bettered the 4.0.
Oh, yeah.
And with 2 minutes 30, it was the moment to use your priority with the wave. So he knew time was winding down. He knew that he was in rotation number 2 for priority. Nobody was around him. Why not go for it? It was a nice right. Got a little hung up when he was coming out of it.
So close, though.
It was close.
Okay, so now this is Martin Martinez on this one. Behind the section, he's getting a little bit of a face to work with. Kind of gets on that white water, kind of floats it back down, and that's all that wave's going to give him.
Yeah, he's going to need more than that. He's going to need more than that.
What do you do if you're Mark Stewart here? If you're mono, look, you got priority. It's 1 minute, 58 seconds to go. You need a 5.28. Are you waiting for a set? Are you just trying to get...
If I were Stewart right now, I'd be going over to white and sitting on white, because he's the person in the box seat behind him. So currently in third, but look at this.
Here goes Stewart. Foam climb and a little floater back down, so a little bit of a section for him there. He's trying to replace a 3.17. Do you think that does it?
Gonna be close. I'm gonna say yeah, not by much though. So
high threes maybe,
or even mid.
Yeah.
You know, compared to Llewellyn's 4.0, it's gonna be under that. But like, my thing was, if Fred goes over to white, he's the person who's in the box seat behind you in number 3 spot.
That's the guy you want to fight out, yeah.
Because blue still has a chance.
Yeah.
6.54 is attainable. But what I'm saying is that's going to be much more difficult to get than a 5.84. Like, the 5.84 you can get with one turn. The 6.54,
no,
you're thinking a combo. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think time is going to wind down on Masafumi here. Going to be tough for him to come back on this one, but we see that is white right there. Martin Martinez got a little bit of a section there. Nice turn. Throwing a nice little spray on that one, but just doesn't quite get into that.
A little too late.
Yeah.
A little too late. He's got to keep his head up high. It was a great opportunity for him to compete against 2 medalists from previous years, and especially against somebody like Kobayashi, too, who has a ton of experience. And, you know, he achieved his goal. He was trying to make the semis again. He defended that spot, but he really wanted to make the final. Unfortunate there for both Martinez and Kobayashi, but experience paid off in this heat.
Indeed, and you could see the way Mark Mono Stewart and Sponge Williams kind of handled that heat. Yeah, who's going to be the first one to greet Sponge Williams?
Oh, who do you think? She's probably going to meet him halfway.
She's gonna swim out to him. Oh, good stuff. Well, time winds down. Our competitors will make their way in, and unofficially at this point, Sponge Williams, the number 1 spot, will move into the finals. Unofficially, Mark Mono Stewart in that second place. He will move into the finals. That will be tomorrow, 10:20, the start time for that one. Oh, she is just...
I'm telling you, she's going to meet him halfway.
Yeah.
She's still going. Touchdown!
Yeah, she's still going to wait out there. She has not stopped yet.
I don't know who's more stoked, him or her.
I think she is. And there's the big kiss at the end. She's going to be the board caddy on this one. Nicely done. Well, we got more coming up. Don't go away. Men's Neil semifinal number 2, the top 2 in the next one. They'll move into the finals to face those guys. That's right. It's all coming up. It's your 2020 AmSurf ISA World Paris Surfing Championship. More surfing action next.
AmSurf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AmSurf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
What's going on, people of the internet world? Thanks for joining us out here at 2020 AmSurf ISA World Paris Surfing Championships. That's what we're doing out here. Day number 3. There's not a lot of sporting events going on in California, but this one is large and in charge right now as we are in the Men Neil semifinals. Well, the stage is set for semifinal number 1. Sponge Williams has moved in. Mark Mono Stewart has earned him a spot in there as well. But now these guys, we're trying to get 2 out of this one. Alcino Neto, Enrique Savaria, Altar Leviers, and Maxime Kamane from France. The top 2 will move on. Brazil, 2 Brazilians in this one.
2 Brazilians, Pirata Neto in red and Henrique Savaira from Brazil, 2 in yellow. And good thing about them is that they're from different regions of Brazil, so their styles might be a little bit separated, I guess you could say. But Pirata's been living in Hawaii for the last 4 years, so you know that he wants that powerful surf. And here's Altair from Chile.
Oh, nice spray.
Spoke to him a while ago. He was stoked to be in the semis. Definitely wants to make the final, though. He's like, there's a big opportunity for me, especially considering that water at home is like 20 degrees colder than it is here in La Jolla. So he's going out there enjoying himself. But we're in the semis, Brad.
Do you think it helps Brazil, the fact that, they have so many world-class beach breaks, of course, us being here at a beach break, just gives them a little bit of edge, you think? I mean, France, obviously, good
France,
beach breaks there, too.
I think the U.S. has a big game plan when it comes to surfing beach breaks, too, as a team. Especially if maybe some person won't make the final because of their total, but they could still move up to the 3rd spot in the heat and get those points.
That's a good point because it is a team challenge. So the farther you do, the farther you go along, helps your team, right?
But you're speaking on an individual basis, correct?
Yeah.
I would say yes. I would say yes, and I'm going out on a limb because there are certain parts of Brazil where the waves are heavier. Maresias, a suburb of Sao Paulo, where Miguel Pupo and Gabriel Medina is from. They're from. That's a heavy wave. It's like surfing Beach Park in Eucai. Then you go somewhere like Florianopolis and Praia Grande, and those are more regular beach breaks, average beach breaks, I guess you could say. So there's variation in beach breaks, and it's similar in Mexico, where you have beach breaks like Sayulita, which is, you've been there, it's pretty fat wave, soft, mellow.
And then you have beach breaks like Cicatela in Puerto Escondido and Pascuales, where Alan Cleland's from. So
Pascuales.
It really depends on the type of wave you surf growing up. That's what I feel. I feel like that's the foundation for your base.
All right, well, let's send things down. We got Bo standing by with Sponge. Bo, take it away.
Still early days. Thanks, Brad. We're down here in La Jolla Shores, but it feels more like Wales weather, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. We had the rain and the onshore wind. I was like, it's just like home.
I know yesterday wasn't your best performance, and today, redemption. I mean, you were able to go out there, surf your heat, surf it well, and even beat Mark Mono Stewart, who has beaten you here at this event.
Yeah, this is the 4th year I've been coming here. I've always been against Mono, like all the competition around the world as well. Really good friends with Mono and stuff, and to beat him out there today, just such a great feeling.
Now you know what it feels like for tomorrow. How exciting are you getting ready for the final for tomorrow?
Really excited. Like I came here with my board, then I went to see Birds in the bird shed, and he gave me some knee boards to try out. So literally yesterday was the first time riding a knee board. And then I took it out again today, and it built my confidence massively. So
there you go. So you're going to use that magic board tomorrow?
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you, Bird. So hopefully this board will make it.
Anybody want to say hi home, back home?
I'd like to say hi to all my friends and family. I know they're watching somewhere. Hopefully, I know my dad's in Spain. Hopefully getting home soon. And then just thank you very much for the support and the kind words you've been sending.
Here we go. All right, we got Sponge and Mono in the final. Two new guys are going to join these guys tomorrow. We're going to send it back up to you and find out who they are going to be.
All right, yes, and we are going to find as that sun's starting to get a little bit lower. And I like the fact that he went to Bird's a surf shop in here and got a board.
Yeah,
and Bird is a legend.
He is
out here,
local legend.
Yeah.
Rusty Preisendorfer, another one too.
Yep.
And you talk about the level of talent that Sponge Williams was proven right there in that semifinal.
Oh, look at the spray! Look at the hack on that.
Whoa! Yeah. Yes.
Oh, Altair Livieres from Chile stepping it up on that one. Now she's calmed down a little bit.
A little.
Yeah.
A little. There she goes. See?
She's calmed down just a bit.
Dude.
Take a look at this. Talk to me about this.
So I was mentioning that somebody was the Pancho Sullivan of La Jolla. Hold the phone. Altair Olivares, you are the new Vetea Poto David of La Jolla Shores, my friend. What a carve.
I like
what
that.
a carve.
And it's a non-traditional knee style to where he's sideways like that on the board. I feel like sometimes that gives you a chance to just throw more buckets.
Well, and you know where all that strength came from his core.
Yeah.
Because he kept his whole body straight through the entire transition.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. 4.5 for Olivares, worth every single penny in that score. And
You
my
like
friend,
that?
dude, and I loved his claim too,
Okay.
because I know a lot of people are against claims.
Nope. I'm not.
Throw him. It doesn't have to be on every wave. It doesn't have to be every heat, but when you feel it, do it.
Neto here. Neto on the backhand.
Mm.
Oh,
Ah.
come on. Get all the way in on that. So that would have been a nice combo for Neto.
Strong surfing there.
Yeah, 467, 293. And so the claim. I'm glad we bring this up because I don't think we've really talked about it too much. I like the claim. I've always been a fan of the claim.
I'm an advocate.
Yep.
Not
every wave.
No, but
every wave.
Waves where you feel like it's big. I think I've gotten scores got dropped down because I've claimed a wave. Amateur surfing, not professional.
Yeah,
I mean that would definitely be there would be bias in that.
What
but,
claim did you do?
I did the finger snap, but I did it like hard, like 3 times. I was like 1, 2,
Oh, too
3. It was
much.
a finger
Yeah, you
snap
went
3
too much.
times. And then I remember I did the Damien Hobgood one where he comes out of the barrel and he kind of does.
The bent arm.
He kind of does the bent arm up
Yeah.
in the air. I did that one at Alamoana Bowls thinking I was and it was at a QS too, and I needed a score. And I was thinking I was going to get a 9, and I ended up getting like a high 6 or something like that. So my bad if I claimed a 6.
Wow, that was a tough 6 claim right there.
Nah, but it's like you go out and you're dedicating a big part of your life to this, so it's hard not to express a little bit of emotion, you know, and go ahead and do it.
Oh, look at this right here.
Whoa.
Neto smacking that on the back end there. So solid. Just takes that thing right up into the lip, brings it back down. Let's take another look here.
Nice bottom turn.
He's
look at this. Look at how he grabs his rail. Boom. Lets it go right before he meets the lip, too.
And you got to count that.
Solid. Look at the score, Bradley. Look at that score.
Where'd it go to? 7-8-3. Oh, we got ourselves a competition right now. Neto, #1 spot from Brazil. He's got himself a 13 now.
And going over the replay again, look at this. Does a setup.
Right there.
And see how he releases his rail on his or on the outside of his board? He does that so when he actually reaches the lip, he won't get stuck coming down because you're going to have too much weight centered in the middle of the board. So that way when you let go of your rail, you can actually lean forward, and that forward movement will just bring you down with it.
And what I really liked is you could see him spot that lip.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
He does the little setup turn. He sees it, and you watch him kind of lift his head, looking right at it, and then he just releases it, like you said.
Fun fact, on the Brazilian flag, it says Ordem e Progresso.
What does that mean?
It means order and progress.
I did not know that. And I've been to Brazil a bunch of times.
Handful.
Gosh. Definitely I'll do my work on that.
Are you taking Bradley Jr. down to Brazil soon?
I have not yet, but when I was down there for the Pan American Games in 2007. And was down there announcing some baseball and basketball down there.
Nice.
But that's before surfing started making its way in the Pan American Games. I look back to 2007 going, gosh, what if surfing could have been in the Pan American Games in 2007 when Rio had it, you know?
Oh, so it was in Rio?
Yeah.
So, and you can do it multiple spots in Rio, too. Postinho, which is where Barra da Tijuca is, which is in town.
And then the beach race, what, Ipanema, right?
Ipanema.
Copacabana.
You can go to Copacabana, which is right down by Barrinha.
Yeah, Barrinha is where I was at.
Yep. That's in Saquarema.
Yep.
Dude, waves are good there, too.
I couldn't believe it. How good it was.
You know who can't believe how well he's doing?
Oh, my gosh.
What he ate his Wheaties before he went out.
I think Neto is making a statement for tomorrow is what I think is going on here.
Look at this. Used to surfing these kind of waves in Brazil. Boom. Just beautiful lip line hit. Don't know if it's going to be a completion,
I
but
don't think it is it?
Definitely, you know, he's gaining momentum after every single wave that he's catching. I like it. Pirata's been surfing V-land a lot, you can notice. You know, he's not intimidated by these kind of conditions.
There's the Brazilian flags there you were talking about on the flag where it says right there. How do you say that again?
Ordem.
Ordem.
E progresso.
E progresso. Okay. There we go. Looks like we got yellow. Henrique from Brazil. So a quick one for him with time winding down. 6 minutes. There you go. 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Neto. Oh, look at this. Altair needs an 8.50 to get up there, take him out of first.
Well, you got to be thinking right now, if you are hearing the beach announcer, focus on yourself.
Yep.
You know, better that 1.67. If it's going to be a little too far out of reach, first place is, don't even go for it. The goal is to make the final.
Don't get frustrated.
Nope. Just keep defending that #2 spot. Don't let competitor in yellow and the competitor in blue catch up to you. So just keep on defending. He only needs a better 1.67.
Neto, a little floater on that one. Into the bottom turn into that. Little foam climb, but not going to roll away from that one. But, man, when you've already put up a 7.83 and you combine that with a 5.17, that's going to give you 13, that's for sure.
Yeah, Ava.
She's holding that Shaka.
Ava competed earlier today. She's all stoked out just watching the boys surf and compete. Is any Hawaiian surfer in the wave ski division? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
True.
we got. Oh,
Mira.
speaking of which, a good point. Coming up for you, another semifinal. Yeah, 2 heats in the next semifinal, and that is going to be the wave ski semifinals.
And FYI, Henrique Savaida in yellow is the defending gold medalist in this division. So this would be a huge confidence booster for Altair Olivares, the youngster from Chile, if he's able to knock out defending gold medalist.
Look at Neto. He's just having fun. He's like, he's in a whole other contest. He's all, man, you're going to have to do something. You're going to have to bring out your A game to knock me out of that #1 spot.
Well, especially considering that he has 13 points to his name, I think he can be pretty comfortable at this point.
Have you ever seen someone just come in with a bunch of time left that have big scores like that? I've always wondered about that. Just, I got this. That's setting stage.
I've seen stranger things happen.
I know. In your years doing this, yeah.
Well, and this was right before, or right after I started surfing. Bo can attest to this.
Neto, 2. Neto.
2008 Pipeline Masters semifinals. Timmy Reyes had around 11 or 12 points. Kelly Slater was comboed, drops a 9.8 and then a 10 consecutively.
I remember.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Timmy Reyes had Kelly Slater comboed. Kelly came back in a matter of, 3 to 4 minutes? In a minute. Got a 10 and a 9.8. So going back to your point, no. Don't come in even after you have a perfect heat. Then he went from being comboed to comboing Timmy last year or 2 years ago when Gabe went from being comboed by Connor Coffin, ended up comboing Connor in a matter of 2 minutes as well. So
it's never over. That's for sure.
It ain't over till it's over.
And we're waiting for a big score from Enrique Savaria from Brazil. Had a really good wave just a second ago, and that score has not come in yet. He is in that 3rd spot. But I'll tell you right now, I got to think the wave that he caught, he's going to go up to that #2 spot. I almost think he's going to knock Oliveras out of that #2 spot. So we might have a big change about right here with 2 minutes and 30-some-odd seconds. So watch yellow score come in here.
I'm looking at the sunset right now. How beautiful is it?
Yeah, and 2 more heats to go after this one. How are we going to get it in before that sun drops?
We're going to finish at dark.
Yeah.
We're going all day, baby.
So what is Henrique's score going to be? In 3rd place, needs a 4.54 to get up in the #2 spot. And I really feel that that wave he got is better than a 5.
Say he does it, but Olivares only needs to better 177 as his low score.
And exactly.
So the requirement is not going to be
drama was what I was trying to do.
Do it. But look at Olivares. He probably heard you.
He's a what? I'll show you what I can take care of.
Oh, quick one though. Got to be careful.
Yeah, you don't want to get out of position.
And not badly utilizing your priority either. And look at Savaira. He's
he
smart.
wants to know.
He wants to know situation and time.
Okay.
Judges are taking their time, though. This could change the course of the heat.
Yeah, the judges definitely have to compare. And this is where you got to take your time, like you said. And here we go. So Maxime bumps up into the #3 spot. So he gets the score in. Still have not seen Savaria's score come in.
And Olivares just bettered his 2.43, so the requirement is going to be higher.
Yeah, so now
he needs a 5.2.
I still feel that wave he caught probably is going to get that.
Let's see.
I mean, I think it was 3 turns on that.
Were they
the first
quality
were,
compared to the 4.5 of Olivares, though?
I feel like it was the first 2 for sure. And, I mean, why would they take this much time, you think, at this point? If they thought it was that easy to score, they would have just attached a numerical value with them.
They can even put the next heat on hold and determine.
I've seen it happen. I like talking to you about it because, you put your judge's cap on for that one.
And it ain't easy. I'm not up there right now, so.
Ooh, yellow priority, and blue's a little close right there.
So that's complete, too.
Yeah.
So, whoa.
Look at that.
Mic drop.
There you go. I told you it was a good wave, and he got it. A 6.27. Savaria moves up in the '2 spot. Brazil 1 and 2 with 14 seconds to go. Will 2 Brazilians be in the finals?
It's looking like Olivares. Oh man. That's a crusher for him.
3, 2, 1.
Literally in the last 2 minutes.
Oh, my goodness. What a turnabout. Savaria was in third. Then he got bumped down to 4. Then his score came in. He dropped to 6-2-7. Booyah, Grandma, all the way to the number 2 spot. That'll put him in the top 2, and that means he's going.
Yeah.
I mean, unofficially, right?
No, it is. It is going to happen that way. Both Brazilians had faced adversity, and look, this is the 6-2-7.
Look,
gets
watch.
the one tap.
Boom, and then boom.
The third one is there.
That big floater.
That big hit was the one where all the majority of the points came from.
Yeah.
So well-deserved heat there for both Brazilians. Neto took it away, but man, Aldair just swept that one thing. Swept it from Olivares. He's got to keep his head up high, though.
Neto, Oliveira, they'll be going to the finals. The Sponge Williams in the finals. Mark Mono-Stewart in the finals. That'll be the knee final tomorrow. We'll get underway for your men's knee final. Join us back here at 10:20 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for that. All right. Well, we're done with men's knee. We're going to turn things over. Wave ski semifinals. We got 2 heats in that one. We'll be right back with more. We're going to toss it over to Bo Hodge and Roy Tuscany with the call. It's your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. In.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back for the final semifinals of day number 3 of the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Roy Tuscany, and we've got an exciting semifinal, and these semifinals are both stacked.
They truly are in the wave ski division. In the red bib, coming out of the USA, is Jeff Munson. In the white bib, Charles Chaka Webb from the U.S. And in the yellow bib, Chris Oberle. It's safe to say that someone from the USA is going to win this. Here's Munson's first wave, and it looks like a dandies. I just saw the score come in. I'll wait for it to post. But, Bo, Jeff Munson, the barometer of wave skiing, really sets a bar. Here we go. In the yellow jersey, Chris Oberle paddling, has found faces all morning and is coming in. What a beautiful back little bottom turn that Chris did there. And here we go as a replay with Chris. Sees this open face, cuts up, drops back down, right next to Munson as they're paddling out.
All right, Chris Oberle will be coming up. Oh, he's in this heat. That's right. So Oberle, a bronze medal winner back in the inaugural ISA World Para Surfing Championships back in 2015. He finished behind Jeff Munson and Felipe Lima. In fact, Jeff Munson has finished 4 for 4, second place behind Lima, who's 4 for 4 gold.
He's the Christian Otter Bailey of the Prone 1 division to Bruno Hansen.
Yeah.
There's Chris Oberle catching his second wave. Charles Webb Chaka did catch a wave that we did not see. I see a score posted up here. We're about 15 minutes into this heat, about 4.5 minutes in. 20 minutes heats here. This is a semi-final, heat number 1. Tomorrow will be the final. And this, I want to make sure I'm correct here. The top 2 will move on. It's not the top 4 highest scores.
No. It's the top 2 surfers. This is a regular 4-man surfing format, even though it's a 3-man semi. Let's watch a replay of Charles Chaka Webb. As you can see on the backside, that's Jeff Munson in red. So Chaka gets a 3.0. Munson near the excellent range at a 7.83, and well-deserved.
Munson right there. And you can see this really kind of like chromatic finish that we're seeing. Here comes Oberle on a replay again. Chris really finding as many areas on that face to get a maneuver in. The thing I love about Chris is the way he always cuts back. It's so smooth. It's so clean. Munson is going to find these little nuggets that are going to pop up. And here comes one. Let's see what he does with it.
All right, Jeff on his second wave. 4-time silver medalist at the ISA Para Surfing World Championships. Opened up with a 7.83, backs it up here with a 2.0.
You know, on that max ski, and here we go, Charles Chaka Webb on the Kings. Charles really, there we go, that's the Chaka we know. Up and down. Chaka's going to be super excited with that, as we are to send it to the beat to Mitchell, as he's going to talk to the Pirate from the last heat.
Thanks, Bo. I'm here with your #1 seed in the knee division, Alcino Pirata Neto. Your #1 seed going into tomorrow. What are your emotions like right now going into yet another final here at the Parasurfing Championships?
Woo, that's so great. I'm so happy. The wave is so hard for found the air, a lot of wind, there's a little pumpy. I catch the right ones. I found some, make some good maneuvers, good score too. That is.
Speaking of worldwide competition, what was it like for you to compete with somebody as young and inexperienced in competition as Altair Olivares? He was making the entire heat up until the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's so cool for everybody together. That's young people can learning for all the people can make some more experience for the adapt surfing. I'm so happy about that. I can help everywhere. That's it. Just thank you for all the adapt surfing contests. Thank you for adapt athletes coming for that event. You know, that's amazing. Thank you, I say, thank you, Put Surfing. That's congratulations, everybody. Congratulations your job, your cameraman. Because it's cold, it's hard time for everybody, but it's gonna be a beautiful event, you know? I said thank you for everyone. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you for your time, Pirata. Good luck tomorrow.
For sure.
Back to you, Bo.
I love Pirata. I see him all the time on the North Shore. In fact, he's got a Johnston's design board right there, personally designed for him. No priority out in the lineup. And Jeff Munson, Charles Chaka Webb sitting 1-2. Look how tight this heat is, especially for that advancing spot in second place. Charles Webb just over a point over Chris Oberle.
You know, it was that last wave right before we cut to Mitchell where we saw Charles really get up in 3 different variations on faces on that wave. Chaka's been doing this for a long time. You mentioned him competing in the Battle of the Paddle, the foundation start that he did with Stoke for Life, the U.S. Adaptive Surf. Chaka really always shows up. He's got a mentality of, I'm going to surf, and I'm going to surf my way, and sometimes the judges like it. And today, he's right there in the middle of Munson and Oberle. By the time this heat's over, we still have 11 minutes in this heat, mind you. And look at this. There goes Munson out the back. He's going to come back and wait for a little small reform. He is very meticulous about how he carves down a wave. He's going to keep going a bit. It's not really going to form or redone, and he's going to have to paddle back out. I don't see that getting above the 7.83, but that's definitely above that 2.0 that he's currently holding.
Okay, so 2 are on the inside, 1's on the outside. That's Chris Oberle on the left in the yellow. And Charles battling through the walls of Whitewater, getting his way back out. Let's watch a replay. This is the 5.83 from Charles Chaka Webb. Going to his left, combination maneuvers, and when he hits the lip here, he actually slides down sideways, and he's known for doing that all the time. So the attack was there, the perfection was there for him, and he was rewarded with a 5.83. And here's Jeff Munson.
Here's that third wave from Munson. Caught the corner, caught the shoulder, and then was waiting for it to reform. It never really did is the only problem. Still is going to score above that too. Like I said, there's that 5.6. We're now looking at a combined score for Munson of 13.43, which has kind of separated the field now. But in second and third place, Charles Webb, 8.83, and Chris Oberle, 7.67. We're really going to see these battle. And one more good wave from either of them is going to also push them up into the Munson category.
Okay, with priority will be yellow, as we have some seals out in the back, right close to Chris Oberle.
All right, let's see what Oberle has here.
Carving turn, redirects, always good with that, and then gets knocked over. Okay, so he'll get back on his max ski.
I just don't see that going over that 3.5 range.
Not
right there.
at this time right now.
No, not at all. But, you know, we're really seeing the way that Ian McLeod has reshaped these. You've seen Jeff and Chris have these really crisp, very smooth, small, but such, you know, big bottom turns that they're able to produce at the end of each of those. Here we go, aerial view. There's those seals that we're checking out.
Oh, it's mom and three pups.
We're also going to get a aerial view of Chris and on his max ski right here. Here comes him down this wave. Look at this big swooping turn back into the whitewash. He would have had to come back really quick to catch that other corner. Not quite there. But again, we've got 9 minutes remaining in here, and it's really going to come down to the next wave each of these guys set to show how they're going to try to stack up against Munson. Top two are going to leave.
Oh.
We've got a wildlife here show.
The seals are competing now. Mom and four pups. How cool is this? All right. They went in the action, all right?
You know, we got 5 seals right there kind of saying, all right, you guys have done 35 heats today. We'll let you have one more after this for a grand total of 36.
It's time for the locals to hit the surf. They're the locals.
Yes, that is so true. But look at this, Bo. Look at what we're seeing right outside our tent today. We're seeing sun glaring on some windows. We've seen it all here except for some snow.
Wait a minute. We came here before the sunrise.
We did. We saw it pouring rain. We saw it downpour. We kind of saw the Forrest Gump approach to the rain scene here today. We had sideways rain. We had rain coming up from the ground. We had rain everywhere today. But right now, we've got 3 impressive surfers from the USA, Jeff Munson, Charles Webb, and Chris Oberle, for another 8 minutes battling it out in Heat 1 of the Wave Ski semifinal.
Can you tell me who's in the second semifinal?
I can. There is this beautiful woman. Her name is Elena Nichols. And she will be competing against Ethan Carrier and also Mira Va.
Oh, wow.
What a heat.
Yeah, that's going to be a banger of a heat. If you didn't know, Elena and Roy are husband and wife.
We got a baby, too, named Gunnar. His name is Gunnar Owen Alexander Tuscany. The initials GOAT for greatest of all time. Now, here's something else that's a fun fact as well. Mira and Elena are both new moms, a 2-month-old and a 7-month-old. Ethan Carrier is in the middle of 2 moms, so I think he's going to be excited no matter what comes out of this next heat.
Well, there's a little pressure, you know, the girls versus the boy there, you know, and these girls are some of the best wave skiers in the world. You notice I said wave skiers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like that. That is something that has been shown time and time again, as Mira and Elena have both dominated male heavy fields, even with seeing both of them on top of them before.
Well, Miravan made the final of the overall last year. She was 3rd place behind Jeff Munson and Felipe Lima.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go, Charles Chaka Webb. And now Chris Oberle with a stall and a drop right there.
I think that's going to help him right there. That wave, length of ride, a good drop, coming back as well now to get a little bit of this whitewash. I think this is going to be better than that 3.5. So let's see what this does to the score. Now, this is what happens sometimes when Munson gets out ahead. You don't see Munson for a little bit. He really sits back there and starts picking out. And then all of a sudden he'll drop a really high score because he knows he's in a good position right now. And he's going to end up, being able to, sit back there and wait for that perfect wave.
Okay, now Chris Oberle needs a 4, 6, 7 or better to get into the top 2. This 3-man heat format, top 2 will go into tomorrow's final. So critical score coming in for both Chaka. Did he improve on his 3? Did Chris Oberle get that 4, 6, 7?
No, he did not, actually. It looks like the last wave, they scored a 3.2. Unless we're still waiting for a wave score to come in. But I only think I've seen Chris catch 4 waves.
Okay, so there's Chaka's wave, a 4.07, so he improves the situation. Now Oberle needs a 5.74, so stand by.
Okay,
one
so
more
we're
wave
still
coming
waiting
in
for that.
for Chris Oberle.
My bad there for Chris Oberle fans, the butcher out there. His score is still coming in. Let's see what this is going to do to the scoreboard. Charles Webb moving up 9.9, a 5.83, and a 4.07. But again, look at Jeff. He's out there. He's just lurking. And you're going to see him get on a really beautiful wave and do some great wave ski action.
We're at the 5-minute warning. I was talking to Chaka before he paddled out. He was telling me in the heat earlier with Munson, he was saying Munson's kind of a sly character out in the water. He was baiting us on bad waves to go on.
He always does it. He has baited me on bad waves for years. He sounds like your best friend. No, go for this one. Go for this one. What are you talking about, bro? And he sends you, and then the next thing, what he does is he sends you on a bad wave that you'll like turn off on, and then all of a sudden you'll look back and you'll see him catching the absolute like gem of the session. He is a absolute pain to be in the water with because you can't ever tell when he is or isn't your friend.
That's the Access Surf crew. We got Kara down there. We've got Leah. We got Jim. We've got Russell and Eric. Dancing to the vibes of the music out here.
Yeah, all right, still out in the water. Here we go. See, there's Munson paddling for one right now. Let's watch what happens here. He's been sitting back there for a while. I don't know if this is really what he was looking for. He peels off early, kind of calls it good. Chaka off his board currently, and then out in the back is Chris Oberle.
So Chaka's been having a little bit of a difficult time getting back on his board, getting back out in the lineup. So advantage for Chris Oberle. Even though he's in third, he has first priority. So still plenty of time. 3:40 remaining on the clock.
And I think that was the last
score. That was the score, 3.2.
We've been waiting for so long here that I can't imagine that we have fifth. There's your Access Surf crew having a good time using the sunset. These are what true sun salutations are.
Let's see if I can get a picture of these guys live on camera by the time I get my camera. Yeah, no, we got the seals.
All right, we got 5 more seals, which is awesome. Let's see Chris Oberle do something here. Come on, Chris Oberle. Let's see you catch a wave and have an amazing time here. Really widen this gap to being so much closer between Munson, Chaka, and you. And let's make this last 3 minutes really fun. It is in these 3 surfers. Here we go. Jeff Munson paddling back out on a max ski. We got Chris Oberle here. Here we go. This is Oberle, but the wave is just not there for him. He was setting up for those big bottom turns that he does and then really getting there. But he's paddling out hard again. But here we go. Munson on a bigger wave coming out the back. Let's see if this is going to allow him to have a little bit of Munson fun.
Nice takeoff closeout section. He'll ride the whitewater. He's been known to do 360s on his forehand. So he goes sideways there. He's just trying to milk it. This is not going to be a 5.6 or better, so he'll
Quick
still.
little slide.
But look, he's doing maneuvers, and the wave is already dead.
Yeah.
So a 1.97 for Chris Oberle, so still seeking that score of a 5.74. 2:15 counting down.
Look at that. You can't get a more poetic picture. All right, 2 minutes in closing down, Bo Hodges. This is heat number 35 for the total day. It's really going to come down. Here's something coming in the distance. The butcher is seeing it, Chris Oberle right here. Chris, an architect when he's not in the ocean, constantly designing some of the most amazing modern homes you've ever seen. As we see Chris coming out the back, he's trying to find a wave that he knows he's got to get at least a 5.74, which is better than both of his wave scores so far. Chris really is optimal when there's a large face in front of him. And when that is there, Chris can put together a lot of maneuvers. He's looking at the clock, sees a minute 30. He's going to make sure that he's selecting the best wave for a potential score here.
All right, less than 90 seconds remaining in semifinal 1. Top 2 make tomorrow's final. They'll meet the top 2 in the next second semifinal. So Chris Oberle out in the water, holding down first priority, and he's going to execute it right here with 1:13 remaining. Chris on the takeoff. We'll take this to the right.
I just don't think it's
Side
there.
tags it there. one more time. This wave doesn't have a whole lot of energy, and the scoring potential was just not there. Not a 5.74 for him. He's going to go back out. He still has time.
He is under a minute now, but we're going to see some magic here. We're in La Jolla, Bo.
Jeff Munson with first priority. Charles Chaco Webb was second priority. 45 seconds remaining. Score coming in, not yet for Chris. He had a 1.97 prior to this.
You know, we're really going to have to see something for him in the next 30 seconds out in the back to really give Chris that ability to catch that wave score, because it's not going to happen on a little wave.
Here we go. Charles Webb with second priority. He's going to execute it here with 20 seconds remaining.
It's
probably trying to. He probably caught this wave to keep Chris off the wave for scoring to get behind him. Now 12 seconds remaining.
Here we go. 12 seconds remaining, under 10. It's really going to come down to, is Chris going to grab a wave in the next 5, 4, 3? We're not seeing the camera move. 1, and that is going to close this semifinal. It looks like, I don't see any way it's going to change, but it looks like Jeff Munson and Charles Chaco Webb. Here we go. Munson on a long roller out the back. Chaka is fired up. He's going to continually count out himself, and he's going to continue show up and do some surfing.
All right. That's
here we go.
That's semifinal one. Stand by. Our final heat of the day coming up next. Remember, you're watching the 2020 AmSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We'll be right back after this.
This heat's already going.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
We've been inside this room. By the time we're done, we're going to be in this room for 12 hours. I feel like we're quarantined.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2020 AmSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We're in the final heat of the final day coming up tomorrow. Now, let's introduce our competitors. Who are they, Roy?
In the white jersey, Ethan Carrier of Team USA. In the yellow jerseys, out of the nation of Hawaii, Maria, oh my God, Mira Va. And then in the red, my wife from Team USA, Elena Nichols.
So I wonder who you're kind of cheering for. Let me see. Maybe Ethan?
No, happy wife, happy life is
Oh,
going to be the saying that we're
gotcha.
using here. And I just noticed she just racked in a 4.43. I'm hoping this is the replay. Nope, this is Mira's first wave, 2.33. Look at the spray and power that Mira kept going. Max ski displaces the water. Mira grabbing that, taking a water bath. Here we go, Elena's first wave. Really big open face she got out in front of that whitewash, and then just a quick little turn here and there. Again, on a max ski as well. She took that actually all the way to the reform and taking this one for a really long left here. Nice ride there, my love.
Yeah, Mira almost wiped out. I think 90% of the competitors would have wiped out on that takeoff. As we're watching Ethan now on his opening ride. A right-hander tags it off the top. One more punch right there. So each surfer with one wave. We've got a 4.43 for Elena.
All right,
a 2.33 for Mira.
And grab this one right up. Nope, Mira says no. Waiting for Ethan's score to come in.
And Mira's on borrowed equipment. This is not her own equipment. So she came traveling with baby in hand, but not ski in hand.
You know, I think that's probably a good call. As Elena and I have realized, it takes a lot to move yourself, your disability, a baby, and all the stuff that come along with said baby. Mira knows that her talent is very easy to go from board to board. You know, obviously there's a tweak here and there, but for her, her talent subsides the actual board. And so put her on any piece of equipment and she's going to be able to surf.
Okay, Mary getting back on. She's on a Mac board. She said this board's a little bit heavier than what she's used to. But I said, well, you're still surfing well. You're still looking good on it. And she just gave birth, just
2 months ago.
Yeah, about 2 months ago.
Ethan's opening wave, a 5.83.
So now Ethan jumps up into the lead.
And here comes another one. I'm not quite, oh, look at this. Nope. That would have been a really cool redirect if he would have ended up going completely sideways and then charging down the face of that wave.
All right. Each surfer with one wave score in. We're waiting second count for Mira and Ethan. That gives Elena a first priority situation with Ethan now with second priority.
Yes, Ethan's second wave just posted a 1.5, giving him a total of 7.33, and he's paddling back out. Mira's next wave has posted as well, just scored a 3.17 on that last one. Now bumping Elena down into third, waiting for Elena to catch her second wave of this heat. Top two move on to the finals. Here we go, 14 minutes left in the heat. Elena is out in the back. Mira is there in the yellow, and I believe Ethan's a little bit farther south down. Look at these shots we're getting from the drone. And I asked you this, Bo, earlier. How has it transformed getting to call live surfing over the years that you've been doing this? Here we go, Elena Nichols in the red. Big old right drop. Yes, Elena. Oh, did not quite get there. Dug the rail in almost a little too much, but what a ginormous opportunity there for her.
Yeah, she saw the scoring opportunity really wasn't there on that wave, and she didn't want to waste the time going all the way in on the inside. So here we go with first priority, Ethan Carrier. Nice open face maneuver, rebounds well, redirects to the right side, and then he gets knocked over. Okay, so out with priority is Elena Nichols, and that's why she kicked out on that wave.
Yeah, you know, she knows that there's other waves to be had. She's already got a great little start with that 4.43. She now has that 1.9 to double. So she's got her two waves, and she is only a point off of Ethan. You know, really is going to come down to the next wave. She goes, here it is again, really big, draws that rail in, and then says, hey, you know what? There's other waves to have. Same thing here for Ethan. What happened, Bo?
Yeah, nice drop here. Bottom turn, hits the crashing lip, successful maneuver, redirects, and then he gets knocked down.
Look at that shot right there. There's purple in the sky. There is blue in the sky. That is that's the true meaning of majestic right there.
I think that's purple haze.
I think that is. I'm like baffled by it right now. All right, here we go. Elena Nichols in the red, coming down on this wave, going left. Sees a little shoulder that she's going to have fun and play on, a big little cutback. This is what Elena does in her sleep almost sometimes. I see her going back and forth on that wave right there. That is something that is just amazing for her. Been in the water for the first time in 2020 this morning.
Tell everybody the accomplishments of Elena Nichols, or do we have time for that?
You know, we have a couple, but, you know, the one that I think she loves to tell people the most is she loves to tell folks that she is raised by her grandmother. And one of the things that you'll find is that her grandmother has been listening or watching almost every single accomplishment. So those accomplishments, 2018 World ISA Para Wave Ski Champion. She was the 2018 U.S. Wave Ski Champion. She has gold medals in wheelchair basketball and alpine skiing.
Not just a gold medal, an Olympic gold medal.
Yes,
you buried the lead.
I was going to go from there once I said the alpine skiing. First lady to ever have gold medals in the summer and winter Olympic Games. She has 2 bronzes, a couple more golds, and a couple more silvers to couple along there as well. She's got Pan Americans, and she's also got a master's degree in kinesiology from the University of Alabama. She loves to tell people roll tide, and look at this as the tide is setting. Bo, whatever is going on in the world, take the moments when you get them to see the beautiful moments like this that exist. All right, here we go. Elena Nichols, she's going for that reverse, remember, that we saw earlier in the day. Elena has moved up. She's got a 5.43 and a 4.43. But Ethan as well has jumped 6.5, 5.83.
Yeah,
I don't remember seeing that 6.5.
That 6.5 was that last wave when he had that open face maneuver, and there's going to be a late drop wipeout.
So mini Nazare Wamper right there on Ethan.
Well, I tell you what, Ethan was in the wrong spot at the wrong time, and he knew he was going over the falls. A little frustrated. There's Jerry. That's Ava Heller's dad. And there's Kara Short from Access Surf, the executive director.
Is she cold there?
She is freezing.
I'm not one to talk. I've got an insulated puppy under this. Here we go. Mirava, just trying to find these waves that are her style. I love the way that Mira turns that. She brings the whole back of that board around when she is ready to turn that wave ski.
Okay, looks like Ethan may be looking at this wave. No priority out in the lineup. No, he's trying to get back out. That's what he's trying to do. 9 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Final heat, day number 3 tomorrow. Finals begin at 10 o'clock, but we have semifinals starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, local time here in La Jolla.
This is concluding 36 heats that the team of Bo and Roy and our friends Mitchell and Brad J have completed today when this is all said and done.
All right, 9:16 remaining. And the reason why we're running all the way to sundown is because condensing the format from a 5-day format to a 4-day format because of the situation with the wave forecast for Sunday. Sunday, we could have lake-like conditions, calm conditions, but with no surf coming into the beach. And with the current environment around the world, some of the teams had to leave and get back home. So we're condensing this contest to end coming up tomorrow. Here we go. Mirava up and riding on an open face opportunity, and then it closes out on her. So Mira in that elimination spot, needing a 6.69 to go to first. But she's trying to get, let's see.
6.69 to go into second, Bo, she'll need if you couple that with those threes, because she's got to get above a 9.
That's right.
Right now, Elena needs a 6.9 to get past Ethan. Mira needs a 6.69 to go past Elena. So we're going to see a big wave. Here we go. Elena Nichols lining up for this one. We got a drone coming. Elena paddling fast. A little bit of a late drop. Let's see what that does for her if she can get around this whitewash. She'll stay sideways for a little bit. We're really going to have to see a reform for her to do much more than that. Late, big drop. Always fun, but look at the way the waves in that color is. It is almost like one of those metallic chromatic photo prints.
All right. Paddling back out with 7.5 minutes remaining. Ethan in first, Elena in second, Mira in third, needing a 6.69. There's Ava Heller, competitor in the assist division.
Assist
Prone 2
out of Hawaii.
Yeah.
Still crazy. I remember the day I met Ava Heller, she had never been in the ocean. We took her out in the ocean with Bruce Boyle, and off she has taken off on a career in surfing.
Yeah, and in this assist division for the women, she actually won a medal, a world championship back in 2017.
No way.
Yeah. Quinn Waitley was second, runner-up to her. Monique from Brazil was in third place.
Now, did she make finals or semifinals for tomorrow?
I believe she did not.
You know what? We've got all these papers right here. We got a little bit of a lull. Mike Vaz, that is going to be a fun one to watch tomorrow, let me tell you.
All right, first priority belongs to our leader, Ethan Carrier. He's to the right. Mira Va'a to the left in the yellow jersey. She's in third, needing a 6.69.
All right, here we go. Mira Va'a coming in really big. Relaxed drop right there. And there's that big turn that you see Mira always doing as she's coming out and really setting up for her maneuver right there. That big bottom turn is just a beautiful thing. And depending on what camera lens we're going to, we're going to have a hard time calling this. Currently, we are
Is it
dark.
9:49 at night?
I don't know, but I'm looking out this way, and I can still see light. So hopefully we're going to see something here.
I think the sun has set.
I would say you were 100% right, Bo.
So we've been here before the sunrise,
Really
and now
great
we're here
stuff.
After the sunset.
You know, we have
Are
seen
we
it
in
all.
Biarritz, France?
We have seen it all.
12 hours.
We have done it.
36 heats.
And we're still calling surfing with 5 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Priority right now going to Ethan. In the second spot is Mira Va'a, and then Elena is not in priority currently.
All right, 5.5 minutes remaining in this heat. Pressure really on yellow. Hawaii zone, Mira Va'a needing a 6.69 to crack into the final. Elena Nichols needs to improve on a 4.43 to improve her scoring potential. And also Ethan Carrier also trying to look for a wave better than a 5.83 to improve his situation.
All right, Elena out there. You know, the funniest thing, too, is that's the second time that she's been on that wave ski. Mira's been on that wave ski one time, and Ethan has been on that wave ski not that much either. So, you know, really showing how their ability is allowing them to take anything. Here we go. Mira on a nice left, big drop, and here she comes in front of that whitewash. Let's see if she can get out in front of that reform, and she's really going to have to make at least 2 more maneuvers. Here she goes, big bottom turn. There she goes, swooping around.
I think that last turn is really going to help her scoring potential here on this wave. Do not believe it's going to be a 6.69.
All right, here we go. Look at this one that Ethan's got. Big old drop. This is one of the more fun waves that we've gotten to see Ethan demonstrate his skills on here with 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Let's see if that one's going to push above a 5.83. You see we've got a Hawaiian flag trying to mark waves for Mira right now. We also have Elena out there in the back. She does currently have priority with 4 minutes remaining.
Okay, we're on standby for scores. Last of white, last of yellow. 3:54 counting down. Score coming in 2.77. Is that it?
You know, Mira's caught a lot of waves.
Yeah.
I don't know if that is the 2.77 or if we're waiting for another. We'll know as soon as we see if one comes in for Ethan, though, because that last one with Ethan, a big drop and then a really great. Here we go. Elena coming up on another wave with priority. Going to see what she can pull off here. This wave is forming a little bit, but I do not think it's going to do much more, and it does kind of game up from under her.
2.77 for Mira Va'a, so not enough. She needs a 6.69.
Sounds like Ethan just grabbed a big one. Here we go. Mira Va'a sees something. Nope, she's going to pass on it. I think that was a really good choice, actually.
But actually, the wave caught her.
The wave caught her, and she's now trying to get back up and over that whitewash. Here we go. Elena's also getting going here. We've got 3 minutes remaining. I still think we are waiting for one more score from Ethan here. But we have it where we've got a 6.69 gap between Mira and Elena, 6.9 gap between Elena and Ethan. Ethan currently has priority. We have 2.5 minutes remaining in this 36th heat of this Friday competition, semifinal heat 2 of the wave ski division. Wave ski, remember, does not count towards the team titles, but we are giving out world titles.
All right, a 4.93 for Ethan Carrier and a 3.23 for Mira Va'a. So that is now her new high wave. Now she needs a 6.63. So still an above average score required, but time is running out. And Ethan has first priority out in the lineup, both Elena and Mira paddling out at the same time. And it looks like Mira will have second priority, Elena third priority. 2 minutes to go. How you doing,
Man,
Dad?
the 2-minute warning. We are here, Bohaj. Bo, I've said it numerous times throughout today. It is such a pleasure to get to spend so much time with you as your passion, not just for surfing, not just for the ocean, but just community, adaptive surfing, and everything, and your knowledge. Thank you for sharing it with me and everybody here on this webcast today.
Well, it's an honor to be here, at a world title event.
I think he's going to have as many as Ethan is going to have a combo score.
All right, so there's Ian's wave. Now Mira Va'a has first priority, so the gun is on Mira right now. Will a wave come with the potential of scoring a 6.63? We've seen Ethan Carrier already score 6.5 on 2 maneuvers on his wave.
You know, that sight that's looking out behind the ladies right now is not looking too promising, but again, it's 55 seconds. Mira does have priority. Lena and her out there together. Last time they were like this, 18 champion. They both told each other that they were pregnant out in the water. And lo and behold, now there's 2 babies on the shore.
35 seconds remaining. And you see Elena's taking the outside position. That's very wise of her.
Ethan's just catching waves.
Yeah. All right, Ethan's in. Elena's in. Can Mira find a wave? Here comes something right now. 18 seconds on the clock. Now, Elena has second priority. She's paddling for this wave. She's got to be careful not to interfere with Mira. And she's far enough away. 5 seconds to go. Both Elena and Mira up and riding on the same wave, but far apart from each other. And there's the horn.
And it looks like Elena Nichols and Ethan Carrier are moving into the finals.
All right. What a day. Roy, congratulations. You made it. Your wife's in the final.
Yeah, she is. Congratulations, Elena. Congratulations to Ethan, Jeff Munson, and Chaka Webb, who will make up the 4 members of the final for the wave ski.
All right, we're going to end our day with some of the best rides that we've seen on day number 3 of the contest. Tomorrow, Saturday the 14th, we're going to begin at 8 o'clock in the morning with 3 rounds of semifinals. Then coming up at 10 o'clock, finals for all the rest of the day through 4 o'clock, and then the closing ceremonies and the awards presentation. So thank you for joining us for the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We'll see you tomorrow. Aloha.